In the desolate expanse of the Lin family's rear mountain in the Xintian realm, a young man kneels before an ancient tomb, accompanied by a weathered old tree that has withstood the test of time. Around his neck hangs a delicate sword ornament, his body smeared with blood, wounds crisscrossing from his arms to his torso, particularly his abdomen, where blood continues to flow profusely. He gazes at the inscription on the tombstone, his voice hoarse and somber. "Father, I truly wish to follow you. Yam Zoveri, Todi Zoveri." With trembling, bloodied hands, he gently caresses the inscription that reads Tomb of Lin Wudao. At that moment, a gust of wind rustles through, causing the old tree to sway gently, dropping a withered leaf, as unyielding despair and helplessness flicker in the boy's eyes. Recalling the past, his sense of injustice intensifies. This young man is named Lin Tian, once the illustrious young master of the Lin family in Sanyan Prefecture of the Xintian realm. However, since the passing of his father, Lin Wudao, his life has plummeted into despair. Images flash through his mind like a revolving lantern. He remembers a small boy huddled in a corner, holding a pale steamed bun, eagerly awaiting his father's return. Yet, when he awakens from this dream, the bun is cold, and his father's figure remains elusive. Since that fateful day, Lin Tian's life has become an arduous struggle, with even the most contemptible scraps of food becoming a delicacy to him. Despite such hardships, he persevered with indomitable will, stepping into the realm of cultivators, reaching the 5th layer of body refinement. Yet, to Lin Ping, who covets the position of young master, this meager cultivation is utterly insignificant. Lin Ping cruelly crippled his dantian, leaving him devoid of any possibility of further cultivation. Reflecting on his father's embrace and promises, Lin Tian's heart brims with boundless sorrow and fury. He clutches the small sword around his neck, murmuring, "Father, if you were here, would I not suffer such humiliation? Why is fate so unjust? Clan members, I, Lin Tian, have no clan anymore. If there is a next life, I shall point my sword towards the heavens and eradicate the Lin family." Amidst the intertwining of rage and despair, Lin Tian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath becoming faint, as if he were on the brink of death. In the shadows, 2 disciples of the Lin family witnessed this scene, one sneering, "This guy probably won't survive today, let's go." The other hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to depart. Just as Lin Tian teetered on the edge of life, the blood that dripped from his mouth unexpectedly fell onto the small sword. In an instant, the sword erupted with brilliant light, beginning to tremble violently before slowly rising into the air. With a thunderous roar, the area was engulfed in a blinding white light. When the brilliance faded, only a pool of blood and mottled bloodstains remained on the tombstone. Yet, Lin Tian's consciousness did not dissipate. He found himself in an unfamiliar space. Before him stood a towering small tower. A panicked and piercing voice echoed in his ears. "Oh no, this young master can't really be dead, can he? This is just the beginning. You must not die. This tower has only just made its entrance. The plot cannot end here." Before the voice could finish, an otherworldly power surged into Lin Tian's body, and his wounds began to heal at a remarkable speed. A day and a half later, Lin Tian finally opened his eyes, the towering structure before him coming into view. He was astonished to find that all his scars had vanished, and even the dantian that had been crippled felt entirely pain-free. Though filled with confusion, Lin Tian swiftly accepted this reality. His gaze turned towards the mysterious small tower, examining it with curiosity. The tower boasted 7 layers, its surface a deep golden hue, with 2 striking lines inscribed at its entrance: subduing heaven and earth, subduing gods and demons, refining heaven and earth, refining the universe. Lin Tian was profoundly shaken by these words. What an arrogant proclamation! His gaze continued downward, where he discovered a skeleton before the tower, a sword embedded beside it. Inscribed near the skeleton were a few lines of small text. "I cultivated for 1,000 years, invincible in the Xintian realm, known as the Xintian Sword Master. 300 years ago, I mistakenly entered this tower, regretting it ever since. Alas! This cursed tower, my legacy, remains within the sword. I hope the fated one will not squander it." Lin Tian's heart stirred. Xintian Sword Master? Sword Cultivator? Is this not hell? He suddenly understood, then solemnly bowed to the skeleton, Rest assured, Senior, I am your fated one. I shall treasure this legacy and not disappoint your expectations. At that moment, a strange voice echoed from within the tower. Little Master, your audacity is unmatched, even surpassing that of the Master. Chapter 2. The Origin Tower of the Sword Cultivator. In the entire Xintian realm, sword cultivators are exceedingly rare. Now, before Lin Tian stands a legacy of sword cultivation, one that is unmatched within the Xintian realm. This prospect ignites within him a flicker of hope for vengeance. For 12 long years since his father's departure, his daily existence could only be described as a harrowing ordeal. Though the Lin family turned a blind eye to his suffering, he harbored no resentment. Yet, the myriad actions of the Lin family have rendered his life a torment worse than death. In this lifetime, he must eradicate every member of the Lin family. He, Lin Tian, shall turn the pages of the family genealogy anew and assume the mantle of the ancestor. Without hesitation, Lin Tian reached out to grasp the sword. That moment, a voice resonated from within the tower, advising him, I would advise against taking that sword. The sudden voice startled Lin Tian. Was there someone else present? Retreating to his original position, he glanced at the skeletal remains and hesitated before respectfully bowing towards the tower. Greetings, esteemed elder. A burst of laughter echoed. Hello, little one. Do you still harbor any hidden ailments? Lin Tian suddenly realized. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving me. He then knelt down, declaring, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. Esteemed elder, your disciple pays his respects. The small tower. Lin Tian was about to bow again, but as his head descended 3 inches from the ground, he felt an invisible barrier preventing him from doing so. The mysterious voice inquired, do you often bow to others, Lin Tian? Before he could respond, the voice continued, I cannot accept you as my disciple. Please rise. As the words fell, a gentle force lifted Lin Tian back to his feet. With a wry smile, Lin Tian thought to himself that he was not one to bow frequently. A man does not kneel except to his father. After all, a master is akin to a father. He understood that given his injuries, without extraordinary means, survival was impossible. To not directly seek to become a disciple of such an existence would be sheer folly. Alas, the elder seemed unwilling. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian respectfully said, esteemed elder, since you do not wish to take me as your disciple, I shall opt for the inheritance of that elder instead. He gestured towards the skeletal remains. The tower fell silent for a moment. Dare I take you as my disciple, my lord? This thought, of course, Lin Tian could not hear. Not receiving a reply, he cautiously probed, esteemed elder. The voice from within the tower responded, I advise you against choosing that inheritance. Lin Tian, puzzled, asked, why? The voice replied, because it will lead to your demise. Lin Tian. He glanced at the skeletal remains, pondering if that individual, though deceased, might somehow attempt to possess him. The small tower remarked, have you forgotten that your Dantian is shattered? Lin Tian was taken aback, indeed. With his Dantian destroyed, even if presented with the greatest inheritance, he would be unable to cultivate. A bitter smile crossed his face as he realized that in his excitement, he had overlooked this crucial detail. As his spirit fell into despondency, the voice from the tower spoke again. However, it is still possible to cultivate without a Dantian. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's heart soared with joy. How can one cultivate without a Dantian? Is it truly feasible? The voice assured him, it is indeed possible. Before the words could fully register, the voice added, however, the process is excruciating, a torment worse than death. Instantly, Lin Tian's excitement surged. I fear no pain. I beseech you to teach me. A life devoid of vengeance against the Lin family would indeed be as good as death. With no further response, the tower's door swung open. Understanding the invitation, Lin Tian stepped boldly into the tower. As he surveyed the expansive interior, devoid of any other presence, he was momentarily taken aback. Esteemed elder, where are you? The voice emanated from above. Do not call me esteemed elder. I am the spirit of this tower, known as the Origin Tower. You may call me Tower Dad. Or simply, Small Tower. Small Tower? Lin Tian hesitated, finding the title somewhat inappropriate. The Small Tower chuckled, no matter. Lin Tian acquiesced, very well, Small Tower. Small Tower. You truly do call me that? Well, it is what it is, given your stature. Lin Tian felt no disrespect. He sensed he had been here before. Accompanied by his father, without further ado, he plunged into the matter at hand. Tower brother. What is this method of cultivation that does not require a dantian? Tower brother. The address delighted small tower, unbeknownst to him, that he would boast of this moment for centuries to come. Without delay, a beam of golden light descended from the tower's apex, manifesting before Lin Tian. Gazing at the golden light, Lin Tian found himself overwhelmed with emotion and excitement. He could once again embark on the path of cultivation. As a thought crossed his mind, he fell silent. Sensing his hesitation, small tower inquired, "Little one, what troubles you?" Lin Tian spoke, "Tower brother, do you recognize me?" Upon this utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Small tower's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Have I inadvertently revealed something? Without a moment's pause, small tower replied, "I do not know you." Lin Tian pondered briefly before questioning. If this method is so precious, why so readily share it with me? The method of cultivation without a dantian, small tower stated calmly. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly stir up a storm. I see, Lin Tian acknowledged. I believe myself to be quite talented, having embarked on the path of cultivation without guidance. However, I can't shake the feeling that your tower's claims are somewhat exaggerated. Small tower continued. Do you wish to accept it? If not, I shall reclaim it. Lin Tian quickly replied, I want it, I want it. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out towards the golden light, and upon contact, the light surged into his mind. Instantly, a torrent of power coursed through his limbs. Small tower announced, this is the method of body cultivation through the sword, where the sword replaces the dantian. As long as the sword endures, so shall you. Lin Tian was too engrossed to heed the words. At that moment, he sat cross-legged on the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as an explosive force filled his being, converging towards his abdomen. Akin to 1,000 fire ants gnawing at him, the small sword around his neck began to tremble violently. With a sharp crack, the small sword that had accompanied Lin Tian for 12 years shattered into glass-like fragments. Floating before him, small tower glanced at the shattered sword and sighed. Master, it has been a long time since I last saw you. As the words fell, a surge of power enveloped the shards. The fragments seemed to come alive, rushing towards Lin Tian's abdomen, assembling at the sight of his former dantian to form a new sword, hovering where his dantian once resided. In that instant, Lin Tian let out a piercing scream as a wave of power erupted from his body, piercing the heavens and stirring the clouds. Countless eyes turned towards this spectacle in a certain part of the Xintian realm. An ancient figure opened his eyes and gazed towards Zhangyan Prefecture, muttering to himself, it seems a genius has emerged once more in our Xintian realm. Within the Lin family, the clan members raised their heads towards the sky. The current patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Imo, rejoiced. This celestial phenomenon signifies the emergence of a prodigy in our Lin family. Could it be Yenner? Several elders chuckled in agreement. It must be. Such a grand celestial event could only be caused by Yenner. Yet, one person shook his head with a wry smile. What a pity Yenner is too engrossed in his cultivation to desire this role of heir. Otherwise, with him at the helm, our Lin family would surely reach new heights. However, Pinger is also commendable. If the elder brother does not wish to take the mantle, the younger brother may do so. Indeed, quite right. Ha ha ha, Lin Yin, the elder brother of Lin Ping and the eldest son of Lin Imo, was also recognized as a genius of the Lin family. One who appeared once in a century, yet to reach 18, had already attained the 6th layer of the spirit refinement realm. Chapter 3. A sword born of madness within the tower. Lin Tian, now stirring the heavens, remained blissfully unaware of the external happenings as the surge of power gradually subsided. His aura exploded forth. Crack! The body refinement ascended through the layers, first, second, third, to the pinnacle of body refinement. Yet, it was not over. Boom! The pinnacle of body refinement transitioned into the spirit refinement realm, finally coming to rest at the 5th layer of spirit refinement. The realms of the Xintian realm are categorized as body refinement, spirit refinement, essence refinement, law entry, law mastery, all laws, law breaking. The 5th layer of spirit refinement. A spirit refinement cultivator could easily overpower 100 body refinement cultivators. Yet, it was not finished. a faint sword chi floated around him, signifying his entry into the realm of swordsmanship. The realms of swordsmanship are classified as Sword Practitioner, Sword Master, Sword King, Grand Sword King, Sword Emperor, Grand Sword Emperor, Sword Immortal, Grand Sword Immortal, Peak Mastery, and Heaven and Earth Unification. Lin Tian opened his eyes, his lips pale, yet a smile graced his face. I have reached the spirit refinement realm. With that, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Pain. The process of achieving success was excruciating. Devoid of any pleasure, I and the Lin family, a room resonated with a powerful aura. Huff, spirit refinement, 7th layer, a young man, feeling the change in his own strength, displayed a hint of a smile. Observing him, one could see he bore a striking resemblance to Lin Mo. Indeed, he was none other than Lin Yin, heralded as the strongest genius of the Lin family. He rose and made his way towards the Lin family's grand hall. Not to show off, but simply to take a stroll. Along the way, he encountered various Lin family members, all of whom greeted him warmly. Lin Yin held his head high, his demeanor calm as he nodded in response. He thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. He was deserving of this recognition. Before reaching the grand hall, a group of elders approached him, each wearing broad smiles. One elder inquired with a grin, "Yinner, did you cause that celestial phenomenon?" Though the elders were confident that Lin Yin was the source, they still wished to hear it from his own lips. After all, if it weren't him, it would be awkward to claim otherwise. Who could be so brazen as to falsely claim such an event? Lin Yin appeared slightly bewildered. Celestial phenomenon? What celestial phenomenon? He quickly regained his composure, the realization dawning upon him. Are they not pretending? He regarded the elders with a slight smile. Indeed, it was I. He continued. Is this phenomenon truly significant enough to disturb you, esteemed elders? He feigned an apologetic expression. If so, it is entirely my fault. I hope you will forgive me. The elders were left speechless. One elder's lips twitched. This fellow truly knows how to accede. That moment, an almost imperceptible aura emanated from Lin Yin. Spirit refinement, 7th layer. The elders were taken aback before he even uttered a word. Lin Yin sighed, saying, "Alas, having just broken through to a new realm, I find myself struggling to contain my emotions. I hope the esteemed elders do not misconstrue my intentions." The elders exchanged glances, suppressing their urge to unleash their frustrations upon Lin Yin. Though his demeanor seemed somewhat pretentious, it could not be denied that he was indeed a prodigy. An elderly man spoke up, chuckling, "Indeed, indeed. To possess the cultivation of the 7th layer of spirit training before the age of 18 is a remarkable feat. It is only a matter of time before you surpass the family head. The heavens are surely favoring our Lin family." Such flattery stirred Lin Yan's heart, yet he maintained an outward calm. Bowing deeply to the assembly, "Esteemed elders, I must now retreat to my cultivation. I hope for your understanding." With that, he turned and departed. The onlookers gazed at his receding figure, truly believing that this young man was a blessing to the Lin family. As a day swiftly passed, Lin Tian gradually awoke within the tower. I've reached the 5th layer of spirit training. Feeling a surge of formidable power within him, he was filled with excitement. Suddenly, his mood shifted. "Tower brother, how do I exit?" The small tower sensed something amiss. "What are you planning, you little rascal?" Lin Tian closed his eyes and coldly replied, "To slay the Lin family." The small tower was momentarily at a loss for words. This boy's temperament was rather similar to his master's, albeit with a far thicker skin. After a brief silence, the small tower spoke. "There's no need to rush. From my sensing, there are beings in the Lin family at the 4th layer of spirit training and above. Can you defeat them?" Lin Tian maintained his icy tone. "Even if I cannot, I will still fight. Death is but a fleeting moment." The small tower was taken aback. "What kind of talk is that? What do you mean by fleeting moment?" The small tower continued, "Little one, your hostility is quite intense. Consider this. With my guidance, you will eventually become invincible. The Lin family is but a minor obstacle you can easily crush. Why rush into action?" Lin Tian paused, regaining his composure, and retorted, "Tower brother, how many have you trained before?" The small tower replied, "You are the second." Lin Tian inquired, "And the first?" The small tower stated seriously, "A man in a long robe, who is now exceedingly powerful. He is truly invincible, capable of annihilating your so-called Xintian realm with a single sword strike." Lin Tian was stunned. Annihilate the Xintian realm with a single sword strike. Who could that be? Surely, this tower is not exaggerating. He kept that thought to himself and asked, then, Tower Brother, if I become invincible in the future, will I be able to surpass him? After a moment, he added, to the point of killing him. The small tower was taken aback by this twisted thought. The boy seemed to harbor intentions of patricide. The small tower interjected, these aspirations are currently beyond your reach. Focus on becoming invincible in the present. Noticing Lin Tian's desire to speak further, the small tower added, can you sense that sword within you? Lin Tian's consciousness stirred, and the small sword in his abdomen appeared in his hand. It was a sword gifted to him by his father, now in a larger form. Confused, Lin Tian wondered if the sword could be wielded. Naturally, but do not allow it to shatter, the small tower warned. Lin Tian inquired, why not? The small tower explained, this sword is now a part of you. You are the sword, if it breaks, you will not die, but you will be gravely injured. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. The small tower continued, why do you wish to cultivate the sword? Lin Tian, stroking the long sword in his hand, replied, previously, I sought to master the sword to protect my father and the Lin family. Now, however, I pursue the sword to eradicate the Lin family. The sword is a tool of murder. The small tower felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Tian. This child had endured much hardship. He silently resolved that if he ever had a son, he would not let him roam free. Alas, he was merely a tower and would never have one. The small tower spoke, in that case. Allow me to impart a sword technique to you. As he spoke, a book gently descended before Lin Tian. Lin Tian stared at the book, bewildered. Tower Brother, what level of sword technique is 36 Yin-Yang techniques? The small tower exclaimed, oh no, I grabbed the wrong one. Do not open it. A force snatched the book from Lin Tian's hands. He was left speechless, realizing this tower was not a reliable one. Moments later, another book fell from the tower's peak, and Lin Tian caught it. He muttered, a sword born of madness. Upon opening it, he found a few words, a sword that will make you regret being born into this world. Lin Tian was stunned, and the next moment, the book transformed into a stream of light that surged into his mind, filled with essence. Without wasting time, he seated himself on the ground, beginning to comprehend. 3 days passed in an instant. Within the tower, the sword aura surrounding Lin Tian had gradually solidified. He opened his eyes, and a wave of sword energy erupted from him, sweeping outward with ferocity. Buzz! The small tower's voice resonated, impressive. You have entered the threshold in just 3 days, truly a prodigy among prodigies. Lin Tian chuckled, shaking his head. Prodigy? Genius? Heh, I feel that it is merely a matter of perspective. The small tower fell silent. Lin Tian rose slowly, and in an instant, another wave of sword energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The small tower, now alarmed, exclaimed, incredible. You have reached the pinnacle of swordsman. The pinnacle of swordsman was comparable to the pinnacle of spirit training. How could mastering a sword technique lead to such advancement? Lin Tian queried, Tower Brother, what do you believe a sword truly is? The small tower pondered. A sword is a weapon, a treasure, an artifact. However, on a deeper level, I believe a sword can also be a means of showing off. Before he could finish, the small tower continued, are you hoping to bellow sword, come forth, and have 1,000,000 swords fly to your side, thus impressing others and attracting romantic interests? Lin Tian was rendered speechless. This tower had a rather peculiar personality. Shaking his head, he declared, a sword embodies what I in the past. The sword in my hand was meant to protect my cherished kin and my father. Now, however, my intent has shifted. My sword is meant to bury my kin. None shall remain. As he spoke, the sword energy emanating from him turned crimson and frigid, filled with a murderous intent that shone in his eyes. The small tower grew concerned. Such intense bloodlust. Was this boy on the brink of madness? Would he seek to slaughter all in his path? No. He must be made to appreciate the beauty of the world. How to achieve this? Perhaps finding him a woman? Yes, that could work. The small tower interjected, shifting the topic. Though you have attained the status of swordsman, you remain quite weak. With that, a force within the tower suppressed Lin Tian's murderous intent. The small tower added, practical combat is the key. The next moment, a shadow emerged from within the tower. Lin Tian understood and summoned his sword, charging at the shadow. However, before he could reach it, the shadow suddenly appeared before him, launching a powerful punch. Puff! Lin Tian coughed up blood, being sent flying. His chest caved in. He stared at the shadow in disbelief, wanting to speak, but the shadow slowly raised its right hand and, to Lin Tian's astonishment, raised its middle finger. Lin Tian was incredulous. How could this be tolerated? This is unacceptable. He swiftly drew his sword, unleashing a sword born of madness. The strike carried overwhelming force as it sliced toward the shadow, causing the space around it to ripple. The shadow retaliated with another punch. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the tower. Lin Tian found himself sprawled on the ground, unconscious, with a long gash on his palm. The shadow brushed off the dust from its shoulder and looked at Lin Tian, pondering, "Tower brother, do you think I used too much force?" The small tower chuckled. Just pray that when he discovers his true identity, he forgets today's events. The shadow felt a shiver down its spine. "Damn it, tower brother, you're setting me up." The small tower replied, "Oh, don't speak carelessly. That would be unethical. We are not suitable for each other." The shadow groaned, "I can't take it anymore." With that, a thunderous sound erupted within the tower as the shadow unleashed a flurry of punches against the tower's walls. The commotion continued for an undetermined duration. When Lin Tian finally regained consciousness, the first sight that met his gaze was that shadow. He forced a bitter smile. "Senior, I cannot contend with you." The shadow was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Lin Tian's straightforward admission of defeat. After all, in their realm, many talented individuals would still boast even after a loss. The shadow spoke, "Defeat is not frightening. What is frightening is being unable to accept it. With your current realm and combat prowess, you are already commendable." The shadow was not exaggerating. Lin Tian's a sword born of madness could likely slay those at the pinnacle of spirit training. Tio kill someone at the pinnacle of spirit training while at the 5th layer? No one would believe it. Lin Tian gazed at the shadow and asked, "Senior, what is your realm?" The shadow fell silent for a moment, then slowly raised its right hand, presenting its middle finger once more. Lin Tian was left speechless. Observing Lin Tian's expression, the shadow seriously stated, "Do not misunderstand. This is not intended as an insult." Lin Tian pressed, "Senior, what do you mean?" The shadow flicked its middle finger. "What I mean is, with a single punch, I could slay 100 of you." Lin Tian was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. Yet, he had to admit that during their exchange, he sensed that the shadow had not exerted its full strength. The shadow continued, "Now, share your reflections from our encounter." Lin Tian contemplated briefly and replied, "Senior, you are exceptionally strong. You have shown me that there are always those stronger than oneself, and realms beyond one's comprehension." The shadow's indistinct visage broke into a smile, but in the next moment, that smile vanished. Lin Tian added, "However, if you and I were of the same realm, I should be able to defeat 10 of you." As he spoke, Lin Tian instinctively raised his middle finger, only to see the shadow's fist coming toward him. "Wait, Senior, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." The shadow, undeterred, replied, "All right, I shall play along." The sounds of their clash echoed for an entire hour. When Lin Tian reappeared, he found himself kicked against the tower's wall, looking utterly battered, with bruises and broken ribs. Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. "Senior, you have gone too far." Before he could finish his words, he fainted once more. The dark figure gazed at Lin Tian and shook his head. "So weak. I didn't even use a fraction of my strength." The little tower. A day and a night passed. Lin Tian suddenly awoke, finding himself not within the tower, but before a tomb, his body free from any injuries, merely feeling a slight fatigue. Lin Tian stared blankly at the gravestone. "Am I dreaming?" The voice of the little tower echoed. "Have you gone daft?" Upon hearing the voice, Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. This was not a dream. He, Lin Tian, had returned as a king. Without uttering a word, he bowed deeply before the grave of Lin Wudao and turned to leave. Heading towards the Lin family, before long, he arrived at the plaza of the Lin family, where the sight of him sent shockwaves through the crowd, akin to seeing a ghost. "What? This waste hasn't he died? How is that possible? Wasn't he crippled by Pingu?" They exchanged whispers. and one person dashed off in search of Ping Jit, was evident that the Lin family was well aware of Lin Ping's actions against Lin Tian. Yet none cared to intervene, nor did they deem it worthy of their attention. After all, why bother with a useless person? If he were to die, so be it. Lin Tian overheard their murmurs and decided to remain. He would wait right here. If one came, he would kill one. If two came, he would slay two. As long as the Lin family did not perish, his heart would remain unsettled. Before long, 5 individuals approached, with Lin Ping leading the charge. Lin Ping looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. You, scum, actually survived. How is that possible? No one understood the severity of Lin Tian's injuries better than he did. Even a deity would find it difficult to save him. Lin Tian met his gaze, coldly replying, "Are you that afraid of my survival?" Lin Ping scoffed disdainfully. Afraid? I can cripple you once, I can do it again. With a wave of his hand, the 4 behind him understood and surrounded Lin Tian. Lin Ping remained unfazed, his eyes betraying the contempt one might have for an ant. Chapter 5. 2 feet to crush. Lin Ping's demeanor did not escape Lin Tian's notice. His brows furrowed in confusion. How dare this scum show such arrogance? He had never witnessed such an expression on Lin Tian before. Suddenly realizing something, Lin Ping exclaimed, "Lin Tian, have you encountered some fortuitous event? Hand it over, and I might consider sparing your life." Fortuitous event? Only such an occurrence could explain why Lin Tian was still alive. Could it be that there was some monumental inheritance at the grave? At that moment, Lin Ping was already contemplating whether to kill Lin Tian and then dig up the grave. Lin Tian regarded him coolly. "There is no inheritance for me, but you can leave yours behind." He glanced at the 4. "I fear you may perish." Upon hearing this, the 5 were momentarily stunned, but soon their faces twisted with rage. Lin Ping seethed, "You damned scum. I'll kill you, then I'll dig up your father's grave. I am sure I'll find something of value." At these words, Lin Tian's expression grew colder. "Go ahead." He suddenly charged at Lin Ping, throwing a punch without wielding a sword. Seeing Lin Tian dare to take the initiative, Lin Ping's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He thought Lin Tian was seeking death. "If you wish to die, I shall grant you that." With that, he swung his fist in retaliation, regarding Lin Tian as the same waste he had always known. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and to the astonishment of the 4, Lin Ping was sent flying backward. They gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? They rushed to support Lin Ping, who now held a broken hand. He stared at Lin Tian in shock. "This can't be. I am in the spirit refinement stage, and you are merely a waste with a crippled Dantian. How could you injure me?" Lin Tian's expression remained icy as he looked at Lin Ping, the person who had humiliated him for 12 long years. Strangely, he felt no sense of pleasure at seeing Lin Ping hurt. It was only natural. "Would you take joy in injuring an ant?" Lin Tian spoke. "Call your brother here. I'll kill him with a single sword strike. Do you believe me?" Lin Ping laughed in anger. "How arrogant. You've merely gained an inheritance. With a bit of luck. How dare you think you can contend with my brother? He could kill you 100 times over." The little tower. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. He did not know Lin Yin well. Only that he was a genius solely focused on cultivation. If he truly could kill Lin Tian 100 times over, perhaps it was best for Lin Tian to finish off Lin Ping and leave. He could develop a bit before returning. A gentleman takes his revenge and will employ any means necessary. However, why did it feel as though Lin Ping was merely boasting? Seeing Lin Tian fall silent, Lin Ping grew even more arrogant. "I'll give you one last chance. Bow 3 times and take me to dig up your father's grave, and I'll spare your life." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian stepped forward, standing before him, and suddenly stomped down. "I'll dig up your grave." Bang! The force of the stomp struck Lin Ping's chest, sending shockwaves that pushed the 4 back. Lin Ping's chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of hot blood. Witnessing this, the 4 exclaimed in unison, "How dare you? If you strike again, you will surely be left with nothing but bones." With that, they prepared to attack Lin Tian. Lin Tian merely glanced at them and aimed a kick at Lin Ping's head. Crack! The ground caved in, and blood splattered onto Lin Tian's tattered clothing. Lin Ping's head exploded. This sight left the 4 frozen in place, their foreheads beaded with cold sweat. Lin Tian himself was somewhat astonished. The spirit refinement stage truly was formidable. He had never imagined he could crush Lin Ping with just 2 kicks. The little tower spoke. It's not that the spirit refinement stage is powerful. It's your physical strength that is exceptional. This fellow is weak. His spirit refinement stage was purely achieved through medicinal enhancements. Lin Tian was puzzled. My physical strength? Exceptional? The little tower replied. Otherwise? Do you think that scoundrel was merely hitting you? The scoundrel referred to the dark figure. Lin Tian was taken aback. Was it not so? Dark figure. Little tower. Inside the tower. Little tower. You're done for. This fellow truly has a memory like an elephant. You're finished. Heh. Dark figure. Little tower, shut your mouth. I've tolerated you for long enough. If you speak again, I'll make you regret it. The voice echoed throughout the tower, and the little tower fell silent. The dark figure's obscured face darkened as he pondered how to remedy the situation. Should he find a woman for Lin Tian? Yet, he wasn't certain of Lin Tian's preferences. Lin Tian noticed the little tower had fallen silent and did not press further, feeling a warm current flow through him. It seemed the senior dark figure was trying to help him. However, he still needed to retaliate. Naturally, that was contingent on whether he could. The 4 had already collapsed to the ground. You killed the second young master. You actually killed the second young master. One person looked at Lin Tian in terror. Before he could finish speaking, a group of people charged over with great momentum, led by Lin Imo. Seeing this, Lin Tian turned and fled without a hint of hesitation. Lin Imo strode forward, his gaze fixed upon Lin Ping's mangled body. Pinger dipped. At that moment, fury overwhelmed him, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. His eyes turned to Lin Tian, who was fleeing, and he roared, "Scum, do not escape. You shall accompany my son in death." With that, he leaped forward, unleashing the aura of the spirit-gathering stage. In the next moment, he appeared before Lin Tian and swung a fist with all his might. Lin Tian stood undaunted, throwing out a punch of his own. Bang! The sound reverberated, and Lin Tian was sent flying back, spitting blood. The gap in their realms was too vast. He was no match. The members of the Lin family immediately surrounded Lin Tian like hungry wolves, their faces twisted with rage. Lin Imo stood before Lin Tian. Fuming, the Lin family raised you for 18 years. Why would you kill your kin? He is your cousin. Cousin? Lin Tian's father, Lin Wudao, was Lin Imo's elder brother, meaning Lin Ping could indeed be considered Lin Tian's cousin. However, whether they were truly related was another matter. Lin Tian coughed up blood and responded coldly, "Now you realize. When I was bullied and beaten by my kin, where was your talk of family? When your son crippled my Dantian and sought to kill me, why didn't you mention that I am his cousin?" For over a decade, the dogs of the Lin family had lived better than him, dressed warmer and eaten more. How could they claim to have raised him for 18 years? Lin Tian's gaze swept across the Lin family members. Their expressions shifted, but it was not guilt that showed. It was shame. They felt that Lin Tian's existence in the Lin family was a disgrace. In Songyan Prefecture, the Lin family still held some face. How could their young master have been treated like a dog? Was that not a disgrace? Lin Imo glared at Lin Tian. You claim Pinger harmed you. Yet here you stand alive, and he is dead, is he not? In truth, they had been observing in the shadows all along, never suspecting Lin Tian had the capability to kill Lin Ping, especially not with a mere 2 kicks. Lin Imo had always known Lin Tian loved visiting his elder brother's grave. There must be some opportunity there, a grand opportunity. They had to dig up the grave. Lin Tian chuckled coldly. He deserved to die. My only regret is that his death was too easy. Lin Mo's fury escalated. Arrogant. As the family's young master, you killed your kin. Your cruelty is no different from that of a demon. Today, I shall kill you to uphold the family's honor. With these words, a blatant killing intent flickered in his eyes. He swung his fist with ferocity. Die? Lin Tian met his gaze, unflinching, quietly beginning to channel a sword strike. He knew he had but one chance. He had to strike true. Just then, a voice rang out. Father, spare him for now. Chapter 6. Do you know the feeling of invincibility? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lin Imo's body froze, halting his actions as he turned to look in the direction of the voice. Following his gaze, a figure clad in white approached, expression frosty and eyes brimming with murderous intent. It was Lin Yin. Lin Imo frowned in confusion. Lin Tian had just killed his beloved son, Lin Yin's younger brother. Why would he wish to spare him? Before Lin Emo could speak, Lin Yin approached Lin Tian, looking down at him with a cold demeanor. I never imagined that a useless wretch like you would have some luck and manage to kill Ping Di. Lin Tian met Lin Yan's gaze directly. I could easily kill 100 of your kind. You would do well to have your father in my life now, for if not, I shall slaughter the Lin family without mercy. His eyes swept over the elders and clansmen, indicating that none would be spared. The members of the Lin family were enraged. Outrageous! You treacherous scoundrel! I shall make you pay with your life, an elder shouted. Eldest young master, you must execute him. His corpse should be displayed for all to see. 10,000 words of curses from the Lin family omitted. Lin Tian listened to the insults, his heart unmoved. The treatment he had received from the Lin family over the years was no better than their scorn today. At that moment, Lin Yin waved his hand, and those hurling insults fell silent. Like dogs obedient to their master. Lin Yin seemed to perceive Lin Tian's thoughts and spoke. Do you know why the clan members support me? Lin Tian sneered. A herd of cattle and sheep. And you are merely the most infested cow among them. Naturally, they flock to you. They are more obedient than dogs. The expressions of the Lin family turned ashen. Although they were aware of their own shortcomings, being insulted in such a manner ignited their fury. Yet, Lin Yin merely smiled, unfazed. They support me because of my talent and strength. If you possessed either, they would support you as well. Lin Tian fell silent. This man had no shame. For decades, he had been fortunate to merely survive, and had he received even a fraction of the Lin family's resources, he believed he could easily crush Lin Yin. Lin Yin flared his sleeve, stating, You and I are like fireflies compared to the moon, a genius versus a waste. Do you understand? Lin Tian, Lin Emo, and the other members of the Lin family wore peculiar expressions. Are you truly so oblivious? Your brother has just been killed, and you still dare to act so arrogantly? He is your blood. After all, Lin Yin continued, do you know what caused the celestial phenomenon? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. What celestial phenomenon? In the next instant, Lin Yin's aura erupted. It was I, the Lin family's rare genius in a century. Little tower. Shadow. Little tower could no longer contain himself. I can't take it anymore. Where did this braggart come from? Get the fool out here to deal with him. The fool, of course, referred to Shadow. Shadow remained silent. They both understood the celestial phenomenon all too well. It was clearly Lin Tian who had instigated it, yet this man had the audacity to claim it as his achievement. Such shamelessness was unparalleled, as they sensed the aura emanating from Lin Yin. The Lin family members grew increasingly agitated. 8th level of spirit cultivation. Just a few days ago, Yin had only broken through to the 7th level, and now he has reached the 8th. His cultivation speed is truly terrifying. Heaven bless our Lin family, ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Emo struggled to suppress his laughter. With such a son, how delightful. Just then, an elder, bearing the expression of one prepared to sacrifice himself, declared, Head of the family, I propose we designate Yin as the young master. If you refuse, I shall dash my head against the ground before you. Lin Emo hesitated. Yin still lacks understanding in some matters. To name him young master now may invite opposition. The elder paused, then quickly realized the implication. So this is a matter of needing support. Before the elder could speak again, Lin Yin interjected, Father is correct. The position of young master can be discussed later. For now, we must address the matter of Ping Di. After a moment of silence, Lin Emo nodded. You shall handle it. Lin Yin turned his gaze to Lin Tian. I know you have your opportunities. Although I could kill you now, I find it beneath me. How about a life and death battle in 3 days? Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. Has this fool lost his mind? If he can kill me, why not do it now? Regardless, Lin Tian was not one to shy away from a challenge. Little Tower remarked, This kid may want to use you to establish his reputation. Establish his reputation? Lin Tian pondered. Tower, with his 8th level of spirit cultivation, could I not slay him with a single sword strike? It seems Lin Ping has been boasting. Lin Ping. Noticing Lin Tian's silence, Lin Yin grew displeased. If you are unwilling, I can certainly end your life this very moment. Lin Tian snapped back to reality. Very well, I accept your challenge for a life and death duel in 3 days. After speaking, Lin Tian turned and walked towards his father's grave. Glancing back to say, in 3 days, do not disturb me. Otherwise, I shall kill anyone who crosses my path. Once Lin Tian departed, the Lin family looked to Lin Yin, uncertain and confused. Can he truly kill? After all, he just murdered your own brother. Blood is thicker than water. Lin Yin smiled slightly. Have the elders forgotten? 3 days from now is the day the heavenly dragon sect recruits disciples. Everyone suddenly understood. Lin Yin continued. I asked the elders to invite the elders of the heavenly dragon sect. I, Lin Yin, intend to step over Lin Tian to enter the sect. The heavenly dragon sect is one of the 2 major sects in Tsangyun Prefecture. The crowd quickly grasped Lin Yan's intentions. He intended to use Lin Tian as a stepping stone. An elder promptly pledged his loyalty. Young master, please shine brightly. We shall certainly invite the elders of the heavenly dragon sect. Lin Yin smiled gently and turned to leave. At the grave, Lin Tian asked Little Tower, Tower, how do I enter the tower? I need to consult with Senior Shadow. Consult. It might be better described as receiving a beating. If his only enemy were Lin Yin, he would not be afraid. But what would happen after he killed Lin Yin? The Lin family would undoubtedly not let him go. He must grow stronger. Strong enough to crush the entire Lin family. Little Tower spoke. Focus on sensing me, and you will be able to enter. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian concentrated, and moments later, he vanished from his location. Reappearing at the tower's entrance, he glanced at the bones of the Xintian sword master, and then at the arrogant couplet. Voicing his curiosity, Tower, what is the story behind the Xintian sword master? Little Tower replied casually, him? 100 years ago, he believed himself invincible. He then happened to encounter me and tried to forcefully subdue me. Lin Tian was taken aback, waiting for more. Little Tower continued, so I let him in, and later he boasted to the fool. Do you know what it feels like to be invincible? I could kill 10 of your kind with a single sword strike. Lin Tian was stunned. Was the Xintian sword master really that arrogant? Little Tower replied. Then he was beaten by the fool for 200 years, and ultimately, he died. 200 years. Lin Tian fell silent. One could only imagine the despair of being beaten for 200 years. Little Tower added earnestly, young one, you must cultivate a sense of humility. Remember, there are always those stronger than you. Do you think Senior Shadow is strong? Lin Tian nodded vigorously. He could easily defeat me with a single punch. Moreover, it feels like he is even exerting himself. If the invincible sword master of the Xintian realm could be beaten for 200 years, could there be anyone in this world who could rival Senior Shadow? He must be truly invincible. It's best to remain humble. Xintian sword master. Chapter 7. The Will of Invincibility. Observing Lin Tian's admiration for Shadow, Little Tower chuckled. But did you know, this fool cannot withstand even a single sword strike from certain existences? A single strike would annihilate him, Shadow. At that moment, Little Tower suddenly let out a wail. Inside the tower, Shadow was rapidly throwing punches. Do not strike the face when fighting, and do not reveal secrets when cursing. Don't you know that? Little Tower continued to cry out, I was guiding him. I wanted him to look far ahead. Go easy on him, you brute. Hearing this, Shadow snorted coldly and withdrew his fists, then gestured rudely at Little Tower. Little Tower. Lin Tian was oblivious to this scene. At this moment, he fell silent again. If even the mighty Senior Shadow could not withstand a single strike from certain existences, it was somewhat disheartening. He shook his head with a bitter smile. His journey was still long. With that thought, he walked into the tower, not asking which beings could defeat Senior Shadow, for it was meaningless. He would not be able to defeat them either. Upon entering the tower, Lin Tian bowed respectfully to Shadow. Senior, I wish to grow stronger. Shadow nodded. You indeed need to grow stronger. You are far too weak now, Lin Tian. Shadow continued. Unleash that sword technique of yours. He pointed at Little Tower, and don't hit me, Little Tower. Point one sword unleashed. Lin Tian nodded, saying nothing further. With a thought, he summoned his long sword and raised it to strike the tower. Clang! A piercing sound rang out as a sword mark appeared on the tower's surface. However, Lin Tian's lips turned pale, and blood began to seep from his hand. The exertion had been immense. He realized he could only perform this sword technique twice at most. Looking at the sword mark, Lin Tian smiled slightly. Senior, is this acceptable? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Tian's expression froze. The sword mark actually began to heal. Shadow remained silent for a moment. This sword technique is indeed powerful. But you are too weak. You have not even unleashed its first layer of power. Lin Tian fell silent once more. I am too weak? Indeed. If using a sword technique could nearly bring about his own demise, what else could it be but weakness? However, did he really have to say it so harshly? At that moment, Shadow produced a vial of blood. Before Lin Tian's eyes, he waved his hand, and a furnace filled with liquid materialized between them. Shadow looked at Lin Tian and commanded, "Get in." Lin Tian was perplexed but complied, leaping inside. Shadow stated, "Your physical strength is far too weak, I will enhance it now. This process will be painful, excruciatingly painful, 100 times worse than what you experienced with the sword-building pill." 100 times worse? Lin Tian was taken aback. When he used the sword-building pill, the sensation was akin to being gnawed by 1,000 fiery ants. What kind of agony could be 100 times worse? Yet, he had no choice. He wanted to grow stronger and no longer be bullied. Lin Tian did not hesitate. "Senior, I can endure it." Shadow nodded and opened the vial, and an overwhelming force surged forth. Shadow looked at Lin Tian and asked, "Are you sure you're ready?" Lin Tian nodded. "Bring it on." The Shadow nodded, raising a skilled middle finger slowly. With a gentle lift, a droplet of blood ascended from the vial. Casting a glance at Lin Tian as if struck by a thought, it lifted another droplet. 2 droplets of blood. Little Tower exclaimed in alarm, "What the hell? 2 droplets of blood? Are you trying to kill him?" Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Could 2 droplets of blood truly be lethal? Surely not. The Shadow shook its head, stating that for an ordinary person at this level, 1 droplet would suffice. But was he an ordinary person? Little Tower fell silent. Indeed, Lin Tian was no ordinary individual. Yet, a sense of unease lingered, for the owner of this blood was no trivial matter, capable of dispatching the Shadow with but 3 strikes. Little Tower suggested, "Let us take a gamble at a gamble." Lin Tian's composure faltered. Was he jesting with his life? Just as he opened his mouth to protest, the Shadow waved its middle finger, and the 2 droplets of blood surged into the furnace. Boom! In an instant, the furnace erupted in a frenzy, the 2 droplets rushing toward Lin Tian. In the next moment, the tower resounded with screams as Lin Tian's entire being turned crimson, his blood boiling completely. An aura subtly began to emanate. The Shadow furrowed its brow. Bloodline? It had been sealed. Lin Tian was in excruciating agony, feeling as if he were being torn apart. At this moment, he relied solely on his indomitable will to endure. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian thought, "Do you think 2 droplets of blood can conquer me?" Boom! A surge of sword intent suddenly unfurled. Seeing this, the Shadow raised a hand to suppress it, urgently saying, "Do not resist this blood. Let it refine your body." As the Shadow acted, the encroaching sword energy flowed into Lin Tian's body. The tower was soon filled with anguished cries. Half an hour later, Lin Tian had completely absorbed the 2 droplets of blood. He was utterly transformed, his teeth still chattering. Pain, excruciating, heart-wrenching pain, a surge of power coursed into Lin Tian, finally providing some relief. He slowly opened his eyes, noticing his complexion had become somewhat fair, his sword-like brows and chiseled features giving him a striking appearance. In a word, handsome. Meanwhile, the contents of the furnace had turned murky, exuding a foul odor. Lin Tian chuckled sheepishly. At that moment, a green robe materialized before him. Little Tower said, "Put it on, little one. Your clothes are tattered." "How pitiful, Himph. From now on, Tower Brother will treat you better." Warmth flooded Lin Tian's heart as he replied, "Thank you, Tower Brother." He approached the green robe, while his tattered long robe gradually disintegrated and slipped away. Once clad in the green robe, he stood at the edge of a precipice. Under the setting sun, his silhouette began to merge with that of a long-robed man. Without uttering a word, he gazed into the distance. Sitting on the ground as he released sword energy, countless branches and fallen leaves danced in response to the sword energy. Watching the leaves flutter, he felt a profound insight. Lin Tian murmured, "All things are born and reborn. Yet dust returns to dust. Is the path of the sword not the same?" After a long while, he waved his hand, and a long sword shot into the sky. With a thunderous boom, it erupted in the heavens. Lin Tian declared, "Whoever dares to return me to dust, I shall annihilate first." Boom. As his words fell, sword energy surged around him, hinting at a breakthrough on the horizon. Inside the tower, Little Tower exclaimed, "No way." In disbelief, "Damn it, did you feel that?" The shadow nodded, sensing no hostility or murderous intent. Slowly closing his eyes, he spoke with a tremor in his voice. "This kid aims to slay the heavens." Slay the heavens? Who among humanity does not fear the heavens? Little Tower sighed. An invincible sword path is not an easy road. When he encounters true invincibility, how will he cope? Will his heart of the Tao shatter? The shadow smiled lightly. What can be done? Those few invincible beings are all from his family. What more can you desire? If he cannot attain invincibility, he can always return to inherit the family estate. The shadow's tone was laced with envy. Little Tower added, "Indeed, I too wish for comfort. Go be honest, I have had a rough time. I thought if my master became invincible, I would too, but unexpectedly, he handed me over to this kid. True invincibility is what counts." The shadow remained silent in the outside world. Lin Tian smiled faintly as he wielded his sword energy, feeling confident enough to confront Lin Imo with 2 days remaining. He needed resources, more resources. Only by growing stronger could he contend with the entirety of the Lin family. He refused to believe Lin Yan was dead. The members of the Lin family would surely rise against him. Chapter 8. At worst, I shall slay my father. But how to acquire resources? Spirit stones. Lin Tian's expression darkened instantly. Such commodities, essential for cultivation and usable as currency, he had never possessed in his life. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian proposed, "How about we loot?" But perhaps that was unwise. He was a model practitioner. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and Lin Tian's figure flickered away. The next day, upon encountering Lin Tian, he found himself amidst a mountain range, surrounded by a plethora of beast corpses, including 3 from the condensation realm. Sitting on the ground, blood smeared across his face, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Before him floated 3 glowing objects. These were the cores of the beast. Only beasts of the condensation realm could produce cores, which served as reservoirs of power. For Lin Tian, these were invaluable resources for cultivation. After a night of fierce combat, it could be said that his sword had grown sharper, and his combat awareness had become formidable. Lin Tian circulated his energy, drawing the 3 cores toward him with an irresistible force as their stored power surged into his body. Boom! His aura began to ascend, and before long, the cores turned transparent, solidifying his realm at the peak of the 7th layer of the spirit cultivation realm. He had directly broken through 2 layers. Now, he possessed the strength to slay a condensation realm powerhouse. The feeling of power was exhilarating. Once he stabilized his realm, Lin Tian gazed at the beast corpses, lamenting the waste. With a flick of his sleeve, a strand of sword energy pierced through one of the corpses. Having not eaten for several days, hunger gnawed at him. Practitioners can reach a certain realm where they can abstain from food. But he had not reached such a state. At most, he could endure hunger. Starting a fire, he soon had the meat sizzling, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Lin Tian began to feast heartily, devouring the meat with an utterly unrefined manner as if he had never eaten before. Alas, he rarely indulged in meat, aside from the meat within buns. Suddenly pausing, he called out, "Tower brother, Senior Shadow, would you like some?" Little Tower replied, "Child, I am merely a tower. Eat to your heart's content." "Shadow, you eat." Lin Tian nodded, choosing not to say more as he focused on his meal. Before long, he had cleared his plate. Lin Tian picked at his teeth, glancing at the multitude of beast corpses, feeling it would be wasteful to leave them behind. With that, he waved his hand, and the beast corpses appeared within the tower. Little Tower. Shadow. After a moment of silence, Little Tower remarked, "I have a storage ring. I am not a storage tower." Lin Tian scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. The next moment, a ring appeared before Lin Tian, emblazoned with the character for Emperor. Lin Tian's pupils widened in astonishment. Tower Brother was generous. He hurriedly reached out to accept it and slipped it onto his finger. The storage ring, true to its name, was an item for storing belongings, with its value defined by the size of its internal space. The larger, the more precious. Lin Tian activated the ring, and his consciousness delved inside. Holy crap! The space seemed boundless. Little Tower sighed, "Alas, this child truly has it tough." That moment, Lin Tian asked, "Tower Brother, How many of these storage rings do you have? Can you give me one? Little Tower was taken aback. What do you need it for? Lin Tian stroked the ring, earnestly stating, if this one storage ring were sold, I could probably become the richest in Sangyan Prefecture. No, the richest in the Xintian realm, Little Tower. To say he would be the richest in the Xintian realm was an understatement. The vastness of the space within could not be measured by spirit stones. Though it may not be of significant use, it could hold a great deal. One might ask, with your prowess, is your storage ring larger than mine? That would surely be delightful. Ultimately, Little Tower did not grant Lin Tian any additional storage rings. Espousing the notion that money is merely an external possession, which caused Lin Tian's face to darken. In truth, it was known that the storage rings held by Little Tower bore the emperor character, signifying not just a means of storage but also a symbol of status, an imperial lineage. If sold, would his master not flay him alive? 3 days passed. Before the tomb of Lin Wudao, Lin Tian bowed deeply. Father, after today, I might very well finish off the Lin family. I hope you won't hold it against me. He glanced at the tomb, reassuring, rest assured, you are the ancestors, the long-robed man. Rising after a lengthy pause, he strode toward the Lin family's martial arts arena, determined to eradicate the Lin family. Even if his father were to arrive, he would not relent. At worst, he would slay his father, Little Tower. At the Lin family martial arts arena, it was a veritable sea of people, filled to capacity with onlookers from various clans allied with the Lin family, as well as those from rival families. Not only were they here to witness this life-and-death battle, but they were also eager to familiarize themselves with the renowned Tianlong sect, which had been invited by the Lin family. The venue was dominated by Lin Imo and a cadre of Lin family elders, seated in a prominent position, although they did not occupy the main seats, which were reserved for the members of the Tianlong sect. Leading the Tianlong sect was an elder, accompanied by 4 or 5 disciples clad in their sect's attire. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached Lin Imo, saying, Brother Lin, it has been quite some time since we last met. Lin Imo smiled. Indeed, Brother Li, you should bring your niece Li Yi to visit more often. The middle-aged man was Li Yufeng, the head of the Li family, whose strength was comparable to that of the Lin family. The two families maintained a cordial relationship, and Lin Tian had met Li Yi, Lin Yan's childhood sweetheart and fiancée. Li Yufeng gestured to a young woman, saying, Ear, come here. The girl approached with a smile and bowed. Uncle Lin, long time no see. Lin Imo nodded, smiling. No need for such formalities. We are all family. Li chuckled, looking around and asking, Uncle Lin, has Yen Gu not arrived yet? Lin Imo chuckled softly. He should be here soon. Li Yi beamed. Yen Gu will definitely win. Lin Imo smiled quietly. Although Lin Tian possessed some fortuitous opportunities, how could he possibly be his son's match? Those who have yet to reach the age of 18 and possess the 8th level of spirit cultivation are nearly impossible to find throughout the entirety of Sangyan Prefecture. Meanwhile, Lin Tian made his way to the martial arts arena, where all eyes converged upon him. How dare this waste agree to a life-and-death duel with the young master? Does he even deserve such a challenge? I could easily take on 8 of him at once. Indeed, it would have been more dignified for him to have perished earlier. Now, he will face humiliation on the death platform by the young master. Has this fool lost his mind? The murmurs abounded, and they had long since cast aside the incident of Lin Tian trampling Lin Ping beneath his feet. Yet Lin Tian remained unfazed, steadily ascending the platform and taking a seat upon the ground. Observing Lin Tian's indifference, the crowd grew even more vociferous, hurling the most derogatory insults. Lin Imo glanced at Lin Tian and approached Elder Wu of the Tianlong sect, respectfully stating, Elder Wu, this young man is the one who will engage in a life-and-death battle with my son today. Elder Wu Sihai of the Tianlong sect regarded Lin Tian with a hint of surprise. He had certainly heard the insults hurled by the Lin family, and he was astonished by Lin Tian's calm demeanor. Had it been him in Lin Tian's position, he would have likely erupted in fury. However, he brushed it aside and smiled at Lin Imo, saying, Patriarch Lin, has your son not yet arrived? I am quite eager to witness his performance. Just then, a young man in white strolled into the arena. Lin Yan had arrived. The attention of the entire assembly shifted from Lin Tian to Lin Yan, who approached with a smile, exuding an air of grace that left Li captivated. Yen Gu, you truly are handsome. Chapter 9. The sword approaches. The high-ranking members of various clans scrutinized Lin Yan, attempting to discern his depths. Yet Lin Yan met their gazes head-on, unflinching. His expression was audacious. In that moment, Ire simmered within those elites, though they dared not show it. Their families were, after all, not on good terms with the Lin clan. Lin Yin reached Lin Mo's side, addressing him, "Father." Lin Mo smiled with pride. "Good boy, well done." He then introduced Lin Yin. "This is Elder Wu and a young friend of the Tianlong sect." Lin Yin respectfully greeted Elder Wu. "Hi. Greetings, Elder Wu and esteemed seniors." Elder Wu nodded with a grin. "Remarkable, you've achieved the 9th level of spirit cultivation." The revelation of the 9th level left Lin Mo momentarily stunned before he erupted with joy. Just days ago, Lin Yin had broken through to the 8th level, and now he had directly reached the 9th level, a prodigy. "My son possesses the potential of an emperor," Lin Yin humbly replied. "Elder Wu is jesting. I still have a long way to go." Elder Wu chuckled heartily, clearly pleased with Lin Yin. The 5 disciples behind him remained expressionless, for they were all at least at the condensation realm, that moment. Li Yi, Lin Yan's childhood friend, suddenly embraced him from behind. Exclaiming, "Yin Gu," Lin Yin turned, his eyes softening. "Ime, it's been so long." He gently caressed Li Yi's face, saying, "We shall reminisce later. I must attend to matters first." "Reminisce?" Li Yi's cheeks flushed, and she whispered, "Be gentle, I'll wait for you." With a smile, Lin Yin leaped towards the martial platform. In the next instant, a chorus erupted. "Young Master is invincible. Young Master is invincible." Lin Tian rose, regarding the composed Lin Yin. Lin Yin, with his hands clasped behind his back. "Taunted, if you dare to come. It suggests you are not entirely useless. If you refrain from harming my brother, I might consider taking you on as a servant, Little Tower." Recalling the past, Little Tower, who had existed for millennia, had never encountered such audacity. Lin Tian shook his head. "I have no interest in conversing with you. You are unworthy of my words." With that, Lin Tian leaped forward, launching a powerful punch. Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback. Did they not typically exchange words before a fight? However, he quickly reacted, throwing a punch of his own. Bang! To the astonishment of all present, Lin Yin was forced back. The crowd was dumbfounded, and Lin Yin himself was in disbelief as he looked down to see blood flowing from his hand. How is this possible? I am at the 9th level of spirit cultivation. How could a single strike put me at a disadvantage?" Lin Tian offered no reply, merely raising his middle finger. "Lin Yin." Below the platform, Lin Mo fixed his gaze on Lin Tian, his brows knitted in concern. He now felt Lin Tian was increasingly enigmatic. There must be some opportunity hidden within that grave. After this matter concludes, it is imperative to excavate it. The Lin family is destined to soar. On the platform, Lin Yin observed Lin Tian's middle finger and laughed. "I see now. You have cultivated your body, which explains your formidable strength. Yet the chasm of realms is insurmountable." As he spoke, the aura of the 9th level of spirit cultivation emanated from him. Pressing down on Lin Tian hesitated for a moment, allowing his own aura to radiate outward. Initially intending to eliminate Lin Yin instantly, he decided instead to shatter the so-called genius of the Lin family. As Lin Tian's aura spread, Lin Mo and the members of the Lin clan sprang to their feet, disbelief etched across their faces. The onlookers from various clans also displayed signs of astonishment. They recognized Lin Tian as the young master of the Lin family, yet they were acutely aware of his lack of favor within the clan. Tio possessed the 7th level of spirit cultivation in such an environment? Who truly is the genius here? It is evident that Lin Tian is far more impressive. Lin Yin too was taken aback, realizing the truth of Lin Tian's capability to trample Lin Ping underfoot. Suddenly, Lin Yin's expression turned ferocious. "But what of it? You shall die." With that, a long blade appeared in his hand, and he lunged toward Lin Tian. Unfazed, Lin Tian conjured a long sword, striking down with precision. Crack! The long blade in Lin Yin's grip shattered like glass, and he fell heavily to the ground. It was a complete and utter domination. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Elder Wu Sihai scrutinized the long sword in Lin Tian's hand, his eyes narrowing. From his elevated position, Lin Tian looked down at Lin Yin, stating, "Your brother claimed you could kill me 100 times over. Once this is over, be sure to teach him not to boast." Lin Yin, still somewhat dazed, soon erupted in fury. "Do you think you can kill me? Dream on." With a fierce leap, he soared into the air, glaring down at Lin Tian. "Forcing me to use this move?" You may as well accept your fate." As he spoke, he raised one hand above his head, drawing upon the spiritual energy of the world to form an enormous hand. The Lin family members erupted in excitement. The Xinling palm. This was the Lin family's ultimate technique, and Lin Yin had actually mastered it. High above, the colossal hand began to solidify, dwarfing the entire life and death platform. A single strike would obliterate it into nothingness. Lin Tian's expression shifted slightly at the sight of the giant hand. "It is time to draw my sword," Little Tower remarked. "Look sharp, this little brat is about to show off shadow." In the next moment, swords from a radius of 50 miles seemed to surge uncontrollably toward this location. Even the swords of the 5 disciples of Tianlong's sect trembled in response, and they frowned in concern. Elder Wu Sihai observed Lin Tian's back, his brow furrowing. "A swordsman?" The members of the Lin clan were left agape. Lin Imo too felt his heart racing. The desire to excavate that grave intensified. Yet he was also deeply concerned for Lin Yin. After all, he was his only son. Should he perish, the Lin line would come to an end that moment. Countless long swords coalesced into a massive sword. And even Lin Imo, at the 5th level of condensation, sensed the impending danger. Lin Yan's fury reached new heights. How dare Lin Tian use this as an opportunity to show off, die, with a roar. The immense hand descended upon Lin Tian. Unperturbed, Lin Tian declared, "My sword intent is invincible." With a swift motion, he directed the great sword to cleave downwards. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the air as the long sword pierced through the hand. The massive palm disintegrated in an instant, and at the same time, Lin Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood. The backlash, yet it was not over. The long sword continued its relentless advance toward him. Just as Lin Yin was about to be crushed by the sword, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Lin Imo with a powerful grip. He seized the long sword, but the blade did not halt. It continued to inch forward, drawing blood from Lin Mo's hand. "Enough!" he bellowed, exerting force to crush the sword. Crack! The long sword shattered instantly, raining down like droplets of rain. Lin Imo felt a sweet taste of blood rise in his throat, but suppressed the urge to spit it out. This blood must not be shed. He cast a glance at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Shock mingled within. Yet there was no time to dwell on that. He swiftly turned and cradled Lin Yin, feeding him several spirit pills. Both leapt down to the ground. Lin Yin, cradled in Lin Mo's arms, appeared pale, his breath erratic, and he fainted entirely. Indeed, you did not misread. Lin Yin had been struck unconscious by Lin Tian's sword. Chapter 10. The Inheritance of the Breaking Realm? At this moment, the entire arena fell into a profound silence. Lie glared at Lin Tian with venomous intensity, as though she wished to devour him whole. Lin Tian, sensing her gaze, met her eyes. He remained as calm as still water, slowly raising his middle finger. "Little Tower, shadow." Ignoring the big-chested, brainless woman, Lin Tian turned his attention to Lin Imo and his son. "What is the matter? Can you not bear to lose?" Lin Imo gently laid Lin Yin down, his voice laced with fury. "Lin Tian, as the heir, you dare to steal the Lin family's inheritance? What punishment do you deserve?" Lin Tian, both Little Tower and Shadow simultaneously remarked, "What a shameless person." Members of various clans and the Tianlong sect turned their gazes toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned. "When did I ever steal the Lin family's inheritance?" Lin Imo replied coldly, "You are merely at the 7th level of spirit cultivation. I doubt you could even contend with an ordinary condensation realm practitioner, without having stolen the Lin family's inheritance. How could you achieve such power? An ordinary condensation realm practitioner cannot contend with him." The crowd grew restless. Even Elder Wu Sihai furrowed his brow. While it is true that geniuses can surpass realms, it is uncommon for anyone to leap over such significant boundaries. Could it be that there truly exists an extraordinary inheritance? All eyes turned to Lin Tian. Internally, Lin Tian chuckled. This family truly possesses no shame. Attempting to play such tricks against him? Lin Tian was suddenly flustered. "I never anticipated that you would see through it. It seems I have not managed to conceal it after all." Lin Imo was momentarily taken aback. Was there truly a legacy? Regaining his composure, he coldly demanded, "Hand it over, and I shall spare your life. You may continue as the young master." Lin Tian, puzzled, replied, I have already bestowed that legacy, which can elevate one to the breaking law realm upon your son. Surely you are aware of this? The atmosphere thickened with tension as everyone gasped in shock. Wu Sihai's hand trembled. After all, their sect master had only reached the law manipulation realm. If Lin Imo were to acquire this legacy, he would surely soar to new heights. Lin Imo paused, as if a thought had struck him, and glanced towards the Tianlong sect and the various clans present. This was disastrous. He perceived the fervor in their eyes. Who wouldn't be excited by a legacy that could lead to the breaking law realm? Darn it, this young man had outmaneuvered him. At this moment, Lin Yin had become the enemy of the entire assembly. Such malevolence, however. In the next instant, Lin Imo chuckled. Your silver tongue is indeed sharp. Do you intend to ensnare my Lin family in a dire predicament through such tactics? Lin Tian merely smiled in silence. Lin Imo turned to the assembly, declaring, if my son possesses this legacy, can he still be defeated? Indeed, the crowd murmured, recalling how Lin Tian had nearly slain Lin Yin with a single strike. All eyes once again fell upon Lin Tian. With an air of nonchalance, he acknowledged, I confess, I have indeed practiced a smidgen of the legacy, which accounts for my current prowess. Lin Imo laughed heartily. At last, you admit it. Yet, some members of the audience now regarded Lin Tian with hostility. The allure of the breaking law realm was immense. Nonetheless, Lin Tian continued, Master of the house, do you know why your son sought a life-or-death battle with me? Lin Mo's fury ignited. Why do you even ask? You killed my son and his second brother, and you dare question me? Lin Tian retorted. Then why did you not kill me on the spot? Lin Imo was momentarily stunned. Why? Because Lin Yin sought to save face, yet now he had merely succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Imo could not possibly voice this. It was far too embarrassing. If Lin Yin emerged victorious, it would be one thing, but to be felled by a single strike was another matter entirely. Lin Yin. Lin Tian, seething with rage, exclaimed, had I not promised to grant him the legacy, would he have spared me 3 days? Regrettably, I, Lin Tian, never yield to fate. Throughout these 3 days, I have engaged in relentless battles with monsters, honing my strength. He glanced at Lin Imo and added, were it not for Lin Yan's arrogance, I would not have been his match. Yet, the discourse was far from over. Lin Tian turned to the assembly and earnestly stated, if any of you doubt my words, feel free to inspect my soul. The crowd was taken aback. Inspect his soul. This could very well lead to madness. At that moment, Wu Sihai spoke up, young friend, I believe you'd. Everyone's gaze shifted back to Lin Imo, whose head was spinning. How could this young man spin such a web of lies? Feeling the heat of their focused attention, he panicked. Pointing at Lin Tian, he shouted, You are talking nonsense. You little thief, come and face me with that. He charged at Lin Tian. Lin Tian hastily called out, Elder Haiying, please make me spit blood. He quickly added, lightly, if you please. These words were lost on the others. Lin Tian adopted a fierce expression as he faced Lin Imo, who unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang! Lin Mo's fist connected with Lin Tian's chest, sending him hurtling back 100 meters, where he landed, coughing up blood, as if his internal organs had shifted. Grinning through gritted teeth, Lin Tian gasped, Elder, that was a bit too much. Haiying replied, apologies, you seem rather weak. I struggled to gauge the force. Lin Tian. Ignoring Haiying, he turned his attention back to Lin Imo, who was now utterly confused. Something was amiss, but he dismissed the thought. 2 punches would suffice to eliminate this scoundrel. Without further ado, he charged once more at Lin Tian. Fearful, Lin Tian shouted, Master, spare me. I am willing to serve as Yin Ji's servant. Please do not kill me. Haiying. Lin Mo's fury intensified upon hearing this. Scoundrel, you shall perish. As Lin Mo's fist approached, Lin Tian prepared to flee. In the next instant, however, a figure appeared before him, striking Lin Imo with a powerful palm. Lin Imo was sent reeling back several meters. Regaining his footing, he glared at Wu Sihai and demanded, Elder Wu, what is the meaning of this? The one who intervened was none other than Wu Sihai. He did not acknowledge Lin Imo, but instead turned to Lin Tian with a smile, asking, Young friend, are you unhurt? Lin Tian replied, struggling, I am fine. Thank you for your timely rescue, Elder, as he grasped Wu Sihai's hand to rise. Lin Mo's face turned a shade of deep anger. Elder Wu, Do you truly believe this scoundrel? Wu Sihai smiled softly. This young friend cannot die just yet. Lin Amo fell silent, his expression darkening. Wu Sihai appeared to be at the peak of the condensation realm or even higher. If he was determined to protect Lin Tian, no one present could challenge him. Wu Sihai turned to Lin Tian and remarked, "Young friend, the breaking law legacy is of utmost importance. Are you certain you bestowed it upon Lin Yen?" Lin Tian nodded earnestly. "Indeed, elder." Wu Sihai did not respond, continuing to regard Lin Tian, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy. Lin Tian, meeting his gaze, swallowed hard and adjusted his clothing. Surely this elder does not harbor any peculiar inclinations? Truly, being handsome can be a curse. Nevertheless, he held no interest in men. Really. After a moment, Wu Sihai withdrew his gaze and inquired, "Young friend, why did you feign spitting blood earlier?" Lin Tian's heart raced, and he quickly composed himself, replying helplessly, "Elder, you jest. I truly cannot match him." He was, of course, referring to Lin Amo. Wu Sihai chuckled lightly. "Your tongue is sharp, though your acting leaves much to be desired." Lin Tian fell silent, realizing he had been seen through. Soon after, he began to subtly gather his strength. Wu Sihai added, "Young friend, you are indeed remarkable." As he glanced at Lin Amo, he continued, "In general, at the condensation realm, I cannot deal with you." Lin Tian blinked and questioned, "Elder, do you doubt me?" Wu Sihai laughed heartily. "I believe you. However, I must inspect your soul." Soul inspection. This old man was certainly no good. Wu Sihai smiled. "Young friend, I hope you don't mind." His hand had already rested upon Lin Tian's shoulder. Chapter 11. Digging the grave. Lin Tian blinked and asked, "Elder, do you know the level of my sword?" With that, he waved the 3-foot-long sword in his hand, its blade glimmering with a sharp light. Wu Sihai chuckled softly. "Young friend, your sword is extraordinary. I cannot discern its grade." Lin Tian replied earnestly, "To speak frankly, this sword belongs to the breaking law tier." The breaking law tier, a weapon of the breaking law realm. Wu Sihai's eyelids twitched. He could sense the sword's exceptional quality. If he were to acquire it, the position of sect master in Tianlong sect would surely change hands. Not far away, Lin Mo's brow furrowed deeply. He recognized that this old man had taken an interest in the legacy. However, the legacy was something he had imposed. It served as a pretext for his actions against Lin Tian. A breaking law weapon? Lin Tian was merely fabricating tales. Moreover, if there truly were a legacy, it would undoubtedly be buried with his elder brother. That grave must be unearthed. If Wu Sihai could turn his attention towards Lin Tian, that might not be such a bad outcome. With this thought in mind, Lin Amo concealed his smile. At this moment, Lin Tian turned to Wu Sihai earnestly, stating, "To be honest, I have a breaking law realm expert backing me." Wu Sihai's expression shifted dramatically. A breaking law realm expert. Yet, his surprise lasted but a second before he shook his head. "Young friend, is this truly amusing? How amusing would it be if you called forth your breaking law expert? I could help you eliminate the Lin family directly." Wu Sihai gazed at Lin Tian earnestly. Upon hearing this, the members of the Lin family turned pale. Yet Lin Tian remained silent. This old man was not easily deceived. "Damn it, let us just do it. Life and death are but a fleeting moment." Lin Tian declared, "Since the elder has spoken, I shall summon my allies." With that, he waved his hand, and a surge of sword energy shot skyward. A single arrow piercing the clouds, 1,000 troops coming to meet. As his words fell, the sword energy erupted with a thunderous roar. Wu Sihai narrowed his eyes, glancing around cautiously, mentally preparing himself. Was there truly someone behind this young man? But in the next instant, a resounding shout echoed, a sword born from chaos. He suddenly sensed an imminent threat and whipped around, only to find Lin Tian charging at him with sword drawn. "You scoundrel!" Wu Sihai roared in fury. "Damn it, I've been tricked." His heart raced in shock. This single strike was enough to instill a sense of danger, and he dared not underestimate it. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Lin Tian was sent flying 100 meters, blood streaming from his mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted force through his legs, leaping into the lofty heights. "Lin family, I shall return sooner or later." "And you, old fool," he declared. With that, he departed without a backward glance, running forth. Wu Sihai glanced down at the hand that had just struck. revealing a distinctly visible bone. It is essential to note that he was on the brink of entering the realm of law. Yet Lin Tian's sword had managed to injure him. After all, Lin Tian had only attained the 7th level of the spirit training. This conviction further solidified Wu Sihai's belief that Lin Tian possessed an extraordinary inheritance, a monumental legacy. His expression darkened immediately. The second son must not be allowed to live. He addressed the 5 members of the Tianlong sect. You shall return to the sect first. I will pursue this man. The 5 bowed respectfully. Yes, elder. Wu Sihai nodded and hastened after Lin Tian. Once the members of the Tianlong sect departed, the onlookers from various clans exchanged knowing glances at Lin Mo Fool. Indeed, their gaze resembled that of someone observing a fool. A peerless prodigy had been transformed into a relentless nemesis by the very kin of the Lin family. Was that not the epitome of foolishness? They dispersed, leaving only the Li clan and the Lin family behind. Li Yufang approached Lin Mo. Lin brother, this child is extraordinarily gifted. If he survives, the Lin family will be in peril. He trailed off, for all had witnessed Lin Tian's earlier strike. With the cultivation of spirit training, injuring one on the brink of law was something no one would believe had they not seen it with their own eyes. Lin Mo gazed in the direction Lin Tian had departed, his eyes turning fierce. Lin family, heed my command, bring the tools. We shall excavate Lin Wudao's grave. There must be opportunities within. The Lin family members were momentarily taken aback. Yes, patriarch. With that, they began to gather tools and proceeded towards Lin Wudao's tomb. Lin Mo turned to Li Yufang. Li brother, our clans have always been on good terms. Yin and Yi have been childhood companions. I do not deceive you. There is assuredly fortune within that grave. Whether you join us is your choice. After speaking, Lin Mo continued towards Lin Wudao's tomb. Li Yufang stood rooted in place, feeling somewhat ashamed. The Lin clan's actions were utterly unscrupulous. They would disturb a grave of one who had passed on. After pondering for a moment, Li Yufang said, let us take the tools and go as well, members of the Li clan. At the tomb, the 2 clans were gathered, with the exception of Lin Yin and Li Yi. Lin Mo regarded the tombstone, which still bore the bloodstains of Lin Tian's palm. He turned to Li Yufang. Brother Li, do you know why that scoundrel has become so powerful? Li Yufang furrowed his brow. Is it because of this grave? Lin Mo nodded. Previously, that scoundrel had his Dantian destroyed, and his injuries were grievous, beyond even a deity's salvation. Yet, not only did he survive, but he also possesses such formidable strength. To my knowledge, he was kneeling here before his injuries. Li Yufang nodded. It appears this tomb holds terrifying opportunities. He had never heard of anyone being able to cultivate after their Dantian was shattered. It was undoubtedly a chance of earth-shattering proportions. Their 2 clans were on the verge of soaring. Without hesitation, Lin Mo waved his hand, and the crowd, wielding iron shovels, began to dig. Before long, the buried items began to emerge. Upon seeing what lay within, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Retreating behind Lin Mo and Li Yufang. One stammered, Patriarch, there are no remains. It is. Lin Mo's brow furrowed. No need for more words. I shall see for myself. With that, Lin Mo stepped forward, focusing his gaze, and his expression changed dramatically. Sword aura? Indeed. What lay buried was a strand of sword aura. Li Yufang also stepped forward to take a look, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? Suddenly, the sword aura stirred, vibrating violently. The 2 quickly retreated, their expressions grave. Chapter 12. Brother, I was wrong. The sword aura rose, transforming into a figure before the incredulous gazes of all present. Lin Mo stood dumbfounded. Brother? The Lin family members exclaimed in unison, Wudao Patriarch. Indeed, the sword aura had morphed into a tall figure. Lin Wudao. He regarded the assembled crowd with a faint smile. Second brother, esteemed guests. It has been quite a while. As he surveyed everyone, his tone shifted slightly. Where is Tian? Hearing this, the Lin family members trembled. Lin Mo, in particular, fell to his knees. Brother, I am sorry. I was wronged, and no one understood better than he the terror of Lin Wudao. When they had sworn brotherhood and established the Lin family, Lin Wudao had been a figure of fear. However, after Lin Wudao's death, Lin Mo had succumbed to fear and malice, allowing his kin to oppress Lin Tian. Had he known that the grave contained sword aura, he would have never dared to disturb it. Panic ensued. Lin Wudao, noticing his demeanor, furrowed his brow. What is the matter? The Lin family members swallowed hard, too fearful to respond. Lin Wudao's frown deepened. Is it that no one will answer me? His gentle tones sounded like thunder to the Lin family. They all knelt, Wudao patriarch. Their voices trembled, revealing their fear of Lin Wudao. As if recalling something, Lin Wudao's gaze turned icy. You think I am unaware just because you refuse to tell me? With that, he waved his hand, and images of Lin Tian's past flashed before his eyes. Upon seeing just a portion, Lin Wudao exploded in rage. Damn your ancestors. His figure, formed from sword aura, turned blood red, and the sword aura surged violently into the sky. The heads of the Lin family members bowed even lower. The Li clan members stared in shock at the scene unfolding. Lin Wudao coldly declared, You dare treat my son in such a manner? Face your death. With those words, Lin Wudao unleashed a surge of sword aura. Crack! The heads of the Lin family members soared into the sky, blood gushing like pillars. Witnessing this, the Li clan members gasped in horror, struggling to suppress their nausea. They were not merciful beings, but the brutality of the scene was utterly terrifying. Their faces turned pale. It seemed as though they had come to disturb a grave. Pai Yufeng quickly knelt. Elder, we were merely passing by. We had no part in any of this concerning your son. The members of the Li clan hastily followed suit. Elder, spare us. Lin Wudao turned his gaze upon them, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if he were observing mere ants. You are not at fault. Yet I find you displeasing. With those words, a blade of sword aura shot forth, severing heads as it passed. The two great clans were obliterated. Before the tomb, hundreds of headless corpses knelt in silence. Lin Wudao's gaze flickered with concern as he looked towards the direction Lin Tian had fled. Just a glance was enough for him to spot Lin Tian's rapidly retreating figure. Simultaneously, the shadow within the tower and the small tower both turned their gazes towards the Lin family. The shadow murmured, Emperor. The small tower called out, Master. Naturally, Lin Tian could not hear their voices. At that moment, he was desperately fleeing for his life. Lin Wudao withdrew his gaze, his eyes softening as he spoke to himself. Father cannot interfere too much in your growth. Will you resent me for it? After speaking, Lin Wudao glanced once more at the Lin family, as if noticing something that made his body tremble. Hastily turning his gaze away, he rubbed his eyes vigorously. The youth of today certainly know how to play. It's quite the sight. Very well, I shall leave these two to Xiaotian to handle on his own. With that, his figure grew translucent, and as if recalling something, he pointed towards Lin Tian. A stream of light, imperceptible to the naked eye, surged into Lin Tian's body. Lin Wudao smiled slightly and vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was running at full speed. He glanced back, seeing no one pursuing him. Phew, thankfully no one is following. He exhaled in relief, slowing his pace and collapsing onto the ground. Hot. His shoes felt as if they were about to ignite. The small tower inquired, Can't you fly? Lin Tian was at a loss for words. Tower brother. Only those at the spirit training realm can fly. Are you unaware? The small tower responded awkwardly, I genuinely did not know. Lin Tian shook his head, that moment. The small tower continued, however. Who said those at the spirit training realm cannot fly? I can teach you how. Lin Tian was taken aback. How do you fly? The small tower chuckled, with sword control. Sword control? The small tower replied, Just wait a moment. I will find the incantation. Moments later, a segment of information appeared in Lin Tian's mind. Sword control technique, tread upon the sword. Embrace the rivers, move freely within heaven and earth, hold your breath and concentrate. Before he could finish reading, Lin Tian suddenly sprang to his feet, sensing a powerful aura approaching from behind. Without a moment's thought, he recognized it was certainly that old rogue, Wu Sihai. Without uttering a word, he turned and fled. Half a step into law, he was absolutely no match to Wu Sihai, hovering in the air with hands behind his back. Spotted Lin Tian with a single glance and snorted. Now that I have set my sights on you, you cannot escape. With that, he accelerated. As Lin Tian ran, he glanced back, seeing Wu Sihai drawing nearer. Their speeds worlds apart. Lin Tian asked, Tower brother, I can't run anymore. What should I do? The small tower replied, Fight him. What are you afraid of? With me, the small tower, here, who can harm you? Lin Tian's face darkened. He felt as though the small tower was boasting. Lin Tian said, Elder Shadow, he's half a step into law. Can you come out and exchange a few blows with him? Upon hearing this, the shadow panicked. Pondering what excuse to make, his duty was not to eliminate every obstacle for Lin Tian. If he did everything for him, how would Lin Tian grow? After a moment of hesitation, the shadow blurted out, I cannot defeat him, the small tower. Lin Tian's expression froze. The shadow seemed to realize this was inappropriate and added, It's not that I can't defeat him. It's that the heavenly laws here do not permit a being of my caliber to appear in this realm. Do you understand? Lin Tian shook his head. The shadow fell silent, realizing he had overestimated Lin Tian's comprehension. He took a breath and explained, My kind's appearance would disrupt the balance of this world. Lin Tian pondered for a moment before asking, Elder, if you go and give the heavenly laws a beating, would they allow you then? The shadow. Heavenly laws. The shadow offered no rebuttal and stated, Regardless, I cannot intervene, but you can utilize the small tower. Using the small tower is permissible. Xiao Ta. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes brightened, for he could not forget the audacious couplet displayed before the tower. Subduing heavens, subduing earth, subduing gods and demons, refining heavens, refining earth, refining the universe. Truly arrogant. Lin Tian glanced back at Wu Sihai, saying, Tower brother, I shall rely on you shortly. Restrain him. As soon as he spoke, images flooded his mind regarding the usage of the small tower, its capabilities, and the repercussions of backlash. Clearly, this was the doing of the small tower. After grasping the extent of the small tower's powers, Lin Tian fell silent, realizing that his current strength could barely wield even a fraction of the small tower's might. However, he could not afford to dwell on that. Abruptly halting his steps, he left 2 marks on the ground from the force of inertia, brandishing his sword toward the distant Wu Sihai. Within 10 breaths, Wu Sihai appeared above him, gazing down with an air of superiority. Chapter 13. Subduing and slaying. Half-step into the law. Wu Sihai chuckled softly. Run. Continue running. Lin Tian's expression turned icy. Damn it, this dog is doing it on purpose. Wu Sihai regarded Lin Tian with disdain, finding the cultivation of the spirit refining stage beneath him, akin to that of an ant. He looked at Lin Tian, his smile vanishing. Old man offers you one last chance. Surrender the inheritance, and I shall accept you as my disciple. Otherwise, you shall die. The murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Even if Lin Tian relinquished the inheritance, Wu Sihai would still kill him. The power Lin Tian exhibited was far too terrifying. The notion that a spirit-refining stage could injure someone at the half-step into the law stage was something he could scarcely believe. Lin Tian met his gaze unwaveringly. I possess no so-called inheritance. If you cannot kill me today, I will certainly annihilate your Tianlong sect, leaving not a single survivor. Lin Tian's principles were simple. If one treated him well, he would reciprocate in kind. If one deceived him, he would eradicate their clan and sect. Wu Sihai laughed. Annihilate my Tianlong sect? Here in Sangyan Prefecture, my Tianlong sect is the heavens. Who can dare to destroy it? Wu Sihai's smile faded as he continued. Young man, you are both arrogant and ignorant. Do you know the realm of our sect leader? The Law Master realm. With a single strike, I could kill you 100 times over, and you dare speak of annihilating my Tianlong sect? However, if I acquire the inheritance of breaking the law, I shall replace him and become the mightiest of the Tianlong sect. Ha 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 ha. Wu Sihai's laughter echoed, nearing madness. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Tian swung his sword fiercely. Old man, come down and fight. Wu Sihai's smile vanished, and he scoffed. So, you intend to struggle in vain? An ant attempting to shake a tree. Lin Tian interrupted Wu Sihai. Are you playing the role of my father? Speak to me directly. With that, Lin Tian focused his mind, and the small tower shot forth from his brow, rapidly enlarging as it descended upon Wu Sihai, moving with such speed that it was difficult to anticipate. Wu Sihai's expression changed drastically upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the tower, and in the next moment, he was completely enveloped. Boom! The small tower landed heavily upon the ground, stirring up clouds of dust and sending flocks of birds into flight. Inside the tower, Wu Sihai's expression grew grave as he braced himself for the impending chaos. Lin Tian's voice echoed, Kneel before me. As the words left his lips, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Wu Sihai. In an instant, his face was pressed firmly against the ground, rendering him immobile, insufferable. Wu Sihai unleashed his full strength, slowly rising from the ground. Yet Lin Tian would not afford him the opportunity. This was his sole chance to turn the tables on the old man. Lin Tian leaped toward the top of the tower, shouting, "Refine!" Puff! As Lin Tian executed a sword technique, his power surged, but the forceful manipulation of the small tower caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Splattering it upon the tower, he could no longer hold back within the tower as Lin Tian shouted, "Refine!" A mysterious force surged within, converging upon Wu Sihai. Wu Sihai could no longer maintain his composure. Sensing the chilling breath of death, "Damn it! Once I escape, I shall tear you to shreds." He exerted every ounce of effort to rise from the tower, yet his body remained utterly still. With a surge of strength, he unleashed the power of the half-step into the law stage. The pinnacle of the tower. Lin Tian coughed up blood uncontrollably, his strength continuing to flow into the tower. The disparity between the half-step into the law and the spirit-refining stage was akin to a chasm. The more Wu Sihai resisted, the heavier the backlash he suffered. In that moment, he could only fight desperately. "Refine!" Lin Tian roared, as the mysterious force within the tower began to erode Wu Sihai's body. Wu Sihai looked upon his limbs as they gradually turned to quicksand, panic consuming him. How is this possible? Impossible. What manner of tower is this? Let me out. Lin Tian, feeling emboldened, attempted to assert dominance. Yet before he could complete his thought, his tongue vanished. Wu Sihai could only emit frantic, incoherent roars. Moments later, he completely disintegrated, leaving behind a storage ring. At the top of the tower, Lin Tian, sensing Wu Sihai's absence, exhaled in relief before his vision darkened, and he plummeted from the heights, unconscious. The small tower trembled, transforming into a stream of light that surged into Lin Tian's body. A day passed. Tianlong's sect. At this moment, a group of individuals gathered in the great hall. The atmosphere heavy with tension. Before them lay a shattered soul tablet. The sect's soul tablet shatters only upon a member's death. A middle-aged man spoke in a somber tone. "Someone tell me, how did Elder Wu die?" His icy demeanor sent shivers down the spines of those behind him. At that moment, one person stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the middle-aged man, reporting to the sect leader, "On the day we went to collect disciples, Elder Wu pursued a certain individual." "And who was this person?" the middle-aged man inquired, his brows furrowing. The disciple hesitated before replying. "It was point one at the spirit-refining stage." "Spirit-refining stage?" A gasp echoed through the assembly. All present frozen in shock. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze upon the disciple, coldly stating, "Do you think I am easy to fool?" As he spoke, his overwhelming pressure bore down, pinning the disciple to the ground. The disciple, trembling, replied, "Sect leader, I did not deceive you." The middle-aged man erupted in anger, impudent. "Although Elder Wu is not particularly strong, he is not one that a mere spirit-refining ant could kill." The onlookers nodded in agreement, their gazes turning scornfully toward the disciple. How could a spirit-refining stage possibly slay one at the half-step into the law stage? Did he truly believe they were fools? Gradually, anger simmered in their eyes. The disciple hastily interjected, "I did not lie. That individual possessed the inheritance of breaking the law, and it was for that reason Elder Wu pursued him. The sect leader can verify." These words fell upon the crowd like a thunderous bombshell. "What? The inheritance of breaking the law?" The elder stepped forward, directly questioning, "Are you certain you speak the truth?" This was the burning question on everyone's mind, and the middle-aged man regarded the disciple with a grave expression. The disciple replied respectfully, "Elder, my words are absolutely true." Upon receiving confirmation, the crowd erupted in chaos, including the middle-aged man. Excitement and fervor danced in their eyes, momentarily overshadowing the death of their elder. The allure of the inheritance of breaking the law was undeniable. In Sangyun Prefecture, the strongest was merely at the Law Master realm. Ironically, the middle-aged man himself was at that realm, and now to learn that an insignificant spirit-refining ant possessed such an inheritance, how could he remain composed? The middle-aged man suppressed his emotions, declaring, "This matter regarding the inheritance must not be disclosed. Send someone to find that spirit-refining individual. He has struck a blow to my Tianlong sect." In unison, the crowd responded, "Yes, sect leader." As they departed, The middle-aged man murmured to himself, the inheritance of breaking the law. A fervent glimmer ignited in his eyes. If he were to attain that inheritance, he could ascend to a broader expanse of existence. The Xintian realm, the central continent. Meanwhile, Lin Tian regained consciousness, opening his eyes to a wave of soreness enveloping his body. At that moment, the small tower remarked, "Xiao Linzi, you cannot wield me again for a while." Xiao Linzi? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback by the unflattering nickname, yet he brushed it aside, inquiring, "Why is that?" Chapter 14. Fragments of the small tower's essence. The small tower replied, exasperated, "Do you truly believe yourself to be an indestructible cockroach? You suffered such grave injuries, and it was I who healed you, understand? That power is not limitless. It requires time to recover." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Tian recalled the gentle energy that had surged into him during his unconscious state. However, he had indeed thought that this power was infinite, allowing him to recover fully from any injury. Alas! After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian asked, "Tower brother, is there a way to accelerate this recovery?" The small tower responded, "Indeed. If you gather my fragments, you can." "Fragments?" Lin Tian was taken aback. "You mean, you are not whole?" With a sigh, the small tower explained, "There exists a certain individual who is beyond reproach, unassailable and exceedingly shameless, who forcibly scattered my essence fragments across various worlds. Just thinking of it frustrates me, Black Shadow." The small tower then added earnestly, "Xiao Linzi, once you gather my essence fragments, the healing power will be boundless. I could even crush that old man with a mere sit." The old man referred to Wu Sihai. However, a question nagged at Lin Tian. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Tower brother, are there many worlds?" The small tower was astonished. "You do not think there is only the Xintian realm, do you?" Lin Tian nodded. "Isn't there just one?" The small tower sighed. "Of course not. There are countless worlds, some with martial civilizations that are astonishingly advanced, while yours is merely considered a low-tier world." Realizing it had divulged too much, the small tower quickly added, "You are still young. You will understand once your strength grows." Lin Tian shook his head. "Tower brother, why are there so many worlds?" The small tower contemplated for a few seconds, replying, "Because it serves as a form of protection for you." "Protection?" Lin Tian echoed. "Indeed." Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully, then inquired, "What about that invincible individual you mentioned? In which world does he reside?" "He certainly has not forgotten the invincible being that Xiao Ta spoke of, one who could annihilate the Xintian realm with a single sword strike." Xiao Ta fell silent, saying, "Don't ask me. I have no idea." Lin Tian paused momentarily and then remarked, "Tower brother, you brought him here. Can't you just squash him with your weight?" The man in the long robe responded with silence. The air remained still for a moment before Xiao Ta exclaimed, "Big brother, I am merely a tower. How would I know?" Lin Tian remained speechless. Noticing Lin Tian was about to inquire further, Xiao Ta quickly shifted the topic. Asking about his experience battling that old adversary, Lin Tian's expression froze. "Experience? Is that even human language? If it weren't for Xiao Ta's assistance, he would have perished long ago." With a wry smile, Lin Tian admitted, "I am too weak." Xiao Ta concurred, "Indeed." Lin Tian thought to himself, "Damn it, to make me talk about my feelings and then knock me down. Is there such a game?" Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Tower brother, do you know how to quickly enhance my strength?" Xiao Ta suddenly became animated, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes, the secret realm. Let's go to the secret realm. It's exhilarating." Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Ta's reaction was decidedly unusual. Suppressing his excitement, Xiao Ta instructed, "First, you need to master the sword control technique I taught you. Otherwise, you will look utterly uncool when you flee at the slightest provocation." Lin Tian was left speechless. Did he want to run? Not running would mean certain death. Without further ado, he began to comprehend the sword control technique. After 15 breaths, Lin Tian drew forth a stream of sword energy, stepping onto it. Xiao Ta gasped in astonishment. "Is he a demon?" It took Master a quarter of an hour to learn it, and he only took 15 breaths. The shadow nodded. "Indeed, the student surpasses the teacher. It's only natural." As the two conversed, Lin Tian naturally could not hear them. He pulled the energy towards himself, his lips forming a slight smile, and ascended. The sword energy carried him slowly to a height of 100 meters. Lin Tian did not feel elated. Instead, he swallowed hard and looked down. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and quickly straightened his posture. Xiao Ta sensed something amiss and asked, "Little Linzi, what's wrong?" Lin Tian stammered. "I doubt I seem to have a bit of acrophobia." Xiao Ta replied, "Acrophobia? That's beyond my help." Lin Tian inhaled deeply, randomly choosing a direction and flying off. Wherever it leads. At the Lin family grave, two figures knelt behind 100 headless corpses. It was Lin Yin and Li Yi. They gazed at the corpses, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. After awakening from their slumber, the world had fallen apart. The two were lost in thought, kneeling there for an entire day and night. Moments later, Lin Yin raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. He roared, "Lin Tian, I, Lin Yin, swear to the heavens that I will not rest until you and I are dead." A thunderous sound erupted, resonating through the sky. The oath to the heavens was established. The cause and effect were set. If Lin Yin dared to make peace with Lin Tian, he would meet a gruesome end. However, reconciliation was out of the question. After all, Lin Tian had slaughtered his entire family. Who would entertain such folly? Lin Yin pulled up the weeping Li Yi beside him, coldly stating, "Here, we must go." Lie, in a tearful tone, asked, "Brother Yin, where shall we go?" "To seek vengeance?" Lin Yin felt numb. Vengeance? How could he dare now? He was arrogant and loved to flaunt, but he was not foolish. Wiping the tears from Li Yi's face, he held her close. Their family's grievances would be avenged. "But not now. We shall head to Zhongzhou. I must break through to the realm beyond." Li Yi nodded, asserting, "We must ensure Lin Tian is torn to shreds." Meanwhile, Lin Tian had no idea how far he had flown when he finally spotted a city. Without hesitation, he dove downwards. He had decided to heed Xiao Ta's advice and seek the secret realm, but how would he find it? He needed to purchase a map. Approaching the city gates, he retracted his sword energy. The gate bore 3 characters, Xinqing City. Lin Tian adjusted his attire and strolled forward. After all, it was his first time entering a city. He needed to maintain a good image. Upon entering the city, he was greeted by an overwhelming array of merchants, all bustling with activity. That moment, a man approached Lin Tian with a smile, saying, "Brother, have you come to Xinqing City for a specific purpose?" The man, clad in white, with a lock of hair cascading over his forehead, appeared refreshingly handsome, though slightly less so than Lin Tian. Lin Tian regarded him with a faint smile. "What do you think?" The man was momentarily taken aback, then grinned. "Are you looking for lodging, information, or perhaps some shopping?" As he stepped closer, he whispered, "If you're looking for a place to stay, I can introduce you to some lovely ladies." Lin Tian was taken aback. Lovely ladies? He was a virtuous gentleman. Lin Tian inquired, "Do you possess a map to the secret realm?" The man did not hesitate. "Of course, I absolutely have one." As he spoke, a scroll of paper materialized in his hand. Lin Tian's expression shifted slightly. The aura of the man suggested he was in the spirit-gathering stage, yet he appeared to be of similar age to Lin Tian. The man beamed, "Brother, it is said that there are opportunities to enter the law-breaking realm within that secret realm." "You?" Lin Tian understood his implication. "How many spirit stones?" "No, wait, he had 1 egg's worth of spirit stones." The man continued, "I assume you understand its value. Let me offer you a discount." He raised a finger. 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones. Lin Tian was utterly dumbfounded. Just then, Xiao Ta piped up, "Little Tianzi, I forgot to give you that old Deng's storage ring." As he spoke, a storage ring appeared in Lin Tian's hand. However, Lin Tian still did not move. He felt the man was trying to swindle him. The man blinked. "Brother, what do you think? Once you miss this opportunity, there won't be another." Lin Tian smiled slightly. "Do I look like I have 10,000 spirit stones?" The man blinked again. "Heh, this fellow seems not to be a fool." With a smirk, he said, "Since fate has brought us together today, let me give you a discount. 3,000 spirit stones. 3,000 spirit stones. From 10,000 to 3,000 spirit stones." Lin Tian's face darkened. Did this man take him for a simpleton? Without further ado, Lin Tian scanned the storage ring belonging to Wu Sihai. Upon doing so, his hand trembled. Inside the storage ring lay a staggering 12,000 spirit stones. That old Deng was indeed wealthy. Lin Tian retrieved 4,000 spirit stones and handed them to the man. The man weighed them in his hand, Then, with the other hand, he twirled the lock of hair. Raising an eyebrow, brother, why are you giving me 4,000 when I offered you a discount of 3,000? Lin Tian replied with a smile. For lodging. Lodging? The man was momentarily taken aback, then stepped closer to Lin Tian, whispering, if you want lovely ladies, it will cost an additional 5,000. Lin Tian. Did he not seem like a virtuous gentleman? He merely wished for a simple night's rest, not for lovely ladies. Shaking his head, he declined. Upon hearing this, the man smiled slightly and returned the extra 1,000 spirit stones to Lin Tian. Lin Tian was taken aback. If he didn't want lovely ladies, would they not provide lodging? Was it a bundle deal? The man tossed his lock of hair. Since we are fated to meet, I want to charge you for the lodging. Though being a middleman was his side gig, he still had his principles. Lovely ladies? He was merely jesting. Regardless, the money had been paid. Whether they were available or not was none of his concern. Looking at Lin Tian, the man asked, what do you go by? Lin Tian replied, Lin Tian. The man responded, Chen Xingyun. Lin Tian nodded. Suddenly, Chen Xingyun placed his hand on Lin Tian's shoulder, saying, Brother Lin, I'll arrange a premium room for you. As they spoke, he led Lin Tian deeper into the city. Before long, they arrived at a tall building. Lin Tian looked up, his expression peculiar, Zueyin Tower. Chen Xingyun grinned, let us go inside. Upon entering, they were promptly greeted by a hostess, a woman clad in sheer fabric that tantalizingly revealed her form, leaving much to the imagination. With a beaming smile, she inquired, Gentlemen, would you like to dine or stay? Chen Xingyun produced a token from thin air, declaring, for lodging. The hostess recognized the token and bowed slightly. Ah, it is young Master Chen. This way, please. She led them upstairs. Moments later, she escorted them to a lavishly decorated room, complete with an outdoor hot spring. Chen Xingyun pulled out the secret realm map and said, Brother Lin, I must take my leave. May we meet again. Lin Tian accepted the map, nodding in acknowledgement as Chen Xingyun departed. Once alone, Lin Tian gazed at the outdoor hot spring, sighing softly, being wealthy is truly wonderful. As the words left his lips, Lin Tian began to undress, revealing his slender physique, and stepped into the hot spring. Ah, this is delightful. Leaning against the stone steps, he languidly called out, Tower brother, Senior Shadow, care to join me? Xiao Ta replied, I am merely a tower. The shadow chimed in, no need to call me senior. I have a name. I am called Diao Mao, Emperor Slayer. Lin Tian nearly lost his composure at Xiao Ta's earlier comment. Emperor Slayer? About the map? Lin Tian's expression was peculiar. Very well, Brother Slayer, he chuckled. Come on in and enjoy the soak. Lin Tian's principle was simple. Share blessings and face hardships together. He gestured, and Xiao Ta appeared in the hot spring. The next day, after a night of rest, Lin Tian followed the map's route, soaring through the skies on his sword. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. There were others present. Evidently, this secret realm was public. A wooden sign was planted at the entrance, stating, only those in the spirit gathering stage or below may enter. Lin Tian merely glanced at it, showing no hesitation as he stepped into the secret realm. Though he was merely at the 7th level of the spirit gathering stage, he felt no fear. Upon entering, he was met with a wave of dizziness. When he came to, he found himself leaning against the wall. Retching, ugh, tower brother, ugh. Is this what you call exhilarating? Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta was speechless, no more chit-chat. Head to the right. There are treasures. Lin Tian was astonished. You can also seek treasures? The secret realm is a labyrinthine maze, intricate and convoluted. Fortunately, Lin Tian has the guidance of a small tower. Before long, as he traverses the path, he encounters 4 or 5 individuals. The group, upon noticing Lin Tian standing alone, quickly ignites with fervor in their eyes. One of them declares, Kid, we are from the Tianlong sect. Hand over everything you have acquired in this secret realm, or face death. Tianlong sect. A faint smile graces Lin Tian's lips as he replies, Are you certain you belong to the Tianlong sect? One man thumps his chest, asserting, without a doubt. Before he could finish, Lin Tian advances, and in an instant, a long sword appears in his hand. With a swift slash, the man is cleaved in two, his demise so rapid that the remaining 4 fail to comprehend what just transpired. The 4 are taken aback. Lin Tian's gaze turns towards them, and panic ensues among the group. Their strengths are comparable, all at the initial stage of spirit concentration. If Lin Tian can slay one, he is more than capable of dispatching two. Equally astonishing is the fact that Lin Tian exudes merely the aura of the spirit cultivation stage. How can he annihilate someone at the initial stage of spirit concentration? One man hastily interjects, "Esteemed sir, we are indeed from the Tianlong sect. If you kill us, the sect will not let this go unpunished." Before he can finish his sentence, Lin Tian strikes again, declaring, "This is for your Tianlong sect." With a crisp sound, another head separates from its body. In this single move, he has decimated two of them, leaving the remaining trio utterly terrified. They hurriedly produce their storage rings, pleading for mercy. "Please spare us. These are the items we obtained in the secret realm." Lin Tian blinks in surprise. "Do you not know who I am?" The three are momentarily stunned, shaking their heads in confusion. Lin Tian chuckles, "That elder Wu of yours? I was the one who killed him." The three's expressions shift dramatically as they simultaneously exclaim, "It was you?" Lin Tian nods affirmatively. Without hesitation, they drop to their knees, recognizing that an individual capable of slaying Elder Wu is not someone they can contend with. One of them pleads, "Please spare our lives. Elder Wu deserved his fate. We are willing to offer our cultivation resources." With a swift motion, Lin Tian severs three more heads. He shakes his head, contemplating, "By eliminating you, these resources naturally become mine." However, he is perplexed as to why they chose to kneel, making it seemingly easier for him to kill them, which leaves him feeling somewhat awkward. Lin Tian gathers all the storage rings and inspects their contents, only to find himself disappointed. Each ring contains nothing but worthless trinkets and 5,000 spirit stones, totaling a mere 25,000 spirit stones. It seems Elder Wu was indeed the wealthier one. With a sigh of frustration, he mutters, "Damn it, even in death, you wish to be humiliated, don't you?" Chapter 16, Possession? Lin Tian stows away the storage rings and makes his way towards a secluded area he intends to cultivate. Currently, he is only at the 7th level of spirit cultivation, which is somewhat inadequate. Having encountered someone at the initial stage of spirit concentration upon entering, he realizes the gravity of this secret realm. He retrieves his amassed spirit stones, totaling a staggering 140,000. Knowing that these stones not only serve as currency but also contain stored spiritual energy, ideal for cultivation, as the spirit stones lay before him, he is momentarily dazzled. A pained expression crosses Lin Tian's face as he bids farewell to his beloved spirit stones. With that thought, he channels his internal energy, and the spiritual energy from the stones begins to flow into him. Half an hour later, an aura envelopes him as he breaks through to the pinnacle of the 8th level of spirit cultivation. Leaving the spirit stones devoid of color, Lin Tian exhales and opens his eyes, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. A young maiden stands there, observing him. She possesses a delicate nose and an unblemished face, with a small cloth bag slung over her shoulder. The maiden blinks at Lin Tian and remarks, "Young master, you dare to break through alone in this secret realm while still at the spirit cultivation stage? Aren't you afraid of death?" Lin Tian, "Of course I fear death. That is precisely why I sought a secluded spot." He responds, "Miss, may I ask your name?" The maiden blinks again. "I have been watching you for quite some time." Lin Tian rises to express his gratitude. "Thank you for your protection, Mississippi." She laughs heartily. "No need for thanks." Her laughter captivates Lin Tian, making him feel as though she bears a striking resemblance to someone he cannot quite recall. Enchanted, he gazes at her. Noticing his stare, the maiden's cheeks flush slightly, yet she seems unbothered, feeling no hint of lewdness in his gaze, only purity. She softly inquires, "Why do you look at me like that?" Lin Tian snaps back to reality, realizing he has been staring, and offers a slight smile. "I apologize, miss, but you are quite beautiful. I have never seen anyone as lovely as you." His honesty is disarming. The maiden's face deepens in color. "You are quite handsome yourself, even more so than my brother." She continues, "Did you come to the secret realm alone?" Lin Tian nods. Indeed, a glimmer of joy dances in her eyes. "Then shall we journey together? It would be beneficial for us to look out for one another." Lin Tian hesitates. Sensing his uncertainty, she reassures him, "Fear not. I shall not covet your opportunities." He nods, smiling, "No worries. We shall share equally." Lin Tian's hesitation is not about sharing opportunities, but rather about discerning whether this maiden can be trusted. The sudden appearance of such a beautiful girl wishing to accompany him raises his suspicions. Surely, he must be quite charming. If she intended to harm him, she would have struck during his breakthrough. Once she sees Lin Tian's agreement, the maiden eagerly takes his hand, leading him away. This catches Lin Tian off guard and makes him feel slightly bashful. For he is still a young man, he does not withdraw his hand but allows her to pull him along. Suddenly, she turns back and asks, "Oh, I am Chen Xingyao. What is your name?" "Chen Xingyao." Lin Tian is momentarily taken aback, wondering if she might be the sister of Chen Xingyuan. He indeed has a beautiful sister. After pondering for a moment, he refrains from asking and simply states, "I am Lin Tian." Chen Xingyao nods, "All right, wait a moment." With that, she rummages through her small cloth bag. Lin Tian watches in confusion as she produces a compass. The compass needle points in a specific direction. Chen Xingyao, filled with excitement, exclaims, "Let us go." "There's an opportunity that way?" Lin Tian questions, "Is this compass reliable?" Chen Xingyao smiles brightly. "It's a fateful compass, absolutely trustworthy." With that, the two swiftly follow the compass's guidance until they find themselves standing before a skeleton. Chen Xingyao glances at the bones and respectfully bows, "Greetings, esteemed elder." In the next moment, to their astonishment, a ghostly figure emerges from the skeleton. A spirit. The elder examines the two with a furrowed brow. Muttering, "Spirit concentration, spirit cultivation? Peak swordsman, the physical form is quite satisfactory." Chen Xingyao, brimming with excitement, turns to Lin Tian. "The texts say that there are spirits within the secret realm, and their souls linger only faintly. They do not wish for their legacy to be severed. We must seize the chance for inheritance." Lin Tian responds, "This girl is somewhat endearing, albeit a bit naive." He pauses before inquiring, "Xingyao, does the text mention the possibility of being possessed?" Chen Xingyao blinks. "What did you call me?" Lin Tian replies, "Xingyao. Is that not acceptable?" Chen Xingyao beams. "Of course it is." Lin Tian continues, "Very well, Xingyao." He then turns his attention to the elder. Smiling as he steps forward, his sword aura radiating around him, "Esteemed elder, what do you think of me? I harbor no ill will, nor do I intend to challenge your sword path." The elder's brow furrows. Lin Tian presses on, "Esteemed elder, do you believe anyone within the same realm could rival me?" The elder remains silent. Lin Tian adds, "Esteemed elder, why not impart your legacy to me? I assure you it will be greatly honored." The elder ponders for a moment before chuckling, "You certainly possess a thick face. Since you two have encountered me, I shall pass my legacy on to you both." To this, Chen Xingyao is ecstatic. The elder continues, "However, I can only bestow my legacy upon one of you. Which of you desires it?" Lin Tian hesitates and instead asks, "Esteemed elder, what was your realm in life?" The elder smiles faintly, "The Law Master realm." Lin Tian shakes his head and turns to Chen Xingyao. "Xingyao, do you wish to take it? If you want it, I can give it to you." The elder's expression freezes. What does this mean? Is this young man disparaging the value of his legacy? The Law Master realm. It took him nearly a century to reach this level. Chen Xingyao also shakes her head. "I do not want it. You should take it." The elder's countenance darkens. Lin Tian contemplates and addresses the elder. "Esteemed elder, what if this? You grant me your treasures, and as for the legacy, I will find someone worthy, ensuring it is not disgraced. How does that sound?" The elder, managing his emotions, smiles faintly. "That is acceptable." With that, the elder gestures and a storage ring materializes before Lin Tian. Filled with excitement, he bows deeply and accepts the ring. The Law Master realm legacy does not pique his interest. Even a legacy above that holds little allure for him. He believes in forging his own path. All he lacks are resources. The elder states, "Young friend, now release your soul, and I shall impart the legacy to you." Lin Tian's expression turns peculiar. Must one truly release their soul to receive a legacy? The small tower did not require such a thing when it bestowed sword techniques upon him. This old man seems rather untrustworthy. That moment, the small tower interjects, "Little Lin, allow your soul to open up for him. It will be quite stimulating." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian experiences no hesitation. As he trusts the small tower completely, he promptly releases his soul and looks at the elder. "Esteemed elder, you may proceed." A glint of triumph flashes in the elder's eyes. Could it be that he is simply lacking in strength, and thus intends to forcibly possess him? Good. The elder transforms into a stream of light, surging into Lin Tian's mind. The next instant, Lin Tian's mind resonates with the elder's laughter. Ha ha ha, what a fool to deceive. Though the realm may not be formidable, this physical form is indeed perfect. Little one, rest assured, I shall live on in your stead. The elder's voice is filled with excitement. Lin Tian's expression darkens. You don't intend to possess me? At his words, Chen Xingyao's face pales. He wishes to possess you? Lin Tian nods, his expression grim. Chapter 17. Serving the young master of the imperial family, Chen Xingyao hurriedly reached into her small cloth bag, retrieving a peculiar object, a glass orb. Upon recognizing the item, the expression of the elder residing within Lin Tian transformed drastically. How is this possible? Who are you, and how do you possess a soul-capturing device? The soul-capturing device, specifically designed to counter beings of their kind, the soul entities. Chen Xingyao coldly declared, I shall grant you 3 breaths of time to emerge willingly. Otherwise, I shall obliterate your very essence. This girl. The sudden chill emanating from Chen Xingyao momentarily startled Lin Tian. The elder within Lin Tian hesitated. As the 3 breaths elapsed, Chen Xingyao wasted no words. With a flick of her finger, the glass orb instantaneously illuminated above Lin Tian's head. The elder panicked, exclaiming, If you dare use it, I will ensure this boy meets his end. At these words, Chen Xingyao furrowed her brows, halting her actions. Observing this, the elder smirked, realizing that she cared significantly for the boy. Retract the soul-capturing device, or I shall allow this boy to perish, the elder commanded. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Xingyao withdrew the device. The elder laughed heartily, addressing Lin Tian. Now, take me out of this secret realm, or I shall kill you. Lin Tian replied calmly, Leave? Where shall we go? The elder's brow furrowed, suddenly sensing something amiss in Lin Tian's demeanor. A profound disquiet. Aside from a fleeting moment of distress, Lin Tian exhibited no additional expressions of fear. The elder warned coldly, Boy, you would do well not to play tricks. Otherwise, before he could finish, the mark of a small tower flickered on Lin Tian's forehead. The tower's voice resonated. Otherwise, what? Hearing another voice, the elder's expression shifted dramatically as he peered into the depths of Lin Tian's soul, where a small tower was rapidly descending upon him. Boom! The tower firmly enveloped the elder. Unbeknownst to Chen Xingyao, Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief and glanced towards her. She remained fixated on Lin Tian, gripping the soul-capturing device tightly. Warmth flooded Lin Tian's heart as he smiled. It's all right now. Chen Xingyao was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Lin Tian. Is it truly all right? She asked, still shielding him with the device, showing no signs of unease. Releasing a sigh of relief, she inquired, What about that old man? Lin Tian blinked. Though my realm is not high, my soul is robust. I turned the tables on him. The small tower. The imperial butcher. Chen Xingyao regarded him with a peculiar expression, sensing that Lin Tian might be fabricating his story. Yet she refrained from probing further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Resuming her smile, Chen Xingyao suggested, Let us depart. At that moment, Lin Tian remarked, The items from the storage ring he gave me, I shall share half with you. Chen Xingyao shook her head. You may keep them. I came here for enjoyment, and I would not bother if it were only for these items. Her tone carried a hint of disdain. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, now doubting if Chen Xingyao might be a wealthy heiress. Setting aside such thoughts, the two continued their journey guided by the compass. Within the tower, the elder stared in bewilderment at the shadow before him, none other than the imperial butcher. The imperial butcher scrutinized the elder. I have heard you intend to seize possession of the young master of my family? Young master? The elder was utterly stunned. The figure before him was unfathomable. He felt like an ant in the presence of someone at the peak of his power. Think he was once a formidable figure at the zenith of his abilities. What sort of character had he attempted to usurp? The elder humbly pleaded, Senior, this is a misunderstanding, a grave misunderstanding. The imperial butcher chuckled lightly. A misunderstanding? As he spoke, he raised his hand, pressing down upon the elder, who found himself forced to the ground, his form wavering into a spectral state once more. The imperial butcher stated, I shall also create a misunderstanding with you. The elder panicked, Senior, spare my life. I am willing to serve the young master. Please do not kill me. Serve the young master? The imperial butcher slowly raised his middle finger towards the elder. My original name was Tu. Now I am called DTU. Do you comprehend the significance of the word D? To serve the young master of the imperial family? Do you deem yourself worthy? With that, the imperial butcher exerted a slight force, and the elder was reduced to ash. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and Qian Xingyao were traversing when suddenly, the compass in Qian Xingyao's hand began to behave erratically. Shaking violently, her expression changed dramatically as she abruptly grasped Lin Tian's hand, exclaiming, "Run!" Before Lin Tian could inquire, Qian Xingyao had already pulled him into a sprint. Suddenly, a monstrous beast emerged before them, a serpent. Lin Tian's expression shifted in alarm. This serpent was at the pinnacle of the spirit consolidation stage. Its body was a deep violet black, covered in scale-like armor, with two venomous fangs protruding, glistening with fresh blood. Clearly, it had just feasted on human flesh. It flicked its forked tongue, fixating its gaze upon Lin Tian and Qian Xingyao. Qian Xingyao's complexion turned pale as she edged closer to Lin Tian. In a trembling voice, she confessed, I am afraid of snakes, and this is a purple sand serpent, renowned for its formidable physical defenses. If it were a mid-stage spirit consolidation beast, I might have a chance. But it is at the pinnacle. Let us flee. Lin Tian shook his head. We cannot escape. The terrain here is too convoluted, and the serpent is surely familiar with it. He then turned to Qian Xingyao. Why don't you run ahead? I will hold it off. Qian Xingyao regarded Lin Tian's earnest expression and shook her head. You are merely at the spirit training stage. Should I flee? You would surely perish. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, then smiled faintly, appreciating her loyalty. Very well, I shall no longer suppress my swordsmanship. With this thought, he unleashed his aura, advancing towards the purple sand serpent. Boom! In an instant, sword energy surged around them, signifying his ascendance to the realm of sword sovereignty. The serpent recoiled slightly at the sight of Lin Tian. Qian Xingyao gazed on in awe, captivated by Lin Tian's display of strength. Lin Tian pulled her behind him, instructing, stay back and watch. Qian Xingyao gazed at his back, somewhat entranced. The small tower interjected, quickly observe. He is about to showcase his prowess. The imperial butcher merely glanced and chose not to watch further. To him, the serpent was already doomed. If it were a typical sword sovereign or a spirit consolidation practitioner, they would be no match for this beast. Yet Lin Tian wielded a sword gifted by the imperial sovereign. Could that ordinary? A creation of the imperial sovereign is guaranteed to be of the highest quality. With a thought, Lin Tian summoned the long sword into his hand. As he had ascended to the sword sovereign stage, he sensed a subtle enhancement in the sword's power. Without further ado, he swung the blade towards the purple sand serpent. The serpent's eyes widened in alarm as it swung its long tail to counter. Clang! The long sword struck the serpent's tail, sending sparks flying. Lin Tian was forced back, yet the sword bore traces of fresh blood. Qian Xingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. That sword, the purple sand serpent? Observing the blood flowing from the wound inflicted by Lin Tian's strike, seethed with fury. Its once formidable scales had been shattered. With a hiss, it bared its massive jaws, lunging at Lin Tian. He, not daring to underestimate the threat, unleashed a powerful strike. With that, he swung the long sword, unleashing a technique that caused the very air to shimmer. Clang! A piercing sound erupted as his strike collided with the serpent's fangs. The serpent was sent tumbling backward. Rolling several meters as if it were a barrel, Lin Tian stood in place, momentarily dazed. Chapter 18. I am just a tower. Lin Tian had not anticipated the overwhelming power of that strike. Furthermore, the backlash was significantly less than before, though he remained uncertain about how many times he could execute this technique. It was understandable, as he had only utilized this sword technique against two individuals, D2 and Wu Sihai, neither of whom were ordinary opponents. Thus, he had no inkling of the sword's true might. At that moment, the purple sand serpent reared up, its fangs now displaying visible cracks. Lin Tian wasted no time, charging forward with his sword drawn. The serpent lashed its tail in retaliation, each swing accompanied by a terrifying force. The struggle between man and beast unfolded. Qian Xingyao observed from a distance, her eyes reflecting a spectrum of emotions. Murmuring, is he not really that strong? Having just entered the sword sovereign stage, he could contend with a beast at the pinnacle of the spirit consolidation stage. Such prowess was indeed terrifying. Chen Xingyao glanced at her small cloth bag, contemplating whether to intervene. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately decided against it. If Lin Tian could vanquish the beast, let him do so. If not, she could step in later. After all, her involvement might jeopardize them both, even risking her own safety. Time passed, and a quarter of an hour later, the purple sand serpent's tail lashed out, sending Lin Tian staggering backward. That moment, Lin Tian felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. There was no denying it. The serpent's power was formidable. Each impact felt as though his internal organs were being rearranged. Chen Xingyao rushed forward, grasping his arm gently, her voice soft. "Are you all right?" Lin Tian shook his head. The purple sand serpent glared at the pair, as if to say, "Are you the ones in trouble?" If it could speak, it would surely be cursing. At this moment, its body was riddled with sword marks, blood oozing from its wounds, and its once proud scales were nearly gone. All thanks to that sword. The purple sand serpent glared warily at Lin Tian's long sword eye. In the next heartbeat, it opened its maw wide. Lin Tian instinctively wrapped his arm around Chen Xingyao's waist, retreating. Yet the massive serpent suddenly closed its mouth and fled. How audacious, attempting to bluff, Lin Tian thought, quickly pursuing. This was a creature at the pinnacle of the spirit consolidation stage. If it managed to consume its core, it could potentially break through to the next stage. Meanwhile, Chen Xingyao's cheeks flushed as she felt Lin Tian's embrace. Seeing Lin Tian in pursuit, the purple sand serpent hastened its escape. Leaving deep grooves in its wake, Lin Tian shouted, "Sword technique." Unrestrained slash. Then, with a powerful leap, he swung the long sword down in the terrified gaze of the purple sand serpent. The blade pierced through its head. Lin Tian's complexion grew pale. The energy expended was immense. Yet the power of the strike was undeniable. Without hesitation, he retrieved the storage ring bestowed upon him by the elder, extracting various items to replenish his spiritual energy. Chen Xingyao approached, eyeing the fleeing purple sand serpent, gulping nervously, before retreating behind Lin Tian and crouching down. Moments later, Lin Tian began to feel rejuvenated and gradually opened his eyes. Subsequently, he rose and unsheathed his long sword, from which a radiant object floated forth. Lin Tian accepted it, gazing at Chen Xingyao, hesitating to voice his thoughts. To be candid, he desired it. Chen Xingyao smiled gently, saying, "If it weren't for you, I would have perished. Please keep it." Lin Tian nodded, making no objections. After stowing the demon core, he turned to glance at the corpse of the purple clay demon serpent and asked Chen Xingyao, "Would you care for some snake meat?" Xiao D2. Chen Xingyao shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, no. I'm terrified." Lin Tian nodded in understanding, replying, "Then I shall roast something else for you." Chen Xingyao blinked. "All right." The two found a suitable spot, and Lin Tian kindled a fire. He retrieved a demon beast's corpse from his storage ring. Then a wisp of sword energy sliced through the air. Chen Xingyao watched Lin Tian, blinking in surprise. He seemed quite unlike others, carrying a demon beast's body with him. And he was rather handsome as well. Before long, the meat was cooked, releasing an enticing aroma. Lin Tian tore off a leg and presented it to Chen Xingyao. Xiao D2. The leg was so wide it could eclipse one's face. Chen Xingyao looked at Lin Tian and blinked. "Is this how you typically woo young ladies?" Lin Tian, puzzled, replied, "Huh." Chen Xingyao's dimples appeared as she said, "Oh, it's nothing." Afterward, she took the leg, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. "Delicious." Lin Tian also tore off a leg and began to eat. Soon, the entire demon beast was devoured, and of course, Lin Tian's manner of eating was relatively refined this time. Chen Xingyao wiped her mouth and asked, "Do you usually eat this?" Lin Tian pondered for a moment, saying, "I've only started eating this recently. Before, I primarily had buns.as if recalling something." A surge of killing intent suddenly emanated from Lin Tian, startling Chen Xingyao. Lin Tian hastily suppressed the killing intent, apologizing, "My apologies, I just remembered something and lost control." Chen Xingyao was curious, but refrained from probing further. Observing Lin Tian, she hesitated, then retrieved several fruits from her small pouch and offered them to him. Lin Tian looked at the fruits and inquired, "What are these?" Chen Xingyao smiled gently, "They're quite tasty. You should give them a try." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian accepted the fruits, picked one, and took a bite. He was instantly taken aback. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into his body. Eating this every day, even a pig could take flight, he thought incredulously. Do you eat these regularly? Qin Xingyao instinctively nodded. Then shook her head. No, only occasionally, perhaps once in a while. Lin Tian smiled wryly. Her acting was rather transparent. She was clearly trying not to discourage him. Sensing the atmosphere shift, Qin Xingyao quickly changed the subject. By the way, may I see your sword? Lin Tian hesitated for a moment, but, without overthinking, produced the long sword and handed it to her. Qin Xingyao examined the sword, then rummaged in her pouch, retrieving a spear. She swung both weapons, causing a resounding clash. Crack! Her expression changed dramatically as the spear developed a crack. Qin Xingyao muttered, "This sword." Lin Tian quickly inquired, "What is it?" Qin Xingyao blinked at Lin Tian, asking, "Do you know the grade of this sword?" Lin Tian shook his head. Qin Xingyao waved her spear, stating, "Mine is a magical artifact, yet your sword can shatter it. This sword may be a law-breaking weapon, a tool for those in the law-breaking realm." Lin Tian paused, realizing that his earlier boast to Wu Sihai had been unfounded. Was this sword truly a law-breaking weapon? But it had been given to him by his father, who had once been a powerful figure in the law-breaking realm. Surely, that couldn't be right. Lin Tian turned to Xiao Ta, "Tower brother, do you know the grade of this sword?" Xiao Ta replied without hesitation, "No grade." Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. "No grade? What does that mean?" Xiao Ta explained. "It means that even the strongest weapons in your world cannot contend with this sword." "Do you understand?" Lin Tian asked. "Then do you know the origin of this sword?" Xiao Ta began. "This sword is..." Realizing he had said too much, Xiao Ta abruptly stopped. Lin Tian probed cautiously, "Tower brother?" Xiao Ta replied, "Don't ask me. I'm merely a tower, and I know nothing." Lin Tian. Chapter 19. The Yaotian sword. Xiao Ta sighed inwardly. This lad was quite cunning, adept at extracting information. He decided to be more cautious in his speech moving forward. Lin Tian contemplated for a few seconds, refraining from further inquiries, filled with myriad questions. He was beginning to doubt whether his father was truly dead. Beside him, Qin Xingyao, seeing Lin Tian's silence, handed the sword back to him. Lin Tian did not accept it, saying, "You may inspect it further." Qin Xingyao blinked. This sword, at the very least, could possibly be a law-breaking weapon. "Are you truly willing to let me see it?" Lin Tian smiled slightly. "Not only am I willing to let you see it, but I would even offer it as a gift." He abruptly halted. This sword seemed akin to his very life. If it were to shatter, he would perish. It could not be given away. Lin Tian awkwardly said, "You may look at it. Feel free." Qin Xingyao shook her head, playfully asking, "Does this sword have a name?" Lin Tian pondered, "Yes." Qin Xingyao inquired, "What is it called?" Lin Tian replied, "Yaotian." Xiao Ta. D2. Qin Xingyao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "Did you just come up with that? Or is it a name you've always used?" Lin Tian smiled slightly. "I just named it. From now on, it shall be called Yaotian. Long sword." Qin Xingyao's face turned slightly red as she nodded gently. "All right, am I being courted? But we've only known each other for a day. If he were to pursue me, I suppose I could reluctantly agree." With that thought, her face flushed even more. Lin Tian observed Qin Xingyao. Confusion evident on his face. That moment, Xiao Ta remarked, "Little Lin, you have quite the fortune. You've enamored her in just one day." Lin Tian. Xiao Ta continued, "Tower brother here offers you a friendly reminder. Make the most of this. Based on my experience, this young lady appears to be quite wealthy. Either she is affluent herself, or her family holds wealth." "Wealthy?" Lin Tian was taken aback. "Tower brother, how do you know?" Xiao Ta replied, "I'll let you in on a little secret. Her pouch contains numerous valuable items. If she wished to eliminate you, even releasing me would be futile." Lin Tian's eyelids twitched as he regarded the blushing Qin Xingyao thoughtfully. To think that releasing Xiao Ta could potentially unleash a force capable of slaying those on the cusp of the LAWIS Xingyao even more formidable than those? Though he had his doubts, Lin Tian chose not to inquire further as for making the most of it. He would let fate decide. For now, his focus was on seeking vengeance, growing stronger, and posing questions to Xiao if he continued to withhold information. He would have no qualms about eliminating Xiao Ta. The night passed in silence, and the two gradually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, Chun Xingyao found herself nestled in Lin Tian's embrace. Startled, she quickly rose, whispering, "I'm so sorry." Lin Tian nodded, glancing around. "No worries. The weather is splendid today." Xiao Ta, splendid indeed. After a moment of tranquil silence, Lin Tian stated, "I need to absorb the demon core from yesterday. Please provide me protection." Chun Xingyao nodded gently, "Of course." Lin Tian seated himself on the ground and withdrew the demon core. Without further ado, he beckoned with his fingers, drawing the power from within the demon core towards himself. Chun Xingyao cast him a glance and also settled down. Not long after, 3 individuals approached from their left, 3 at the mid-level of the concentration realm. Upon spotting Lin Tian and Chun Xingyao, their eyes lingered on Chun Xingyao's chest for several seconds. Chun Xingyao frowned, declaring, "I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't leave, you shall face death." Such scum were exceedingly bothersome, leering at her. If only all men in the world were like Lin Tian, she could smile every day. The trio laughed upon hearing Chun Xingyao's ultimatum. One stepped forward, his gaze filled with lewd intent. "Not bad. Such a fiery little lady. I like." The other 2 advanced as well. "Do you wish to keep her all to yourself?" The first man shook his head with a grin. "Naturally not. We'll take turns." At this exchange, the 3 laughed in unison. Chun Xingyao's expression grew colder. "Since you desire death, I shall grant it." The trio scoffed, one of them retorting, "We are 3 formidable mid-level concentration realm practitioners. You think you can kill us?" The other 2 continued to ogle Chun Xingyao, their gazes unabashedly roving over her form. With a frosty demeanor, Chun Xingyao reached into her small pouch, retrieving 3 talismans. She then formed hand seals, causing the talismans to rise into the air. Under the watchful eyes of the trio, 3 streams of power suddenly shot forth from the talismans. The 3 men were taken aback. Realizing the speed of the power was beyond their capacity to react, boom! The 3 streams of power pierced through their chests. They stared wide-eyed in shock, each sporting a gaping wound. Bang! The trio collapsed simultaneously. Chun Xingyao's complexion paled as the 3 talismans before her turned to ash. Glancing back at Lin Tian, she rose and approached the 3 corpses, collecting their storage rings and placing them into her pouch without a single glance back. Half an hour later, a surge of energy radiated from Lin Tian. Concentration realm. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, his perception heightened several notches. The demon core before him had turned transparent. Chun Xingyao approached with a smile. "You've broken through to the concentration realm." Lin Tian nodded, then turned his gaze to the 3 corpses, their chest wounds appearing quite ghastly. This girl was no ordinary individual. However, Lin Tian himself was now extraordinary as well. Should he face those 3 now, he would likely need only a single strike. One strike, granting life or death at his whim. With the growth of his strength, he sensed the Yaotian sword becoming even more potent. At that moment, Xiao Ta remarked, "The stronger you become, the stronger this sword will be. When you break through, the sword breaks through as well. As far as I am currently aware, only 3 swords can suppress this one." Lin Tian was overwhelmed with confusion. "Tower brother, can you hear the voice of my heart?" The enigmatic Xiao Ta replied, "As long as I desire to know, there is nothing I cannot uncover." Lin Tian inquired, "Then what is the origin of this sword?" Xiao Ta responded, "How would I know? I am merely a tower." Lin Tian hesitated for a moment. "Tower brother, I have but one question for you. Answer me honestly." After a brief silence, Xiao Ta said, "Speak." Lin Tian stated, "My father is not dead, is he?" Upon hearing this, both D2 and Xiao Ta trembled. Xiao Ta was taken aback. D2 was equally bewildered. Lin Tian continued, "Moreover, I suspect that the man in the long robe you mentioned is my father." Without hesitation, Xiao Ta replied. No. Lin Tian fell silent, yet in his heart, clarity began to form. He was not a fool. It was too coincidental that he encountered Xiao Ta just as he was on the brink of death, and why would Xiao Ta assist him? Why would the esteemed D2 help him? Was it truly a matter of fate, or was it simply his charm? Everything seemed too perfectly orchestrated. At that moment, Xiao Ta hesitated and said, "Little Lin, do not overthink it. I can only tell you that in the future, you will know everything." Xiao Ta no longer wished to deceive Lin Tian. He was no longer a child. Continuing the deception might sow discord in their relationship. Lin Tian nodded, pondering the thoughts swirling in his mind. Chapter 20. Chun Xingyuan. Lin Tian rose and turned to Chun Xingyao. "Shall we proceed?" Chen Xingyao smiled and nodded, then produced a compass. The two followed its guidance, traversing the labyrinthine secret realm for a good half-hour. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead. They turned to see a figure rushing towards them, cradling a small girl. The person spotted them as well. Chen Xingyao exclaimed, "Brother?" Upon recognizing the figure, Lin Tian was equally taken aback. It was Chen Xingyuan, whom he had encountered in Xinqing City. Chen Xingyuan halted, gasping for breath. "Lin brother?" Lin Tian, still in shock, nodded. "Brother Chen." Chen Xingyao blinked. "You two know each other?" Chen Xingyuan turned to her, realization dawning, and incredulously looked at Lin Tian. "Wait, bro, did you really come looking for my sister after earning those extra 2,000 spirit stones?" Lin Tian sheepishly chuckled. "No, it's all fate." The mention of fate darkened Chen Xingyuan's expression. However, there was no time for further discussion. He grabbed Chen Xingyao's hand. "We can talk later. We must run." With that, Chen Xingyuan dashed off with Chen Xingyao in tow. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment before hurriedly following. As they ran, Chen Xingyao asked, "Brother, what's happening?" Chen Xingyuan grinned. "Look at this." He shifted the small girl in his arms. The girl, with her big watery eyes and adorably chubby cheeks, was irresistibly charming. Chen Xingyao glanced over, incredulously exclaiming, "Is this a spirit?" Chen Xingyuan laughed heartily. "Indeed. For her sake, I've been chased by several peak spirit condensation experts, and they're still after me." As he spoke, his frustration grew. If it were just one peak spirit condensation expert, he would have taken them down easily, but the situation was different now. Suddenly, they came to a halt. They had reached a dead end. Turning around, they saw Lin Tian approaching, his azure robe billowing. Chen Xingyao gazed at him, entranced, which did not go unnoticed by Chen Xin. He scowled. "You're not actually falling for this kid, are you?" At his words, Chen Xingyao remained silent, her cheeks flushing slightly. Chen Xingyuan pressed on, "Come on, take a good look at your brother. Am I not more handsome than this kid? How could you be so smitten?" Chen Xingyao blinked. "You are just a bit less handsome than him." Chen Xingyuan. Moments later, Lin Tian reached them, puzzled. "Brother Chen, why are you running?" Chen Xingyuan snapped. "What else? Are we supposed to just stand here and wait for death?" His tone was less than cordial. After all, his sister was in danger of being taken away. He couldn't fathom why Lin Tian had crossed paths with Chen Xingyao in the first place. Lin Tian, taken aback, thought to himself, "Have I offended him in some way?" Then, recalling their encounter, he recounted the entire story of how he met Chen Xingyao. Chen Xingyao chimed in, "That's right, brother. We even encountered a peak spirit condensation purple sand demon snake. If it weren't for Lin Tian, you wouldn't have seen me again." Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyuan burst into laughter. "So it was a misunderstanding. Lin brother, I apologize for my earlier words." Before he could finish, a realization struck him. He turned to Chen Xingyao. "What? You mean he killed a peak spirit condensation beast?" Chen Xingyao blinked. Chen Xingyuan looked at Lin Tian. "Lin brother, you defeated a peak spirit condensation beast? Aren't you still in the spirit cultivation stage?" Lin Tian paused. "Now I am in the spirit condensation stage." Just entered the spirit condensation stage? Chen Xingyuan's mind raced with disbelief. Even if he just entered, he shouldn't be able to contend with a peak spirit condensation beast. If his sister wasn't lying, he finally understood why she was so infatuated. This level of combat prowess was terrifying. Suddenly, the little girl in his arms wriggled free. "Hey, isn't it better to follow me and enjoy the good life?" Chen Xingyuan exclaimed, attempting to scoop her back up, but she had already flown to Lin Tian's side. Lin Tian looked at her in surprise. Chen Xingyuan felt as if the sky had fallen. The spirit had a will of its own. She wanted to be with Lin Tian. He was going mad. First, his sister was infatuated with this guy, and now the spirit he had risked his life for was abandoning him as well. It was utterly unfair. Lin Tian turned to Chen Xingyuan, about to ask something, when he heard a commotion behind them. A group of people entered their line of sight, led by three peak spirit condensation experts. One of them glared at Chen Xingyuan menacingly. "Run. Keep running." He then turned his gaze to Lin Tian. Upon seeing the spirit, his expression shifted. "Kid, hand over the spirit, or die." The others behind him fixed their intense stares on Lin Tian. The value of a spirit was monumental, and they were determined to seize it. Chen Xingyuan approached Lin Tian and asked, "Lin brother, how many can you handle?" Lin Tian contemplated. "You hold off those three peak spirit condensation experts. I'll take care of the others." Aside from the three peak experts, There were still over a dozen others at the spirit condensation stage, albeit in the initial and mid-level phases. Yet that was still an intimidating force. Chen Xingyuan hesitated. How about you take on the three? And I'll handle the rest? Lin Tian replied. I just entered the spirit condensation stage. Chen Xingyuan was about to protest, but Lin Tian added, don't worry. I strike swiftly. With that, Lin Tian stepped forward, and the spirit followed without hesitation. Chen Xingyuan. Lin Tian addressed the three adversaries. You attack him. As he spoke, he pointed at Chen Xingyuan. Chen Xingyuan was exasperated, but said nothing more. He summoned a long spear and charged at the three. They scoffed, but their expressions changed the moment Chen Xingyuan swept his spear. They sensed an imminent threat and quickly defended themselves. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the three were sent reeling, disbelief etched on their faces as they stared at Chen Xingyuan. You possess a magical artifact. Their eyes gleamed with fervor at the prospect. They lunged at Chen Xingyuan. Chen Xingyuan cursed, You bastards, Lin Tian, hurry up and make your move. Soon, the battle commenced between the three and Chen Xingyuan. Lin Tian nodded, his mind focused, and the Yaotian sword appeared in his grasp. He surveyed the dozen adversaries. You may all come at me. It was straightforward yet audacious. The group, incensed by Lin Tian's blatant disregard, roared, Kill him! Seize the spirit. With that, they charged at Lin Tian. Chen Xingyao watched, concern evident in her eyes. Fortunately, in the heat of battle, Chen Xingyuan remained oblivious to her expression, or else his world would have collapsed once more. Lin Tian regarded the approaching foes, unwavering. With a single swing of his sword, he declared, Wreak havoc. He unleashed the Yaotian sword. A wave of sword light surged forth, crashing down upon the group like a tidal wave. Swish! With a single strike, the heads of the dozen adversaries flew into the air. The scene caused the four fighters to halt in shock. Every remaining soul present stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. Chapter 21. Are you mute? Among the three, one gasped in astonishment. Did I just see that right? This kid just dispatched over a dozen spirit condensation experts with a single sword strike. A single sword strike that obliterated over a dozen spirit condensation experts. What kind of concept was this? Even they, at the peak of spirit condensation, could not achieve such a feat. Chen Xingyuan forced a smile. Lin brother, you are indeed impressively swift. Truth be told, he felt somewhat disheartened. To be honest, when he first met Lin Tian, he had looked down on him. Yet now, it seemed Lin Tian was the true genius. He realized he could not compete if he couldn't compare. He might as well embrace being the talented sister's brother-in-law. One of the three looked at Lin Tian. Let us take this kid out first. Just as the words left his mouth, Lin Tian was already in motion, drawing his sword with a swift slash aimed at the speaker. The man was terrified, hastily brandishing a large axe to defend himself. Crack! The moment the sword struck, the axe shattered into splinters, and Lin Tian's blade continued its descent, sending the man flying backward for over 10 meters. When he finally halted, a long gash marred his chest, blood gushing forth. Chen Xingyuan stared, dumbfounded, at Lin Tian. Chen Xingyao's eyes sparkled with admiration. The fallen man coughed up blood and yelled at the other two. What are you waiting for? If you don't act now, we're all dead. The two trembled, raising their hands to attack Lin Tian. Lin Tian remained silent, striking out with his sword, sending the two into retreat. At that moment, Chen Xingyuan bellowed, 8 desolations, 4 spears. He wielded his long spear, striking towards the two individuals with a speed that left behind mere afterimages. In the blink of an eye, both were swept into the air by his spear. And as he leaped forward, he unleashed another 2 strikes. With a final, ferocious downward thrust, he brought the spear crashing down. Boom! The two figures landed heavily, a cloud of dust billowing around them. Lin Tian paused momentarily. Friends who had jumped over buildings understood that once swept into the air by a long spear, one would lose all sense of gravity, rendering any attempt to evade futile. Chen Xingyuan flicked aside his bangs, skillfully twirling the spear in his hand before hurling it downwards. The two on the ground, clutching their chests, gazed in alarm at the spear descending upon them and scrambled to avoid it. Boom! The spear struck the ground firmly, sending a shockwave that propelled the two away. At that very moment, they both spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ever since they had laid eyes on Lin Tian's previous strike, fear had begun to creep into their hearts, rendering them too frightened to continue the fight. This inadvertently granted Chen Xingyuan an advantage. The two struggled to rise, casting fearful glances at Chan Xingyuan and Lin Tian. They turned to flee. The one previously injured by Lin Tian's attack now wore a pallid expression. Chan Xingyuan chuckled softly. Were they not quite enthusiastic in their pursuit of him moments ago? With that, he unsheathed his spear and hurled it with force, eye in the blink of an eye. The spear pierced through the two of them like skewered fruits on a stick. Chan Xingyuan extended his hand. The spear returning to him, still attached to the two figures. Shaking his head in disdain, he unsheathed the spear once more and, without a backward glance, aimed it at the remaining foe. Boom. All who dared to approach were met with death. Chan Xingyuan tossed his bangs and noticed Lin Tian rushing to collect the storage rings of the fallen. With a sigh, he realized that Lin Tian was somewhat impoverished. In no time, Lin Tian had gathered all the storage rings. Among the three, the wealthiest were those at the peak of the spirit-gathering stage. Without hesitation, he divided the spoils into 3 equal parts. Then, channeling his spiritual energy, he pushed 2 portions towards Chen Xingyuan and his sister. Chen Xingyao felt a surge of gratitude. Even as a bystander, Lin Tian was generous enough to include her. Such a good man was hard to find. Chen Xingyuan, too, felt a growing fondness for Lin Tian. At the very least, he recognized that Lin Tian possessed good character, was kind to others, and was impressively strong. This was a matter of utmost importance for his sister's future, and as an elder brother, he could not afford to be careless. After a moment's thought, Chen Xingyuan pushed the 2 portions back, looking at Lin Tian with a smile. "Brother Lin, please accept this." Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Did this brother and sister truly lack for money? Not wishing to refuse, he accepted everything into his possession. Lin Tian had struck gold. Just a glance at the 3 storage rings revealed they contained hundreds of thousands of spirit stones and various cultivation resources. Coupled with the rings from the dozen or so others, Lin Tian was at a loss to count just how many spirit stones he now possessed. The sensation of wealth was exhilarating. Suppressing his emotions, Lin Tian turned his gaze to the little girl behind him. She blinked her eyes, reached out a tiny hand, and pinched Lin Tian's cheek, then giggled. "Oh, she was simply adorable." Lin Tian looked at Chen Xingyuan. "Brother Chen, what is this?" Chen Xingyuan replied helplessly, "This is Ling, a product of the Tiandi realm. They can generate spiritual energy, greatly benefiting cultivators." At these words, Lin Tian looked at the little girl. She blinked her eyes again and pushed her small hand forward. A surge of spiritual energy flooding towards Lin Tian. He was taken aback. This was a remarkable treasure. He wanted it. Yet, Lin Tian still handed the little girl back to Chan Xingyuan. The little girl immediately grew anxious. Scratching at the air in front of Lin Tian, he smiled gently at her and turned to Chen Xingyuan. "Brother Chen, she is yours." Chen Xingyuan regarded Lin Tian's serious expression and hesitated. "Brother Lin, are you unaware of her value?" Lin Tian shook his head. "She is the one you encountered first, Brother Chen." After a moment's deliberation, he added, "Of course, if I didn't know you, I might have taken her." "Taken?" Chen Xingyuan was momentarily stunned. Was he that direct? Directness was refreshing compared to those who spoke insincerely. Observing the little girl, Chen Xingyuan pondered, "How about this, Brother Lin? Let her accompany you." After all, Lin Tian agreed. "All right." Chen Xingyuan was momentarily speechless. Without hesitation, Lin Tian released the little girl, who promptly flew to cling to his head. Chen Xingyuan repeatedly reassured himself. It was fine. Lin Tian could be considered half a member of the Chen family now. And this Ling belonged to the Chen clan as well. At that moment, the little girl patted Lin Tian's head, gesturing animatedly. Lin Tian, puzzled, asked, "Are you mute?" The little girl responded with silence. "She says she will take you to a place where there are good things." The voice of Xiao Ta, which only Lin Tian could hear, chimed in. Lin Tian asked, "Xiao Ta, you understand sign language?" Xiao Ta inhaled deeply. "She is Ling. I am Ling. And the tower spirit is Ling as well." Lin Tian hesitated. Then, "Can I find a Ling to place inside the Yao Tian sword?" Xiao Ta replied, "This sword will give birth to Ling. Once a weapon reaches a certain stage, it will produce a spirit, known as a weapon spirit." Lin Tian nodded. Xiao Ta was indeed a weapon spirit. He turned to the little girl and blinked. Then, "Please lead us." The little girl nodded, pointing to a specific direction. Lin Tian promptly addressed the siblings. "Let us go. I will take you to a wonderful place." Chen Xingyuan hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. Along the way, he walked sandwiched between the two, as if fearing for Chen Xingyao's safety. After half an hour, The trio followed the little girl to a location that left them utterly astonished, their mouths agape. Before them lay several dazzling, luminous objects. This was a spiritual vein, 7 in total, with 3 nearing the pinnacle of excellence. Chapter 22. The Slaughter of the Lin Clan, a spiritual vein. Spiritual stones are derived from spiritual veins. A single supreme-grade spiritual stone is equivalent to 100 ordinary ones. Now, there were 3 spiritual veins on the cusp of becoming supreme grade. Even the Chan siblings, who were not in need of wealth, were filled with excitement. They were about to strike it rich. Qian Xingyuan composed himself and turned to Lin Tian. Brother Lin, about this. The implication was clear, but since it was Lin Tian who had brought them here, he felt it inappropriate to be direct. Lin Tian smiled slightly. 7 spiritual veins. Let us divide them equally. He was not one to be stingy. Besides, Qin Xingyuan had already offered him the Ling spiritual veins were nothing to be concerned about. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Qin Xingyuan suddenly embraced him. Brother, you are like a true brother to me. I shouldn't have taken 2,000 spirit stones from you. Lin Tian's lips twitched at that moment. Qin Xingyao interjected. What about me? Qin Xingyuan released Lin Tian and looked at his sister. You are my dear sister. Qin Xingyao blinked. I mean, who am I to Brother Lin? Brother Lin, she said. You've already called him brother. Qin Xingyuan's face darkened. Alas, how quickly the younger sister grows up. Hastily, he changed the topic. Brother Lin, actually, my sister and I only want the spiritual veins that are about to become supreme grade. Lin Tian looked at him with an odd expression. Realizing this, Qin Xingyuan quickly added, just 2 will suffice, 1 for each of us. Lin Tian inquired, are you truly not in need of wealth? According to Lin Tian's assumption, they would split everything evenly. Perhaps he would take 1 extra. It now seemed that these siblings truly were not in need of money. He suspected that if the 3 spiritual veins were not on the verge of becoming supreme grade, they would hardly be interested. Qian Xingyuan blinked. Sometimes we do need it, occasionally. Lin Tian sighed inwardly. When would he reach the point of treating money as inconsequential? Without further ado, Qian Xingyuan signaled Qian Xingyao to collect the spiritual veins. Having his sister collect them was no different from him doing so. Subsequently, Qin Xingyao gathered 2 of the spiritual veins. Lin Tian turned to Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta, can I store the spiritual veins inside the tower? Xiao Ta replied, yes. Lin Tian nodded, his thoughts focused. Xiao Ta emerged from his body, suddenly expanding in size. Qin Xingyao blinked. There are so many treasures. In that moment, Lin Tian's identity piqued the curiosity of the Chun siblings. They too possessed many treasures, yet none compared to Lin Tian's. Soon, 5 spiritual veins were stored within the tower. Instantly, the spiritual energy within the secret realm diminished. Qin Xingyuan glanced at the little girl beside Lin Tian. It seems she is the greatest opportunity in this secret realm. Let us leave. With that, Qin Xingyuan took Qin Xingyao by the hand and began to leave. Suddenly, he halted, turning to Lin Tian. Brother Lin, I must advise you to keep this Ling hidden. A common man has no guilt, yet possessing a treasure invites calamity. Do you understand? Lin Tian glanced at the little girl and nodded. If he were to brazenly take her out, he would undoubtedly attract relentless pursuit. Just then, Qin Xingyao broke free from Qin Xingyuan's grasp and approached Lin Tian. Qin Xingyuan contemplated stopping her, but ultimately decided against it. Qin Xingyao smiled gently at Lin Tian. Will you come to Qingxing sect to find me? Qingxing sect was one of the 2 major sects in Songyan Prefecture, the other being Tianlong sect. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment. All right. Qin Xingyao replied earnestly. You must promise, when you come to Qingxing sect, show this token. With that, she produced a token inscribed with the words Saintess Order. Saintess? Lin Tian's expression shifted. This wealthy girl was the Saintess of Qingxing sect? He took the token, all right. Qin Xingyao blinked, then my brother and I will take our leave. With that, the 2 departed. Left behind, Lin Tian cradled the little girl and asked, do you have a name? The little girl shook her head. Lin Tian smiled, then from now on, you shall be called Lin Xiaoyao. Is that all right? Lin Xiaoyao. The little girl blinked and nodded. Lin Tian playfully pinched her cheek. I will take you to a safe place. It is too dangerous out here. Lin Xiaoyao nodded, her cuteness endearing. Lin Tian smiled slightly, and with a thought, he sent Lin Xiaoyao into the tower. He then soared into the sky, heading towards the exit of the secret realm. Moments later, he appeared on the horizon. Lin family, I have arrived. With that declaration, he surged forth, filled with an overwhelming intent to annihilate the Lin clan. Lin Xiaoyao gazed at the imposing figure of Emperor Tu before her. Momentarily taken aback then, with a gentle push of her small hand, a surge of spiritual energy flowed toward him. Emperor Tu pinched her cheek and remarked, "You possess discerning taste, having chosen the young master." Lin Xiaoyao giggled, surveying her surroundings before approaching the 5 spiritual veins. With her chin resting on her hand, she slowly closed her eyes, deep in thought. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes again, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she flicked her fingers, conjuring a patch of earth beside the 5 veins. Then, wielding a hoe seemingly conjured from thin air, she began to dig energetically. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, Lin Tian finally arrived at the Lin family estate. He landed steadily in the courtyard, scanning the area only to find it desolate and void of life. Frowning, he noted the absence of any living soul. Could it be that they feared his return and had relocated en masse? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Surely, the Lin family had not perished entirely. Had they? Lin Tian muttered to himself, "Very well, let it be. If I encounter any Lin family members, I shall slay them without hesitation." With that, he made his way toward the back mountain of the Lin family estate. Since he had returned, he felt it was only right to pay his respects at his father's grave. Moments later, in the back mountain of the Lin family estate, Lin Tian stood in a daze. Staring at the neatly arranged hundreds of corpses before him, members of both the Lin and Li families, he gulped, bewildered by the scene. As if struck by a sudden realization, he rushed toward the grave. The tomb had already been unearthed, its interior completely empty. Lin Tian stood there, lost in thought. After a quarter of an hour, he finally spoke. "Tower brother, my father did not perish, correct?" His voice bore no trace of joy or sorrow. But it was a statement rather than a question. The small tower confirmed, "Indeed." Upon receiving the answer, tears welled in Lin Tian's eyes. From the age of 6, he had endured humiliation and abuse at the hands of his kin, and even in the face of attempts on his life, he had not shed a tear. Yet now, he wept. The small tower hesitated. "Little Lin, you?" Lin Tian wiped his tears and asked, did he know about everything that transpired in the Lin family? The small tower hesitated for a moment, stating he was unaware at first, but he should have known later. Otherwise, the Lin family members would not have met their demise. Hearing this, Lin Tian's heart felt somewhat lighter. If his father had known the tribulations he had endured over the years and remained indifferent, then Lin Tian would be compelled to repay him in kind. To give life, but not nurture. To nurture but not educate. Does that warrant the title of father? In Lin Tian's worldview, there was no greater debt than that of parenthood. Feeling the shift in Lin Tian's emotions, the small tower sighed in relief. To be honest, he felt Lin Tian's plight was more tragic than that of his elder brother. As for his sister, well, the small tower chose not to comment. Chapter 23. Corpse whipping. Lin Tian stood still for a long while before turning to leave. Now, he was headed to the Qingxing sect, not merely to fulfill a promise, but primarily because he bore information regarding the Broken Law realm inheritance, something the Tianlong sect was undoubtedly aware of. Damn it, it was all Lin Mo's fault. Had he not blurted out such nonsense, Lin Tian would not have found himself in this predicament. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Abruptly turning back, the small tower questioned, "Little Lin, why are you going back?" Lin Tian coldly replied, "To whip the corpses." Just then, Lin Tian sensed something and looked up. 2 figures descended from the sky, clad in the garb of the Tianlong sect. They landed steadily opposite Lin Tian, their eyes brimming with fervor. One of them grinned and said, "You must be Lin Tian, the one possessing the Broken Law realm inheritance?" The other added, "It was worth our while to stake out here for several days." Observing the two, Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged. He was not surprised they knew his name. There had been so many witnesses that day, a little inquiry would naturally reveal it. Lin Tian smiled faintly at the two. "Are you both at the Entry Law realm?" They were momentarily taken aback. Then, unfurling their own auras, one scoffed, "Why must we be at the Entry Law realm to kill you? Hand over the inheritance, and I shall spare your life." Lin Tian shook his head. "Two mid-stage spirit-gathering cultivators dare to obstruct me. Can't you use your brains?" At his words, they were instantly incensed and opened their mouths to retort. Lin Tian interjected again, "You do realize that I have already slain your elder at the half-step Entry Law stage, right?" Are you not merely delivering your heads to me? The two froze, suddenly recalling that detail. They exchanged glances and, without hesitation, turned to flee. Lin Tian waved his hand, unleashing two sword chi that shot forth. Whoosh! The sword chi pierced through their bodies. Bang! They collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Lin Tian stepped forward to collect their storage rings, shaking his head in disbelief at their lack of intellect. Having finished, Lin Tian summoned his sword chi and took to the skies. Now that he had reached the spirit-gathering realm, he could fly. But it was nowhere near as impressive as riding a sword. His destination? The Qingxing sect. The Qingxing sect was quite a distance from here, while the Tianlong sect was nearer as night fell. Lin Tian found himself in a cave. Instead of roasting meat, he entered the small tower. He needed to enhance his strength. The thought of the Tianlong sect made his head throb. Both heads throbbed. In fact, inside the tower, the spiritual energy was abundant, truly a paradise for cultivation. Lin Tian's gaze fell upon Lin Xiaoyao, who was digging beside a spiritual vein, planting trees. He chose to ignore her and turned his attention to Emperor Tu, who was engrossed in a book. Lin Tian gave a slight bow. Brother Tuesday. Emperor Tu set down his book. Ah, you've come, though you wish to be struck? Lin Tian's lips twitched. While the words were indeed fitting, could he not be a bit more subtle? After a moment of thought, Lin Tian said, Brother Tu, I believe cultivators should train in all aspects, not just in physical strength. What do you think? Emperor Tu nodded in agreement. Indeed, but you must also understand the principle of not overextending oneself. Lin Tian replied with a smile, I wish to discover my deficiencies. Emperor Tu rose and cracked his knuckles. Very well, let me show you your shortcomings. Lin Tian quickly shook his head. No, Brother Tu, your strength is too formidable. I cannot discern my shortcomings against you. Emperor Tu looked puzzled. Then how do you wish to evaluate yourself? Lin Tian hesitated. You and I are at the same realm. Emperor Tu, is that not merely a desire for a fair fight? Why all the roundabout? Without further ado, Emperor Tu pressed down his own power to match Lin Tian's. It is important to note that this was not merely lowering his cultivation level, but rather adjusting his strength. He looked at Lin Tian. Come, did you not say you could take on 10 of me at the same realm? Prove it. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Here I come with that. He charged forward, the Yaotian sword appearing in his hand as he aimed to strike at Emperor Tuesday. Emperor Tu moved with simplicity, delivering a punch. Boom. The punch struck Lin Tian's sword, sending him reeling backward. Steadying himself, Lin Tian's fighting spirit ignited as he lunged forward once more, sword in hand. Emperor Tu, no longer careless, recognized the young master's prowess at equal strength and clenched his fists to meet him. Emperor Tu's speed reached its zenith. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Lin Tian, so fast that Lin Tian barely had time to react. With a powerful punch, he struck Lin Tian's back. Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying. Rising to his feet, he stared at Emperor Tu, who slowly raised his middle finger. This time, 2 fingers. Lin Tian. Emperor Tu chuckled. So, do you still believe you can take on 10 of me? Lin Tian smiled faintly. I can. My sword is invincible at the same realm. With that, the sword chi around Lin Tian erupted into a frenzy. His mindset was transforming. Unyielding, invincible, and confident, he extended his hand, summoning a sword chi that was not the Yaotian sword, but rather the sword chi he had manifested himself. Acknowledging his own potential, he firmly believed he was invincible. Even if there stood a mountain in the same realm, he would push it down. Lin Tian smiled at Emperor Tu. Brother Tu, receive this sword well. With that, Lin Tian swung his hand downward. Emperor Tu's expression changed drastically. He no longer held back, unleashing a punch that shook the heavens. Crack! Sword met fist, and the sword chi shattered, sending Emperor Tu hurtling backwards several meters. Lin Tian laughed. Brother Tu, I just had a moment of insight. Why not take another strike from me? Lin Tian gestured, his eyes sparkling with sword chi. The small tower had been right. As a sword cultivator, he must embody the sword, and the sword must embody him. If one wished to sever his sword, they must first sever him. The small tower. I am one with the sword. Lin Tian extended his hand, his arm now resembling a sword. Slash! Lin Tian swung his hand down. The sword chi surged forth, the space around it swirling violently. At this moment, Emperor Tu was left speechless, yet he still threw a punch. This time, The sword chi did not shatter but surged forward with great force, and Emperor Tu braced himself against it with his physical body. Suddenly, Emperor Tu exerted himself, shattering the sword chi. He looked at Lin Tian, smiling. "You have won." Emperor Tu restored his full strength. The same realm. Had his physical body not been robust, he would have perished from that sword strike. His young master had not been showboating, and besides, he still had one more sword technique he had yet to employ. Lin Tian approached Emperor Tu, winking as he slowly raised his middle finger. Emperor Tu. Bang! Emperor Tu suddenly unleashed a punch, sending Lin Tian crashing into the tower's wall. Lin Tian coughed up blood. "Brother Tu, can you not take a joke?" Emperor Tu shook his head. "If you wish to be one with the sword, then your physical strength must also be cultivated. Only then will your sword be truly formidable." Lin Tian. "Are you ready now? Here I come." With that, Emperor Tu took a step forward, causing the entire small tower to erupt with energy. The small tower exclaimed, "Whoa! Are you trying to kill him?" Emperor Tu was taken aback. "Do not slander me." He then turned his gaze to Lin Tian. The will of martial arts, manifest. Chapter 24. Count as half a member of the Emperor family in the next moment. A colossal phantom, representing his martial will, materialized behind Emperor Tuesday. He advanced step by step toward Lin Tian, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lin Tian swallowed hard and asked, "Senior, how do you perform this technique? Could you teach me?" Imagine, if you will, a colossal sword looming behind him. How magnificent that would be. Emperor Tu shook his head, stating, "You are still too feeble at present. Your will in the way of the sword is yet immature. This is not something that can be summoned with mere boasts of invincibility." Lin Tian. Emperor Tu continued, "Very well, allow me to forge your sword." The sword, representing Lin Tian's essence. The avatar behind Emperor Tu raised a massive fist and struck towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian exclaimed loudly, "Hey, Brother Tu, are you kidding me?" "Ah, ah, ah." The interior of the tower echoed with cries of anguish. Lin Xiaoyao halted her digging, resting her shovel on her small shoulder, curiously observing the scene, occasionally grinning. Soon, an hour passed. Lin Tian lay on the ground, his face swollen and battered. Lin Xiaoyao hurried over, her small face displaying concern as she pushed him gently, a wave of spiritual energy surging into Lin Tian's body. Miraculously, the swelling on his face diminished slightly. Both Xiao Ta and Emperor Tu exchanged looks of astonishment. Emperor Tu closed his eyes, then opened them again, his gaze transformed. He turned to Lin Xiaoyao and remarked softly, "A mutation of the origin, no wonder." Xiao Ta added, "This little one is quite remarkable. She could be nurtured." Emperor Tu nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaoyao continued to channel spiritual energy into Lin Tian, his face gradually returning to its original state. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian bore no trace of injury. Lin Xiaoyao clapped her small hands in delight. Suddenly, her smile vanished, her eyes closed, and she collapsed. Xiao Ta remarked, "This little girl, since Lin Tian has allowed you to share his surname, you are now akin to a member of the Tu family. Let me bestow upon you an opportunity." With that, a beam of light emanated from the tower and enveloped Lin Xiaoyao, her aura becoming increasingly substantial. The following day, Lin Tian awoke, his body aching all over. As he stretched, he muttered, "Brother Ta, your strength is becoming increasingly inadequate." He thought that it was Xiao Ta who had healed his injuries. Xiao Ta replied, "It was that little girl who healed you." Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Lin Xiaoyao beside him, who appeared to be asleep. Unable to resist, he pinched her cheek, marveling at her numerous abilities. With that, Lin Tian exited the tower. His battle with Emperor Tu had imparted significant insights. Speed. What if his sword could strike before the enemy could react? That would surely result in a swift defeat. However, Lin Tian refrained from rushing into contemplation. After all, one must not be greedy. He continued to ride his sword towards Qingxing sect. Days later, Lin Tian found himself beneath a plaque inscribed with Qingxing sect. Before him lay countless steps leading up to the mountain's summit. At the top, a grand hall awaited. Lin Tian chose not to fly but ascended the steps one by one. This was someone else's domain, and he had yet to establish his superiority over the entire Qingxing sect, so discretion was prudent. The long street was bustling with individuals sharing the same goal, to join Qingxing sect. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian reached the grand hall, which resembled a pavilion more than an actual hall. Through the pavilion, he beheld a vast plaza surrounded by towering peaks, enveloped in ethereal mist. Reminiscent of a celestial realm. At that moment, an elder emerged from the pavilion. He gazed at Lin Tian and smiled. "Have you come to join our Qingyun sect?" Lin Tian nodded. The elder inquired, "Is there someone within the sect who referred you?" "A referral? Was the holy maiden token from Qian Xingyao considered a backdoor?" After a moment's thought, he shook his head. "No." The elder smiled gently. "Then please enter. The assessment for our Qingyun sect is quite simple. You must either defeat your opponent or endure under their hand for half an hour to qualify." As he spoke, the elder gestured towards the large pavilion. He added, "Your adversaries will be chosen based on your realm. Of course, if you are at the peak of the spirit condensation stage, you may directly become a disciple of our sect." Lin Tian shook his head. "I am not at the peak of spirit condensation." The elder chuckled lightly. "No matter, do your best, young man, go ahead." Lin Tian nodded and entered the pavilion. A force began to assess Lin Tian. Bone age 18, initial stage of spirit condensation, swordsmanship level, Sword King realm. The elder's eyes brightened. This was a young genius. Naturally, he was not surprised. Sword King realm was relatively common, and there were plenty of such talents among the disciples of Qingxing sect. Suddenly, a figure coalesced in front of Lin Tian. Not a real person, but one of the same realm. The figure spoke. "Defeat me, or endure under my hand for half an hour, and you will be deemed qualified." Lin Tian nodded, drawing his hand across the air. Unleashing a wave of sword energy, crack! The figure's head flew off, and it dissipated into thin air. Lin Tian strolled out of the pavilion. The elder, witnessing this, was left in a state of bewilderment. Moments later, he began to stutter with excitement. "A talent! A talent! This is the way of the sword. A genius of the sword path. A single strike to eliminate an opponent of the same realm. This was indeed an extraordinary talent." The elder formed a seal with his hands, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, a genius has arrived at Qingxing sect. If you do not come forth, I shall take him as my own disciple." No sooner had he spoken than several figures erupted from the surrounding peaks. Converging on Lin Tian in the plaza, as Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly heard a loud call. "Where is the genius?" A dozen individuals landed around Lin Tian, leaving him momentarily stunned. They scrutinized him with keen eyes. One person spoke. "Sword King realm, initial stage of spirit condensation." That moment, an elder turned his gaze upon Lin Tian, smiling broadly. "Young friend, you are a sword cultivator. I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you consent?" To take on a disciple, Lin Tian hesitated. He was reluctant to accept a master. Just then, another elder interjected. "Young friend, why not consider taking me as your master? I am a half-step sword emperor. Under my guidance, your swordsmanship will surely reach greater heights." Lin Tian remained silent. Seeing his lack of response, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances. After a moment, an elder said, "Very well. May I propose that you join my sword peak?" The crowd did not compete for him. Most sword cultivators of the sect were indeed at sword peak. Lin Tian shook his head once more, this time producing the Holy Maiden token. The crowd recognized the token. Their expressions shifted. An elder spoke. "Young friend, since you possess a Holy Maiden token, may I inquire which Holy Maiden bestowed it upon you?" "Which Holy Maiden?" Lin Tian was perplexed. Were there many Holy Maidens? "Wasn't there only one?" he replied. "Chun Xingyao." Upon hearing this, an elder chuckled. "Ah, so it is Xingyao. Allow me to take you to see her." Lin Tian hesitated for a moment, but then nodded in agreement. Chapter 25. Shall we wash together? The elder led Lin Tian away. The remaining elders exchanged glances. One elder remarked, "Isn't Holy Maiden Xingyao averse to such matters? Has she brought in a sword cultivator to vie for that position?" The elder's expression turned peculiar. Another person chimed in, "A bit of competition isn't a bad thing. After all, cultivation requires striving as well. Regardless, he is still one of us from Qingxing sect." Meanwhile, the elder brought Lin Tian to the entrance of a hall. The Hall of Yaonu. The elder addressed Lin Tian, "Young friend, this is where Xingyao resides." Lin Tian expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior." The elder smiled gently. "No need for thanks." With that, the elder departed. Lin Tian gazed at the grand hall and approached to knock on the door. "Xingyao, are you there?" A voice from within responded. "Who is it?" The door swung open, and Chun Xingyao appeared before Lin Tian. Upon recognizing him, she excitedly rushed forward and embraced Lin Tian, exclaiming, "You've come. I thought you wouldn't show up." Lin Tian, feeling a bit shy, said, "Could you let go of me first?" Chun Xingyao released him, pouting, "What's wrong with a hug?" Lin Tian chuckled, "You are a holy maiden. It wouldn't look good if someone saw us." Chun Xingyao huffed, "I don't care about that. Come on, let me take you to register." Saying this, she took Lin Tian's hand and led him away. Lin Tian glanced at Chun Xingyao, allowing her to pull him along. Along the way, they encountered many disciples who greeted Chun Xingyao and curiously eyed Lin Tian. This was indeed the first time Chun Xingyao had walked with a male companion in public. Some gazes turned hostile, as if they wished to devour Lin Tian whole. After all, Chun Xingyao was their goddess. Lin Tian remarked, "Do you have quite a few admirers?" Chun Xingyao blinked, "Not too many, I suppose." She then smiled, "What, are you scared?" Lin Tian shook his head, "Not scared, just concerned about causing you trouble." Chun Xingyao looked puzzled. "Trouble?" Lin Tian nodded. If his assumptions were correct, Chun Xingyao's admirers would surely seek him out. Leaning closer to her, Lin Tian whispered, "Can people get killed in your sect?" Their intimate gesture was not lost on the onlookers, who seethed with jealousy. Chun Xingyao paused. "Who has offended you?" Lin Tian smiled faintly. "I'm just worried that your admirers might come looking for trouble. I might not be able to resist taking them down." Chun Xingyao patted Lin Tian's head, reassuring him, "Don't worry. If anyone bothers you, I'll help you deal with them." Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time someone had patted his head like that. However, he chose not to dwell on it. Lin Tian asked, "Where are we headed?" Chun Xingyao looked at him quizzically. "You are now a disciple of Qingxing sect." "Of course, we need to register." Lin Tian nodded. Joining a sect was indeed cumbersome. In the evening, after completing their registration, they were on their way back to the Hall of Yaonu when they spotted someone standing in front of the hall from a distance. As they approached, Chun Xingyao frowned and said, "Situ Qian, what are you doing here?" The one addressed as Situ Qian did not respond to Chun Xingyao but instead looked at Lin Tian, wearing a knowing smile. "Xingyao, aren't you going to introduce your new friend?" Chun Xingyao remarked, "On what grounds do you call me Xingyao? Are we that familiar?" Situ Qian smiled faintly, "You are my Dao companion. Am I not permitted to address you as such?" Upon hearing this, Chun Xingyao's demeanor instantly turned cold. "You are spouting nonsense. I will incapacitate you." Situ Qian was momentarily taken aback. While he often faced similar retorts, Chun Xingyao would typically ignore him. This time, however, she was outright threatening to cripple him. He must be this fellow. He had naturally heard of the events from earlier in the day and was now even angrier. He glared furiously at Lin Tian, who met his gaze without flinching, silently acknowledging, "This is Dog Brother." Situ Qian fixed his gaze on Lin Tian, coldly warning, "Young man, I advise you not to entertain any thoughts regarding Xingyao. Otherwise, you shall meet a most gruesome end." Lin Tian blinked, "Do you dare to kill me? To harm a fellow sect member?" Situ Qian scoffed dismissively, "Rules exist to restrain the weak. If you doubt it, feel free to test whether I can take your life." Lin Tian nodded. "Well said." With that, he extended his hand, ready to draw his sword. However, Chun Xingyao suddenly stepped in front of him, glaring at Situ Qian, "You need to leave, now." Situ Qian glanced at Chun Xingyao's small pouch, then let out a cold snort directed at Lin Tian before turning to depart. Lin Tian furrowed his brows, thinking, "No way. This guy doesn't he think he can rely on others for sustenance? Does he?" He turned his gaze towards Chun Xingyao. She looked back at him, pausing briefly before saying, "You cannot kill him. His father is an elder." Considering Lin Tian's temperament, she added, "At least, not at this moment." "Correct?" Lin Tian nodded with a smile, "Then he best not provoke me again." Seeing that Lin Tian was not angry, Chun Xingyao smiled slightly. She understood Lin Tian's temperament. He would not hesitate to kill without a second thought. Of course, he could also be quite kind. Chun Xingyao took Lin Tian's hand and said with a smile, "Come, let us go inside." Upon entering the room, they were enveloped by an abundance of spiritual energy. The space was quite spacious, with no wall on the right side, opening up to a spiritual spring and a peach tree, creating a warm atmosphere. Lin Tian exclaimed in surprise, "Xingyao, do you usually bathe in the spiritual spring?" Chun Xingyao blinked, "Of course not, but I might give it a try someday." Not finished yet, Chun Xingyao moved closer to Lin Tian, her clear eyes fixated on him, mere fingers breadth apart. She inquired, "Shall we bathe together?" Her voice was crisp, sending a shiver through Lin Tian. He hurriedly shook his head, Never mind. Chun Xingyao laughed heartily, asking, do you wish to cultivate? Lin Tian nodded. His current realm was somewhat lacking. Chun Xingyao smiled. Then let us cultivate together. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, wondering if she meant dual cultivation. His mind raced with possibilities. After a night had passed, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, realizing he had advanced to the second layer of the realm. The spiritual energy here was indeed abundant. Chun Xingyao approached. You've reached the second layer? Lin Tian nodded. Chun Xingyao expressed her envy. Your breakthrough is remarkably swift. Do you have no distractions? Lin Tian chuckled wryly. It's imperative to be quick. My enemies are rather formidable. Chun Xingyao blinked. Who are they? Lin Tian hesitated. Are you sure you want to know? Chun Xingyao nodded. Lin Tian replied, Tianlong sect. Tianlong sect. Chun Xingyao's expression shifted slightly as she nodded. That is indeed quite strong. Keep at it. If you cannot handle them, I will assist you. Assist herself? Lin Tian regarded Chun Xingyao and realized she was becoming increasingly remarkable. This was one of the two major sects of Zhangyan Prefecture, on par with Qingxing sect. Yet, Chun Xingyao's expression only changed slightly, and she spoke of helping him, indicating she was unafraid of Tianlong sect at that moment. Chun Xingyao said, let us go. I will help you enhance your strength. Lin Tian asked, where to? Chun Xingyao blinked, to the Sword Tower. Chapter 26. The Sword Tower at Qingxing sect, on Sword Peak, before a tall tower, Chun Xingyao brought Lin Tian to this place. Lin Tian gazed at the towering structure. Is this the Sword Tower? Chun Xingyao nodded. Indeed, it is said that at the tower's peak resides a trace of sword intent, supposedly from the Xintian Swordmaster. Xintian Swordmaster. Lin Tian's expression was peculiar, as this person's legacy seemed to be in his possession. Chun Xingyao pulled Lin Tian towards an elder at the base of the tower. She bowed slightly, Grandpa Sword. The elder smiled, child, does this young friend wish to enter the Sword Tower? Now, the entire Qingxing sect was aware that the Saintess Xingyao had a sword cultivator by her side, so the elder found it unsurprising. Chun Xingyao nodded with a smile. Yes. Lin Tian stepped forward and bowed to the elder. Predecessor. The elder examined Lin Tian and smiled. You are quite the handsome young man. Go on in. Lin Tian turned to Chun Xingyao, who nodded. Only then did Lin Tian step into the sword tower. Upon entering, he beheld a figure formed of sword energy. The figure looked at Lin Tian and smiled faintly, releasing sword intent. Lin Tian nodded, dispersing his own sword intent in response, exuding no hostility. The figure frowned slightly. You practice the Invincible sword Dao? Lin Tian nodded. The figure observed him for a moment before suddenly laughing. Young one, you are quite intriguing. Your sword intent contains an indomitable spirit, suggesting you have undoubtedly faced severe beatings. Lin Tian chuckled. I am merely a novice, nothing more. The figure smiled. Ah, how modest of you. Draw your sword. If you can defeat me, you shall ascend to the second layer. Lin Tian did not rush to draw his sword but inquired. Predecessor, how many layers does this tower have? The figure smiled slightly. 10 layers. Lin Tian nodded. Good. With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a sword energy strike. The figure's expression shifted drastically as he also unleashed a sword energy to meet it. Crack! The sword energy shattered, and one struck the figure between the brows. The figure was defeated. Lin Tian retracted his sword energy. Predecessor, thank you for your guidance. Truth be told, his sword was rather sharp at present. The figure smiled faintly, transforming into a flow of light that surged into Lin Tian's body. In an instant, Lin Tian's sword energy intensified. He was momentarily taken aback, then he was transported to the second floor, where another figure composed of sword energy awaited him. Lin Tian spoke first. Predecessor, if I defeat you, will you enhance my strength? The figure nodded. Without hesitation, Lin Tian unleashed a sword energy that firmly met the figure between the brows. The figure. Without further ado, the figure transformed into a flow of light that surged into Lin Tian. The third layer, fourth layer, fifth layer, sixth layer. Lin Tian only needed to draw one sword at each of these levels, until the seventh layer, where an elder awaited him. The elder looked at Lin Tian with a slight smile. Not bad. The Qingxing sect is indeed filled with talent. Draw your sword, young one. Lin Tian nodded. Here I come, predecessor. With that, Lin Tian gripped his sword energy and charged at the elder. The elder smiled faintly. raising his hand to slash at Lin Tian with his own sword. Crack! Their swords collided, and Lin Tian's sword shattered, sending him stumbling backward. The elder looked at Lin Tian, still wearing a broad smile. Lin Tian's fighting spirit ignited, and he once again gathered sword energy in his hand. He charged at the elder again. Crack! Lin Tian's sword shattered once more. The elder smiled. Continue. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Predecessor, brace yourself. My body is akin to a sword. With that, Lin Tian's entire being radiated sword intent. The elder's expression changed drastically, but he quickly smiled again. Good, good, good. You are indeed an interesting young one. Lin Tian extended his hand, and a sword energy appeared within his grasp. Without further words, he raised his hand and slashed. The elder did the same. This time, Lin Tian's sword energy did not shatter. Now, the sword was him, and he was the sword. With his body as the sword and his intent as the edge, they soon engaged in a fierce battle. The sound of clashing swords echoed throughout the tower. Outside the tower, the elder, referred to as Grandpa's sword by Chan Xingyao, gazed at the seventh layer with narrowed eyes. Reaching the seventh layer indicated the young man's impressive abilities. However, he was astonished. Lin Tian had breezed through the first 6 layers as if he were a seasoned veteran clearing monsters with remarkable speed. He turned to Qin Xingyao and smiled. Xingyao, do tell Grandpa Sword, are you vying for the title of the foremost saintess? Qin Xingyao shook her head. Not at all. I have no interest. The elder inquired. Then what of this young man? Qin Xingyao smiled. Grandpa Sword, do you think he is a helper I have summoned? The elder nodded. It was not just his belief. Everyone held the same opinion. Qin Xingyao smiled. I am not interested in such matters. He is my friend. Inside the tower, Lin Tian's sword strikes grew increasingly swift, his power surging. The elder's smile faded. As Lin Tian continued to strike, he declared, Predecessor, you might as well submit and flow into my body. It is time to end this. With that, Lin Tian unleashed a powerful sword strike. Crack! The elder's sword shattered instantly, sending him flying backwards several meters. Regaining his footing, the elder looked at Lin Tian, nodding in satisfaction. He then transformed into a flow of light that surged into Lin Tian's body, causing Lin Tian's sword energy to erupt with fervor. This sensation was exhilarating. Lin Tian reached the 8th layer. Outside the tower, the elder was no longer calm. Reaching the 8th layer meant this young man had achieved something remarkable. It was no wonder the elder was astonished. Only one person had ever reached the 8th layer before. In a century at Qingxing sect, only one individual had scaled the 8th layer. Now, Lin Tian was the second. Chan Xingyao's expression remained calm, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Inside the tower, Lin Tian nodded slightly to the figure before him, preparing to speak. However, the figure struck first, unleashing a sword strike at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he hurriedly grasped his sword energy to defend. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as Lin Tian's sword shattered into butterfly-like fragments, sending him sprawling backward, a deep sword wound appearing on his chest, blood gushing forth. Lin Tian raised his head to look at the figure, who wasted no time and charged at him again. Sword in hand, offering no respite. Lin Tian thought, let's do this. Leaping into action, Lin Tian's aura peaked, and a sword energy reformed before him. Slash! Lin Tian raised his hand and struck. Crack! The two swords collided, and both combatants were sent reeling backward. Lin Tian looked down to see his sword energy cracking. The figure charged again, moving with incredible speed. Time was of the essence, and with a swift motion, Lin Tian unsheathed his sword and struck. Crack! The blade shattered entirely in his grasp, while he was already 10 meters away, spitting blood profusely. The assailant did not falter, charging forward with his sword. Xiao Linzi, quickly use the Yaotian sword, urged Xiao Ta anxiously. Lin Tian gazed at the man's sinister expression, saying, I've shown you enough courtesy. Come forth, sword. As the words left his lips, a whirlwind of sword energy converged into his hand, manifesting a brand new sword. The man approached. Lin Tian unsheathed his weapon with a fierce determination. Bang! The formidable force sent the man reeling backwards. Indeed, when one is consumed by rage, their potential knows no bounds. The man regarded Lin Tian with a calm demeanor, his lips curling into a slight smile. Great Sun sword technique. In the next instant, his sword began to tremble ominously. Lin Tian sensed the scent of death approaching. Chapter 27. The Emergence of Imperial Blood. All gods submit. Lin Tian wiped the blood from his body and took a step forward, his sword energy boiling around him. If one fears death, how can they claim invincibility? He wielded his sword, ready to settle the score with a single strike. Raising the sword to his brow, he unleashed a powerful blow. The space around them seemed to boil with intensity. Across from him, the man's serene expression finally shifted. Without hesitation, Lin Tian slashed forward, the air around him seeming to bubble with energy. This strike was a life-or-death gambit. The man smiled faintly, brandishing his sword in response. Boom! The 8th level resounded with a thunderous roar, the residual force surging outward like a tidal wave. Lin Tian remained, kneeling on one knee, gripping a sword full of cracks, blood continuously oozing from his mouth. Lin Tian had emerged victorious. Several dozen meters away, the man examined the remnants of his sword, a faint smile gracing his lips, a broken sword. Indeed, under Lin Tian's strike, his weapon had been cleaved in half. The man turned his gaze towards Lin Tian, making no further gestures, transforming into a streak of light racing towards him. Cough! Lin Tian spat out blood, yet in the next moment, the fissures in his sword energy began to mend. The scars on his body similarly healed. Xiao Ta, filled with concern, exclaimed, Xiao Linzi, why must you push yourself so hard? Lin Tian replied with a faint smile, I simply refuse to be bullied. With that, Lin Tian's aura surged dramatically, entering the Great Sword King realm. The rewards from the 8th level had finally elevated his swordsmanship to the Great Sword King stage, akin to entering the realm of laws. Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. Young one, you may choose to ascend to the 9th level or not. Without hesitation, Lin Tian declared, I will ascend. After a brief silence, the voice continued, consider carefully. Once you ascend to the 9th level, should you fail, death awaits. Death. Lin Tian responded resolutely, to die is merely to return to the heavens. I shall ascend. I in pursuit of wealth and glory. One must risk peril, seeking 1 out of 10, yet losing 9. Lin Tian was determined to seize that one. If death was the price, so be it. Moments later, the voice announced, very well, I will grant you 3/4 of an hour to prepare. Lin Tian nodded and sat down on the ground. Tower brother, can you heal my wounds? He asked. Xiao Ta remained silent, and a surge of power flowed into Lin Tian's body. Soon, 3/4 of an hour passed. A force propelled Lin Tian to the 9th level. Outside the tower, the crowd was no longer calm. Someone has ascended to the 9th level of the Sword Tower. Come and see. Who is it? It seems to be the sword cultivator beside the saintess of Xingyao. The discussions were fervent. Beside Qin Xingyao, an elder's eyes widened in shock. Qin Xingyao glanced at Xiao Ta with a gentle smile, urging, do your best. Inside the tower, Lin Tian faced an elder. The elder regarded Lin Tian with a faint smile, saying, young man, you are quite impressive. But, before he could finish, Lin Tian charged forward with his sword, shouting, your grandmother, die. He had no desire to waste words with the elder, having been influenced by the adversary from the 8th level. The elder's expression darkened. How could this younger generation lack such basic manners? Observing Lin Tian's approach, he suddenly drew his sword. Lin Tian's countenance changed drastically. He truly sensed the taste of death. Those who have leaped from heights know that when one is nearing death, they can feel it. Crack! Lin Tian was sent flying, fresh blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. The elder shook his head. Use your full strength. You know what ascending to the 9th level entails. Death coexists with opportunity. Full strength? Then I shall give it my all. Lin Tian bellowed. Sword, come. In the next moment, the Yaoguang sword appeared in his hand, its grip elevating his combat prowess several tiers. Though he hesitated to rely on external aids, the stakes were too high. The elder narrowed his eyes, sensing the extraordinary nature of the sword in Lin Tian's grasp. Without hesitation, Lin Tian surged towards the elder. The elder raised his sword and struck downward. Clang! Both were sent sprawling back. Lin Tian's hand went numb from the impact. The elder slowly swung his sword, declaring, external objects are ultimately just that. Let me show you what a true sword is. With that, the elder's sword trembled violently, and the pressure he exerted bore down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. In an instant, the elder charged at him. Lin Tian did not dare to underestimate him. Wielding the Yaotian sword as he rushed forward, clang, with a single strike, it felt as though Lin Tian's very organs were being crushed. This elder was incredibly powerful, an insurmountable foe. This was Lin Tian's immediate impression. Yet, so what? He had already confronted the Emperor's Slayer. What was there to fear? In that instant, his indomitable spirit surged forth, more robust and fervent than ever before. This was the qualitative change. The elder's expression finally shifted. Lin Tian unleashed a fierce strike, resembling a silver dragon, charging straight for the elder. Bang! The elder was knocked back several dozen meters, a crack appearing in his sword. Glancing at the damage, the elder suddenly erupted with laughter. Interesting. While your manners may be lacking, your mindset is commendable. Lin Tian charged towards the elder once more, saying, Senior, it's time for you to concede. The elder smiled faintly, Young one, we sword cultivators only know of victory and defeat. Of life and death. There is no such thing as surrender. With that, the elder suddenly struck with his sword. This time, Lin Tian did not get sent flying. The two engaged directly in combat. Outside the tower, a crowd had gathered, primarily composed of sword cultivators. The excitement was palpable as someone had ascended to the 9th level of the sword tower. Among them was Situ Qian. He glanced at Chan Xingyao not far away, his gaze turning increasingly fierce. Xingyao, you are mine. No one can take you from me. With that, he turned and departed. Inside the tower, Lin Tian had transformed into a bloodied figure, his body marred by sword scars. He continued to clash with the elder, yet he remained at a disadvantage. The elder's sword technique surpassed him tenfold, and his combat awareness was equally superior. In such circumstances, how could he turn the tide? It was a matter of risking everything. In the next moment, flames erupted around Lin Tian, igniting the soul. By sacrificing his physical body and spirit, he would temporarily gain greater strength. However, such a choice was seldom made unless absolutely necessary, as it could lead to complete annihilation. Lin Tian's blood surged to a boil. The elder frowned slightly, offering no words as he raised his hand to strike at Lin Tian. This was not a mere competition. The process of becoming stronger could lead to death. The elder's sword was poised to cleave Lin Tian. An overwhelming aura erupted from Lin Tian's body, sending the elder reeling backwards. The elder steadied himself. Astonished by Lin Tian's transformation, Lin Tian, too, was bewildered. He felt as though his body had changed fundamentally. Something had awakened within him. No, many things at that moment. Xiao Tao remarked, Xiao Linzi, your bloodline seal has been broken. Focus on feeling your bloodline. Seal? Though Lin Tian barely understood, there was no time for questions. He concentrated on the newfound sensations within him. In the next instant, his eyes turned a vivid crimson. Suddenly, a surge of power radiated from within him. The emergence of imperial blood. All gods submit. Chapter 28. Master of the Xintian sword. Sensing the aura emanating from Lin Tian, the elder's brow furrowed. Bloodline power? Lin Tian, with his blood-red eyes fixed on the elder, uttered not a word and struck with his sword. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. This strike was far more powerful than before. Significantly so. Boom! A resounding clash echoed, sending the elder flying back several meters. The elder stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. What kind of bloodline power is this? Lin Tian looked at the elder and casually tossed his sword aside. Imperial blood. As the words fell, Lin Tian's shirt was torn apart, revealing his body adorned with irregular red lines. Clenching his fist, as large as a sandbag, he charged at the elder. Die! As his fist neared, the elder raised his sword in defense. Crack, with a sharp sound. The elder's sword shattered into butterfly-like fragments. The elder's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? What kind of blood is this? He sensed that Lin Tian had transformed, his strength at least doubled. Doubled? Lin Tian smirked at the elder. Weren't you quite arrogant? Come, face me. Lin Tian surged toward the elder, moving with such speed that he left afterimages in his wake. Bang! The elder barely had time to react before Lin Tian's fist sent him crashing to the ground. The elder's head buzzed, but it wasn't over. Lin Tian leaped into the air, his mighty fist descending upon the elder, who had no chance to evade. Crack! The floor beneath the elder shattered. The elder himself seemed to fade into transparency. Yet it didn't stop there. Lin Tian mounted the elder, unleashing a flurry of punches. The elder exclaimed, "Young friend, I concede." Lin Tian grinned, "Concede? I won't allow you to." The elder's expression darkened. Lin Tian was now sitting atop him, pummeling him relentlessly. Though he was not a human but merely a fragment of consciousness, this was utterly humiliating. What on earth was this blood? It was as if Lin Tian had become a different person entirely. After enduring several dozen blows from Lin Tian, the elder could no longer bear it, transforming into a streak of light that entered Lin Tian's body. Instantly, Lin Tian's aura surged dramatically. Yet, his swordsmanship remained unchanged. Still at the Great Sword King level in place, Lin Tian did not pause. Instead, he continued to pound the ground with his fists, shouting, "Get out here. I won't allow you to concede." Xiao Ta's voice emerged. "Xiao Linzi, calm down. Do not let your bloodline dictate your actions." Lin Tian snorted disdainfully, lightly tapping his fingers, summoning Xiao Ta before him. Suddenly, he swung a fist at Xiao Ta, exclaiming, "Are you trying to teach me how to do things?" Xiao Ta responded, "D2. Boom." Xiao Ta was forcefully slammed against the wall. Xiao Ta remarked, "I showed him some leniency. Let us take him down." After speaking, Xiao Ta turned his back to Lin Tian, creating a suction that drew Lin Tian into the tower. Inside Xiao Ta, Lin Tian glanced at Lin Xiaoyao not far away before directing his gaze toward D Tuesday. He unleashed a powerful punch. Shouting, "Die!" Boom. A tremendous noise erupted as Lin Tian was sent flying several dozen meters. His chest caved in. Clearly, D2's punch was swifter. Lin Tian rose, patting his chest, forcibly pushing the dent back to its original shape, not even furrowing his brow during the process. Lin Xiaoyao observed the unfamiliar Lin Tian, swallowing nervously, and hurriedly moved aside to hide. Lin Tian looked at D2, saying, "You're quite impressive, keep going with that." He charged at D2 once more. D2 shook his head and pressed a hand down. Bang! Lin Tian knelt rigidly before him. Lin Tian glared fiercely at D2, silently challenging him to let him rise, asserting, "I won die by your hand. I'll take your surname." D2 remained silent, stepping forward to place a hand on Lin Tian's body. The crimson hue in Lin Tian's eyes and the red lines on his physique instantly faded away. Subsequently, he slumped down. Lin Xiaoyao cautiously approached, gently patting Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian weakly said, "Tugu, I can't control my body." D2 nodded, "I understand. When you have time, let Xiao Ta explain your bloodline to you." Lin Tian nodded and turned his gaze to Lin Xiaoyao, softly asking, "Did I scare you?" Lin Xiaoyao nodded, then shook her head. Following that, she pushed with her small hand, a surge of spiritual energy flowing into Lin Tian's body. She glanced at Lin Tian and smiled brightly. Moments later, Lin Tian emerged from Xiao Ta, clutching his chest, his face etched with pain. It hurt. It truly hurt. After activating his bloodline, he was utterly disoriented. He couldn't believe he had forcibly flattened his caved-in chest. Nevertheless, it must be said, the enhancement from this bloodline was indeed formidable. Once activated, it felt as if he were striking the old man as if he were a mere child. This bloodline was impressive. At that moment, a force propelled Lin Tian to the 10th level, the final level. Before Lin Tian sat a middle-aged man in a meditative pose. Without wasting words, Lin Tian manifested the Yao Tian sword and slashed down. Clang! In the next instant, Lin Tian's sword was sent flying away. Lin Tian was taken aback. He hadn't even seen how the man before him had made his move, or rather, the man hadn't moved at all. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Tian with a smile. "Young friend, there is no need to fight me. You cannot no need to fight." Lin Tian's heart leaped with joy. He now comprehended that each ascending level of the sword tower represented a stronger opponent. Should he engage in battle, he would truly be unable to withstand it. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. "Young friend, please sit." Lin Tian nodded and took a seat. The middle-aged man regarded Lin Tian, saying, "The strength of each of these 9 levels is determined by your own capabilities. What do you think?" Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. The elder at the 9th level was also determined by his strength. The middle-aged man nodded. "Naturally, without challenges, there can be no growth. Otherwise, the existence of this sword tower would be meaningless." Lin Tian inquired, "But what if I couldn't defeat them?" The middle-aged man replied with a smile. "Isn't this also an opportunity for you to choose?" Lin Tian nodded. Indeed, it was his choice. The middle-aged man observed Lin Tian and remarked, Your bloodline is quite extraordinary. I have never seen one as impressive as yours. I can surmise that your identity is not simple. Lin Tian chuckled bitterly. I also do not know my identity. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. You don't know? Lin Tian shook his head. I don't know, but I believe my identity should be quite remarkable. He paused, adding, remarkably impressive. Xiao D2. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, having formed a definition of Lin Tian in his mind. Very thick-skinned. Who would boast about their identity being remarkably impressive? Perhaps he should guide him a bit. One must learn to be humble. With this thought, the middle-aged man spoke. Young friend, do you know who I am? Lin Tian hesitated before replying, the Lord of the Xintian sword. The middle-aged man nodded. That is how the world refers to me. Do you think I am powerful? Lin Tian pondered for a moment. I suppose you're all right. All right. The middle-aged man chuckled. This young friend may not have seen much of the world. He continued. This Qingxing sect? I could obliterate it with a single sword strike. The people of Zhongzhou must bow their heads in submission when they see me. Furthermore, the Guardian Alliance. Chapter 29. The Guardian Alliance. The middle-aged man stopped at this point. Not continuing, Lin Tian asked, Elder, what kind of force is the Guardian Alliance? He had never heard of the Guardian Alliance before. The middle-aged man replied lightly, with your talent, you will encounter such matters in the future. Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully. The middle-aged man continued, back then, I was invincible in the Xintian realm, and you still think you're okay? Lin Tian looked at the middle-aged man, hesitating for a moment before vigorously nodding. Impressive, truly impressive, the middle-aged man. That he sensed that Lin Tian was merely going through the motions. Oh well, he couldn't blame him for not understanding the significance of being invincible in the Xintian realm. The middle-aged man shifted directly to the point, young lad, you must understand that there are always greater beings beyond the horizon. One must learn to be humble. Lin Tian nodded slightly. The middle-aged man smiled ruefully. Let me use myself as an example. Back then, I was invincible in the Xintian realm, thinking myself unparalleled until I encountered someone 100 years ago. Lin Tian blinked, feigning ignorance. Who? A look of despair crossed the middle-aged man's face as he gravely replied. A man in a black robe. Lin Tian nodded. It must be Tu Gu. The middle-aged man sighed. I couldn't withstand even a single punch from him. Lin Tian blinked, remaining silent. The middle-aged man asked, what else with that expression? He looked at Lin Tian earnestly. Young lad, do you understand? I, who was invincible in the Xintian realm, could not withstand even a single punch from that person, and I was thoroughly beaten for 200 years. The middle-aged man grew increasingly aggrieved, and Lin Tian felt as if he might cry as well. It was a familiar feeling. This experience was not pleasant, much like Lin Tian's own ordeal. The difference being? Lin Tian endured it from the age of 6 to 18. Lin Tian regarded the middle-aged man seriously, saying, I understand now. You wish to tell me not to be too arrogant, and to remain true to my original intentions. The middle-aged man concealed his emotions, revealing a faint smile. Lin Tian asked, Elder, what realm were you in at that time? The middle-aged man replied, Dao realm. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Dao realm? I haven't heard of that realm. The middle-aged man nodded. You are still far from the Dao realm. Just know that in the presence of certain existences, the Dao realm is still akin to an ant. Certain existences. Lin Tian naturally understood that the middle-aged man was referring to his elder brother. DTU.IT felt wonderful to have an elder brother. Lin Tian then inquired, Elder, do you know about the world outside the Xintian realm? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with surprise. You know there is a world beyond the Xintian realm? Lin Tian shook his head. I don't know. But someone has told me that there is not only the Xintian realm but many worlds, some with terrifyingly advanced martial civilizations. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. Who told you that? Lin Tian fell silent, contemplating whether to share the matter of Xiao Ta with the middle-aged man. However, he feared the middle-aged man might be overwhelmed. That moment, the middle-aged man said. It's fine if you don't say. Geniuses often have their own secrets. Lin Tian pondered. Elder, let me tell you. I have it. The middle-aged man quickly interrupted. Don't say it. I don't want to hear it. Lin Tian was taken aback. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Tian, his exterior calm, yet internally he felt some trepidation. He sensed a strong connection between Lin Tian and the man in the black robe who had beaten him for 200 years. This feeling was intense, almost like fate. The young man before him was exceptionally remarkable. The Xintian realm was on the verge of a transformation. The middle-aged man shifted the topic. Originally, ascending to the 10th level would allow you to receive my inheritance. But since you have already found your own path, let us set that aside. Inheritance? To be honest, the middle-aged man's inheritance was indeed with Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian could not fathom why the middle-aged man would leave his inheritance within the tower. Lin Tian said, "Elder, I can find a successor for you." The middle-aged man paused for a moment. That's fine. But this person must be your close friend, someone with whom you share a bond of life and death. A bond of life and death? Lin Tian was puzzled. Elder, why is that? The middle-aged man smiled slightly. If something were to happen to him, you wouldn't ignore him, would you? Lin Tian nodded. Indeed. If something were to happen to a friend like that, I would do everything in my power to help. That it was likely his childhood experiences that shaped Lin Tian's character. The middle-aged man said, "Can you agree to this?" Lin Tian did not hesitate. All right. Seeing Lin Tian's determination, the middle-aged man gestured, and a sword energy manifested before Lin Tian. Lin Tian blinked. Then, Elder, is there any benefit to me? The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. I am merely a manifestation of intention. I have no resources for cultivation. He paused before adding, however, you may seek out Xiao Ta. Within the tower, there are not only my inheritance, but also some resources. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes brightened. All right, senior. The middle-aged man naturally noticed the change in his expression, further convinced that Lin Tian was connected to the figure in the black robe. This youth was a significant ally. Very well, let me offer my support to the younger generation. The middle-aged man said, young friend, I have already imparted my legacy to you. Before long, I shall dissipate in the future. Could you perhaps safeguard the Qingxing sect? Lin Tian, perplexed, asked, Senior, are you affiliated with the Qingxing sect? In Lin Tian's perspective, if a figure like the Xintian sword master belonged to the Qingxing sect, it would hardly be situated in such a remote location. At the very least, it should reside within the central continent. As Lin Tian anticipated, the middle-aged man shook his head. I have certain ties to this sect. Lin Tian nodded, contemplating, and then inquired, what if the Qingxing sect were to target me? He would never tolerate those who sought to harm him. Annihilation of their clan and sect would be imperative. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. If they were to pursue you, young friend, that would be their fate. You should act as you deem fit. Lin Tian nodded. Very well. The middle-aged man rose, offering a slight bow to Lin Tian. Thank you, young friend. With that, he vanished from sight. Indeed, the Xintian sword master, invincible within the Xintian realm, had bowed to Lin Tian. Outside the tower, a multitude of individuals had gathered, all fixated upon the pinnacle of the tower. Someone had actually ascended to the summit. There resided the will of the Xintian sword master. This opportunity was extraordinary. At the very least, one must be in the broken law realm. Suddenly, Lin Tian appeared before the crowd. All eyes turned to him. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, secretly beginning to draw his sword. Clearly, the news of his ascent to the tower's peak had already leaked. These individuals could very well pose a threat to him. Human nature was indeed fearsome. At that moment, Qin Xingyao materialized before Lin Tian, greatly easing his countenance. With a gentle smile, Qin Xingyao said, let us go. Lin Tian nodded. The crowd parted to clear a path. Soon, the two figures gradually faded from view. At this juncture, someone called out, quickly, report to the sect master. Chapter 30. Fragments of origin upon returning to the Yan Hall. They spotted a figure standing before the hall from a distance. It was Chen Xingyao. He gazed at Chen Xingyao holding Lin Tian's hand, feeling helpless. His younger sister had been thoroughly whisked away by this scoundrel. Chen Xingyao looked at Chen Xingyuan and asked, brother, what brings you here? Chen Xingyuan replied with a hint of melancholy, if Lin brother can come, why can't I? Chen Xingyao chuckled, of course you can. Chen Xingyuan then turned his attention to Lin Tian. Smiling, Lin brother, we meet again. Lin Tian grinned, indeed, it has been quite a while. Chen Xingyuan stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Lin Tian's neck. You are now quite the sensation in the sect. Have you met the Xintian sword master? Lin Tian blinked. Perhaps we should discuss this inside. Come, let us go, Chen Xingyuan said, still holding on to Lin Tian. Left behind, Chen Xingyao observed the two retreating figures, smiling slightly and shaking her head. Her brother's bond with Lin Tian was indeed commendable. Inside the hall, moments later. What? The Xintian sword master bestowed the Dao inheritance upon you. And you do not wish to accept it? Ah? Qin Xingyuan looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Lin Tian had already recounted the events that transpired. Qin Xingyao glared at Lin Tian, somewhat angrily saying, "This is your secret. How could you disclose it all?" Qin Xingyuan interjected, "Oh, sister, I am your own brother. Blood is thicker than water." Lin Tian laughed softly, "You both are also my dear friends. It's merely a legacy, nothing to worry about. Dear friends." A flicker of emotion passed through the hearts of the siblings. Qin Xingyao scrutinized Lin Tian, "But do you understand what the Dao inheritance signifies? If you cultivate according to the inheritance, you could reach the Dao realm in a short time, and at that point, you would be invincible in the Xintian realm." Qin Xingyao felt a surge of anger. She was frustrated that Lin Tian, a fool, was squandering an opportunity that lay before him. Lin Tian shook his head. "I have no desire to be invincible in the Xintian realm. What does it matter? I still cannot withstand a punch from my older brother." Qin Xingyao queried in confusion, "Then what do you wish to achieve?" Lin Tian smiled. "I wish to deliver a good beating to someone. As for who, I shan't disclose that. Emperor too." Qin Xingyao, with a peculiar expression, remarked, "Lin brother, if you reach the Dao realm, would you still fear not being able to deal with someone?" Lin Tian shook his head. "No, I cannot." Upon hearing this, Qin Xingyuan and Qin Xingyao felt a chill run down their spines. If he could not even confront someone at the Dao realm, it implied that Lin Tian was acquainted with someone far more formidable than a Dao realm expert. Their curiosity regarding Lin Tian's identity intensified. At that moment, Lin Tian inquired, "Qin brother, what exactly is the Dao realm?" Qin Xingyuan, with a strange expression, replied, "Lin brother, you do not know?" Lin Tian felt a bit embarrassed. "I do not. Is it unusual for me not to know?" Lin Tian turned his gaze toward Qin Xingyuan, silently awaiting further explanation. He only knew that the Dao realm was an existence that was invincible in the Xintian realm. Qin Xingyuan shook his head. "I also do not know, Lin Tian." "Then why mention so much nonsense?" Qin Xingyuan continued, "However, I do know of the realm above the broken law realm." Lin Tian was taken aback. "What is it?" Qin Xingyuan elaborated. "It is the Lin Dao realm. The Lin Dao." Lin Tian shook his head. Such concepts felt too distant for him. He was merely at the focusing spirit realm at present. At this juncture, Qin Xingyuan chuckled, "Lin brother, since you are not interested in the Dao inheritance, why not give it to me? I could also switch to sword cultivation." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xingyuan cried out in pain. Qin Xingyao had pinched his ear, angrily exclaiming, "Your brother, how have you become so shameless?" Qin Xingyuan covered his ear. "I was merely joking. Please let go." Observing the sibling duo, Lin Tian chuckled, conjuring a sword energy that appeared before them. The siblings halted their actions, their eyes wide in astonishment as they gazed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled. "It's not a big deal." Suddenly, Qin Xingyao embraced Lin Tian. "You are truly wonderful." Qin Xingyuan's lips twitched. It hardly seemed appropriate for them to be hugging like this while he was present. Most importantly, it was his sister who had initiated the embrace. Leaving him at a loss for words, Qin Xingyao gazed at Lin Tian, their embrace lingering. Her face drew closer to Lin Tian's. Lin Tian hastily exclaimed, "Why your brother is still here." Only then did Qin Xingyao, blushing, release Lin Tian. Qin Xingyuan felt as if the sky had fallen. "Wait, did you two do something while I was away? Sisters are not to be left unguarded." Qin Xingyuan shifted the topic. "Lin brother, I believe you should consider leaving the Qingxing sect. These individuals will likely covet the legacy you possess." Coveting the legacy. Lin Tian nodded. The moment he exited the sword tower, he had sensed the multitude of gazes upon him. He found it hard to believe that none of them harbored ulterior motives. At that moment, the small tower suddenly spoke. "Linzi, you cannot leave." Lin Tian queried, "Why not?" The small tower responded, "I have sensed the fragments of origin." Fragments of origin. Lin Tian recalled this matter. If he could gather all the fragments of the small tower, he would become an indestructible force. He hastily asked, "Where are they?" The small tower exclaimed with excitement, "In the tower opposite the one you visited yesterday." "Opposite?" Lin Tian turned to Qin Xingyuan and asked, "Qin brother, what lies across from the sword tower?" Qin Xingyuan looked at Qin Xingyao. "Sister, isn't it the sword tomb?" Qin Xingyao nodded, then turned to Lin Tian. "What is it?" Lin Tian smiled slightly. "May I go?" Qin Xingyao pondered for a moment. "Yes, but you must defeat all the young generation of the Sword Peak." The Sword Peak was naturally composed of sword cultivators. Qin Xingyao blinked. You only need to defeat one person. He is the most extraordinary sword cultivator on the Sword Peak. Lin Tian inquired. Who? Chun Xingyao replied. Jin Nan. He is at the Entry Law Realm. Entry Law Realm. Lin Tian smiled wryly. He was merely at the Focusing Spirit Realm. But that did not mean he could not fight. His swordsmanship had entered the realm of law. Regardless, he had to go to the Sword Tomb. Lin Tian glanced at the Xintian Sword Master's legacy and said to Chun Xingyuan, Chin brother, please take this. Chun Xingyuan was instantly moved. Good brother, in the future. If you encounter difficulties, I will surely assist you. This was the Dao inheritance. Lin Tian could give it away just like that, surpassing even the kindness of his own father. Chun Xingyuan accepted the legacy. Lin Tian stated, I need to cultivate. Chun Xingyao nodded, indeed. With that, Chun Xingyao snapped her fingers, instantly doubling the density of spiritual energy within the hall. Double. Lin Tian wasted no time and began to cultivate. Chen Xingyuan contemplated the Dao inheritance. In the Qingxing sect, atop a mountain peak, stood a grand hall. Inside, a middle-aged man stated, Are you saying the sword cultivator beside Xingyao encountered the Xintian sword master? The elder before him nodded, Sect master. This implies that the sword cultivator at least possesses the legacy of the broken law realm. The middle-aged man gazed at the elder. Do you desire it that much? The elder hesitated, Sect master. You are aware that if we acquire the broken law inheritance, it would only be a matter of time before we assimilate the Tianlong sect. Chapter 31. Observing 36 yin-yang techniques, the middle-aged man shook his head. Old Zhang, you are mistaken. The elder furrowed his brow, confused. The middle-aged man continued, the Xintian sword master has certain ties to our Qingxing sect. Do you think he would choose an ordinary individual? The elder replied. What if he is not ordinary? Can the Xintian sword master revive him for protection? The middle-aged man shook his head. What is destined to happen will happen. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. Old Zhang, you should head to the back mountain. Tio, the back mountain? The elder's face turned ashen. Sect master, the entire sect is aware of this matter. Can you protect that young man for a moment? Or for a lifetime? The middle-aged man responded coldly. Mind your tone. The pressure belonging to the law control realm bore down upon the elder. The elder took a step back, his expression grim. The middle-aged man calmly stated, Should anyone dare to lay a hand on that youth, he shall no longer be a member of my Qingxing sect. The elder's expression darkened. He was the sect master, after all, and he made his way to the back mountain. Upon leaving, the elder was perplexed. Why did their sect master protect that young man so fiercely? Did he truly have no desire for the realm of law? Or could it be that this lad was his illegitimate son? The middle-aged man remained where he was, murmuring to himself, Lin Tian, targeted by the Tianlong sect, and yet he can subdue those merely half a step into the realm of law with his cultivation at the divine training stage. Remarkable. He gazed in the direction of Lin Tian and commanded, Send word. Anyone who dares to harm Lin Tian shall no longer be a part of my Qingxing sect. Their lives and deaths shall be their own concern. With that, a figure clad in black robes bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man and affirmed, Yes, sect master. Soon, this decree spread throughout the Qingxing sect, halting the actions of those who had intended to strike at Lin Tian. The following day, within the Yao Nu Hall, Lin Tian was enveloped in a profound aura. In the span of a single night, he had directly broken through 2 levels, reaching the 4th layer of divine concentration. 2 levels, but this was to be expected. With such rich spiritual energy, even a pig could be pulled along. Lin Tian opened his eyes, feeling the entirety of his aura surge into his body. It was time to clarify the matter of his bloodline. Lin Tian inquired of the small tower, Tower brother, what about my bloodline? The tower responded, Your bloodline is known as Imperial Blood. Imperial Blood. Lin Tian nodded, recalling that he had mentioned it in a state of confusion. The tower continued, As you know, once this bloodline awakens, your power will increase significantly. However, you will also be dominated by the bloodline. Lin Tian was taken aback. His bloodline could dominate its master? What kind of absurdity was this? He asked, Tower brother. How can I dominate the bloodline? The tower, in an enigmatic tone, replied, It's a matter of mental state. Your bloodline is quite special, pure imperial blood. If your mental state is unstable, you will be influenced by the bloodline, becoming estranged from your kin. Lin Tian pondered this. So, I should not bear the surname Lin, but rather the surname Di? The tower affirmed, Indeed. Lin Tian further questioned, "Am I truly being raised by a prominent family?" The tower earnestly stated, "Not a prominent family, but rather raised by your father. He wishes for you to be stronger than he." Lin Tian asked, "How strong is my father?" The tower fell silent, finding it a challenging question to answer. Perhaps it would be better for D2 to respond, as he had once been subjected to the master's whims. As this thought crossed his mind, within the tower, D2 suddenly swung his fist, striking the small tower. "Do not involve me in your discussions, or I shall reduce you to rubble." The tower, astonished, replied, "How did you know what I was thinking?" D2 raised his middle finger. "When you drop your pants, I know precisely what you intend to do." The tower ignored D2, stating, "Little Lin, I cannot say how strong your father is, but for now, focus on becoming invincible in the Xintian realm." Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully. The tower returned to the subject at hand. "You must master your bloodline. Your mental state must remain stable." Lin Tian asked, "What should I do?" The tower chuckled, "Read books." Lin Tian hesitated, "The 36 techniques of yin and yang?" The tower, "It's over. My once pristine image has been tarnished by a single book. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the hall, "Tiangu, someone is looking for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian rose and made his way outside, where he found a middle-aged man not far behind Chen Xingyao. Chen Xingyao looked at Lin Tian and quietly warned, "He is the sect master." Sect master. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, preparing himself to draw his sword. However, not fully understanding the situation, he opted for a courteous approach. Lin Tian bowed slightly to the middle-aged man, saying, "Greetings, sect master." The middle-aged man smiled faintly. "Lin Tian?" Lin Tian nodded. It was not surprising for a sect master to know his name. The middle-aged man introduced himself, "I am Yun Jixing." Lin Tian was slightly astonished. Was the sect master this polite? Yun Jixing patted Lin Tian on the shoulder. "Young one, you need not be so wary of me." Seeing that he bore no ill intent, Lin Tian smiled. "Indeed, I was overly suspicious." Yun Jixing returned the smile. "You carry a legacy. It is only natural to be a bit cautious." Lin Tian replied, "Thank you for the reminder." Sect master. Yun Jixing nodded. "I have issued a decree. Anyone who strikes against you shall no longer be a member of my Qingxing sect, so you need not have any concerns." Lin Tian fell silent. He seemed to have no real connection with this sect master. Why was he helping him? Yun Jixing, perceiving Lin Tian's inner confusion, chuckled. "You are the heir of the sword master. I imagine he has mentioned caring for the Qingxing sect. If I were to covet your legacy, would that not betray the sword master? Quite direct." Lin Tian appreciated such straightforwardness. He smiled slightly. "I am not the sword master's heir, but I have promised him to find a successor." Yun Jixing's expression shifted slightly. Was this lad truly rejecting the inheritance of the Xintian swordmaster? This young man was certainly no ordinary individual. Regaining his composure, Yun Jixing smiled. "No matter. You may not be the swordmaster's heir, but you are still a disciple of the Qingxing sect." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's impression of the Qingxing sect improved greatly. Since the sect master had said as much, he felt compelled to show understanding. Lin Tian declared, "I will forever be a member of the Qingxing sect." Yun Jixing nodded, having achieved his objective. That was precisely the affirmation he sought. Sometimes, a genius is far more valuable than a mere legacy. Yun Jixing observed Lin Tian, "Your enemies are formidable. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. I may not be able to shield you for long." Lin Tian's expression shifted. The Tianlong sect? It had to be the Tianlong sect. Their people had come knocking at his door. It seemed the time afforded to him was indeed limited. Lin Tian felt profound gratitude towards Yun Jixing and expressed, "Thank you, sect master." Yun Jixing offered a slight smile. "No need for thanks." Lin Tian hesitated before saying, "Sect master, I wish to go to the sword tomb. Visit the sword tomb." Yun Jixing hesitated somewhat. After all, he could not make that decision alone. He stated, "You must first defeat Jian Nan to gain entry to the sword tomb." Lin Tian sighed softly. He had originally hoped to take a shortcut, but it seemed he still had to defeat that Jian Nan, entering the realm of law. Then let it be. Chapter 32. Battle with Jian Nan. Yun Jixing departed. Chen Xingyao hurried forward, asking, "Tiangu, what did the sect master say to you?" By now, Yun Jixing's decree had spread throughout the Qingxing sect, and Chen Xingyao was aware of it. Upon learning this, she couldn't help but regard the sect master with newfound respect. He was not foolish. Lin Tian smiled softly. He said that to enter the sword tomb, I must defeat Jian Nan. Lin Tian then inquired, is this person very strong? Chen Xingyao blinked, he's decent, but he shouldn't be stronger than you. What realm can you currently fight in? Lin Tian replied calmly, in the realm of law. I should be able to dispatch an ordinary practitioner of the realm of law with a single sword strike. A single sword strike to defeat an ordinary practitioner of the realm of law. Chen Xingyao transformed into a little fangirl. You're amazing. How about you pass your talents down to me? Lin Tian was taken aback. How would that work? Chen Xingyao's face turned slightly red. By having children. Lin Tian stared at Chen Xingyao in disbelief. She blinked at him. It was no wonder Chen Xingyao felt this way. Lin Tian was a remarkable figure capable of freely passing down his Dao inheritance, possessing great strength and talent. Who wouldn't be enamored? That was a legacy of the Dao. Those who could cultivate to the realm of Dao were truly invincible in the Xintian realm. Moreover, Lin Tian was quite handsome. Under the setting sun, Lin Tian allowed Chen Xingyao to embrace him. He realized he was beginning to develop feelings for this girl. Of course, it wasn't for her wealth. It was purely because of her character. On the roof of the Great Hall, Chen Xingyun watched the two figures inside. Lin, you must take good care of my little sister. She was his only sister. Had he known, he would not have taken the 2,000 spirit stones from Lin Tian, fearing that he might steal away his sister. Alas, talking too much only brought pain. Chen Xingyun turned his attention back to contemplating his inheritance. He would undoubtedly become a powerful figure in the realm of Dao in the future. At that time, he would wield a sword in one hand and a spear in the other. Just thinking about it felt so cool. The next day, Lin Tian arrived at the sword peak. The people there began to peek out, watching Lin Tian. He was now quite the sensation. Everyone knew him. Likewise, they all shared a common question. What was Lin Tian doing at the sword peak? Lin Tian got straight to the point, proclaiming loudly, I am Lin Tian, here to challenge the younger generation of Sword Peak. I seek entry to the Sword Tomb. Entering the Sword Tomb. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. After a moment, someone appeared before Lin Tian. Lin Tian asked, Are you Jian Nan? The person shook his head. I am not Brother Jian Nan. While you have ascended to the 10th level of the Sword Tower, you must first demonstrate your qualifications to challenge Brother Jian Nan. Upon hearing this, those in the corners nodded in agreement. It was well known that the strength of each level of the Sword Tower was determined by the strength of those who attempted it in their eyes. Lin Tian was of the prodigious sort. Yet his strength was far inferior to Jian Nan's. Lin Tian nodded slightly. So, if I defeat you, I can challenge Jian Nan? The person nodded. My name is Yi Hao. I look forward to your guidance. Before he could finish, his voice was abruptly cut off, as a strand of sword energy appeared between his brows. The man frowned. Lin Tian. This hardly seems fair. Lin Tian blinked. Not fair? Are you disputing this? The man, slightly angered, replied, You struck while I was speaking. Naturally, I dispute this. Lin Tian smiled gently. Then I shall grant you another chance. With that, he waved his hand, and the sword energy vanished from sight. Lin Tian calmly stated, Come, draw your sword. The tower commented, Little Lin, you are quite arrogant. Lin Tian shrugged, choosing not to respond. In truth, since his breakthrough, everyone else appeared to him as mere ants. Furthermore, he felt that his physical body had strengthened significantly, whether due to the 2 drops of blood from Tu Gu or the enhancement from his bloodline. He could not tell. He distinctly remembers that after awakening his bloodline, he personally discarded his sword and crushed that old man with his fists. Now, he must test the physical strength of the individual before him. Yi Hao. Lin Tian turned his gaze towards Yi Hao and drew his sword. Anger surged within Yi Hao. How utterly contemptuous. With a fierce motion, he unsheathed his sword, his speed leaving behind afterimages. Yet, in Lin Tian's eyes, it appeared much slower. Lin Tian suddenly unleashed a punch. Boom! To the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Yi Hao was sent flying 100 meters back, his sword already bearing cracks. Yi Hao stood frozen in place, staring at the long sword in his hand, unable to regain his composure for a long while. One punch had shattered his sword. Was Lin Tian truly just a physical cultivator? Did he not even qualify to make Lin Tian draw his sword? Spitting blood, Yi Hao suddenly coughed up a mouthful. Lin Tian strolled forward and lightly patted his shoulder. You still need to practice, Yi Hao. Lin Tian did not intend to mock him. If he did not adopt a more ruthless approach, there would certainly be others who would continue to obstruct him. Time was not on his side. Lin Tian called out loudly, Jian Nan, step forth for a battle. His voice resonated throughout the sword peak. This time, no one appeared before Lin Tian, and no one dared. How infuriating. Having won, he still sought to kill and destroy one's spirit. What utter disregard for others. After a brief moment, a figure leaped down from the sword peak. Standing firmly before Lin Tian, clad in white garments, his expression was frosty, exuding an aura that seemed to repel others. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Jian Nan? The man nodded. Jian, and remarked, I initially planned to challenge you in a few days. Yet you came seeking me first. Lin Tian replied with a smile. It makes no difference. Let us draw our swords. Jian Nan did not draw his sword but instead asked, How strong is the 9th level? Lin Tian pondered for a moment. Not particularly strong. I crushed him with a single punch. Xiao Ta. D2. Xiao Ta sighed inwardly. The audacity of the young master was truly unmatched. He had nearly been beaten to death. A glimmer of a smile appeared on Jian Nan's icy face. You are quite the prodigy. Having been to the 8th level, Jian Nan could not possibly believe Lin Tian's words. One punch to pass? What sort of nonsense was that? He had suffered severe injuries before even reaching the 9th level. Lin Tian looked at Jian Nan with a smile. Draw your sword. Come. Jian Nan nodded, lowering his own cultivation to the concentration stage. Lin Tian was taken aback. You need not lower your cultivation. Jian Nan shook his head. You are at the concentration stage. It is only fair to discuss victory and defeat on equal terms. He paused, looking at Lin Tian. Rest assured, my swordsmanship is that of a great sword master. Lin Tian nodded, feeling a sense of fondness for Jian Nan, though the latter's demeanor seemed a bit cold. He had a broader perspective. Lin Tian would naturally give it his all. With that thought, Lin Tian concentrated his sword energy. Jian Nan's eyes flickered with surprise as he also focused his sword. Two distinctly different philosophies of swordsmanship. Lin Tian's sword was fierce and domineering, while Jian Nan's sword was cold and sharp. Lin Tian's fighting spirit ignited. Come with that, Lin Tian raised his hand to strike. Jian Nan, not daring to be careless, countered with his own strike. Boom! Both retreated violently, but Jian Nan was pushed back further. Lin Tian's strength was overwhelming. A glimmer of excitement appeared in Jian Nan's eyes. Lin brother, you are truly formidable. Lin Tian felt the same. Both were sword cultivators, sharing a sense of kinship. Lin Tian declared, Let us be serious. Chapter 33. Sword Tomb. Jian Nan nodded. He naturally had to be serious in the face of Lin Tian. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, and in that instant, the temperature around them plummeted, as if snowflakes were about to fall. Shada reminded, Little Lin, this guy is no pushover. You must be cautious. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. This was the first time Xiao Ta had warned him. Just as he was about to inquire further, Jian Nan's voice rang out, Lin brother, I am about to get serious. Sword domain. Arise. With that, a circle enveloped Lin Tian, and within it, the temperature dropped dramatically. Sword energy surged. Sword domain. Lin Tian sensed a dangerous aura. Jian Nan suddenly unsheathed his sword, leaving a trail of frost in his wake. Lin Tian's face changed drastically. I am as a sword. Sword energy erupted from Lin Tian's eyes as he raised his hand to strike at Jian Nan. Boom! Deafening sound echoed as Lin Tian was sent flying 100 meters away. Cheers erupted around them. Jian Nan is incredible. Go for it, Jian Nan. He is too arrogant. Lin Tian steadied himself and glanced at his hand, which bore a sword mark, blood dripping onto the ground. Lin Tian smiled. Jian Nan was quite impressive. Tower brother, what is this sword domain? Xiao Ta replied. Sword domain, transforming one's swordsmanship into a domain. This little fellow has just comprehended it. Otherwise, a mere thought from him could freeze you in place unless your strength far surpasses his. Lin Tian blinked. That sounds amazing. I in the sword domain. Wouldn't one be invincible against opponents of the same rank? I wonder what my own sword domain would be like. After some thought, he decided to thoroughly study it in the future. He had already thought of a name for it. Invincible sword domain. Invincible sword domain. Those who enter the sword domain would have their rank suppressed by 1 level. Lin Tian set aside his thoughts and said, Tower brother, wait a moment. You must cheer for me, or I will feel jealous. Xiao Ta. With that, Lin Tian charged fiercely towards Jian Nan, a single sword strike capable of breaking myriad laws. Seeing this, Jian Nan waved his hand, and within the sword domain, countless sword energies surged towards him. In an instant, Jian Nan's aura skyrocketed. As Lin Tian's sword approached, Jian Nan raised his hand to slash. Boom! Lin Tian was once again sent flying 100 meters back. A massive gash appearing on his chest, surrounded by strands of frost. Jian Nan stated, Lin brother, if you do not take this seriously, you may miss your opportunity. Lin Tian. How pretentious. However, Lin Tian's remaining trump cards were limited to one sword technique and his bloodline. How to fight? At that moment, Jian Nan waved his hand, and within the sword domain, countless icy sword energies gathered. Lin Tian's eyelids twitched. Was he trying to turn him into a porcupine? Lin Tian smiled slightly. I can do that too, sword. Come. He forcefully drew upon his sword intent, and in the corner, the swords of those present seemed to surge uncontrollably towards Lin Tian, in the sword tomb. Countless long swords trembled. With a hum, the next moment, an overwhelming number of swords rushed towards Lin Tian. This spectacle caught the attention of the Qingxing sect. Jian Nan's icy expression shifted slightly. Drawing swords with one's own swordsmanship was feasible. But the swords within the sword tomb had no regard for him. This Lin brother was quite special. In no time, a dense swarm of swords came to a steady halt behind Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled faintly. With that, Lin Tian made a sweeping motion with both hands, and countless long swords surged forth like an army charging towards Jian Nan. Jian Nan's lips curled slightly. Gather. A colossal ice sword suddenly formed before him. With a swift motion of his hand, the giant sword met Lin Tian's onslaught. Simultaneously, his complexion grew pale. Crack, crack. The giant sword, akin to a dragon, deflected the multitude of long swords, directly hurtling towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian ceased his playful demeanor. One sword, chaotic creation. The sword energy in his hand remained. Yet as he executed this technique, cracks appeared upon the sword energy. It could not withstand the might of this sword technique. Lin Tian's expression turned peculiar. Without time to think further, he swung his sword to meet the giant sword. Crack! The colossal ice sword cracked, but Lin Tian's sword shattered. The giant sword's momentum remained unyielding. Thrusting directly towards Lin Tian, boom! Lin Tian was sent flying 100 meters, blood gushing from his mouth uncontrollably. Damn it! He had encountered a true master. Xiaotao reminded, little Lin, use the Yao Tian sword. You can win. Lin Tian shook his head, rasping, he hasn't used any external objects. How can I? Xiaotao hesitated. External objects are also part of one's strength. Lin Tian shook his head again. I walk the path of invincibility. Among the younger generation, I disdain the use of external objects. Of course, if his cultivation truly surpassed his opponents, and it was a life and death battle, he would still resort to them. He had his pride. But he was not foolish. Lin Tian rose and looked at Jian Nan. You are quite strong. Jian Nan remained silent. If Lin Tian possessed only this level of strength, he would be truly disappointed. Suddenly, Lin Tian extended his hand, transformed blood into sword. As he spoke, the blood on his chest morphed into a long sword in his grasp. The moment the long sword appeared, the sky seemed to shift. As if stained red with blood. Holding the blood sword, Lin Tian gazed at Jian Nan. Come. Jian Nan revealed a slight smile. Come. Jian Nan raised his hand, causing frost to begin forming within the sword domain. Lin Tian remained silent. This sword domain was indeed terrifying. He had to comprehend it. He wanted others to be suppressed by one rank within his sword domain. Without further ado, Lin Tian charged towards Jian Nan, executing one sword, chaotic creation. This time, the blood sword bore no cracks, and the space erupted in a frenzy. Jian Nan's eyes ignited with fighting spirit. Gather. With that, a sword materialized before Jian Nan, and he gripped it firmly. This sword would determine their fate. The two charged towards each other. Boom. Both were violently repelled, their swords clashing, the resulting force obliterating the surrounding structures. The aftermath bore no resemblance to the power generated by two sword cultivators. The arena fell into a stunned silence. Lin Tian's body bore cracks, while Jian Nan's sword domain had been shattered, blood trickling from his lips. The two rose and gazed at each other. Jian Nan smiled. Lin brother, you have won. Lin Tian emerged victorious. The spectators were bewildered, yet none spoke. The battle between the two was beyond their comprehension. Lin Tian grinned. If you hadn't suppressed your rank, you might have won. Jian Nan shook his head. Even without suppressing my rank, I could still lose, right? Lin Tian flashed a smile. I am not sure. Jian and shook his head, sensing that Lin Tian had more hidden cards. That sword transformed from blood. He could see the method behind it. Bloodline was part of oneself, not an external object. Jian Nin said softly, Lin brother, let us battle again another day. With that, Jian Nin departed. Lin Tian sighed inwardly. He still had opponents among the younger generation. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his body, he walked towards the sword tomb. Those passing by parted ways for him. Strength commanded respect, wherever one went. Moments later, Lin Tian stood before a sea of swords, an overwhelming array of them stretching out before him. This is indeed the sword tomb. Lin Tian remarked, Tower brother, please sense for a moment. Xiao Ta, filled with excitement, exclaimed, it's right ahead. Let us hurry. Lin Tian nodded and advanced forward. The pain from his injuries caused him to grimace. The gash on his chest was particularly horrifying. Damn it, that sword South brat is ruthless. Chapter 34. The man in the long robe. Before long, Lin Tian arrived deep within the sword tomb. Xiao Ta urged, little Lin, over there, in between those three swords. Lin Tian fixed his gaze and beheld three swords, with a pitch-black tile situated among them. A tile? Lin Tian was taken aback. Tower brother, are you certain that this is your source fragment? Xiao Ta replied eagerly. Yes, yes. Lin Tian found it peculiar. It seemed as though a roof tile had fallen here from someone's home. Confused, he shook his head, stepped forward, and reached out to grab it. Boom. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted before him. Lin Tian's expression changed dramatically. What the hell? The next moment, he was sent flying 100 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Pfft. Already injured, his condition worsened, and a sweet taste surged up in his throat. Gazing ahead, he saw a figure materializing. The figure looked at Lin Tian, furrowing his brows. That tile cannot be touched, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ta was infuriated. You're the tile. Your whole family is tiles. Little Lin, take him down. Lin Tian was also somewhat enraged. This person was unbearably arrogant. Do you understand? Today, I intend to touch it. Moreover, I came here specifically for that tile. The figure regarded Lin Tian. So, you wish to die? Lin Tian sneered, Tower brother, heal me. Xiao Ta shouted, take him down. As the words fell, a surge of power flowed into Lin Tian's body, evidently a manifestation of Xiao Ta's influence. Lin Tian's injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Witnessing this, the figure's brows knitted tightly. Lin Tian stared at the figure. Come, let me see how you plan to make me die. Imperial blood, activate. Without hesitation, Lin Tian unleashed his bloodline. He could sense the extraordinary nature of the figure before him. Since the opponent wished for his demise, he naturally unleashed all his means. Red lines spread across Lin Tian's body, and his eyes turned crimson. The figure's expression shifted dramatically, his voice trembling. Bloodline power, young man. It is all aligned. You are the young master. He hastily addressed Lin Tian. Young master, my subordinates. Lin Tian interrupted. Who is your young master? Die. Following this, Lin Tian clenched his fists and dashed toward the figure with astonishing speed. Sensing the familiar bloodline power, the figure dared not resist and quickly retreated. Lin Tian, however, was relentless. You think you can run? Not a chance. At this moment, Xiao Ta remarked, little Lin, he just called you young master. He seems to be one of our own. Lin Tian paused, then pointed his finger, summoning Xiao Ta to appear before him. He then swung a punch at Xiao Ta. Get lost? Whoosh! Xiao Ta was immediately sent flying 100 meters away. Xiao Ta, D2. Lin Tian turned his gaze back to the figure. I let you run. Sword, come. As his words fell, countless long swords within the sword tomb trembled, a chorus of sword cries piercing the sky. The members of the Qing Xing sect turned their eyes toward the sword tomb, on a mountain peak. Yunji Xing smiled bitterly. Wherever Lin Tian goes, chaos follows. Within the sword tomb, an innumerable array of long swords stood behind Lin Tian. He grinned at the figure. Slash! A multitude of swords surged forward at an incredible speed. The figure's face paled, sensing the terrifying aura of the swords. He no longer cared about the young master title. Stepping forward, he became the epicenter of a fearsome force that caused the space around him to boil. The figure declared, Young master, please don't blame me. I am merely defending myself. With that, he raised his hand, and divine thunder filled the sky. Observing the sword tomb, Yun Xing furrowed his brows, the aura of the 10,000 Laws realm. How is that possible? Within the sword tomb, countless long swords attacked the figure. He pressed his hand down forcefully, and the divine thunder descended. Crack! The incoming sword shattered as if made of paper. Witnessing this, Lin Tian laughed, a chilling smile on his face. Come, let us fight. The Yao Tian sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. Its blade now a blood-red hued, he grinned widely, charging at the figure with incredible speed. The figure turned to flee, hurriedly saying, "Young master, I am one of our own." Lin Tian retorted angrily, "Who are you calling one of our own? Die!" As he spoke, the blood energy around Lin Tian surged, his aura surpassing the condensing spirit stage, increasing his speed in the blink of an eye. He caught up to the figure. The figure looked at Lin Tian, who smiled at him. Boom! Lin Tian struck with his sword, sending the figure retreating 100 meters. When he came to a halt, his form became even more ethereal. The figure looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Is this sword? Just then, Lin Tian lunged forward, raising his sword to strike. Die! The figure hurriedly defended, thinking, damn it, how is the young master behaving like a madman? I only said a couple of harsh words. Boom! The figure was once again sent flying 100 meters, on the verge of dissipating. Lin Tian continued his pursuit, angrily shouting, "You better fight back." The figure felt aggrieved. Fight back? How could he dare? Perhaps self-destruction would be better. In the midst of his thoughts, Lin Tian's sword was already upon him, an unavoidable strike. The figure slowly closed his eyes, thoughts racing in his mind. It's better to avoid being arrogant in life. Once one offends certain individuals, they are not to be trifled with or cursed at. This critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared before the ethereal one. Gazing at Lin Tian, his eyes were filled with tenderness. With a flick of his finger, Lin Tian's sword could not advance even an inch. Lin Tian looked at the sudden appearance of this person, his crimson eyes regaining a semblance of clarity. Tears welled up in Lin Tian's eyes. "Father, is that you?" The nearly dissipating figure knelt down abruptly. "Master, if you do not come soon, I will perish." The figure wore a long robe, gently patting the ethereal figure's shoulder. "You have worked hard all these years, Xiao Dao." Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes turned blood-red again as he glared at the man in the long robe, swinging his fist. "You die for me." The figure was momentarily taken aback. His young master was quite formidable. He could even dare to strike his own father. The man in the long robe smiled faintly and reached out to suppress Lin Tian. Instantly, the blood-red lines on Lin Tian's body vanished, and clarity returned to his eyes, no longer clouded. Lin Tian silently gazed at the man in the long robe, tears forming in his eyes. The man in the long robe smiled. "Do you blame your old father?" Lin Tian wiped away his tears, remaining silent. The man in the long robe gently caressed Lin Tian's face. "Your father did not know you endured such hardship for over a decade. I am sorry." For the man in the long robe, nothing could affect his emotions anymore. However, upon recalling how Lin Tian had to find joy in a single bun while in the Lin family, his killing intent surged uncontrollably. "I am sorry." As those 3 words left his lips, tears streamed uncontrollably from Lin Tian's eyes. The man in the long robe softly said, "Tianer, your father hopes you grow strong, even stronger than me. Do you understand?" Chapter 35. "Father will not deceive you again." Lin Tian choked back sobs. "But you cannot lie to me. If you do, you will die." In that moment, Lin Tian was no longer the ruthless person who could take a life with a single sword, but a mere child. The man in the long robe, filled with guilt, promised, "Your father will not deceive you again." Lin Tian wiped his tears. "Do I have a mother?" The man in the long robe smiled gently. "Silly child. Of course, you have a mother. She misses you dearly. She misses you." These 4 words echoed in Lin Tian's heart. His impression of his mother was but a vague outline, a blurry figure. Perhaps he had seen her during the 12 autumns and winters at the Lin family. Shivering in the cold nights, upon waking from his dreams, his frostbitten little hands wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and everything vanished once more. Tears streamed down Lin Tian's face again. Whether from memories of the past or longing for his mother, at this moment, Xiao Ta flew to Lin Tian's side. "Young master, master." Lin Tian glanced at Xiao Ta and then turned to the man in the long robe. Tower Brother says you can annihilate the Shintian realm with a single sword. Is that true? The man in the long robe nodded. Indeed. But while you are here, your father will only protect the Shintian realm. A warm feeling coursed through Lin Tian's heart. Did he resent his father for neglecting him for 12 years? Yes, but more than that, he felt wronged. Lin Tian said, "Father, I want to see Mother." Is that possible? Hearing Lin Tian call him father, the man in the long robe smiled faintly. Knowing that Lin Tian did not harbor hatred toward him, he gently replied, "Can you wait a little longer?" Lin Tian hesitated for a moment before nodding. The man in the long robe said, "Tianer, the road ahead is still long. Your father will assist you." As he spoke, the man in the long robe extended his hand. A stream of sword energy flowed into Lin Tian's body. In fact, Lin Tian already possessed a sword energy within him, left by the man in the long robe when he manifested in the Lin family. Boom! Lin Tian's body suddenly exuded a powerful aura, causing the swords throughout the sword tomb to tremble. Xiao Ta exclaimed excitedly, "Little Lin, you've made it big. Master is helping you forge your sword body." Sword body? Lin Tian was puzzled. What use is that? The man in the long robe chuckled lightly. It's not of great use. It merely enhances the power of your sword and grants you the ability to command 1,000 swords. Command 1,000 swords? Lin Tian was still baffled. At this moment, Xiao Ta chimed in, "Little Lin, don't you enjoy calling for swords? The ability to command 1,000 swords means that whenever you call, no matter what sword it is, it must come to you. That scene would be quite impressive." Lin Tian. Impressive? Lin Tian was exasperated. He did not cultivate his sword for the sake of showing off. But if one insisted, he would accept it. The man in the long robe turned his gaze to Xiao Ta, softly saying, "Tu, you have worked hard." Within the small tower, Emperor Tu promptly offered a respectful bow. Addressing the emperor, "It is my honor to guard the young master." The man in the long robe nodded slightly, waving his hand, a beam of light descending into the small tower, coming to a steady stop before Emperor Tuesday. With a gentle smile, the man remarked, "I do not fully comprehend these realms, but if you grasp this well, your strength will experience a qualitative leap." Emperor Tu bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Emperor," as he gazed at the luminous light before him. A fervent fire ignited in his eyes, his heart brimming with excitement. It is worth noting that he had once been unable to withstand even a single strike from the Emperor. Products of the Emperor are undoubtedly of exquisite quality. The man in the long robe turned his gaze towards Lin Tian, saying, "Tianer, father is departing. Strive diligently." Lin Tian hesitated to speak, but ultimately remained silent. The man in the long robe smiled faintly and suddenly glanced towards a corner. The figure in that corner trembled uncontrollably. It was Yun Jixing, who promptly bowed to the man in the long robe, conveying goodwill. The man smiled subtly and vanished from sight. Yun Jixing felt as if he had been spared from a death sentence. He truly believed he was on the brink of demise just moments ago. Lin Tian sighed as he watched the departing figure of the man in the long robe. At that moment, a small sword drifted down from the sky, and the voice echoed, "Tianer, if you no longer wish to strive, return home. Your father will provide for you a lifetime." The small sword settled steadily before Lin Tian, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He felt the urge to cry again. After a moment, Lin Tian composed himself and grasped the small sword, declaring, "Father, I will become stronger than you." The small tower then spoke, "Little Linzi, hurry and retrieve my fragment of origin." Lin Tian nodded and successfully obtained the shard without incident this time. The small tower observed the shard with great excitement, its structure trembling slightly, and the shard flew into the small tower. Buzz! The power of the small tower surged significantly. The small tower chuckled, "Delightful." Lin Tian smiled faintly. The strengthening of the small tower equated to his own growth. Subsequently, Lin Tian turned his attention to the figure nearby. The figure trembled and hurriedly approached, bowing, "Young master, my name is Dao Tiantian." The previous misunderstandings were just that, misunderstandings. Lin Tian smiled and replied, "No harm done." Dao Tiantian sighed in relief, genuinely fearing that Lin Tian might hold a grudge. When angered, he would dare to act against even his own father. Quite formidable indeed. Lin Tian regarded Dao Tiantian and inquired, "Senior Dao, are you from the Shintian realm?" Dao Tiantian nodded, humbly stating, Young master need not call me senior. Simply address me by my name. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment. Dao Gu, would you accompany me? He had not forgotten Dao Tiantian's formidable strength, a true powerhouse of the myriad laws realm. If he were to accompany him, he would have no reason to fear. Even the combined might of the Tianlong sect would pose no threat. This address of Dao Ge left Dao Tiantian astonished, responding with a smile, Young master, the esteemed master has permitted me to follow you. Following me? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, wondering if there was something he was meant to accomplish. Dao Tiantian glanced at his own form and said, Young master, I am currently but a wisp of divine soul. I hope, young master. Lin Tian interrupted. Father wants you to accompany me and then assist you in reclaiming your physical form. Correct. Dao Tiantian blinked in surprise. Young master is indeed astute. Lin Tian remarked, there is indeed something at hand. After pondering, Lin Tian asked, where should I go to help you reclaim your physical form? Dao Tiantian replied. In Zhongzhou, at the Daoist sect. The Daoist sect. Lin Tian hesitated. Your family won't all be your enemies, will they? Dao Tiantian shook his head slightly. Young master, you jest. Hearing this, Lin Tian felt relieved. He genuinely feared that this individual's entire family would be his adversaries, leading him into a confrontation with countless formidable foes. Lin Tian smiled. I accept. Dao Tiantian bowed slightly. Thank you, young master. Lin Tian nodded and gestured towards the small tower. You may enter the tower now. Dao Tiantian did not hesitate and stepped inside. Within the tower, Dao Tiantian gazed at Emperor Tu, momentarily stunned, unable to fathom his true power. Emperor Tu slowly raised his right hand, thrusting his middle finger upward. Dao Tiantian. How disgraceful. Enraged, Dao Tiantian stepped forward, to which Emperor Tu responded with a slight smile, clenching his fist. Dao Tiantian regarded Emperor Tu and suddenly bowed. Greetings, esteemed senior. I am Xiao Dao, the Dao of one gives birth to Tuda. Emperor Tu. Small tower. He had anticipated a confrontation, yet this was rather dull. Emperor Tu spoke. Rise. Dao Tiantian stood, chuckling. I may have to coexist with you for a time. I hope you will forgive any missteps. Chapter 36. Sword Domain. Emperor Tu remained silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the excessive politeness. The complexities of human relationships can be quite vexing. Emperor Tu finally spoke. Xiao Dao, there is no need for such formality. Should you ever find yourself feeling lonely, simply speak to Brother Tu. I shall indulge you. Lonely? Dao Tiantian was struck with confusion. What kind of lewd words are these? He was a serious person, no, a serious soul. Could it be that this senior is not serious? The thought sent shivers down Dao Tiantian's spine. What if the senior were to impose himself upon him? Dao Tiantian hurriedly shrank back. Emperor Tu observed Dao Tiantian with a peculiar expression. Pondering, what is this kid imagining? Dao Tiantian appeared as a middle-aged man, yet before Emperor Tu, he was indeed but a child. Outside the tower, Lin Tian exited the sword tomb. Yuan Jixing appeared at the sword tomb. Watching Lin Tian's departing figure, his mind replaying the scene with the man in the long robe, still somewhat shaken, he murmured, Tianlong sect, should you dare to provoke this young fellow, it would be quite foolish. This was akin to searching for feces with a lantern, utterly absurd. Yuan Jixing was utterly convinced that the entire Tianlong sect could not withstand a single strike from that man in the long robe. He shook his head, relieved at his own cleverness. Otherwise, my Qingxing sect would be doomed. Lin Tian returned to the Yaonu Palace. Chen Xingyao was still in meditation, while Chan Xingyuan was also cultivating nearby. A sword standing before him. This fellow was truly intent on mastering the sword. Lin Tian sat down on the ground, pondering the concept of the sword domain. The sword domain was an incredibly fearsome thing. Had Jin Nin not comprehended the sword domain, he certainly would not have managed so effortlessly. Soon, Lin Tian fell into silence, unsure of where to begin. He asked, Tower brother, how does one create a sword domain? The small tower replied, it is quite simple. You must release your sword intent, expanding it from your center until it reaches its limit, determining the size of your domain, and then carefully perceive it. And, Lin Tian hurriedly interrupted, hold on, let's take it step by step. Goodness, the small tower's explanation was overwhelming. Lin Tian dispersed his sword intent, devoid of hostility or defiance. The defiance was a result of being forcefully subdued by Emperor Tuesday. Soon, Lin Tian's sword intent enveloped the entire Yao Nu palace and continued to expand outward. The small tower quickly advised, "Stop, that's enough. You should comprehend it gradually." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian halted and asked, "What should I do next to comprehend it?" The small tower explained, "Feel every aspect of the sword intent within this circle. You may understand it as your main domain." Lin Tian contemplated, "I understand." Half an hour later, Lin Tian's lips parted slightly, "Gather." Suddenly, within the Yao Nu palace, a domain manifested. The sword domain was formed. Chen Xingyuan and his sister were abruptly awakened. Chen Xingyuan hurriedly asked Lin Tian, "Lin brother, what are you up to?" Lin Tian smiled, "Continue your cultivation. I am working on something." Chen Xingyao blinked, glancing around. "A sword domain, is it?" Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. "Xingyao, you know about it?" Chen Xingyao replied with a smile. "I know a little. Your sword domain is still lacking somewhat." Lin Tian questioned, "Lacking what?" Chen Xingyao answered, "Characteristics. However, it is normal since you have just comprehended it." Characteristics? Lin Tian nodded, realizing that Jiannan's sword domain possessed frost. At its pinnacle, a mere thought could freeze an opponent. It was a technique, or perhaps a form of Tao. What characteristics should his sword domain possess? Fire. No, he was pursuing the path of invincibility. Within the sword domain, he would be invincible. With this thought, Lin Tian inquired, "Tower brother, how can I suppress those within the domain by one realm, dropping them from the realm of the law of control to the realm of the law of entry?" The small tower fell silent for a moment. "At your current strength, it seems you cannot achieve that." Lin Tian replied. After a moment's thought, the small tower added, "However, it is not impossible." Lin Tian's eyes brightened. "How can it be done?" The small tower replied, "By borrowing the Tao." Borrowing the Tao? Lin Tian was puzzled. How does one borrow? The small tower explained, "You can borrow the Tao of the mighty. Anyone without their might shall be suppressed by one realm." Lin Tian turned to Emperor Tu. "Brother Tu, is that feasible?" Emperor Tu affirmed, "It is possible." With that, an immensely powerful aura merged into Lin Tian's sword domain. Lin Tian's sword domain now contained an additional Tao. Overjoyed, Lin Tian commanded, "Subdue." The next moment, Chen Xingyuan and his sister's expressions changed dramatically as their cultivation levels were reduced to the spirit training stage. Chen Xingyuan stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. "Lin brother, what are you doing?" Lin Tian remained silent, his complexion turning exceedingly pale. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The siblings' cultivation levels reverted to their original state. Chen Xingyao exclaimed in astonishment, "Tian Gu, was that your sword domain's characteristic just now?" Lin Tian nodded, "Indeed, but it is still somewhat unstable. I need to cultivate further." "You two carry on with that." Lin Tian entered his room. The siblings stood in place. Gazing at Lin Tian's retreating figure, their hearts stirred by a tempest of emotions, unable to calm down for a long while. Having seen their fair share of the world, they had encountered various sword domains. Yet none compared to Lin Tian's extraordinary domain. It directly suppressed the opponent's realm. How could one possibly contend with that? It was utterly absurd. What piqued their curiosity even more was how Lin Tian had accomplished such a feat. Chen Xingyuan pondered, "Sister, do you think I could create a sword domain like that?" Chen Xingyao looked at him incredulously. "Brother, have you lost your mind? You dare to aspire to create such a sword domain?" Chen Xingyuan. Lin Tian entered the small tower. Dao Tianxia hurriedly bowed in respect. Emperor Tu gazed at him and respectfully addressed him, "Young master." The sudden display of reverence from Emperor Tu made Lin Tian feel somewhat awkward. Of course, Emperor Tu ought to show respect. Previously, the emperor had not disclosed his identity to Lin Tian, but now the situation had changed. The emperor had personally appeared and revealed numerous truths to Lin Tian, prompting Emperor Tu to abandon any pretense. Lin Tian looked at Emperor Tu and said, "Brother Tu, there is no need to concern yourself with this identity. You will always be my brother." Emperor Tu smiled faintly and replied, "All right." As they spoke, Emperor Tu slowly raised his middle finger, "Lin Tian. Dao Tianxia." Lin Tian shook his head, suspecting that Emperor Tu had a habit of raising his middle finger. Dao Tianxia's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. He couldn't believe even the young master could be insulted. Impressive. Lin Tian clarified his intent, "Brother Tu, why can't this effect last for too long, and why can I hardly endure it?" The effect he referred to was, of course, the suppression of others' realms. Emperor Tu fell silent. Lin Tian looked at him in confusion. What's wrong, brother Tu? Don't you know either? Emperor Tu shook his head. I was contemplating how to subtly convey to you that you are rather weak, Lin Tian. Emperor Tu looked at Lin Tian and said, little brother, your strength is quite decent, I assure you. Lin Tian forced a smile. I know, I am just a tad short of you. Shao remarked. Little Linzi, why do you say such things without turning red? Can you teach me? Lin Tian felt a headache coming on. Returning to the topic, he looked at Emperor Tu, waiting for further explanation. Emperor Tu stated, while I permit you to borrow my Dao, your sword simply cannot withstand it. Moreover, the duration of the suppression effect is too brief, primarily because you are somewhat weak. Lin Tian. Chapter 37. I found you distasteful for quite some time, Lin Tian inquired. What should I do? Emperor Tu chuckled. Spend more time adapting to my Dao, and then lessen the suppression. You can choose to suppress your strength a little less. Adaptation. Lin Tian understood Emperor Tu's meaning. It was akin to the pleasures of mundane intimacy, where familiarity develops over time. He nodded and asked, by the way, where is Xiao Yao? Emperor Tu gestured to the side. Following his gaze, Lin Tian saw that near the spiritual veins, Lin Xiaoyao was sitting steadily, her eyes tightly shut as if in deep contemplation. Lin Tian was taken aback. What happened to her? Emperor Tu explained. Xiao Ta and I have taught her some things. In the future, this girl will undoubtedly be a great asset to you. Lin Tian nodded. Being taught by Emperor Tu, Xiao Yao's future looked promising. As for Xiao Ta, it was better not to involve her too much, lest she lead Xiao Yao astray. Subsequently, Lin Tian wasted no time and began to release his sword domain, gradually adapting to Emperor Tu's Dao, starting little by little. The experimental subject was naturally Dao Tianxia. The others were left in a daze. This sword domain could actually suppress strength. Several hours later, Dao Tianxia's power was completely suppressed by 30%. This was Lin Tian's limit. Under normal circumstances, Tio suppressed 30% of a 10,000 laws realm strength was already astonishing. What if it were against someone at the same level? Just the thought of it excited him. Lin Tian revealed a faint smile, though his complexion appeared somewhat pale. Dao Tianxia, being of the 10,000 laws realm, seemed only capable of enduring this suppression for a brief moment. Beyond that, Lin Tian would struggle. A brief moment was already quite extraordinary. As Lin Tian's strength grew, the sword domain would undoubtedly be able to suppress more and last longer. Delightful! Lin Tian retracted the sword domain and sat down, beginning to absorb spiritual energy vigorously. This technique was indeed impressive, but the consumption was truly terrifying. Currently, he was unaware of his specific limits. After all, if he truly used it, it would undoubtedly suppress many individuals. An hour later, Lin Tian stood up, feeling an incredible surge of strength coursing through him. He sensed his sword intent strengthening incrementally, moment by moment. He needed to engage in battle, for his father had mentioned that this sword body could enhance the power of his sword. Lin Tian turned his gaze to Emperor Tu, who clenched his fists. Lin Tian shivered slightly and quickly looked at Dao Tianxia. Fighting Emperor Tu was akin to seeking punishment, was it not? Observing Lin Tian's gaze, Dao Tianxia hurriedly said, Young master, I am merely a spirit. If I were to fight, it would require me to reclaim my physical body, otherwise, I cannot withstand it. Lin Tian. Dao Tianxia had not forgotten the terrifying moment when Lin Tian awakened his bloodline. In that state, Lin Tian's swordsmanship could likely contend with the realm of law. Not to mention now, with the extraordinary sword domain and the sword body shaped for him by the emperor. His young master was practically invincible in the realm of law, wasn't he? He was but in the concentration stage. Lin Tian smiled faintly, then I will go find someone to fight. With that, Lin Tian exited the tower. The two siblings were preoccupied with their own matters. Lin Tian approached Chen Xingyun. Brother Chen, interested in a spar? Chen Xingyun was taken aback. What are you doing? Do you wish to torment me? Lin Tian smiled slightly. No, I find you quite strong, so I would like to spar with you. Chen Xingyun quickly shook his head. No way, your sword domain is too monstrous. Go find someone else to fight. Lin Tian smiled. I won't use the sword domain. Chen Xingyun blinked. Are you sure? Lin Tian nodded. Absolutely. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xingyun sprang to his feet. His long spear pointed at Lin Tian. Come on. I found you distasteful for quite some time. Lin Tian. Goodness. Did he just express his true feelings? Lin Tian nodded. Let's go outside to fight. The two made their way to the hall's exterior. Chen Xingyao blinked, not following them. She was certain her elder brother would lose. What if she had to comfort him later? What if Lin Tian got jealous? Outside the hall, Lin Tian looked at Chen Xing come. Chen Yuan wasted no time, unleashing his full cultivation, revealing himself to be at the peak of the concentration stage. Lin Tian was not surprised. Having received the inheritance of the Xintian swordmaster, even a pig could break through, right? Chen Xingwen wielded a spear in one hand and a sword in the other. Here I come! He charged fiercely at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged as a sword energy manifested in his hand, and he raised it to slash. Chen Xingwen's face changed drastically. This strike was absurd. He quickly defended himself. Boom! He was sent flying back 100 meters, his body already showing cracks. Chen Xingwen was bewildered. How was he supposed to fight? Lin Tian had merely swung a casual sword, and it had damaged his physical form. What was the point of this fight? Chen Xingyuan inhaled deeply. Being from the same generation as you is both an honor and a misfortune. With that, he hurled his spear aside, his aura suddenly surging. It was too difficult to cultivate both paths. He could not contend against Lin Tian. He had to abandon one to have a chance to fight. Boom! Chen Xingyuan's concentration stage realm immediately advanced into the realm of law. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Brother Chen, continue. Chen Xingyuan's eyes ignited with fighting spirit. I will indulge you. Sword of the cloud sky. In an instant, the sword in Chen Xingyuan's hand emitted a piercing cry and broke through the heavens. He slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed drastically as he hurried to defend. Boom! He was sent flying back 100 meters. As he steadied himself and looked down, he found a horrifying sword mark across his chest. Lin Tian looked at Chen Xingyuan, the sword technique of the Xintian swordmaster. Chen Xingyuan flicked his bangs and smiled. Not bad, right? Lin Tian grinned. Not bad. With that, Lin Tian pointed. My body is like a sword. Lin Tian gazed at Chen Xingyuan. Brother Chen, catch. Slash. Lin Tian raised his hand to strike, and from his hand extended a colossal sword that blotted out the sun. Chen Xingyuan's eyes widened. Big brother, you are only in the concentration stage. Even if your swordsmanship has entered the realm of law, it shouldn't be this outrageous. This sword made Chen Xingyuan feel the taste of death creeping in. He dared not underestimate it, breaking the firmament. He slashed out with his sword, and wherever the sword passed, it bore the might to pierce the heavens. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and the powerful force sent Chen Xingyuan flying back 100 meters. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's sword began to show cracks. As if a mere touch would shatter it completely, Lin Tian paid no mind to Chen Xingyuan. He wouldn't die anyway, he muttered. My physical body is still too weak. It seems I need to spar with Brother Tuesday. Essentially, it was seeking punishment. This move of Lin Tian's could be described as, the stronger the physical body, the mightier the sword. When the sword shattered, the physical body would inevitably sustain damage. At that moment, Yun Jixing suddenly appeared on the scene. Lin Tian was taken aback. Yun Jixing looked at Lin Tian and cut straight to the point. Young friend Lin, I can no longer hold back the Tianlong sect. They intend to wage war against our sect for the sake of breaking the law inheritance. Lin Tian frowned slightly. When? Yun Jixing replied gravely. Tomorrow. They said that if you are not handed over, they will come to our sect in full force. Tomorrow? Lin Tian's brow furrowed. So soon? Yun Jixing nodded. Do you have confidence? Chapter 38. The appearance of Emperor II confidence? Lin Tian shook his head. I am still in the concentration stage. Yun Jixing. Are you joking? Taking a deep breath, Yun Jixing said, Young friend, I can help you hold off one of their law stage experts. Lin Tian asked in surprise, do they have many experts in the law stage? Yun Jixing shook his head. They dare to declare war on us, so they must have some confidence that they are not afraid of my Qingxing sect. I suspect at least 3 in the concentration stage. 3 in the concentration stage. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Sect master, actually, you need not involve yourselves. Yun Jixing stated, since you are a member of Qingxing sect, I must protect you. He paused. Of course, whether I can protect you is another matter. Lin Tian felt warmth in his heart. Thank you, sect master. Rest assured, as long as I live, Qingxing sect will endure. Yun Jixing smiled slightly, betting on the future of Qingxing sect. This was a surefire win. That long-robed man was definitely above the law. Moreover, Lin Tian still possessed the remnant soul of a 10,000 laws realm expert. Didn't he? Lin Tian asked. Sect master, does our sect have any trump cards? Yun Jixing nodded, affirming the decision to summon their ancestors. Lin Tian fell silent, pondering that others also had their own ancestry. Fortunately, they possessed the Tao of heaven and earth on their side. If worst came to worst, they could lure them into the small tower and let Tu Gu handle it. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Understood, Sect Master, I will make the necessary preparations. After speaking, he returned to the Yao Nu Hall. At that moment, Chun Xingyuan limped over from the side. Upon seeing Yun Jixing, he paused momentarily. Sect Master? Yun Jixing nodded. Prepare well. There is significant business tomorrow. With that, he departed. Chun Xingyuan stood there, bewildered. What significant business? He hurried into the room. Lin brother, what significant business is happening tomorrow? Qin Xingyao halted her actions and turned to look at the two of them. Lin Tian replied, tomorrow, the people from the Tianlong sect will come to trouble me. Qin Xingyao frowned slightly and then, Lin Tian hesitated. That's it. Upon hearing this, the two siblings sighed in relief. Chun Xingyuan patted Lin Tian's shoulder. It's nothing serious. Don't worry, Lin brother. You are my own brother, and I will help you. Lin Tian was taken aback. Nothing serious? But the sect master mentioned there would be at least 3 from the UFA realm on the opposing side. Chun Xingyuan nodded. It's fine as long as they don't bring out anyone from the Wan-Fa realm. Lin Tian contemplated for a moment. Are you perhaps from a certain family's second generation? Qin Xingyuan smiled slightly. I suppose so. Lin brother, rest assured, I will stand by you through thick and thin. Lin Tian smiled faintly. I won't die. After all, I have someone in the Wan-Fa realm by my side. In Sangyan Prefecture, I can walk with confidence. Lin Tian then said, I will go train for a bit. After saying this, he left. Once Lin Tian was gone, Qin Xingyuan put away his smile and turned to Qin Xingyao. Sister, to save Lin brother tomorrow, we can only use the token. You. Qin Xingyao replied, it's fine, we can return if needed. As she spoke, she looked at the small wooden figure in her hand, which resembled Lin Tian. Her eyes gradually turned red. It was difficult to part with someone she had finally found and liked. Qin Xingyuan's expression turned helpless. Sister, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not being strong enough. Otherwise, I could have prevented the family from using you for a marriage alliance, he added. How about we let Lin Tian give it a try? Qin Xingyao shook her head. No, he is just one person. How could he possibly be a match for that family? I don't want to use him. Qin Xingyuan immediately grew anxious. Haven't you seen his sword? He has no backing, so how could he possess such a level of swordsmanship? And it's not about using him. Doesn't he like you? Qin Xingyao smiled slightly. I don't know if he likes me, but I don't want to put him in danger. Qin Xingyuan fell silent. Inside the tower, Lin Tian sat beside the spiritual vein, striving for a breakthrough. The 4th layer of the condensing spirit realm was far from sufficient. The spiritual energy generated by the 5 spiritual veins flowed continuously towards Lin Tian, accompanied by Lin Xiaoyao. Sensing someone encroaching on her spiritual energy, Lin Xiaoyao opened her eyes and saw Lin Tian. Brother! She exclaimed. Lin Xiaoyao made a sound. She could speak now. She playfully patted Lin Tian on the head and smiled. Then, she walked with her tiny feet over to D Tuesday Master, she said, before turning to Dao Tianxia. Hello. Dao Tianxia nodded in response. He could easily discern what Lin Xiaoyao was, and he couldn't help but feel envious. To have such a spirit as a disciple of D2 was a remarkable opportunity. D2 smiled gently. Little girl, have you learned it? A gentle tone? Dao Tianxia looked at D2 in disbelief, thinking he was someone who only raised his middle finger. Lin Xiaoyao beamed, raising her small fist. I learned it. D2 ruffled Lin Xiaoyao's little head, chuckling. My little Xiaoyao is truly impressive. Now, let us find you an opponent. The small tower shivered in distaste. Dude, can you not speak like that? It's quite disgusting. Bang! D2 punched the small tower. What business is it of yours? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll shatter your remaining essence. Go ahead and try. The small tower fell silent. It did not dare to test him. D2 had received the master's guidance, and his strength had undoubtedly increased significantly. He might genuinely be able to break its essence. Sigh, being a tower is too difficult. My pitiful tower life. No, when I see the master again, I must have him transform me. This small tower also wants to rise up. D2 resumed his smile. Come, little girl, you can fight him. As he spoke, D2 pointed at Dao Tianxia. Dao Tianxia paused. Senior, fighting this little girl might be a bit unfair. D2 looked at Dao Tianxia, and he quickly replied, I'll fight. I'll fight. D2 turned to Lin Xiaoyao, gently saying, little girl, fight him. Dao Tianxia. Lin Xiaoyao did not move. She curiously asked, Master, I want to see what you look like. D2, draped in a black robe, had his face covered tightly, resembling a shadow. After hesitating, D2 replied, "All right." He then tore open his black robe, revealing black pants underneath, with countless scars adorning his body, densely packed and fearsome. With his purple hair and sharp features, he exuded an intimidating aura. Lin Xiaoyao gazed at the scars on D2's body, tears welling up. "Master, your wounds." Having spent quite some time together, Lin Xiaoyao harbored genuine feelings for D2 and the small tower. She quickly pushed her small hand forward, channeling spiritual energy towards D2. But his scars remained unchanged. D2 squatted down, smiling gently. "Little girl, you must grow stronger. Otherwise, you might end up like your master, covered in wounds. And that wouldn't be good." Lin Xiaoyao hugged D2's neck. "Okay, Xiaoyao will become strong to protect master and brother." Brother naturally referred to Lin Tian. The small tower lamented, "Sigh, Xiaoyao, won't you protect me?" Chapter 39. The Tianlong sect approaches. Lin Xiaoyao blinked. "I will protect Tower Lord." The small tower, Tower Lord, was what the small tower had taught her to call it. D2 gently said, "All right, let me see your training results." Lin Xiaoyao nodded earnestly. "Okay." After that, she looked at Dao Tianxia. "I am going to hit you now." Dao Tianxia chuckled softly. "Come on, little girl." Lin Xiaoyao nodded, summoning all her strength to throw a punch at Dao Tianxia. It was a pure punch. Dao Tianxia's expression changed drastically as he sensed the breath of death. He quickly defended himself. Boom! Dao Tianxia was sent crashing against the tower's body. He was bewildered. Realizing his spirit was swiftly fading away, "I'm going to die," he exclaimed. "Senior, save me. I'm going to die." D2 stepped in front of him, patting his shoulder, and Dao Tianxia's spirit visibly solidified again. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Senior." D2 ignored him and approached Lin Xiaoyao, looking at her gently. "That punch was good, but your physical strength still needs improvement. In a few days, Master will give you a good item." Lin Xiaoyao nodded eagerly. "Okay, Master." Meanwhile, Dao Tianxia stared at Lin Xiaoyao in disbelief. "Is her physical strength still lacking? Just now, she nearly ended me. Although I underestimated her, I am indeed a true 1FA realm cultivator. No. If I regain my physical body, I would be a powerful breaking law realm expert. How do I even deal with this? I should just hold onto this big thigh tightly. Spending 100 years guarding a piece of tile was worth it. That moment, a surge of energy suddenly erupted from Lin Tian. Boom! Moments later, his realm reached the 7th layer of the condensing spirit realm, achieving a remarkable breakthrough of 3 layers in succession. Of the 5 spiritual veins, 2 had already run dry. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, and Lin Xiaoyao rushed to his side. "Brother, it's been a while." Lin Tian smiled slightly. "Xiaoyao, it's been a long time." Lin Xiaoyao hugged Lin Tian. "Yes." Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. "You can talk?" Lin Xiaoyao giggled. "Master and Tower Lord taught me some things, and then I learned. Brother, I'm really strong now." Lin Xiaoyao raised her small fist. Lin Tian felt warmth in his heart. Having such a lovely sister was wonderful. He pinched Lin Xiaoyao's face, smiling. "How strong are you? Can you protect your brother?" Lin Xiaoyao waved her fist. "I'm super strong." Lin Tian smiled slightly. "My Xiaoyao is the strongest. Keep practicing well, and you can help your brother fight in the future." Lin Xiaoyao giggled. "Okay." At this moment, D2 said, "Little Linzi, I'll teach you a move now. Pay close attention." After a pause, he looked at Lin Xiaoyao. "Little girl, you pay attention too, little Linzi." Lin Tian's expression turned strange. Why was Tu Gu calling him that too? However, Lin Tian felt incredibly excited. He currently only knew one move, the Sword of Chaos, which lacked sophistication. Lin Tian stood and looked at D2, immediately noticing the scars on his body and his purple hair. Lin Tian was somewhat shocked but refrained from asking further. D2 declared, "This move is called the soul separation technique." Dao Tianxia, being perceptive, turned his head to the side. D2 looked at him. "You can learn it too." Hearing this, Dao Tianxia became excited and quickly took out a pin. "Thank you, Senior." D2. Ignoring Dao Tianxia, D2 raised his middle finger, and a figure appeared in front of him. Under the gazes of the others, D2 threw a punch, and an illusion split off from that figure. D2 looked at Lin Tian and Lin Xiaoyao. "This is the soul separation." Lin Tian nodded, grasping the general idea. Lin Xiaoyao blinked. "Master, I don't quite understand. Isn't it better to just crush them with a punch?" Lin Tian stared at Lin Xiaoyao in shock. How has this girl become so bloodthirsty? D2 gazed at Lin Xiaoyao, earnestly elucidating his thoughts, pouring forth all his tenderness upon her. Had it been another inquiring, would he have been so generous? Subsequently, D2 gestured with his hand, and 3 beams of light surged forth, each entering the minds of the 3 individuals. The soul separation technique. With unparalleled power, it forcibly extricates the enemy's soul from their corporeal form. Lin Tian was exhilarated. This was nothing less than a pure means to weaken an adversary. Without a physical body, what could one use to fight against me? If applied within my sword domain, would it not mean a swift defeat for my opponents? He began to grasp the concept. The next day, Lin Tian appeared outside the hall. Chen Xingyao approached him, taking his hand with a smile, saying, "Let us go. We shall live and die together." Lin Tian replied with a smile, "We will not perish." Chen Xingyuan observed the two, letting out a sigh at the entrance of the Qingxing sect. A throng had gathered. The Tianlong sect had arrived. Many from the Qingxing sect were also present, yet they were perplexed by the intentions of the Tianlong sect. Were they here to declare war? The atmosphere grew tense. Yun Jixing was naturally among them. He looked at the person opposite him and inquired, "Ning Wuya, are you certain you wish to wage war against my Qingxing sect?" All eyes turned towards the two. Ning Wuya, the leader of the Tianlong sect, declared loudly, "My Tianlong sect harbors no intention of enmity towards your sect. Surrender the individual responsible for the death of my sect's elder, and I shall withdraw at once." A stir erupted among the members of the Qingxing sect. Who could have slain a Tianlong sect elder? Who possessed such audacity? Was it one of our elders? Ning Wuya continued, "Yun Jixing, Lin Tian, will you comply or not?" Lin Tian? The members of the Qingxing sect were momentarily taken aback. While they may not have laid eyes upon Lin Tian, they were well acquainted with his name. He had ascended to the 10th level of the Sword Tower and defeated Jiannan, undoubtedly the foremost among the younger generation. Now, he had even slain a Tianlong sect elder. Lin Tian was indeed formidable. Yun Jixing scoffed, "If you covet our legacy, speak plainly, and do not resort to such underhanded tactics. As for surrendering anyone, he is now one of us in the Qingxing sect." With Yun Jixing's words, the members of the Qingxing sect began to comprehend the situation, and their anger surged. An elder asserted, "If your Tianlong sect seeks conflict, then let it be so. As for the legacy, not a chance." The members of the Qingxing sect echoed in agreement. However, unbeknownst to them, the legacies differed. The Tianlong sect's understanding of the legacy was mere fabrication, while the Qingxing sect's was authentic, the legacy of the Xin Tian swordmaster. To hand over Lin Tian, that was utterly impossible. He was a genius of their sect at that moment. The protagonist Lin Tian was being drawn into the fray by Chen Xingyao. All eyes of the assembly turned towards him. Lin Tian's image had spread throughout the Tianlong sect. He was undoubtedly a figure known by all. Ning Wuya regarded Lin Tian and inquired, "You are Lin Tian?" Lin Tian nodded. "And you are the leader of the Tianlong sect?" Ning Wuya gazed at Lin Tian and stated, "You have slain my sect's elder. How do you propose to rectify this?" Lin Tian acknowledged, "Indeed, it requires resolution. Then let us fight. My Qingxing sect is no soft target. If you wish to battle, we shall accommodate you." The crowd fell silent. Ning Wuya smirked slightly, stating, "I am only targeting you. What concern is it of the Qingxing sect?" Lin Tian retorted angrily, "You speak nonsense. You have brought your men to blockade my sect's entrance, clearly disregarding my Qingxing sect. Brothers, let us engage." Chapter 40. Cast you against the wall. Ning Wuya's expression darkened. Here he was, a sect leader, being scolded by a mere junior. Following Lin Tian's impassioned exposition, the members of the Qingxing sect were filled with fury. One individual shouted, "To dare bring men to blockade our Qingxing sect is a clear affront. Lin Shidi speaks true. Let us vanquish them." Suddenly, Lin Tian raised his hand, earnestly stating, "Esteemed colleagues, although they have besieged our sect, the primary responsibility lies with me. Observe, I, Lin Tian, shall risk my life to uphold our sect's dignity." With that, Lin Tian resolutely drew his sword. One person hurriedly protested, "Lin Shidi, do not. How can we stand idly by while our junior is humiliated by outsiders? Brothers, how long has Lin Shidi been with the sect? He is willing to fight for our sect's honor. So we too must set an example. Let us vanquish the Tianlong sect without fear. Indeed, let us annihilate them." The battle cries resonated through the heavens. The warriors of the Qing Shing sect were ignited with fervor, exuding an air of fearless determination. Even the sect leader, Yunji Xing, was momentarily taken aback. This lad truly knew how to rally people. Ning Wuya regarded Lin Tian, his voice grave. Your words are impressive. But your strength. Lin Tian interrupted. Enough with the idle chatter. My Qing Shing sect harbors no cowards. If you wish to fight, let us do so. With that declaration, Lin Tian charged forth. Brothers, let us destroy the Tianlong sect. Where is the sword peak? Charge. The members of the Qing Shing sect surged towards the Tianlong sect. The battle was imminent. Ning Wuya watched as Lin Tian advanced, dismissing him as an ant. He suddenly unleashed a powerful palm strike. Boom! Lin Tian was sent flying 1,000 meters, and as he landed, his body was already cracked. You're in the law control realm. Lin Tian's expression darkened as he shouted, Tower brother. Heal me! A surge of healing energy coursed through Lin Tian's body. Ning Wuya observed Lin Tian, astonished. He had exerted full strength in that strike. Even someone in the law control realm should be incapacitated. However, considering Lin Tian's possession of the breaking law legacy, it was not entirely surprising. This legacy was one he intended to obtain at all costs. Ning Wuya lunged at Lin Tian, but Yunji Xing intercepted him, stating, Your opponent is me? Ning Wuya scoffed. If you dare to protect him, you are courting your own demise. Yunji Xing furrowed his brow, questioning. With you? Ning Wuya chuckled, saying nothing. However, his expression abruptly changed. Lin Tian charged towards the Tianlong sect disciples, and wherever he passed, heads rolled. The condensing spirit realm was as fragile as paper before Lin Tian, falling with a single strike. This act further ignited the fighting spirit of the Qing Shing sect members, while the disciples of the Tianlong sect gazed at Lin Tian in fear, dreading his approach. Ning Wuya bellowed, Lin Tian, cease at once. Without hesitation, he poured all his energy into a charge towards Lin Tian, fearing that this lad's onslaught would annihilate their young generation. Yunji Xing swiftly blocked him, delivering a punch. Ning Wuya was forced back. Yunji Xing smirked. Your opponent is me. Ning Wuya's face turned ashen. As you wish, let us fight. With that, the two clashed, their might resounding. Yet the battle raged on. Leaving no time for spectators, Ino-1 impeded Lin Tian, and he fought with even greater zeal. Meanwhile, the top disciples of the Tianlong sect faced off against Qin Shing Yuan and Jian Nan. Soon, the entrance of the Qing Shing sect was permeated with the stench of blood, predominantly that of headless corpses. The two sects paused momentarily. The Tianlong sect had lost a third of its members. Ning Wuya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Lin Tian. Very well. I shall ensure your body is torn to shreds. Lin Tian smiled faintly, if you're displeased. Then come down and fight. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a voice echoed from the skies. Fight? Then let us fight. 5 figures descended from the heavens. Yunji Xing's brow furrowed deeply. 5 individuals in the law control realm. He had underestimated them. Silence fell over the crowd. Lin Tian regarded the 5, his expression unchanged. After all, he still had Tower Brother. What did he have to fear? The 5 soon arrived above the assembly, an overwhelming pressure enveloping them. The members of the Qing Shing sect felt a twinge of fear. 5 in the law control realm. This was no trifling matter, especially since they had only one in their ranks. How could they contend against the Tianlong sect? Ning Wuya bowed respectfully towards them. 1 among the 5 spoke. Who is Lin Tian? All gazes turned to Lin Tian. He smiled, relishing the feeling of being the center of attention. He looked at the speaker and inquired, Do you seek me for something? The man replied, I am Tian Wu of the Tian family from Zhongzhou. Surrender the legacy of the Xian Tian sword master, and I shall spare your life. The Tian family of Zhongzhou. The members of the Qing Shing sect exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. Though they had not heard of the Tian family, Zhongzhou was known as the strongest among the realms of Xian Tian. Chun Xingyao beside Lin Tian became visibly agitated. The Tian family was of the same caliber as her own. Lin Tian curiously asked, How do you know I possess the legacy of the Xian Tian sword master? Tian Wu did not respond, but beside him, another stepped forward. It was Situ Qian. The members of the Qing Shing sect were taken aback. Situ Qian looked at Lin Tian with a sense of pride, saying, Lin Tian, the 5 lords are from the Tian family. I advise you to be sensible and surrender the legacy. Lin Tian fixed his gaze on him. Did you inform them? Situ Qian laughed heartily. Indeed, I did. What can you do about it? A traitor. The members of the Qing Xing sect were filled with rage. One exclaimed, what of Situ Mingji? Has he also turned traitor? Situ Mingji, an elder of the Qing Xing sect. An elder stepped forward, ignoring the surrounding remarks. He looked at Situ Qian with confusion. Qian heir? How could you betray us? Situ Qian replied. Father, how can you say that? I merely seek a larger platform, and you could enjoy the benefits alongside me, could you not? Situ Mingji shook his head. The Situ family is built on loyalty and integrity. We would never profit by betraying our sect. Situ Qian grew indignant. How have I betrayed the sect? I merely wish for Lin Tian's death. That's so wrong. He has taken Xing Yao from me. Why should I not target him? Why must the world revolve around him? All eyes turned towards Lin Tian and Chen Xing Yao, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Situ Mingji declared, nonsense. Young Lin is a prodigious talent of our sect. How dare you treat him thus? He and Saintess Xing Yao are clearly in love. How could you act so shamelessly? I should have thrown you against the wall long ago. How could my Situ family produce such a disgrace? As he concluded, Situ Mingji's hands trembled with fury, while Situ Qian's visage darkened ominously. It is regrettable that my father does not support me. But to utter such words, to cast me against the wall. At this moment, Situ Mingji stepped before Lin Tian, stating, Lin Xiaoyu. From this moment onward, he is no longer a member of the Situ family. You may do as you wish. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. After all, he is your son. Situ Mingji waved his sleeve dismissively, declaring, the Situ family is composed of loyal and courageous individuals. I have no son such as this. Lin Tian could not help but give him a thumbs up. Such a person is truly despicable. Chapter 41. Come down to die. All eyes from the Qingxing sect turned towards Situ Mingji. Henceforth, he shall be regarded as the exemplar of the Qingxing sect. Lin Tian glanced at Situ Qian, thinking, this cannot be blamed on me. As he spoke, a sword qi manifested in Lin Tian's hand, and he raised it to strike. Situ Qian's expression changed dramatically. He could not evade that moment. Tian Wu acted, grasping the sword qi just inches from Situ Qian's brow. With a sharp crack, he exerted force, causing Lin Tian's sword qi to shatter. Lin Tian regarded him, his brow slightly furrowed. Tian Wu looked at Lin Tian, stating with a tone that brooked no argument, I shall give you one last chance. If you do not surrender the inheritance, you shall die. Yet, the hand behind his back was stained with blood. He was deeply shocked. With his cultivation, he could discern Lin Tian's realm. He was merely in the spirit condensation stage, barely on the cusp of the sword path. Yet, he could inflict injury upon him. Indeed, the inheritance of the Xintian sword master was extraordinary. Lin Tian looked at Tian Wu, a faint smile gracing his lips. Is there room for negotiation? Tian Wu hesitated for a moment. Speak. Lin Tian pointed at Ning Wuyo. Kill him, and I will willingly offer you the inheritance of the Xintian swordmaster. Ning Wuyo's expression changed drastically. Chen Xingyuan stared at Lin Tian, confusion etched on his face. Had he misjudged this person? How could he be entrusted with his younger sister when he displayed such cowardice? He inhaled deeply. After all, everyone has their aspirations. Tian Wu turned his gaze to Ning Wuyo. Ning Wuyo hurriedly exclaimed, Respected one, do not heed this brat's nonsense. If you kill him, the inheritance will still belong to us. Respected one. Though both were in the Yufijing realm, Ning Wuyo addressed Tian Wu as Respected one, indicating the weight of status. Tian Wu smiled slightly. Do not worry. I am not foolish with that. He withdrew his smile and directed his gaze back at Lin Tian. I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you do not hand it over, you will die. Chen Xingyao's expression shifted, and she turned to look at Chen Xin. He sighed, glancing at his sister. Well, saving him today will suffice as a repayment for the inheritance. He thought this silently. In truth, he found Lin Tian quite admirable, but why was he so devoid of courage? What if, in the future, a stronger individual appeared, and he offered his sister up without a second thought? This he could not endure. As Chen Xinwen contemplated, Tian Wu began to count down from 7. Lin Tian interrupted, Put away your countdown to death. If I wish to engage in idle chatter, you should cherish the opportunity. Otherwise, let us engage in battle directly. Summon. Lin Tian produced a small tower and called out, Dao Gu, come out and show your skills." At his words, Dao Tianxia appeared in the arena, declaring, "Who dares to harm my family's young master shall come forth to meet their demise." As he spoke, the aura of the Wanfa realm surged forth, causing all to gaze at Lin Tian in astonishment. Damn, he holds a trump card. Meanwhile, the 5 individuals in the sky were left dumbfounded. The Wanfa realm referred to Lin Tian as young master? Which force does he belong to? Ning Wuyo had informed them that Lin Tian was merely the young master of a small family. Which small family could possibly possess a Wanfa realm? Chen Xingyuan's face flushed with embarrassment. He had misunderstood. Lin Tian was merely bluffing. Indeed, he had not misjudged him. At that moment, Dao Tianxia addressed the 5 individuals in the sky. "Are you the ones who dared to proclaim that you would kill my family's young master?" Tian Wu respectfully inquired. "I am unaware of which family in Zhengzhou you hail from, Senior." In Tian Wu's perspective, the Wanfa realm was only present in Zhengzhou. Dao Tianxia did not respond. Instead, he raised his hand, pressing down, causing the 5 individuals, along with Ning Wuyo, to be forced to the ground. Tan Wu furrowed his brow at so. "Senior intends to engage in combat?" Dao Tianxia coldly replied, "Did your ancestors not teach you to speak with others without looking down on them?" Tian Wu remained silent. Dao Tianxia continued, "I am Dao Tianxia of the Dao family." The Dao family. Tian Wu naturally recognized this name, stating, "As far as I know, the young master of the Dao family is not Lin Tian. Could it be that you are impersonating the Dao family?" Dao Tianxia's temper flared instantly. "I am Dao Tianxia of the Dao family. Presently, Lin Tian can even be considered my ancestor. Do you understand?" Ancestor? Lin Tian felt a bit embarrassed, but it was not entirely unfeasible. Tian Wu's brow furrowed tightly. He was certainly familiar with the name Dao Tianxia, the foremost ancestor of the Dao family, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the breaking law realm. However, this individual had vanished a century ago. Now, a spirit claimed to be Dao Tianxia. Who would believe that? Tian Wu retorted, "You dare to impersonate the ancestor of the Dao family." Such audacity. Dao Tianxia furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss, it was not that Tian Wu doubted his identity, but rather that these few individuals in the Yufijing realm seemed unafraid of him. Suddenly, Tan Wu turned his gaze skyward and called, "Tian Lao, it is time for you to intervene." As soon as he spoke, an old man with white eyebrows appeared in the sky. He looked at Dao Tianxia and said, "Fortunately, I, of the Tian family, am always cautious in my dealings. Had I not arrived, my Tian family would have undoubtedly faced ruin this time." Dao Tianxia's brows knitted together. This old man was of the Wanfa realm. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment and asked Dao Gu, "Do you have confidence?" Dao Tianxia was taken aback. "Young master, I am currently merely a spirit. Fighting against the Yufijing realm is manageable, but the Wanfa realm requires the presence of Elder T Tuesday." Lin Tian shook his head. "He cannot emerge." Dao Tianxia was puzzled. Lin Tian offered no explanation. That moment, a figure flew forth from between his brows. Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically. "Girl, why have you come out?" The figure was Lin Xiaoyao. She materialized in the arena. The expressions of the formidable beings present shifted. A spirit, an elusive entity, and yet they encountered it today. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Lin Xiaoyao blinked and said, "Master, let me come out to help my brother." Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. "Did Brother Tu send you? Then come on. This girl must possess some strength for Brother Tu to trust her to emerge." Lin Tian looked at her earnestly. "Xiaoyao, when the fighting begins, you must protect yourself and avoid injury. Understood?" Lin Xiaoyao pondered for a moment and replied, "All right." Beside them, Dao Tianxia's lips curled into a smirk. "Protect yourself? This little girl nearly brought me to my end. Encountering her, one can only pray for their survival." Lin Tian ruffled Lin Xiaoyao's hair and turned to the individuals of the Qingxing sect, saying, "Dear brothers and elders, today is a matter solely concerning me, Lin Tian. You all may withdraw." As soon as he finished speaking, an elder from the sect looked at Lin Tian and said with a wry smile, "Young friend, take care. A Wanfa realm expert is beyond our capacity to withstand." After this elder spoke, all the members of the Qingxing sect retreated back to their sect. Although Lin Tian was a prodigy of the sect, they faced a Wanfa realm expert. The risk of annihilation was too great for them to gamble. Left in place were only Qian Xingyuan and his sister, along with Yun Zihixing. To Lin Tian's surprise, Jian Nan did not leave. Lin Tian looked at Jian Nan. "Brother Nan, you?" Jian Nan's icy demeanor shifted slightly. "You are a worthy opponent. I do not wish for your demise. Talents recognize each other. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Then if I survive this time, I shall surely seek your guidance. Jian Nan nodded. Lin Tian turned his gaze to the old man with white eyebrows, addressing him, Tian Lao. The old man smiled slightly. Then let us fight. Old man, come down to meet your end. Everyone was taken aback. Lin Tian was so audacious? The expression on Tian Lao's face darkened. The Wanfa realm must not be insulted. He stepped forward, unleashing the might of the Wanfa realm upon Lin Tian and the others. Chapter 42. The damned bloodline. Lin Tian's brow furrowed tightly. This pressure was exceedingly formidable. He looked at the others beside him and said earnestly, You all must leave. Yun Jixing, Jian Nan, and the Chun siblings all shook their heads. Lin Xiaoyao gazed at Lin Tian. Brother, do not worry. I will protect you well. Dao Tianxia declared, Young master, rest assured. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your safety. Lin Tian felt a surge of gratitude. To have such life-and-death comrades was a blessing. He then turned to face the advancing Tian Lao. Then let us begin. Open the sword domain. In an instant, Lin Tian's sword domain enveloped everyone. The disciples of the Tianlong sect had long retreated, leaving only the 6 from the Tian family and Ning Wuyo, alongside Lin Tian and his companions. Jian Nan looked at Lin Tian, a hint of shock in his heart. At that moment, Lin Tian bellowed, Within my sword domain, those who enter shall be suppressed 1 level. Boom! In the next second, a force pressed down upon the 6 individuals opposing them, reducing their strength to the initial stage of the Yufijing. Tian Lao's power was diminished by 30%. The 7 individuals were left in a state of bewilderment. Even Jian Nan and Yun Jixing were taken aback. What kind of defying sword domain is this? Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. What are you waiting for? Charge. As he spoke, Dao Tianxia was the first to charge forward, confronting Tian Lao. Lin Xiaoyao, feeling distressed, patted Lin Tian's head and leaped up, throwing a punch at one of the Yufijing experts. Jian Nan rushed in with his sword drawn. Qian Xingyuan followed closely behind. Qian Xingyao began to manipulate some incomprehensible objects. Damn, there are still 3 Yufijing experts. Lin Tian hesitated, contemplating whether to activate his bloodline. However, if he did so, he might end up harming his own people. This damned bloodline, imperial blood, that if I were to act, the effects of suppression would surely not last long, and then a single Wanfa realm would be able to sweep through them. At that moment, the small tower interjected, Little Linzi, activate the sword body. Lin Tian was puzzled but complied without delay. The sword body activated in the next moment. His aura surged significantly. The 3 Yufijing experts were momentarily stunned and charged towards Lin Tian, realizing that if he perished, they would claim victory. Qian Xingyao looked at Lin Tian, saying, Tian Gu, hold them off for 30 breaths. Lin Tian drew his sword and charged forward, this time wielding the Yao Tian sword .1 sword to create chaos. As this move was unleashed, the space erupted, aiming to cleave through the 3 individuals. Their expressions changed drastically. They sensed the stench of death. Without hesitation, the 3 swiftly prepared to defend themselves. Boom! A sword struck forth, sending the 3 individuals retreating 1,000 meters, and upon halting, their bodies bore cracks. The trio found themselves in a state of bewilderment, even though their realms were suppressed to the initial stages of the law mastery. It was inconceivable that they could be injured by a mere condensation realm practitioner wielding a single sword. Simultaneously, Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, causing the sword domain to become unstable. Without hesitation, the 3 charged towards him with great ferocity. Lin Tian's prowess was utterly monstrous, instilling fear within their hearts. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyao suddenly appeared before them. The 3 gazed at Lin Xiaoyao, their expressions shifting drastically. The one who had engaged with her was already gone. What kind of anomaly is this spirit? Lin Xiaoyao looked at them, her demeanor no longer that of an innocent child. If you wish to kill my brother, then you shall perish. With a seemingly ordinary punch, the 3 found themselves soaked through with fear. This punch was even more terrifying than Lin Tian's sword. With a resounding boom, the 3 were sent flying back, disbelief etched upon their faces as they regarded this adorable spirit. Their physical forms had vanished. Lin Tian, equally astonished, wondered if his little sister was truly this formidable. Lin Xiaoyao gazed at the 3, her small feet lifting as she prepared to annihilate them with a single punch. Just then, The white-browed elder suddenly appeared before Lin Xiaoyao, launching a powerful punch. The blow struck Lin Xiaoyao's chest, propelling her downward at an astonishing speed. Lin Tian panicked. Xiaoyao. He exerted all his strength to catch Lin Xiaoyao at the same time. The divine soul of Dao Tianxia became exceedingly transparent. Floating before the two, Lin Tian cradled Lin Xiaoyao in his arms, tears streaming down his face. Girl, are you all right? He truly regarded Lin Xiaoyao as his younger sister, his own sister. Lin Xiaoyao wiped Lin Tian's tears away. Smiling brightly, brother, don't cry. I'm fine. It just hurts here. As she spoke, she pointed at her chest. Within the tower, D2 struck the small tower, exclaiming, I'm borrowing your code. Let me out, or I swear I'll beat that old man to a pulp from now on. I want to bear the surname D. The small tower regarded the bloodthirsty D2 calmly. Stay composed. I am healing this girl. Do not act rashly. D2 retorted coldly. Then hurry up. The small tower trembled, a surge of power flowing into Lin Xiaoyao's body. Lin Tian sighed in relief. At that moment, not far away, Chen Xingyao suddenly shouted, with my blood, seal the heavens and imprison the earth. Chen Xingyuan, engaged in battle, heard her words and turned abruptly. Little sister? No. Brother will call for help. You must stop. Chen Xingyuan panicked. Suddenly, the opponent he was battling struck out with a punch. Puff. Chen Xingyuan coughed up blood, sent flying. Chen Xingyao's heart sank. Brother. Her gaze turned colder. Without hesitation, she waved her hand, and 4 great flags soared to the 4 corners. Chen Xingyuan urgently shouted to Lin Tian, Lin Tian, quickly stop her. She will die. She will die. Lin Tian, momentarily dazed, shouted loudly, Xingyao, stop. I have a hidden card. Chen Xingyao shook her head. I don't want to go back. I just want to be by your side, forever. A small wooden figure floated towards Lin Tian, resembling him. Lin Tian was utterly bewildered. Don't want to go back? To where? In his thoughts, Chen Xingyao shouted. Seal! The 4 flags suddenly unleashed their power, intertwining with one another. Tian Lao's expression shifted slightly. Are you from the Qin family? Chen Xingyao did not respond. Raising her hand to press down, chains materialized from the heavens. Surging toward the remaining 6. Jin Nan and Yun Jixing had returned to Lin Tian's side. The chains bound the 6 tightly. The 3 law masters, now only souls, panicked as the chains began to erode their spirits. Tian Lao gazed at the chains and solemnly remarked, the Chun family's ultimate skill, sealing the heavens and imprisoning the earth, is indeed exceptional. He then sneered, what a pity, had 4 others performed this technique. I might have been wary, but you alone wished to bind me. Ridiculous. As the words fell, the chains around Tian Lao suddenly shattered. Puff. Chen Xingyao spat out a mouthful of blood, her breath growing feeble as she collapsed. Chen Xingyuan rushed forward to catch her. Little sister, why are you so foolish? Oh, little sister. Brother, let us go home. I'll take you home. Before Chen Xingyao could protest, a token appeared in Chen Xingyuan's hand, which he hurled with all his might. In the next moment, the sky changed dramatically. A middle-aged man appeared on the scene. He immediately spotted the feeble Chen Xingyao and hurried over. Yao Er? What happened? Chen Xingyuan spoke. Father, quickly save my sister. The middle-aged man promptly pointed at Chen Xingyao, and her aura regained its strength. Chapter 43. Bloodline Heritage. With the middle-aged man's gesture, his figure became ethereal. He solemnly asked, who did this? Chen Xingyuan gestured for him to look behind. The middle-aged man turned and saw the 6 individuals, the Tian family. What? Does your Tian family wish to go to war with my Qin family? Tian Lao slightly bowed to the middle-aged man. Patriarch of the Qin family, we had no knowledge that this girl is your daughter. Our target is merely this young man, he indicated Lin Tian. It is your daughter who obstructed us. Although he was somewhat apprehensive of the middle-aged man, the Tian family behind him was not afraid. If they were to engage in battle, they would do so directly. The middle-aged man turned his gaze to Lin Tian, who had already retracted his sword domain. The two exchanged glances. Lin Tian remained neither servile nor overbearing. The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and addressed Tian Lao. I only know that you harmed my son. After this matter, I expect a reasonable explanation from your Tian family. Otherwise, I swear, I will kill one of you I see. Upon finishing, the middle-aged man looked at Chen Xingyuan. Yuan heir, you have been out for quite some time. Let us go home. Qin Shing Yuan glanced at the unconscious Chen Xing Yao and nodded. He could no longer consider Lin Tian. For the Tian family's intervention meant the Qin family would not wage war for Lin Tian. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the three vanished. Lin Tian's mind echoed with words. Brother Lin, be sure to visit the Qin family in 5 months, of course. If you have no feelings for Xing Yao, then there is no need to come. Lin Tian felt a pang of discomfort. Xing Yao had been injured before him, and he could do nothing. Ultimately, he was not strong enough. Lin Tian murmured, in 5 months. I will definitely come. This declaration reflected Lin Tian's sentiments. He indeed cared for Xing Yao. Returning to the present, Lin Tian observed those beside him, each one wounded, with Dao Tian Xia barely clinging to existence. Lin Tian turned to Tian Lao. Tian Lao regarded him. Are you still planning to wield the sword domain? Lin Tian did not respond. If he were to use the sword domain again, who would fight? He felt utterly powerless for the first time, a deep sense of helplessness. Yet, he was determined to fight with all his might. Tian Lao continued, surrender your soul and heritage, and I will spare your life. Lin Tian was far too monstrous, especially with this sword domain. He wouldn't dare believe it without experiencing it himself. Such a person should either belong entirely to the Tian family or perish. Lin Tian shook his head. I do not wish to be a dog. Let us fight. Speaking thus, Lin Tian gestured to the others. You all enter the tower. They nodded and all entered the tower. D2 hurried over to Lin Xiaoyao, anxiously asking, Girl, are you all right? Lin Xiaoyao shook her head and inquired, Master, can you help brother? D2 replied, shaking his head, I cannot. Lin Xiaoyao's eyes filled with confusion, and she did not press further. Meanwhile, Jian Nan and Yun Jixing, who had entered the small tower for the first time, curiously surveyed their surroundings, their hearts filled with worry for Lin Tian. 1 against 6, with one being a master of all laws, could he truly prevail? Outside the tower, Lin Tian observed the 6, noting that Ning Wuya was still alive. He coldly declared, Tian family, Tian Long sect. Today, if I do not perish, I shall come to slaughter. Tian Lao sneered, as though he had heard the finest joke. He was about to speak when suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, blood of the emperor. Activate, boom! Lin Tian's upper garments were torn asunder, revealing his slender physique, red lines rapidly spreading across his body. His eyes turned blood red, and even his once black hair transformed to white. This time, he was genuinely enraged. Xiao Yao was injured, and Xing Yao had nearly died. Charge! The 6 stared in trepidation at the aura radiating from Lin Tian, their brows furrowing in concern. Tian Lao solemnly questioned, What kind of bloodline is this? He felt a wave of trepidation. Quickly regaining his composure, he thought, a mere ant in the condensation realm could be crushed with a single slap. Lin Tian shouted again, Sword body, activate. A piercing sword cry soared into the heavens. Stirring the clouds, Lin Tian looked at the 6, grinning widely. You all shall perish with that. Lin Tian charged at the 6, the Yaotian sword in his hand now stained crimson. Tian Lao maintained his composure. Striking out with a palm, Lin Tian roared, One sword, born of folly, boom! The sky erupted with a deafening sound. Tian Lao's smile abruptly vanished as he saw Lin Tian, white-haired and fierce, charging towards him, old fool. Die, bang! Tian Lao was sent reeling back 1,000 meters. How could this be possible? The 5 law masters gazed at Lin Tian in disbelief. Inside the tower, Jian Nan, Dao Tian Xia, and Yun Jixing were equally astonished. A battle intent emerged on Jian Nan's icy visage. Lin Tian's opponent was truly formidable. Lin Tian did not pause, his sword aimed at the 3 law masters. Their expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that Lin Tian would suddenly turn his aggression towards them. Logically, Lin Tian should have continued to attack Tian Lao, taking advantage of the opportunity to strike. Tian Lao. The sword light descended, and the 3 were sent flying as they came to a halt. Their souls began to dissipate. An unstoppable fate. One cried out in desperation, Tian Wu, save me. But Tian Wu was already in dire straits. As Lin Tian charged toward him and Ning Wuya, the 3 engaged in a fierce battle. 1,000 meters away, Tian Lao's expression darkened, resembling stagnant water. A horrifying sword mark marred his body. He had been injured by an ant who had yet to reach the law mastery. The ancient figure, Tian Lao, gazed intently at Lin Tian, realization dawning upon him as he beheld the sword in Lin Tian's grasp. It was the sword that posed the problem. Meanwhile, the two adversaries facing Lin Tian grew increasingly fearful as the battle unfolded. Lin Tian fought with reckless abandon, as if disregarding his own life. With a single swing of his sword, he sent both opponents staggering backwards several meters, their faces pale as they beheld the blood that stained their bodies. Lin Tian, observing them, broke into a grin and uttered, "Perish with that!" He unleashed a ferocious strike in an instant. The aura surrounding his body turned crimson, and he poured every ounce of his strength into that blow. He charged at the two, leaving a trail of red in his wake. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Bang! The next moment, both of their heads flew off, their souls extinguished. Lin Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood. Having suffered a backlash, it felt as though his internal organs were tearing apart. A pain magnified tenfold from that of shattered eggs, akin to the agony of 20 eggs bursting simultaneously. For a fleeting moment, clarity returned to Lin Tian, and he grimaced, "Damn it! Why didn't you take control of my body when it hurt? You wretched bloodline!" The imperial bloodline remained silent. Lin Tian struggled to speak. "Tower, heal me." Soon as he finished speaking, a surge of power coursed through his body, filling him with vigor. In the next instant, Lin Tian's eyes turned blood-red once more. "You bloodline," he muttered, contorting his body like a zombie as he turned to face Tian Lao. Under Tian Lao's heavy gaze, Lin Tian defiantly raised his middle finger. Tian Lao spoke solemnly, "Your bloodline is indeed remarkable, suggesting an extraordinary lineage. However, if you seek death, I shall oblige." With that, Tian Lao took a step forward, appearing before Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and struck. Bang! Lin Tian was sent flying 1,000 meters, and as he came to a halt, he spat out more blood, his physical form on the verge of collapse. Chapter 44. Where is your Tian family? Point the way. Lin Tian opened his blood-red eyes and shouted, "Sword come." His voice echoed through the heavens. In the sword tomb of the Qingxing sect, countless swords trembled in response. In the next moment, a multitude of swords hurtled toward Lin Tian, the spectacle leaving the disciples of Qingxing sect in awe. Lin Tian expelled a mouthful of blood, his veins bulging as he commanded, "Gather!" The dense array of swords coalesced into a gigantic sword. But that was not the end. Lin Tian declared, "I am the sword." With those words, his sword intent reached unprecedented heights. He wielded the colossal sword with one hand, resembling a war god in the sky, with red lines adorning his body like armor. Lin Tian glared at Tian Lao, "Prepare to die." With a single strike, he unleashed his full power in an instant. The giant sword descended upon Tian Lao, who appeared as insignificant as an ant before its might. This was Lin Tian's most powerful strike, one for which he was willing to sacrifice everything. It was a matter of either the enemy's demise or his own. Tian Lao, sensing the threat posed by the giant sword, felt a shift in his demeanor. A mere condensing spirit phase could evoke such fear in a myriad of realms. Who would dare believe it? How many condensing spirit phase warriors would perish under a single swipe of a myriad realm master? Yet, it was still merely a threat, nothing more. Tian Lao intoned, "If you were in the mastering law realm, you might have a chance to slay me, but now, you shall die." With lethal intent, Tian Lao recognized Lin Tian as a formidable foe that must be eliminated. The legacy of the Xintian sword master was ultimately not meant for his Tian family. Tian Lao moved, raising his hand, "Law of heaven and earth." A colossal phantom materialized behind him, which made no unnecessary movements but struck at Lin Tian's sword with a single hand. Boom! The sky erupted with a thunderous sound, the overwhelming force sending Lin Tian flying 1,000 meters. The giant sword shattered, obliterated in an instant. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable. When Lin Tian finally came to a stop, he was left with but a wisp of his soul, as fragile as a breath in the wind. The little tower hurriedly suppressed that fragment of his soul. This scene left those within the tower feeling anxious. Lin Tian rasped, "Tower, am I to perish? But I have yet to surpass my father, to tell him how wronged I feel." In his mind, a vivid image flickered. A small boy crouched in a corner, his dirty little hands holding a pale bun. He took a gentle bite, revealing a long-lost smile. The boy cradled the slightly warm bun, whispering, "I will wait for father to return." so we can eat together." Unbeknownst to him, the boy gradually fell asleep in the corner, a single tear escaping the corner of his eye as he dreamt of something. Upon waking, the bun had grown cold, and the figure of the long-robed man was nowhere to be seen. The moment snapped back to reality. Tian Lao stepped forward, still not willing to concede defeat. He looked at Lin Tian and demanded, "Hand over the legacy of the Xintian swordmaster." Lin Tian fixed his gaze upon him, replying defiantly, "Even in death, I shall not yield it to you." Lin Tian would rather be shattered than be whole. Tian Lao's eyes narrowed slightly. "If that is the case, I shall grant your wish." With that, Tian Lao raised his hand to strike Lin Tian. Inside the tower, the Imperial Slayer sprang into action. However, from Lin Tian's ethereal soul, a burst of sword energy shot forth. Tian Lao's expression changed dramatically. Zing! The sword energy pierced through Tian Lao's forehead. Stunned, he realized he was not dead yet, merely left with a fragment of his soul. In disbelief, he watched as the sword energy transformed into the figure of a long-robed man. The man glanced at Lin Tian. "Tianer." Lin Tian looked at the long-robed man, a smile breaking across his face. "Father." The long-robed man patted Lin Tian's shoulder, and in the next moment, Lin Tian's physical form was reconstituted. Waves of shock surged within Lin Tian as he looked at the long-robed man in astonishment. The man turned to Tian Lao. "Do you know why I spared you?" At that moment, Tian Lao was still in disbelief. As a myriad realm master, he had been slain by a mere sword energy. Certainly, even a transcendent realm master would not be capable of such a feat. Tian Lao looked at the long-robed man. You are from the Tian family?" The long-robed man replied. "I did not kill you because you belong to the Tian family." Tian Lao paused, then laughed. "So you fear my Tian family?" Soon, a smirk appeared on his face. "Since you know my lineage, you must understand the consequences of opposing the Tian family." The long-robed man nodded. "Well said. I will give you 15 minutes to summon your people. If you cannot, you shall die." Tian Lao's anger flared. "I am of the Tian family. Do you dare to threaten me?" The long-robed man's brow furrowed slightly. "Where is your Tian family? Point the way." Tian Lao was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "What, do you intend to slaughter my Tian family?" He pointed in a direction and chuckled. "My Tian family resides in Zhengzhou. If you dare, come and slaughter us." "What a joke." The long-robed man glanced at the direction Tian Lao indicated and turned to Lin Tian. "Son, why is your enemy so foolish? My enemies back in the day, though weaker, were all incredibly intelligent." Lin Tian forced a smile, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Tian Lao's anger boiled over, completely forgetting that he had just been slain by a sword. He was about to unleash a torrent of curses when the long-robed man suddenly swung his sword. In Zhengzhou, a blade of sword energy tore through the space above the Tian family's stronghold. Within the Tian family, an elder suddenly awoke, roaring, "Who dares to attack my Tian family? Are you seeking death?" Before he could finish his sentence, the sword energy descended. Boom! The entire Tian family was reduced to rubble. Not a single soul remaining. In Sangyan Prefecture, Tian Lao sensed something amiss and gazed incredulously at the long-robed man before him. You truly slaughtered my Tian family. Who are you? How could such a powerful being exist in the Xintian realm?" The long-robed man did not respond, merely swinging his sword once more. Tian Lao's soul was obliterated. The long-robed man turned to Lin Tian. "Tianer, there are matters that can be done and matters that cannot. If your father is not present, do you know what your fate will be?" Lin Tian replied softly. "I will die." Lin Tian added, "But I shall not relent. No one shall harm those around me." The long-robed man nodded, smiling. "Having principles is commendable. That little sword your father gave you, you have yet to wield it, yet you genuinely wish to surpass him. Your father has taken note of that." The little sword. Lin Tian fell into silence. Damn it, he had forgotten about it. The long-robed man patted Lin Tian's shoulder. "The remaining path must be walked by yourself." Lin Tian looked at him. "Are you leaving?" The long-robed man nodded. "Your father hopes that one day you will walk alongside me." At that moment, the little tower interjected. "Master, can you give me a makeover? I want to rise up. That wretched fellow threatens me daily." The Imperial Slayer remained silent. Lin Xiaoyao looked up at the Imperial Slayer and asked, "Master, who is stronger, you or brother's father?" The Imperial Slayer hesitated before responding with a smile. "What do you think?" Lin Xiaoyao blinked. "Master is strong. Master is the most formidable in the world. The Imperial Slayer laughed heartily. Then let Master be strong just this once. Just this once? Lin Xiaoyao blinked, while the Imperial Slayer spoke. He mused, Emperor, the child is still young and speaks without understanding. You must not take it to heart. Just then, Lin Tian declared, Brother Nan, Sect Master, let us go and eliminate the Tianlong sect. The two appeared beside Lin Tian. Jian Nan hesitated for a moment and asked, Brother Lin, is your father a sword cultivator? Lin Tian nodded. I suppose so. Jian Nan inquired, how is it that your father is so powerful? Lin Tian fell silent. How did he know? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Tian suggested, why not ask him yourself? Jian Nan shook his head. Lin Tian rolled his eyes and turned to Yun Jixing, Sect Master, let's go exterminate the sect. Yun Jixing hesitated, young friend, didn't your father say that after merging with that tower, killing would enhance your cultivation? Why not give it a try? To be honest, Yun Jixing was also curious if this was indeed true. At the same time, he felt a surge of excitement. After today, Songyun Prefecture would belong solely to his family. Hearing Yun Jixing's words, Lin Tian pondered for a moment and nodded. He looked at Jian Nan. Brother Nan, are you coming? Jian Nan nodded. The two flew towards the people of Tianlong sect, some of whom had already fled. Lin Tian called out, Tower bro, let us merge for a moment. With a hum. The little tower fused with Lin Tian, and his aura suddenly surged, reaching the realm of law entry. Lin Tian was taken aback. He had attained this level without unlocking his bloodline and sword body. If he were to activate both of those trump cards simultaneously, his combat strength would undoubtedly soar. What a delightful situation! Lin Tian and Jian Nan pursued the members of Tianlong sect. Yun Jixing watched their departing figures with a faint smile. Sometimes, one must be clear-headed. If the people of Qingxing sect were also coveting Lin Tian's legacy, then his own sect would be doomed. Suddenly, he recalled someone. Old Zhang, damn it, that scoundrel must be taught a lesson for daring to covet the inheritance. With that thought, Yun Jixing flew towards the back mountain of Qingxing sect. The members of Qingxing sect stood bewildered at the mountain gate, utterly unprepared. They never expected that the person behind Lin Tian would be so formidable. Sigh, had they known, they would have acted sooner. What was there to fear about a request? In Zhongzhou, the news of the annihilation of the Tian family rapidly spread among the various clans. Some said the Tian family had offended a mysterious entity and was subsequently exterminated. Others claimed that a powerful figure of the Dao realm, in a foul mood, happened to pass by the Tian family and wiped them out casually. The Chen family, a middle-aged man, along with the Chen siblings, had just returned home. Upon entering, they were immediately informed of the news. The middle-aged man asked Chen Xingyuan, Yuan what was the background of that young man? Chen Xingyuan shook his head with a wry smile. Father, I don't know. All I know is that he said he wanted to confront an existence even more formidable than the Dao realm. More formidable than the Dao realm? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback and waved his hand. You are still young. You naturally cannot discern when someone is boasting, Lin Tian. He shook his head again. That boy is likely deceiving you. Dao realm experts are beings that even our Chen family has yet to encounter. They are the heavens of the Xintian realm. Chen Xingyuan smiled helplessly. He realized his father would not believe him as soon as he spoke. In truth, he himself found it hard to believe. Dao realm experts were indeed terrifying. Even that family could only gather a few Dao realm cultivators. But why was it so coincidental? The Tian family targeted Lin Tian, and then the Tian family was no more? Chen Xingyuan returned to his thoughts and looked at his unconscious sister, Chen Xingyao, gently saying, Sister, do you think he would risk everything to confront a Dao realm expert for your sake? After speaking, Chen Xingyuan took his sister and left. The middle-aged man remained behind, pondering. Come here. An elder appeared beside him, respectfully bowing, Master. The middle-aged man regarded him. Go to Songyun Prefecture and investigate a young man named Lin Tian. The elder was momentarily taken aback, asking, Master, has something happened? Songyun Prefecture is but a tiny place. There is nothing significant. He truly did not wish to go. The middle-aged man said solemnly, this young man may be related to the annihilation of the Tian family. The elder trembled slightly. Understood, Master, I shall go. After saying that, the elder was about to leave when the middle-aged man called out to him. If that young man is backed by a Dao realm expert, inform him about the union of Xingyao. If not, keep him away from Xingyao. The elder hesitated. Master, if that young man truly has a Dao realm expert behind him, I'm afraid this is beyond my capacity to investigate. The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, realizing that this was indeed a valid point. After some thought, he continued, then investigate this young man's life events meticulously. Do not miss a single detail. The elder bowed respectfully, yes, master. After this, the elder departed. The middle-aged man sighed helplessly, Xingyao, will you blame your father? There's nothing your father can do. Perhaps in the next life, you can be an ordinary person. I hope you can live happily. Meanwhile, Lin Tian radiated a formidable aura as he faced Situ Qian. Do you know why I didn't kill you in front of the Yao Maiden Palace? Situ Qian looked at Lin Tian in fear. I do not know. He hurriedly knelt before Lin Tian. Senior Lin, I was wrong. Spare me, and I will serve you faithfully. Desperation. Situ Qian was genuinely terrified of Lin Tian. Ever since Lin Tian had slain 5 Law Entry Realm cultivators, he realized that someone like Lin Tian was not someone he could afford to offend. Lin Tian gazed at the terrified Situ Qian and shook his head. Sighing, how could someone like you, born from a father who is a righteous figure, turn out to be so cowardly and afraid of death? You truly deserve to be thrown against a wall. With that, Lin Tian flicked his finger, sending a sword aura through Situ Qian's brow. Lin Tian exhaled. Now, only the people within Tianlong's sect remained unscathed. Tower bro, dissolve the merge. I want to see how much my cultivation has improved. The little tower disengaged from the merge. Lin Tian's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, an increase of 3 levels. Lin Tian smiled slightly, clearly satisfied. The little tower remarked, Little Lin, you've really taken advantage of this. Your strength has accumulated impressively. Taken advantage? Lin Tian was taken aback. Tower bro, what do you mean by that? The little tower pondered. It refers to your emperor's blood, sword body, Yao Tian's sword, and myself. All of them are your advantages. Chapter 46. Above the Dao realm. Lin Tian blinked. The little tower continued. You are equipped with divine artifacts, and after merging with me, I can even transform into an extra layer of armor to adhere to your physical body. By my estimates, if you unleash all your abilities, with your spirit-gathering cultivation, you could likely contend with Law Entry Realm cultivators. You've directly crossed a major realm. Oh my. How will others compete with that? The little tower felt pity for Lin Tian's adversaries. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Father is indeed impressive. At that moment, the little tower added, I understand now. The master intends to feign weakness to deceive others, exterminating the sect and annihilating their lineage, while enhancing your cultivation through killing. Quite cunning. Lin Tian took a deep breath. Perhaps, father wants to compensate me. Compensate? The little tower hesitated. Little Lin, I advise you to use external aids sparingly, or else. The little tower did not finish. Lin Tian queried. Or else what? Will I become dependent? I should be fine. My own strength is the most important. I can manage without it, but I cannot be without it. If it's absent, I would seize it. The little tower refuted. No. If you rely too much on external aids, there may come a day when the master takes them all back and sends you to some place for training. Lin Tian. Lin Tian asked, Tower bro, how do you know? The little tower hesitated. Someone I know had a similar experience. Lin Tian pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, Who? I don't have a brother or sister. Do I? The little tower exclaimed, What the heck? How did you know? Emperor 2. Within the tower, Emperor 2 spoke up, Little tower, why are you so foolish? This kid is fooling you. The little tower. Brother? Sister? Lin Tian blinked in surprise. Could it be true? He had thought he was the only one. Lin Tian inquired, Tower bro, is my brother or sister also being raised? The little tower responded, Your brother is like you. Your sister is not. Lin Tian was stunned. I have an older brother and an older sister? The little tower clarified, an older brother and a second sister. Lin Tian fell silent. Damn it. Why is the second sister not being raised? Father wouldn't he be favoring daughters over sons, would he? Lin Tian finally asked the most curious question, Tower bro, is my brother stronger than my father? The little tower hesitated. No, your brother is semi-raised. He has even more advantages than you but ended up being spoiled. Spoiled? Lin Tian was exasperated, so it turns out he was the one who had been completely raised. Huh? Lin Tian returned to Qingxing's sect, entering the Yao Maiden Palace. He looked at the empty room. Feeling somewhat lost, he had also learned that the Chen Xingyuan siblings were from the Chen family in Zhongzhou. In 5 months, he must go there. Chen Xingyuan would not invite him for no reason, and since it concerned Xingyao and the Chen family, He had no choice but to attend. Lin Tian entered the little tower. Lin Xiaoyao was cultivating. He smiled at her. It must be said, his adorable little sister's combat power was a bit outrageous. Lin Tian turned to Dao Tianxia. Dao bro, do you know about the Qin family? Dao Tianxia nodded. I know a bit. Lin Tian urged, tell me about it. Dao Tianxia explained, the Qin family is on the same level as my Dao family. Both have broken the law realm. Broken the law realm. Lin Tian frowned slightly. Dao Tianxia noticed, young master, what is the matter? Lin Tian sighed. I fear they may come after me. Dao Tianxia looked at him oddly. Aren't you friends with those two from the Qin family? Lin Tian nodded. It's precisely because I am friends with them that the Qin family feels I am unworthy to associate with them. And thus they come after me. Dao Tianxia's expression froze. What kind of reasoning is that? At that moment, the little tower remarked, Hey, little Lin, don't say that. What you're saying is quite similar to your older brother's experience. Lin Tian remained silent. He had to approach the Qin family with the strength of a formidable cultivator. Thus, he needed to break through to the myriad law realm at the very least. However, here he was, at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm. It was a daunting task to prepare for a high-stakes encounter in just 5 months. Lin Tian gazed at Dao Tianxia and inquired, Dao Go, is there a way for me to break through to the realm of Wanfa within 5 months? Dao Tianxia smiled faintly. Did not the master mention that killing others could enhance your cultivation? Lin Tian shook his head slightly. Though I am not a saint, I am neither a madman. If others do not provoke me, why should I kill them? Dao Tianxia nodded. Considering for a moment, there is another method. Lin Tian asked, what is it? Dao Tianxia replied, come to my Taoist sect and undergo the baptism of the Tao pool. At the very least, it can elevate you to the realm of Yufa without any adverse effects. The Tao pool, achieving the Yufa realm without any drawbacks, was indeed astonishing. Lin Tian blinked. Does your Taoist sect have many at the Yufa realm? Dao Tianxia shook his head, dejectedly stating, once, my Taoist sect was a prestigious family, but due to the Tao pool, we have been suppressed by various factions and have fallen to a third-rate family. Third-rate family? Lin Tian queried, puzzled. How are the families in Zhongzhou classified? Dao Tianxia explained. Those with experts at the Palafa realm are third-rate families, those with experts at the Judao realm are second-rate, and those with experts at the Dao realm are first-rate. Dao realm. Lin Tian fell silent. So, when the Xintian sword master claims to be invincible in the Xintian realm, is that merely boasting? Lin Tian spoke, Dao Gu. Is the realm above Palafa the Judao realm? Dao Tianxia paused. Young master, you are unaware? Lin Tian responded, Isn't it strange to be oblivious? Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Dao Tianxia hurriedly explained, above Palafa is the Lingdao realm, followed by Judao, and finally the Dao realm. Lin Tian nodded. Dao Tianxia continued. However, I have heard that there is another realm above the Dao realm, also called the Dao realm. Lin Tian was taken aback. Who told you this? Dao Tianxia replied. It is commonly said so, hence I speculated that the majority of Dao realm experts are pseudo-Dao. And only those above pseudo-Dao are the true Dao realm. Lin Tian regarded Dao Tianxia, finding his reasoning somewhat compelling. Could it be that the Dao realm spoken of by the Xintian sword master is above the pseudo-Dao? It was of no concern. Lin Tian felt flustered. He was merely at the Ning-Shan realm, far from any Dao realm. Without further ado, Lin Tian resolved to deeply comprehend the soul separation technique passed down by the Emperor Tuesday. 3 days later, Lin Tian arrived at the Tianlong sect, only to find it utterly desolate, devoid of any spiritual energy. Everything had been cleared away. He was too late. Sigh. It felt akin to missing out on several billion. He had hoped to kill a few individuals to break into the Rufa realm. Lin Tian took a deep breath and soared towards Zhongzhou on his sword. Dao Tianxia incredulously remarked, young master, do you intend to fly to Zhongzhou with your current strength? Lin Tian replied, what else is there? Should I walk? Lin Tian spoke with a hint of melancholy. Dao Tianxia covered his forehead with his hand. Speechless, utterly at a loss. It seemed his young master had never ventured far and knew nothing. Dao Tianxia spoke, young master, with your cultivation, it would take at least 3 months to reach Zhongzhou. 3 months. Lin Tian was taken aback. By the time he flew to Zhongzhou, he would be entirely suitable for cannon fodder. What was the point of cultivation? Chapter 47. The Yang siblings what to do? Dao Tianxia suggested, young master, you could take the teleportation array. You would likely arrive in 3 days. Lin Tian, speechless, replied, why didn't you mention that sooner? Dao Tianxia, well, Who could blame him for being the young master? Dao Tianxia continued, Young master, there is a city in Songyun Prefecture with a teleportation array. It is the only one. Lin Tian asked, puzzled. Why is there only one? Dao Tianxia inhaled deeply and explained, because this area is considered barren land by Zhongzhou. Not many people come here. Barren land? Indeed, the strongest in Songyun Prefecture reached only the Yufa realm. They likely wouldn't even qualify to carry someone's shoes. Not wanting to dwell on that issue, Lin Tian inquired. Where is that city? Dao Tianxia stated. Yunzhou City. 2.5 days later, Lin Tian, after inquiring around, finally stood beneath the city walls of Yunzhou City. As he looked around, prosperity was evident. The city was 3 times larger than the Xinqing city he had visited. Lin Tian shook his green robe and stepped into the city. He approached a man and asked, Brother, how do I get to the teleportation array? The man was taken aback, then smiled slightly, Going to Zhongzhou? Lin Tian nodded. The man continued, Brother, would you prefer to take a ship? It costs half as much as the teleportation array. Take a ship? Lin Tian was puzzled. Would he paddle his way to Zhongzhou? Surely that wouldn't be faster than flying. At that moment, Dao Tianxia seemed to sense Lin Tian's confusion and explained, Young master, the ship he mentions is a flying ship. It will likely reach Zhongzhou in 7 days. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, then turned to the man, No thanks, I'm in a hurry. Could you kindly tell me where the teleportation array is? The man replied, Brother, our price is half that of the teleportation array. Lin Tian shook his head, turned, and walked away. He was currently quite wealthy and didn't lack that little money. He had already stated he was in a hurry, yet the man continued to dither. At that moment, the man called out, We have beautiful ladies on our ship. Lin Tian's body stiffened, and he abruptly halted. Dao Tianxia. Xiao Ta. Emperor 2. Lin Tian murmured, It seems I have yet to see what a flying ship looks like. Xiao Ta chimed in, Xiao Linzi, it seems you haven't seen a teleportation array either. Have you? Lin Tian smiled slightly. Let us take the ship. Lin Tian approached the man, not out of interest in the ladies, but merely to broaden his horizons. A few days' difference was inconsequential. The man looked at Lin Tian. So, brother, have you changed your mind? Lin Tian nodded. How much? The man held up 5 fingers. Lin Tian glanced and nodded. 5,000 spirit stones, is that correct? Sounds good. After saying that, Lin Tian took out 5,000 spirit stones. The man's expression froze, and he gritted his teeth. Are you trying to make a fool of me? Lin Tian frowned. Wasn't it 5,000? 50,000? The man took a deep breath. 5 times 50,000, 250,000, 250,000. Lin Tian's eyelids twitched. Had he lost his mind over money? The man smiled slightly, confirming with a glance that this kid had no money. He looked at Lin Tian. Then you might as well take the teleportation array. It's 50,000 over there. Just don't go to the wrong place. While speaking, the man pointed in a direction. Lin Tian. Dao Tianxia remarked, Young master, he speaks the truth. Lin Tian nodded. Though it was a bit expensive, he decided to take the ship. Reluctantly, he retrieved 500,000 spirit stones from his storage ring. That was all he had obtained in the secret realm. He now had only 1,000,000 left. Suddenly, Lin Tian recalled something. He had been so preoccupied with killing that he forgot to retrieve his storage ring. He patted his head, realizing he needed to develop good habits in the future. Afterward, Lin Tian handed the spirit stones to the man, who suddenly halted. You don't have any ulterior motives, do you? The man was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Brother, you worry too much. We are legitimate merchants. The man accepted the spirit stones. Come, brother, I will take you aboard. Lin Tian nodded, and the man led him in a certain direction. The gazes of those around them fell upon them, filled with disbelief. After Lin Tian and the man walked far away, one person remarked, Sigh, yet another naive fool taken in. What is it with these people that they are so easily deceived? Someone responded, Because they have no money. At that moment, another person countered, No, I just heard that ship vendor mention beautiful ladies, and then this kid stopped the crowd. A quarter of an hour later, a large ship with wings appeared before Lin Tian. The man beckoned Lin Tian to board. Lin Tian nodded and asked, Beautiful ladies, when do we set sail? The man smiled slightly. In about an hour. Lin Tian nodded. The man led Lin Tian to a simple room before departing. Lin Tian surveyed the room and shook his head, thinking, It's just a ship with wings. I expected something more extraordinary. Dao Tianxia commented, Young master, weren't you here to see beautiful ladies? Lin Tian rolled his eyes. Dao Gu, please don't speak nonsense. I am a person of integrity. Dao Tianxia. An hour passed swiftly. The flying ship began to move. Lin Tian stepped out of the room and stood at the bow, the gentle breeze rustling his green attire. Suddenly, the ship surged forward, propelling Lin Tian into the air due to inertia. He stood up. Indeed, it was fast. This flying ship was 10 times quicker than his sword. Lin Tian approached the bow, where many others had also emerged to admire the scenery. At that moment, 2 young women nearby caught Lin Tian's attention. One girl in green exclaimed, "Shanjia, look at that bird." Riding a flying ship is certainly more enjoyable than taking the teleportation array. Noticing Lin Tian's gaze, the girl in white said, "Xia, lower your voice. Do not disturb others." The girl in green shook her head. "Who am I disturbing? That handsome guy?" The girl in green locked eyes with Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled slightly. The girl in green was momentarily stunned and then tugged at the white-clad girl's sleeve. "Shanjia, look quickly, that handsome guy is so dashing. He smiled at me." The girl in white's face flushed as she offered a slight bow to Lin Tian. "Pardon me, young sir. My sister can be a bit lively." Lin Tian smiled. "No worries, a bit of liveliness is quite charming." The girl in green stepped forward. "You're so handsome. May I have the pleasure of getting to know you?" "Quite direct, to be honest." Lin Tian could confidently claim that if he were to say he was the second most handsome on this ship, no one would dare to claim the first. He was as handsome as the esteemed readers. Faced with the girl's directness, Lin Tian was somewhat astonished but still introduced himself honestly. "I am Lin Tian. May I ask your name?" The young girl in green smiled gently and introduced herself. "I am Yang Xia, and my sister is Yang Shan." As she spoke, Yang Xia pointed towards the girl in white. The girl in white, Yang Shan, felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks. How could her younger sister be so extroverted? A girl should exhibit a bit more restraint. Yang Shan then addressed Lin Tian. "Greetings, young Master Lin." Chapter 48. Extortion. Lin Tian smiled in return. "Hello, Miss Yang." Yang Shan nodded. Yang Xia turned her gaze to Lin Tian and inquired, "Are you from Zhongzhou?" Lin Tian shook his head. No. Yang Xia expressed surprise. "Really? But I sensed you possess remarkable strength." A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Tian's eyes as he replied, "How strong?" Yang Xia pondered for a moment. "Stronger than Sister Shan." Yang Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. She was at the pinnacle of the entry-law stage, yet her sister claimed that this person was superior. Could he truly be so young and already at the mastery stage? She had no doubt about Yang Xia's intuition, for it had never led her astray. Suddenly, Yang Xia looked at Yang Shan. "Sister Shan, I have a sudden feeling that someone will trouble us." "Trouble?" Yang Shan immediately grasped Yang Xia's arm. Lin Tian's mind filled with questions. "Miss Yang, is it really necessary to be so apprehensive over a mere feeling?" No sooner had he spoken than 10 individuals emerged from the ship's hold, 5 of whom were at the mastery stage. An elder waved his hand, and several of them stepped forward. The presence of the mastery stage exuded an overwhelming pressure upon the crowd, leaving them feeling intimidated. They were all at the entry-law stage. How could they not feel fear? The elder addressed everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, our airship is low on fuel, and you may need to pay a fee." "Pay a fee?" Discontent rippled through the crowd. One individual voiced his dissent. "Isn't this extortion?" As soon as those words were uttered, others echoed the sentiment. Lin Tian frowned, glancing at Yang Xia. Is this girl a bearer of ill omens? The elder turned his gaze towards the one who had spoken, saying, "Food can be eaten carelessly, but words should be chosen wisely. I ask my Shao family known for such behavior." Shao family. The 2 women frowned slightly. They were evidently familiar with this clan. The elder continued, "Those who refuse to pay will be thrown overboard." As his words fell, the airship ceased its movement. The 5 individuals at the mastery stage advanced towards the one who had spoken of extortion. That person stammered, "What do you intend to do? Don't you have any integrity?" One among the 5 replied, "You can choose not to pay." His tone was laced with a hint of menace. The individual swallowed hard. "How much do I owe?" The mastery stage practitioner stated, 1,000,000 spirit stones. "What?" the person exclaimed, "I don't have that much." The mastery stage practitioner clenched his fists and approached him. The individual quickly knelt. "My lord, I truly do not possess 1,000,000 spirit stones. Even if you were to kill me, I still wouldn't have it." The mastery stage practitioner nodded. "Then I shall kill you." With that, he raised his hand and struck down upon the kneeling individual. Bang! The person disintegrated into a mist of blood, leaving only a storage ring behind. The onlookers gasped in horror. So, refusal to pay resulted in immediate death. What kind of family is the Xiao family? Lin Tian shook his head. Tower brother, it seems a fight is inevitable. The small tower replied. Who told you to look at pretty girls, Lin Tian? But the five approached the remaining crowd. Having witnessed the earlier incident, everyone obediently prepared to pay, while those who truly lacked the funds were swiftly dispatched by the five. That soon, the five approached the two women, with Lin Tian as their next target. Yang Shan shielded Yang Xia behind her and addressed the five. We are from the Yang family of Zhengzhou. The mention of the Yang family caused the five to exchange glances, and the leader turned to the elder. The elder nodded. The mastery stage practitioner turned back, forcing a smile. Ah, it is the two young ladies of the Yang family. Please, this way. As he spoke, he gestured to a side. Yang Shan let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. She guided Yang Xia to a corner. Observing that the two women were exempt from payment, the others who had paid immediately felt disgruntled. One person protested. Why are they not required to pay? This is unfair. Unfair. The leading mastery stage practitioner turned around. Which family in Zhengzhou do you claim to belong to? Speak up, and I shall refund your payment. The man fell silent, realizing he was merely seeking refuge with relatives in Zhengzhou and had no substantial background. The mastery stage practitioner shot him a dismissive glance and moved on to Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Entry law stage, here I come. He cared little for the Xiao family's reputation. These individuals were merely stepping stones for his advancement. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Tian asked, Tower brother, can you pilot a ship? The small tower nodded. A little. As they conversed, the five had already reached Lin Tian. He contemplated drawing his sword when Yang Shan interjected. That young man is my friend. Upon hearing this, the five halted and turned their gaze to the elder. The elder shook his head, looking at Yang Shan. I have already shown the Yang family some leniency. This boy must pay. Yang Xia turned to Lin Tian. Handsome, do you have 1 million? No, Lin Tian replied. My sister will cover it. Yang Shan stared at Yang Xia in disbelief. You want to pay for him? How is this girl's elbow bending outward? Lin Tian looked at Yang Xia and smiled. I have it. Yang Xia nodded. Lin Tian then addressed the five. However, I do not wish to pay. The expressions of the five shifted dramatically. Was this a provocation? The leader asked, do you seek death? Yang Xia interjected, handsome, they have 5 mastery stage practitioners. Lin Tian cut her off. Do you think I can defeat them? Yang Xia hesitated, then closed her eyes. Lin Tian smiled gently and turned his gaze to the 5. Tower brother, merge, boom. In the next moment, Lin Tian's aura surged to the entry law stage. Yang Shan's expression grew peculiar. She had assumed Lin Tian was at the mastery stage. Now it appeared he was merely at the entry level, and a newly initiated one at that. Could he truly defeat her? Surely, Xia would not lead at that moment. Yang Xia opened her eyes, exclaiming in astonishment. Handsome, it seems you can indeed fight. Her complexion turned somewhat pale. Hearing her words, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. The 5 were equally incredulous. How could an entry law practitioner possibly contend with 5 mastery stage experts? Moreover, it seemed this individual had merely relied on external means to elevate himself to the entry law stage. Could he truly prevail? Absurd. The elder glared at Lin Tian. Kill him. As soon as the order was given, Lin Tian swiftly drew his sword. Boom. The 5 were sent reeling backward. Yang Shan's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. The 5 steadied themselves, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The elder stared at Lin Tian in shock. Quickly realizing the gravity of the situation, a fiery eagerness igniting within him, he addressed the 5. Seize that sword from him. The 5 nodded and charged at Lin Tian. Lin Tian smirked. Sword domain. Activate. Boom. The sword domain enveloped the airship. With a mere thought, Lin Tian suppressed the 5 to the initial stage of the mastery stage. Simultaneously, his complexion paled, though not as severely as before. He spat blood. The 5's expressions shifted dramatically. The leader glared at Lin Tian. How is this possible? Your sword domain can actually suppress our realms. How did you achieve this? The elder's expression soured. Are you mutinous? You. Before he could finish, the leader struck the elder with the palm, silencing him. The elder's head spun, and he fell dead. The crowd was left in a state of shock. The 4 remaining individuals furrowed their brows. A young man questioned, Xiao Ding, what do you mean by this? The mastery stage practitioner named Xiao Ding retorted, "You are merely dogs feeding off the young master. You possess no strength and dare to bark?" Xiao Ding continued, "If you dare to keep chattering, I will kill you all." The young man's expression darkened. "Xiao Ding, are you not afraid of the young master's retribution?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Ding unleashed a punch. Bang! The young man disintegrated into a mist of blood. Xiao Ding remarked coldly, "Such an opportunity. No one can oppose the family head." The remaining three were utterly horrified and dared not speak further. Xiao Ding truly was willing to kill. Lin Tian was left in disbelief, as were the others. Why were they turning on one another? Xiao Ding turned his gaze to Lin Tian. "How did you accomplish this?" Lin Tian blinked. "If you let me strike once, I will tell you." Xiao Ding smirked. "Do you think you can kill me with one strike?" "Ha ha ha." He laughed derisively, even if his realm was suppressed to the initial stage of mastery. He was not someone who could be slain by a mere entry-law practitioner who relied on external forces to reach this level. "Come, I will stand here and allow you to strike." He extended his neck. Yang Xia could not help but interject, "You should retract that offer. This handsome man truly has the ability to kill you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding scoffed, "Very well. Today I shall allow the young lady of the Yang family to witness something extraordinary." "Boy, proceed." Lin Tian's expression grew peculiar. "Tower brother, my father was right. The enemy truly is foolish." The small tower sighed, "Indeed, if you reveal all your cards, these simpletons will surely drive me to madness." Lin Tian nodded. If he did not reveal his full strength now, he would indeed struggle against the mastery stage. Imperial blood, activate. Sword body, activate. As he spoke, the sound of a sword echoed to the heavens. Lin Tian's eyes turned blood red as he unleashed a sword strike. Xiao Ding, with his neck extended, paled. "How is this possible? Stop. I will not take it." Crack. Xiao Ding's words were left unfinished as his head rolled away, his eyes wide open, staring at his own corpse. The expressions of the four others changed drastically. Shock etched on their faces as they gazed at Lin Tian. "Damn it! This kid was playing the fool to catch the tiger," one shouted, and they all rushed to suppress him, "or else we would all perish." The four charged towards Lin Tian in unison. Lin Tian grinned, declaring, "I am like a sword." Boom! Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed with the sword. Bang! The four were sent flying backwards, and the bystanders hurriedly dodged. Fearful of being caught in the crossfire, when the four halted, their faces were grim, their flesh already cracked. Lin Tian smiled wider. "Die for me." A sword unleashed recklessly. Crack! The heads of the four flew off simultaneously. Splurt! At that moment, Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His hidden cards had been fully revealed, though strong. His body could not keep up. It was akin to how men might have reserves within, yet suffer from back pain. Lin Tian wiped the blood from his mouth, his smile even more pronounced as he turned his gaze towards the four from the Xiao family. Their bodies oozed liquid, one of them being the very person who had brought Lin Tian onto the ship. The man stood dumbfounded, realizing just what kind of entity he had brought aboard. Lin Tian grinned. "Die!" The sword light surged forth, and the heads of the four flew away. Lin Tian's aura intensified. He surveyed the crowd around him. Enhancing one's strength required resources. After speaking, Lin Tian suddenly dashed towards Yang Shan and her companion. Yang Xia quickly exclaimed, "Handsome, we are on the same side." The two women panicked. Killing those at the Imperial Law realm took at most 2 swords. Taking them down was akin to chopping vegetables. At that moment, the small tower chimed in, "Let it be, let it be." Inside the tower, Emperor Tu raised a hand to suppress. The blood-red hue in Lin Tian's eyes instantly faded. The Yaotian sword in his hand was merely inches from Yang Shan's forehead. Lin Tian collapsed before the two women, coughing up blood profusely. The backlash was truly severe. Yang Shan snapped back to reality and hurried to support him. "Young Master Lin, are you all right?" Lin Tian shook his head. "I am fine. I almost chopped you both. My apologies." The two women. "That apologies? Huh." The onlookers gazed at Lin Tian, their eyes filled with fear and dread. So ruthless. Lin Tian slightly parted his lips. "Tower brother, heal me." The small tower paused for a moment. "Little Linzi, that power is recovering. If not, let little Yao Yao help." Lin Tian nodded. "Didn't you find a piece of the original fragment? Why is the recovery so slow?" The small tower fell silent. Do you not recall how you healed last time? Lin Tian felt embarrassed. I suppose I forgot. Just then, Lin Xiaoyao appeared in the scene. Lin Tian smiled. Girl. Lin Xiaoyao patted Lin Tian with concern. Bro, next time you fight, call me. Lin Tian hesitated momentarily. All right, hurry and heal me. Lin Xiaoyao glanced at Yang Shan, then gently pushed forth a stream of spiritual energy into Lin Tian's body, filling his limbs and bones. Yang Shan and Yang Xia, holding Lin Tian, were bewildered. They naturally recognized what this little girl was, but they had never heard of anyone who could heal. Spirit. How could she heal someone? Isn't it just to replenish spiritual energy? This doesn't make sense. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Tian felt some relief. It was slightly inferior to the small tower's power, but still acceptable. Lin Tian stood up, and Yang Shan quickly helped him. Noticing the two soft mounds pressed against Lin Tian's arm, Lin Tian felt somewhat awkward. Young girl, you're... Yang Shan noticed, a blush creeping onto her face, and she quickly released Lin Tian's hand. Young Master Lin, I'm sorry. Lin Tian smiled faintly. No worries. It seems you were the one at a disadvantage. Yang Shan's face turned even redder as she fiddled with her white shirt. Lin Tian turned to Lin Xiaoyao. Girl, go pick up the storage rings on the ground. Lin Xiaoyao nodded and, under the gazes of the crowd, collected the storage rings of the Xiao family members. One person addressed Lin Xiaoyao. Miss, could you return our spirit stones? The spirit stones contributed by everyone. Lin Xiaoyao pondered for a moment. Master said, one should not bully others, nor allow oneself to be bullied. I didn't rob you of your spirit stones. I merely picked up the storage rings. Thus, if you ask me to return your spirit stones, it is akin to robbing mine. You are bullying me. Upon finishing her words, a formidable aura emanated from Lin Xiaoyao. Her small fist clenched. The crowd was struck with terror. This aura was as fearsome as that of the imperial law realm. The man quickly exclaimed, Miss, I meant no harm. I just wanted to take back. I no longer want it. Mississippi. The man suddenly backtracked, having noticed Lin Xiaoyao's fist poised to strike. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyao fell silent. The man panicked. Miss, I don't want it anymore. I truly don't want it. Chapter 50. Change of surname to D. Lin Xiaoyao hesitated for a moment. Looking at Lin Tian. Bro, Master said if anyone bullies me, I must annihilate their family and make them repent. Master also said I could go ahead and slaughter. He would back me up. Bro, should I kill these people? Lin Xiaoyao gazed at Lin Tian, her expression conflicted. Upon hearing this, the crowd was horrified. When facing the Xiao family, a payment could secure survival, but with this little girl, merely uttering a word could lead to death. How was one to navigate this? Lin Tian, upon hearing Lin Xiaoyao's words, was at a loss for words. Why was Brother Tu teaching her such things? Yet, he couldn't deny the truth. In this world, showing mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Lin Tian looked at the crowd, shaking his head. Forget it, girl. Lin Xiaoyao nodded, putting away the storage rings and waving her fist at the crowd. The onlookers dared not utter a word. Lin Tian was also not foolish enough to return the spirit stones he had just acquired. Subsequently, enduring the pain in his body, Lin Tian approached Lin Xiaoyao and softly said, Girl, let us head into the cabin. Lin Xiaoyao took Lin Tian's hand, continuously channeling spiritual energy into him. The two siblings walked into the ship's hold under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lin Tian ruffled Lin Xiaoyao's hair, asking, Girl, what else did your master say? Lin Xiaoyao pondered. Master said one must know to join if one cannot win. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Join if you cannot win? Lin Tian was puzzled. Lin Xiaoyao continued. Master also said there is only one family in the world that cannot be offended. For all others, if they bully me, just beat them to death. Lin Tian asked. Which family is that? Once I recover, I'll go give them a beating. Lin Xiaoyao blinked at Lin Tian, chuckling, It's your family. Lin Tian was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Your family is my family. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, and I'll back you up. Lin Xiaoyao giggled. All right. Due to Lin Tian's words, I'll back you up. Unbeknownst to him, a fearless little demoness was nurtured for the imperial family. After the two siblings walked away, Yang Xia remarked, Sister Shan, this handsome guy killed the Xiao family members. They surely won't let him off easily. Yang Shan hesitated before saying, Xia, why don't you sense if he can annihilate the Xiao family? Yang Xia quickly shook her head. I don't want to. I feel like I would die. Die? A hint of surprise flashed in Yang Shan's eyes. Father said your physique is the observation Dao body, able to foresee the future, discern fortunes and misfortunes, measure yin and yang. Why would you die? Yang Xia shook her head. That handsome guy has someone powerful behind him. If I forcibly observe his future, I will die. Yang Shan was stunned. Yang Xia added, Sister Shan, I'll tell you secretly, if we build a good relationship with him, our Yang family might soar. Yang Shan pondered, her gaze drifting towards Lin Tian. Inside the cabin, Lin Tian sat on the couch. Tower brother, release the fusion. I want to see how much my cultivation has increased. The small tower hesitated. I'm afraid that's not possible. Lin Tian was perplexed. Why? The small tower explained. The power of those 5 at the Imperial Law realm is too overwhelming. Without me as a medium, if that power floods into your body, I fear you might die. Medium? Lin Tian contemplated. So how is this ability achieved? The small tower, with an inscrutable demeanor, answered, the master imparted a certain Dao to me. As long as you kill, this Dao will absorb the cultivation of others into me, and then I will convey it to you. Lin Tian was taken aback. What if I encounter someone more formidable than my father? Can I still absorb it? The small tower fell silent. He sensed that Lin Tian's thinking had some flaws. Was it inherited from his father? Or was someone manipulating him? The small tower took a breath. Little Lindsay, if you meet someone stronger than the master, then you will have no way out. Do you understand? Lin Tian nodded, hesitating. Tower brother, how strong is my father? The small tower did not hesitate. Invincible? Invincible? Lin Tian was astonished. Then how can I surpass him? The small tower replied, in the vast universe, who dares to claim invincibility? It's just that the master has yet to encounter someone stronger. Perhaps he may never do so. Just keep working hard. Lin Tian nodded. Subsequently, the small tower began to slowly infuse the absorbed cultivation into Lin Tian's body. The sensation was quite pleasant. During this time, the Dao Tianxia set the ship in motion. The people aboard were left bewildered. The spirit of the myriad laws. What on earth is the identity of that young man? A day and a night later, Lin Tian opened his eyes, finding Lin Xiaoyao asleep in a dog-like position. He gazed at her, smiling faintly. His own cultivation level had reached the 4th layer of the law entry realm. Now, facing the Imperial Law realm, he would likely not be so flustered. That backlash truly hurt, more painful than shattered eggs. Moreover, his swordsmanship was on the verge of a breakthrough, needing just one more opportunity. Soon, 7 days passed, in the central continent. Dao Tianxia docked before Lin Tian. Young master, let us go. Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings. Are we stopping here? Dao Tianxia chuckled wryly. This ship was meant to fly to the Shao family, but now that the Shao family has become our mortal enemies, it's best to leave as soon as possible. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Brother Dao, can your Daoist sect contend with the Shao family? Dao Tianxia shook his head, letting out a sigh, lamenting, a tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. Had it been in the past, I would have effortlessly dispatched 100 of the Shao family with a mere snap of my fingers. Lin Tian interrupted him. All right, Dao Gu, I understand. Dao Tianxia offered a wry smile. Lin Tian then inquired, to what level does the Shao family belong? Dao Tianxia furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. They seem to be the most powerful among the 3rd-tier families. The most powerful 3rd-tier family? Lin Tian was taken aback. Dao Tianxia gazed into the distance. A century ago, the Shao family was indeed the most formidable among the 3rd-tier families. The specifics are uncertain now. Lin Tian nodded, feeling no regret for offending the Shao family. After all, there might still be the Qin family to contend with. Too many debts do not weigh one down. Let's just proceed, Dao Tianxia remarked as he led Lin Tian towards the Dao family. Meanwhile, on the spot, Yang Shan and her companion watched the two depart. Yang Xia said, Shan Jia, it's up to you to cultivate a good relationship with this handsome guy. You are so beautiful. Yang Shan's face flushed. Xia, if you keep talking nonsense, I will hit you. Yang Xia stuck out her tongue playfully. On the other side, Dao Tianxia was flying with Lin Tian, both moving at great speed. Suddenly, Lin Tian asked, Dao Ge? Does your Dao family have any enemies? Dao Tianxia considered for a moment. There are indeed some. Lin Tian hesitated. Specifically? Dao Tianxia continued, in the past, many forces suppressed my Dao family. He paused there, not elaborating further. Lin Tian reflected. So, you were originally a 1st-tier family? Dao Tianxia nodded. Lin Tian felt a mix of emotions. So, the The ones who suppressed you were also first-tier families. Dao Tianxia blinked. I suppose so. However, once we return, I plan to change our family name. We shall no longer be called the Dao family. Lin Tian, puzzled, asked, what will it be called then? Dao Tianxia looked at Lin Tian. Young master, what is your surname? I mean, the same as the esteemed master. Lin Tian hesitated. D. Dao Tianxia nodded. From now on, my Dao family will adopt the surname D. Lin Tian. Chapter 51. The Imperial Clan? Never heard of it changing the surname to D. Lin Tian remained silent, realizing that his father had likely instructed Dao Gu to accompany him, which seemed to be the intent. However, his head felt a bit heavy, and his mind was in turmoil. Lin Tian had already anticipated the events that were about to unfold. Confronting a first-tier force, a Dao realm expert, damn it, he had just entered the realm himself. His head throbbed. 2 hours later, Dao Tianxia suddenly halted. He turned to Lin Tian. Young master, just ahead is my Dao family. Now, you shall guide me. If I were to appear directly at the Dao family, it would attract too much attention. Lin Tian nodded. Dao Tianxia entered a small tower. Half an hour later, Lin Tian arrived at a gate before the Dao family. Gazing around, it was vast, with many buildings, significantly larger than the Qingxing sect. Lin Tian stepped inside. Drawing the attention of the Dao family members, a young man approached Lin Tian, declaring, this is the Dao family. Unrelated individuals must leave at once. Lin Tian responded, I am one of your own. The young man scrutinized Lin Tian. Frowning, I do not recognize you. Are you sent by another force? Do you seek death? Seeking death? Lin Tian thought. Why did this Dao family member have such an audacious attitude? Just like Dao Gu, he vividly recalled his first encounter with Dao Gu. When he had said, don't touch, understand? Lin Tian shook off his thoughts, retorting, I am your ancestor, Dao Tianxia. That the young man was taken aback, angrily exclaiming, how dare you insult my Dao family, even if our strength has diminished? We are not weaklings. With that, he produced an object from his hand and tossed it into the sky. A character representing Dao enveloped the entire Dao family. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. Dao Gu, are your family members going to attack me? Dao Tianxia, exasperated, replied, young master, if someone suddenly claims to be your ancestor, how would you react? Lin Tian responded earnestly, you are their ancestor and I call you brother. Therefore, I am indeed their ancestor, correct? Dao Tianxia. Soon, numerous Dao family members rushed in. Their gazes fixed on Lin Tian. One person questioned the young man, Dao Guan, what is going on? You are using the Dao decree on a mere entry-level practitioner. The crowd murmured in agreement. Indeed, I am in the crucial moment of a breakthrough. An entry-level practitioner, can't you handle him? Dao Guan, the young man, pointed at Lin Tian. This brat insulted my Dao family, claiming to be our ancestor. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Lin Tian, their intent to kill palpable. Lin Tian shivered. Dao Gu, do you have any token to use? As soon as he spoke, a golden token appeared in Lin Tian's hand, inscribed with the character Dao. Lin Tian glanced at the token and approached Dao Guan. Dao Guan's brow furrowed. Which force do you belong to? Lin Tian smiled slightly, subtly revealing the token. Upon seeing it, Dao Guan's complexion changed dramatically, disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Lin Tian. The Dao family members were bewildered. What did Dao Guan see? A cow. Suddenly, Dao Guan dropped to his knees, bowing his head to Lin Tian. Dao Guan pays respects to the ancestor. The Dao family members were stunned. One person questioned, Dao Guan, what are you doing? Dao Guan remained silent, still respectfully kneeling. The ancestor has not revealed his identity in person. There must be a profound reason. He naturally recognizes that token, the exclusive decree of the first ancestor of the Dao family. Dao Tianxia. Lin Tian nodded. Rise. Dao Guan stood up. Lin Tian smiled at him. Am I not your ancestor? Dao Guan nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Dao Tianxia. Everyone heard Lin Tian's words. Dao Guan's ancestor was not also their ancestor? One person shouted, Brat, if you dare to insult my Dao family again, I guarantee you will die. Before Lin Tian could respond, Dao Guan interjected, everyone, you may leave. I will handle this matter. Dao Guan's tone left no room for doubt. The crowd glanced at Dao Guan, who was acting unusually, hesitating before departing. Lin Tian, puzzled, asked Dao Guan, why do they listen to you so readily? Dao Guan was taken aback. Ancestor, it is a rule established by you. Any family guardian on that day holds absolute authority. Lin Tian was taken aback. Dao Tianxia confirmed, indeed, it was I who established it. Lin Tian hesitated. But what if there is someone of questionable character? Dao Tianxia interrupted. My Dao family will not harbor such individuals. His tone was filled with confidence. At that moment, Dao Guan looked at Lin Tian, puzzled. Ancestor, when you left, you were at the Wanfa realm. Upon returning to the clan and merging your physical body, you could reach the Palafa realm or even the Lingdao realm. Why take over this young man? Dao Guan was confused. Did the ancestor desire to revert to a youthful visage? Lin Tian, with a furrowed brow, turned to Dao Tianxia. Dao Gu, please give me some guidance on the next step. Dao Tianxia instructed, let us go to the ancestral tomb. Lin Tian nodded, looking at Dao Guan. Take me to the ancestral tomb. Dao Guan's expression was peculiar. Ancestor, you haven't lost your memory, have you? Lin Tian patted his shoulder. Take me, and you will know. Dao Guan hesitated but eventually nodded. He was now somewhat dubious of Lin Tian's identity as the Dao family's ancestor. They would soon discover the truth at the ancestral tomb. If this young man had merely stumbled upon the token of the great ancestor, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds. After all, he had just bowed to Lin Tian before so many people. To live in this world is to maintain one's dignity. The two arrived at the ancestral tomb. It did not possess a solemn appearance, resembling a paradise beyond the world. In the next moment, several powerful presences approached. 3 figures landed steadily before Lin Tian and Dao Guan. They regarded Lin Tian with confusion, eager to inquire of Dao Guan. At that moment, Lin Tian's brow suddenly emitted a wisp of blue smoke, and Dao Tianxia appeared. The 3 stared at Dao Tianxia, their faces shifting dramatically, excitement and disbelief evident. 1 voice trembled. Brother, is that you? Dao Tianxia turned to the 3, smiling. My brothers, I have returned. The 3 rushed towards Dao Tianxia, exclaiming, Brother, you have been gone for a century. I thought you had perished out there. Dao Tianxia. What kind of talk is that? Wishing for my demise? Dao Tianxia thought, his head filled with black lines as he patted the 3. Come, let me introduce someone. The 3 collected their emotions and focused on Dao Tianxia. Dao Tianxia pointed at Lin Tian, saying, this is the young master. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. Young master? They questioned if they had misheard. One spoke up. Brother, you mean for us to address this young friend as young master? Dao Tianxia nodded. I have another announcement to make. An ominous premonition arose in the hearts of the 3. What is it? Dao Tianxia smiled faintly. From now on, my Dao family shall be a vassal of the D clan. The 3's expressions changed drastically. One exclaimed, Brother, are you joking? Even if my Dao family is in decline, we will not bow to any force. I refuse to agree. The other 2 remained silent, but their faces clearly reflected their dissent. Even if they were to become cowards, they would seek out the strongest force in the Xintian realm to serve as vassals. But the D clan, they had never even heard of it. Brother returns after 100 years, and now his backbone has softened? Dao Tianxia smiled faintly, fully aware that the 3 would not agree. He had yet to meet the esteemed master, and they would likely refuse as well. However, the esteemed master had single-handedly slaughtered the Tian family. What sort of terrifying strength must that entail? The esteemed master must undoubtedly be in the realm of the extreme Dao or even stronger. Chapter 52. Absolutely a great terror. Dao Tianxia slightly bowed to Lin Tian. Young master, show them your prowess. Lin Tian nodded, realizing that if he did not establish authority over these 3, he might not be able to utilize the Dao pool. Without further ado, Lin Tian unleashed his sword domain. Boom! The sword domain enveloped the 6 individuals. The 3's expressions shifted, a sword cultivator genius. But such individuals were not uncommon in Zhongzhou. However, Dao Guan's expressions turned grim. The good news, this person was not the great ancestor of Tianxia. The bad news, the ancestor referred to this person as young master. Given 10 lives, he would not dare to let Lin Tian bow before him. At the moment of contemplation within the Dao temple, Lin Tian raised his hand and uttered, Seal. A formidable force pressed down upon the 3 individuals in the Dao temple itself. Their expressions transformed dramatically as their powers were suppressed by 30%. The originally early-stage practitioner of the Dao was further diminished to an entry-level state. The 4 stared in astonishment at Lin Tian, rendered speechless. Dao Tianxia smiled faintly. Young master, unleash another technique, bloodline. With a nod, Lin Tian closed his eyes. When he reopened them, his irises glowed a deep crimson, altering the very essence of the sword domain. With a thunderous roar, as the bloodline activated, the three individuals found their powers reduced by 4 layers. Simultaneously, Lin Tian's complexion paled slightly. Had he not advanced to the mid-level of the Tao, he would have been utterly incapable of suppressing the strength of these three by such a degree. Judging solely by their aura, they were formidable practitioners of the breaking Tao realm. Yet, as they, alongside Dao Guan, gazed at Lin Tian, a tumult of astonishment swelled within them. What manner of bloodline was this? How could it amplify one's aura to such an extent? Was this sword domain within human capability? 3 questions floated in their minds. Lin Tian regarded the 5 with a grin, an aura of murderous intent emanating from him uncontrollably. Resources, breaking Tao resources, perish with a grin. Lin Tian charged at the 3, momentarily stunned. One of them exclaimed, "Young friend, what is the meaning of this? Although we oppose, we have not uttered any harsh words." Dao Tianxia interjected. "Brothers, the young master's bloodline is rather unique. He is currently beyond his control, so do take care." Dao Tianxia had already taken to the skies with Dao Guan, fearing that without his intervention, Dao Guan might not withstand a single strike from Lin Tian. Upon hearing Dao Tianxia's words, the 3 were momentarily taken aback as they watched Lin Tian approach. Without hesitation, they simultaneously unleashed their palms, channeling their breaking Tao strength to meet Lin Tian. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, causing nearby trees to topple. Lin Tian was thrown back 1,000 meters, yet he bore not a single wound. The 3 had, of course, refrained from using lethal force. They dared not do so, for such a bloodline must be rooted in some terrifying power from their ancestry. When had the Xintian realm ever seen such a bloodline? They were perplexed. From a distance, Lin Tian looked at the 3, grinning. "Come to your demise." The Yaotian sword appeared in his grasp. Dao Tianxia hastily warned the trio. "This sword is no ordinary weapon. Do not underestimate it." The 3 paused, then shook their heads dismissively. What could be so extraordinary? With such a vast disparity in realms, could he truly threaten them? Lin Tian charged forward with the sword raised. Sword, imagination! A brilliant flash of sword light erupted, causing the very fabric of space to tremble in its wake. The 3 turned pale, exclaiming, "Impossible!" The scent of death was palpable. They could feel it in their bones. They quickly braced themselves. With a sound like thunder, the clash resonated throughout the Taoist ancestral grounds. As the residual force dissipated, the surrounding trees were utterly obliterated, leaving a barren expanse. Dao Guan's heart sank. Had that strike landed upon him, he would have perished countless times over. The thought of Lin Tian's dismemberment was beyond his imagination. The 3 who received the strike fell silent, each bearing a wound that oozed blood. A shocking blow to their pride. They were practitioners of the breaking Tao. In the absence of a Taoist, they were invincible beings. Yet now, they had been injured by one at the entry level of the Tao. They found themselves engulfed in profound silence and self-doubt. Meanwhile, Lin Tian coughed up blood but did not hesitate. He charged once more at the 3 within the tower. D2 hastily suppressed the bloodline. The crimson hue in Lin Tian's eyes faded, and simultaneously, the sword domain retracted into his body. Lin Tian expelled another mouthful of blood. Seeing the bloodline dissipate, Dao Tianxia rushed forward to support him. "Young master, are you all right?" Lin Tian shook his head. "I am fine. My physical body remains too weak. It is time to enhance my physical strength." The stronger his sword became, the more powerful the sword. Imagination technique would grow. If he did not strengthen his body, he feared that he might suffer a backlash that could prove fatal. The 3 approached Lin Tian, gazing at the 18-year-old youth with a sense of shame. Dao Tianxia looked at them and smiled. "Brothers, what do you think? The young master is quite capable, is he not?" "Indeed, young master." One of the 3 nodded, adding, "Among the younger generation, no one in the Taoist sect can compare. Even Ming Xiaozi falls short." Dao Tianxia chuckled lightly. "Is the Tao sect not merely a vassal family to the imperial clan?" The 3 fell silent for a moment. Then Dao Tianyi inquired, "Elder brother, is the imperial clan the family of our young friend? Does it possess such a bloodline?" After a moment's thought, Dao Tianxia nodded. Upon receiving confirmation, the 3 did not hesitate to bow to Lin Tian. "Dao Tianyi, I pay my respects to the young master." "Dao Tianxia, I pay my respects to the young master." "Dao Tianlin, I pay my respects to the young master." Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "There is no need for such formality. We are all family." Dao Tianyi smiled. Young master, you may simply call us by our names. Having chosen to align with this imperial clan, the three exhibited considerable awareness. Understanding the proper demeanor of subordinates, this bloodline, this imperial clan, was undoubtedly formidable. They placed their trust in their elder brother and their own judgment. Dao Tianxia regarded the three brothers. I must share something with you. Dao Tianyi asked, Elder brother, what is it? Dao Tianxia smiled mysteriously. The Tian clan was annihilated by the Lord of Respect. The three were struck dumb in unison. Dao Tianxia continued, the Lord of Respect wielded but a single sword. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Dao Tianlin asked, Elder brother, you jest, do you not? Dao Tianxia replied, when the Tian clan sought trouble with the young master in Chang'an Prefecture, the young master nearly perished. Ultimately, the Lord of Respect appeared and, with a single stroke, obliterated the Tian family, tearing apart space itself. Only a Taoist master could accomplish such a feat. It is undeniably terrifying. This is a powerful ally we must secure. Dao Tianyi turned to Lin Tian, solemnly stating, Young master, can my Dao sect become a vassal family to the imperial clan? Lin Tian smiled slightly. Indeed. As soon as the words left his mouth, a thunderous sound erupted from a nearby mountain peak. The group turned their gazes toward the source of the noise, soon spotting a disheveled man approaching the three. Upon seeing Dao Tianxia, he froze momentarily, then his expression transformed into one of elation. Old Ancestor Tianxia, you have returned. Splendid. I wondered why the fortune stone had shattered. It turns out you brought great fortune with you. Dao Tianxia smiled faintly at him. Dao Ping, it has been a long time. Before Dao Ping could respond, Dao Tianyi questioned, Dao Ping, what do you mean the fortune stone shattered? Dao Ping nodded eagerly. Indeed. Elder Ancestor Tianyi. Chapter 53. The Daopool. Dao Tianyi furrowed his brow. What happened? The fortune stone carries the fate of a clan. Its strength or weakness determines the future prosperity or decline of the family. Now that it has shattered, what could that signify? Dao Ping explained. Esteemed ancestors, the fortune stone shattered due to two reasons. First, some clan member committed an act that caused the fortune to plummet, leading to its destruction. Second, our clan's fortune has risen, overwhelming the capacity of the fortune stone. As he spoke, Dao Ping's gaze shifted to Dao Tianxia, excitement radiating from him. With the return of Elder Ancestor Tianxia, I believe you must have brought great fortune to elevate our Dao family's destiny. The atmosphere fell silent, everyone looking at Dao Ping with a smile. Dao Ping, puzzled, glanced at the three elders, who were fixated on one individual, Lin Tian. Greetings, brother. I am Dao Ping, he said, smiling at the unfamiliar face. Before he could finish, a sharp smack echoed as Dao Tianlin struck his head. Show some respect. Address him as young master. Young master? Dao Ping was bewildered. Elder Tianlin, is not the young master Dao Ming? He looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Could this brother be Dao Ming's long-lost sibling? Another smack landed on Dao Ping's head. Dao Tianyi scolded, Dao Ping, are you dazed by the fortune stone? Rubbing his head, Dao Ping felt aggrieved. Dao Tianyi continued, send out a decree, proclaim to the world that the Dao family shall henceforth be a vassal to the imperial clan. The direction indicated by young master Lin Tian shall be our Dao family's battlefield. Dao Ping and Dao Guan were stunned. The other two elders did not oppose this command, and neither did Dao It. It was evident to anyone with discernment that the shattering of the fortune stone was a direct result of Lin Tian's mere affirmation. With just those words, their Dao family was poised for ascendance. At that moment, Dao Tianxia spoke, younger brother, perhaps we should hold off on the announcement. It is not yet the right time, and we have many enemies. Dao Tianyi shook his head, elder brother. After so many forces have suppressed our Dao family, do we still fear more enemies? His expression darkened. We will settle this debt with them eventually. Dao Tianxia hesitated, then nodded. Indeed, they had accumulated a myriad of foes. The mere Shao family was hardly a concern. Dao Tianxia declared, younger brother, I must merge my physical body. Take the young master to the Dao pool. The Dao pool? Dao Tianyi nodded. Had Lin Tian sought to use the Dao pool earlier, he would have been the first to refuse. But now, the Dao pool was no longer infinite. Each use diminished its essence. This thought ignited his anger. Their Dao family would ensure that those forces paid in blood for their transgressions. Dao Tianyi suppressed his emotions and turned to Lin Tian, young master, allow me to escort you to the Dao pool. Lin Tian nodded, thank you. Dao Tianyi smiled faintly, waving his hand, causing both to vanish from their location. After their departure, Dao Tianxia turned his attention to the two Dao elders, third brother, fourth brother. I must merge my physical body. You two must protect me, die in unison. They responded, yes, elder brother. Their voices were tinged with excitement. Whether Dao Tianxia could break through to the Daoist realm hinged on this moment. The scene shifted as Dao Tianyi led Lin Tian to a tranquil pool of water. At the center floated a lotus flower, radiating a gentle aura that seemed to beckon Lin Tian, hinting at a potential breakthrough in his swordsmanship. Dao Tianyi looked at Lin Tian, young master, this is our clan's Dao pool. Once you enter, absorb as much as you can. Based on my estimations, your current entry into the realm of law is promising, and it should not pose significant challenges to break through to the mastery of law. As he spoke, a hint of pain flickered in Dao Tian's eyes. Lin Tian observed this and smiled, reassuring him, rest assured, Brother Dao Yi, after utilizing it, I will certainly not refuse anything within my capabilities. Dao Tian forced a wry smile and replied, young master, it's not that I am stingy. Each use of the Dao pool diminishes its essence. I am truly at a loss. Lin Tian nodded. Recognizing that such a remarkable resource, if it could be used indefinitely, would indeed defy the natural order, it was a reasonable conclusion. Dao Tian was unaware of Lin Tian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have erupted in anger. How could there be a violation of natural order? Damn it, does your bloodline not count as one? Lin Tian turned to Dao Tian and inquired, shall I proceed then? Dao Tian nodded with a smile. Go ahead. Lin Tian affirmed and leaped into the Dao pool. Splash! In an instant, a gentle power surged into Lin Tian's body. The next moment, his blood boiled, and a crimson glow ignited in his eyes. His bloodline awakened instinctively. Lin Tian was taken aback. Boom! His realm began to break through, and the Yao Tian sword in his abdomen spun violently. The power from the pool coalesced into a pair of mighty hands, continually refining the foundation of Lin Tian. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. It hurt. This force pierced through his body like 1,000 swords. Meanwhile, Dao Tian was dumbfounded by the rapid depletion of Dao essence. Lin Tian had yet to break through to the mastery of law, and he hadn't even reached the pinnacle of entry into the law. How could this be possible? Dao Tian's expression resembled that of someone who had seen a ghost. It was known that with such an abundance of Dao essence, a normal clan member would have long since broken through to the mastery of law. Suddenly, Dao Tian's complexion darkened. He looked at Lin Tian, murmuring, damn it, the young master won't absorb all the Dao essence, will he? Dao Tian fell silent, refraining from disturbing Lin Tian, having prepared for the worst. If it were all consumed, so be it. Being able to cling to a powerful ally was worth it. In Zhongzhou, at the Shao family's great hall, a man coldly declared, this Lin Tian dares to kill members of my Shao family. I will make him wish he were dead. Do you understand? The man sat in a high position, flanked by two elders. One elder hesitated and said, Guardian, this young man has killed members of my Shao family for two possible reasons. Either he is unaware of our family, or he does not fear us. Should we investigate this young man's background? The elder continued, furthermore, as we know, there were members of the Yang family present that day. Upon hearing the elder's words, the man scoffed, does he not fear my Shao family? Use your brain for a moment. Would someone from a second-rate family venture into a mere speck of land? Our Shao family could obliterate that place with a snap of our fingers. The man fixed his icy gaze on the elder, whose complexion turned ashen, a pig's brain. Can't you think for a moment about how someone from such a small place could kill my Shao family members? Ultimately, the elder held his tongue, resigning himself to the situation, thinking that such a fool could serve as a guardian. This Shao family was beyond saving. That moment, the man continued, as for the Yang family, they are nothing but a bunch of rodents, only capable of lurking in the shadows. Though mysterious, they are hardly worth mentioning. He then looked at the two elders, saying, I will give you 3 days to bring me Lin Tian's head. If you fail to do so after 3 days, I will ensure you meet a gruesome end. The two trembled, bowing respectfully, yes, guardian. In the Chen family, a middle-aged man, upon hearing the elder's report, turned pale. He stared at the elder in shock. Are you saying that the boy killed a member of the Shao family on his way to Zhongzhou? The elder nodded. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he pondered and asked, is there any way to investigate the forces behind him? The elder recalled, during the battle with the Tian family, this young man had a remnant soul of the Dao family by his side. and a mysterious figure appeared, but we have been unable to ascertain what that figure did or their identity. As he spoke, the elder's brow furrowed. He had captured a member of the Qing Xing sect to probe their memories, yet the shadow of that mysterious figure was absent from their recollections. How peculiar! The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. So, you mean to say that his backing is the Dao family? He immediately dismissed the idea of the mysterious figure being a significant threat. Just one person. How much power could they possibly wield? They were merely there to observe. The elder hesitated for a moment before nodding. It should be the Dao family. The middle-aged man sighed. What a pity. The foremost family of the past has now fallen to this state. A second-rate family is not something they can contend with. We must keep that boy away from Xingyao for his own good. The elder slightly bowed. Yes, patriarch. A day and night later. A sword's cry ascended to the heavens as Lin Tian opened his blood-red eyes and leaped out of the Dao pool. The overpowering aura emanating from him stirred up fierce winds. The aura of mastery of law. Simultaneously, he stepped into the domain of swordsmanship. The Dao pool, now devoid of any essence, resembled nothing more than a basin of ordinary water. Dao Tian smiled bitterly. It was as he had anticipated. He gazed up at the sky. The Dao pool's disappearance was not necessarily a bad thing. Without it, his Dao family would not face suppression from various factions. With this thought, Dao Tian felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Lin Tian retracted his overwhelming aura and turned his gaze towards Dao Tian. Sensing the look, Dao Tian met his gaze, and they locked eyes. Lin Tian grinned widely. Dao Tian's body trembled, a chill running down his spine. He felt a surge of killing intent. Dao Tian was taken aback. What kind of bloodline is this? So monstrous. Suddenly, Lin Tian charged towards Dao Tian, fists clenched, without wielding a sword. Dao Tian did not hesitate and quickly took flight, exclaiming, "Young master, I am one of your own." Lin Tian pursued relentlessly, shouting, "Who the hell is one of your own? Come and die." Dao Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. He dared not confront Lin Tian head-on. Lin Tian could injure him even when he was at the entry stage, so now that he had reached the mastery of law, he could very well kill him. Dao Tian darted deeper into the Dao family, fearing that being seen in such a predicament would be a disgrace to his status as an elder. Lin Tian followed closely behind, declaring, "You can't run from a fight." Dao Tian pleaded, "Young master, please come to your senses." For about a quarter of an hour, they pulled and tugged at each other. Suddenly, a young man appeared before Dao Tian, likely a few years older than Lin Tian, possessing an indescribable aura. Dao Tian, glancing at the youth, urged, "Ming, quickly leave. The young master has gone mad." The youth paused, uncertain, and directed his gaze towards the bloodthirsty Lin Tian. Is he truly the young master? So formidable. Before he could finish his sentence, Dao Tian yanked the youth away. The youth, bewildered, asked, "Elder, what has happened to young master Lin Tian?" After a day of rumors, the entire Dao family was aware of Lin Tian, the scion of the imperial lineage. This youth was Dao Ming, the Dao family's young master. He felt no resentment, only curiosity. Dao Tian glanced back at Lin Tian, realizing that the young master was being dominated by his bloodline. Dao Ming was left stunned. Dominated by his own bloodline? Huh? Confused, he hesitated before speaking, "Elder, I wish to spar with the young master." Dao Tun looked at Dao Ming, whose serious demeanor elicited a wry smile. "Ming, you were once the young master of our Dao family, and now suddenly you are not. Is there no discontent in your heart?" Dao Ming shook his head. "Our Dao family chose to align with the imperial lineage. We must understand humility and order. However, if this imperial lineage proves unworthy of our allegiance, I will rebel. Very straightforward. You are strong, and thus I will submit to you." Dao Ming added, "I want to spar with the young master to assess the difference in our strengths." Dao Ming was well aware that Lin Tian had injured 3 of the elders. This news had spread throughout the Dao family, while Dao Tian remained by Lin Tian's side and was oblivious to this. Dao Tianjia and Dao Tianlin felt utterly humiliated, having been injured by someone at the entry stage. Upon hearing Dao Ming's words, Dao Tian regarded him with a serious expression. "Ming, are you certain?" Dao Ming nodded. Dao Tian hesitated for a moment before stopping. He looked at Dao Ming and smiled faintly. "Young man, your spiritedness is commendable. Go forth. I do not expect you to win. Just do not get killed by a single strike." Dao Ming. The two halted, and Lin Tian soon caught up. With a broad grin, Lin Tian exclaimed, You too. Prepare to meet your end. As the words fell, Lin Tian charged forward. Just then, the blood-red hue in his eyes suddenly faded. The Emperor's slaughter had begun. With clarity restored, Lin Tian fell to the ground in a heap. Dao Tian and the others were left stunned. Lin Tian got up, aggrieved. This damned bloodline. Let me see how I can subdue you with 36 methods of yin and yang. Little Tower. Seeing Lin Tian return to normal, Dao Tian approached him, asking, Young master, are you all right now? Lin Tian smiled awkwardly. I should be fine. Someone helped suppress my bloodline. Dao Tian was taken aback before coming to a realization. The protector. But when did they intervene? Truly a master. Dao Tian smiled faintly. Young master, how does it feel to be in the mastery of law? Lin Tian assessed his own strength and smiled. Not bad. Dao Tian shook his head with a bitter smile. So pretentious, that moment. Dao Ming stepped forward and bowed slightly to Lin Tian. Young master. Lin Tian looked at him and replied. No need for such formality. We are all of the same kin. Dao Ming paused, having initially thought Lin Tian would be arrogant and imposing, but he was surprised to find him so amiable. Regaining his composure, Dao Ming looked at Lin Tian. Young master, may I spar with you? Lin Tian regarded him with a smile. Of course. Upon hearing this, Dao Ming's eyes ignited with fighting spirit as he released his cultivation. Mastery of law, pinnacle. Lin Tian's expression shifted slightly. Surprised by this development, Dao Tian, sensing the mood, cleared space for the two. Dao Ming bowed to Lin Tian. Young master, I am about to make my move. Lin Tian nodded, his own fighting spirit rising. Having just broken through, he needed a battle. Dao Ming set aside his respect, raising his gaze sharply, and in the next moment, the sky darkened, filled with myriad divine thunders. Following this, he gestured with his finger, and the divine thunder surged into his body. His eyes seemed to be engulfed by lightning, and he was enveloped in a storm of electricity, resembling a celestial deity descending to the mortal realm. Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a hint of oppression from the divine thunder. Dao Ming spoke up, his voice resonant. Young master, my physique is the Dao Thunder body. In an instant, I can command countless divine thunders. Lin Tian nodded. Indeed, quite formidable. Upon hearing Lin Tian's praise, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Dao Ming's eyes. If he could defeat the young master, it would be an extraordinary feat. The mere thought thrilled him. That moment, Lin Tian continued, if I do not activate my bloodline, or my sword body, and refrain from using any special techniques, and also do not wield the Yao Tian sword, you might truly stand a chance against me. Dao Ming. Chapter 55. Going all out. Listen. Is this even human language? Dao Ming felt helpless. Indeed, the most crucial aspect of one's life is to be born into a good lineage. Lin Tian looked at Dao Ming with a slight smile. Let us begin. Dao Ming was momentarily taken aback. Young master, you won't use your bloodline? Lin Tian shook his head. In the spirit of fairness, I shall not employ external aids. Dao Ming nodded in agreement, acknowledging the young master's noble mindset. With that, Dao Ming suddenly raised his hand, and a bolt of divine thunder shot forth with incredible speed, thicker than a human thigh, hurtling toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed dramatically as he quickly conjured a sword aura in his hand. With a swift swing, ka-cha, the sword aura shattered, while the divine thunder magnified in Lin Tian's pupils. What the hell? The divine thunder, akin to a thunder dragon, forced Lin Tian to retreat violently, leaving a scarred path of lightning in its wake. At that moment, Lin Tian's body felt numb, as the power of the lightning corroded his internal organs. He gritted his teeth. Stop! Lin Tian extended both hands and clenched them fiercely, shattering the divine thunder with sheer physical strength. Steadying himself, he found that he had already retreated 1,000 meters. He exhaled, black smoke billowing from his mouth. Lin Tian regarded Dao Ming with utmost seriousness. My body is like a sword. A resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens. The sword aura surrounding him surged into a frenzy. Without further ado, Lin Tian charged at Dao Ming with fervor, and Dao Ming mirrored his actions. As they clashed, each encounter caused the space around them to tremble, especially Dao Ming's divine thunder, which burst forth like fireworks in the sky. Their combat instincts were evenly matched, leaving neither able to gain the upper hand. The only option left was to compete in strength. Both retreated a step, and Dao Ming looked at Lin Tian, raising one hand. Law of heaven, law of earth. The next moment, A massive phantom formed from divine thunder appeared behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura. Law manifestation? Lin Tian's brow furrowed. He had witnessed this technique before in Songyan Prefecture, and its power was formidable. Meanwhile, Dao Tian-yi, who was observing the battle, was somewhat astonished, realizing that this law of heaven and earth could only be comprehended by those in the 10,000 laws realm. The law manifestation is a condensation of one's own cultivated path, and once activated, its power is unmatched. Truly, he was the foremost genius of their Taoist sect. Dao Ming turned to Lin Tian, young master. I hope you will give it your all. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Very well, as he spoke. He spread his hand, releasing the sword domain. Dao Ming's cultivation was forcibly suppressed to the initial stage of the law mastery. Matching Lin Tian's realm, Dao Ming swallowed hard. This sword domain was somewhat outrageous. Lin Tian smiled faintly. After breaking through to the law mastery realm, suppressing opponents of the same level felt effortless. Delightful, refocusing, Lin Tian stepped forward. Instantly appearing before Dao Ming, he swung a powerful punch. Dao Ming, undeterred, raised his hand to counter. Bang! The two fists collided, and Dao Ming's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, his soul was expelled from his body. He stared incredulously at his own physical form. What is this? Huh? Dao Ming was filled with questions. Even Dao Tian-yi widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's complexion paled slightly. Brother 2, why is the consumption so great for the soul separation technique? Lin Tian estimated that he could use this technique at most twice before becoming utterly exhausted. Brother 2 spoke up, the consumption is not excessive. Isn't it invincible? Lin Tian was taken aback. It did seem that way. He turned his gaze to Dao Ming. Still want to continue, Dao Ming? What is there to continue? My soul has been separated from my body, and my realm is suppressed to the initial stage of the law mastery. How am I supposed to fight? How could such a technique exist in this world? Who on earth invented this? Dao Ming was utterly resigned, shaking his head. Young master, I concede. This technique is too unfair. Lin Tian smiled slightly. So, what do you think? It's something I created myself. Isn't it quite impressive, Brother 2? Dao Ming paused, hesitating before asking, Young master, did you really create this technique yourself? Lin Tian nodded earnestly. He patted Dao Ming's shoulder. Study hard. You too can develop a technique of your own. Dao Ming fell silent. Is this what it means to be the heir of an imperial clan? To create such a monstrous technique? Could he combine it with divine thunder to become impervious to all laws? Inside the tower, Brother 2 remarked, Little Lin, where did you learn this boastful skill? You managed to do so without even blushing or skipping a heartbeat. The little tower chimed in, Don't say that. Surprisingly, some people actually believe it. Just then, Dao Ming's soul suddenly returned to his physical body. Lin Tian was taken aback. Dao Ming glanced at his body, looking incredulously at Lin Tian. Young master, it seems your technique has a time limit. Lin Tian regained his composure. Such a technique, if it had no limits, would be against the natural order. We ought to adhere to the trajectories of all things and grant others a chance to struggle. Dao Ming stared at Lin Tian in silence. Lin Tian smiled. What's wrong? Dao Ming finally spoke. Young master, I feel like you're just talking nonsense. Lin Tian? Wasn't what I said well put. But why does the soul separation technique have a limit? In my view, once the opponent's soul is separated, they should actively reintegrate with their body. This technique has its flaws. Pulling back his thoughts, Lin Tian coughed lightly. Xiao Ming, you are still young. You will understand in time. Focus on your cultivation. With that, Lin Tian waved his sleeve and departed. Dao Ming's expression was peculiar. Wasn't he a few years older than the young master? What did he mean by still young? Dao Ming watched Lin Tian's retreating figure and hesitated. Young master, Lin Tian turned. Is there something else? Dao Ming straightforwardly said, I want to learn this technique. Lin Tian smiled slightly, pointing at Dao Ming. A stream of light surged into Dao Ming's mind. Soul separation technique. Dao Ming was momentarily stunned. Such a monstrous technique was just given to him like that. He was fully prepared to agree to any request Lin Tian made in return. Just like that? It was given? He felt somewhat stifled. No. A man of honor does not consume food offered without effort. He must make Lin Tian put forth a request. With this thought, he looked toward Lin Tian's position. Only to find a breeze passing by, Lin Tian was already gone. Dao Ming hesitated, deciding to let him make a request later. With that, He turned to Dao Tian, bowing, "Ancestor, I shall take my leave." Dao Tian nodded, "Go, and be sure to comprehend the technique the young master provided. Do not let the young master down." Dao Ming nodded and departed. Dao Tian watched Dao Ming's departing figure with envy. If he could learn this technique, wouldn't he be invincible? Of course, he understood that what Lin Tian gave him was rightfully his. If he were to snatch it, he might not withstand the consequences. As night fell, Lin Tian was arranged to stay on a mountaintop surrounded by the melodies of birds and fragrant flowers, a place of serene tranquility with abundant spiritual energy. Sitting on a couch, Lin Tian felt the inadequacies of his own physical strength. His body was still too weak. With his breakthrough in cultivation, he found himself somewhat hesitant to unleash a sword strike, fearing it might backfire on him. With this thought, he focused his mind and entered the tower. Chapter 56. The Token of Allegiance. Lin Tian looked at Brother Tu. "Brother, I wish to strengthen my physical body." Brother Tu nodded, spreading his hand to reveal a box. He looked at Lin Tian. "Step inside. The girl is also inside." Without hesitation, Lin Tian transformed into a stream of light and entered. Inside was a vast expanse of starry sky. Upon entry, Lin Tian spotted Lin Xiaoyao. She was barefoot, her tiny fists continuously striking at an unseen target. Each punch was accompanied by an aura of terrifying power that left Lin Tian feeling a touch of trepidation. Lin Xiaoyao paused her actions and turned to Lin Tian with a beaming smile. "Brother." Lin Tian regarded her with a smile. "Xiaoyao, I feel like I can't even compete with you anymore." Lin Xiaoyao chuckled. "Brother is the strongest," Lin Tian inquired. "So, who is stronger, me or Brother Tu?" Lin Xiaoyao blinked, remaining silent. Lin Tian laughed. "Speak up, girl." Lin Xiaoyao replied earnestly, "Both are strong, but Brother is just a tiny bit weaker than Master." "Just a tiny bit?" Lin Tian erupted into laughter. "Don't worry, I will soon surpass your Master." Lin Xiaoyao blinked, remaining silent. However, just as Lin Tian finished speaking, two powerful auras surged from above and below him, two massive hands. Lin Tian's expression changed drastically. "Brother Tu, you're playing too rough." Boom. A tremendous sound echoed through the starry sky as the two giant hands clamped down on Lin Tian. Crack! Every one of Lin Tian's 206 bones shattered. Lin Tian croaked, "Brother Tu, was that really necessary?" Brother Tu's voice resonated. "These hands will continuously refine your body until you no longer suffer backlash from unleashing a sword strike." With that, the two hands relentlessly struck Lin Tian as if playing a game of ping-pong. The starry sky echoed with Lin Tian's screams. Lin Xiaoyao glanced at Lin Tian with concern, her small fists continuing to strike. After 2 days, Lin Tian and Lin Xiaoyao emerged from the box. Lin Tian lying limp on the ground. For 2 days, he had endured the relentless blows of those two hands, suffering immensely. Yet, remarkably, the bones that were shattered miraculously healed, only to be shattered again, repeating this cycle for 2 days. The pain was unbearable. Brother Tu observed Lin Tian. "So, how about it, the Shattered Divine Refinement Technique? Not too shabby, right?" The Shattered Divine Body Refinement Technique. Lin Tian gazed at D2, thinking he was intentionally trying to deceive him. D2 remained silent. Xiao Ta explained, "Little Lin, the Shattered Divine Body Refinement Technique, as its name implies, continuously shatters your bones, while empowering you with the strength of the Imperial Clan, allowing new bones to form. Your physical body will grow increasingly robust." Lin Tian hesitated for a moment and asked, "Has Xiaoyao also endured such pain?" Xiao Ta replied softly, "Yes." Lin Tian gently caressed Lin Xiaoyao's face, asking, "Does it hurt, little girl?" Lin Xiaoyao looked at Lin Tian and said, "As long as I can protect Brother, it doesn't hurt." Lin Tian forced a smile. "Brother can protect you too." Lin Xiaoyao shook her head. "Master said that Brother's future enemies will grow stronger, perhaps even surpassing Master one day. I want to help Brother." Even to surpass D. Tuesday, Lin Tian was taken aback. D2 was someone who could easily defeat the master of the Xintian sword. How strong would one need to be to surpass him? Lin Tian sighed. Not voicing his thoughts, is there an end to the path? How far does Lin Tian still have to go? He had a long journey ahead. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Tian looked earnestly at Lin Xiaoyao and said, "If one day, Brother's enemy is stronger than your master, then even if I die, I will protect you." Lin Xiaoyao giggled but did not respond. Xiao Ta felt teary-eyed, wondering why everyone was so kind to this little girl while no one cared about him. The origin towered it was he who had once used the shattered divine body refinement technique on Xiao Yao, causing her to cry out in pain while he vented his frustration. Master, I miss you. Such a miserable existence for a tower. Lin Tian exited the tower. Just as he was about to take a rest, two auras approached from outside. Lin Tian frowned and stepped outside, where he was confronted by two elderly figures clad in black robes. One of the elders fixed his gaze on Lin Tian and asked, "Are you Lin Tian?" Lin Tian nodded. His expression unwelcoming. It was broad daylight, and they wore black robes, indicating they were not here with good intentions. The elder coldly stated, "You are the one who killed members of the Shao family?" Lin Tian realized, "So it was me who killed them. Has the Shao family sent only the two of you?" The elder scoffed. "We are more than enough." Lin Tian smiled faintly. "This is the Taoist realm." The elder replied, "And what of it? As far as we know, you are not a Taoist. Would the Taoists go to such lengths to battle the Shao family for your sake?" Lin Tian's expression turned peculiar. Hadn't Dao Tianyi announced the allegiance of the Taoists to the imperial clan? What was wrong with these people? Lin Tian shook his head. "Then you shall die." With that, he prepared to draw his sword. However, the other elder moved first, striking the speaking elder with a palm. Bang! The elder was sent flying, spitting out blood. Lin Tian was stunned. The elder steadied himself and glared at the one who had attacked him. Questioning, "Luo Chengyu, what do you mean by this?" The elder named Luo Chengyu replied, "The Shao family is not worthy of my service." The elder gritted his teeth. "Then why did you strike me?" Luo Chengyu stated, "To kill you, as a token of loyalty." "A token of loyalty?" The elder glanced at Lin Tian and laughed. "You wish to follow this Lin Tian and oppose the Shao family? Are you insane?" Luo Chengyu said nothing, his killing intent palpable as he charged at the elder. Engaging in conversation with brainless individuals would inevitably lead one to lose their own wits. The elder, seeing Luo Chengyu rushing towards him, swung his hand violently, unleashing the aura of the myriad laws. "I have given you face," he shouted, striking towards Luo Chengyu. Luo Chengyu responded with a palm of his own. Bang! The two palms collided, and the elder was sent flying 100 meters away, landing with a mouthful of blood. Luo Chengyu stepped forward, saying, "Die." The elder clutched his chest and angrily retorted, "If it weren't for your sneak attack, you wouldn't stand a chance against me." Luo Chengyu remained expressionless. Smirking slightly, "Fool." The elder spat out another mouthful of blood, enraged. Luo Chengyu shook his head at the elder, about to deliver the final blow, when Lin Tian interjected, "Wait." Luo Chengyu halted, and Lin Tian approached him. "You have my respect, my lord," he said. Lin Tian glanced at him and then turned his gaze to the bloodied elder, instructing, "Tower brother, merge." This was a resource for breaking through, and it must not be wasted. Xiao Ta merged with Lin Tian, who then raised his sword and decapitated the elder. At that moment, a surge of power coursed into Lin Tian, his aura instantly strengthening. Luo Chengyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Tian was indeed extraordinary. As Xiao Ta disengaged from the merge, Lin Tian sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed. This elder was at least a peak of the myriad laws, yet only provided a slight enhancement to his cultivation. Subsequently, Lin Tian fixed his gaze on Luo Chengyu, observing him without speaking. Luo Chengyu hurriedly bowed. "My lord, you are as graceful as the wind, noble and majestic, with grand ambitions that encompass the world. I have long admired you and wish to follow you." Lin Tian remained silent. Chapter 57. Painful dilemmas. Lin Tian remarked, "You are quite the character." Luo Chengyu responded. Lin Tian admired him for his ability to deliver such a speech without taking a breath. Lin Tian regarded him with a smirk. "You wish to follow me?" Luo Chengyu nodded. "Indeed, my lord." Lin Tian smiled. "Aren't you afraid of the Shao family?" Luo Chengyu replied. "The Shao family is indeed powerful, but they lack intelligence." "Lack intelligence?" Lin Tian inquired. Luo Chengyu explained. "In a place like Sangyan Prefecture, it is inconceivable for someone of your caliber to exist. You can slay those at the imperial law realm while being merely at the law entry realm. No one among the young generation of the Shao family can compare to you." As he spoke, admiration flickered in Luo Chengyu's eyes. According to reports, Lin Tian had only been at the concentration realm at that time, and had relied on external aid to ascend to the law entry realm. Such combat prowess was truly terrifying. Hearing Luo Chengyu's words, Lin Tian smiled. "I am indeed from the Lin family of Sangyan Prefecture." Luo Chengyu shook his head. even if you are from Sangyan Prefecture. You are still a mysterious existence. Faced with two peak myriad laws like us, you show no fear. Lin Tian smiled. You seem somewhat reasonable. Now tell me, what does the Xiao family intend to do with me? Luo Qingyu did not hesitate to divulge everything, stating, the one responsible for dealing with you is one of the Xiao family's 4 guardians, Yin Xiong. He has instructed us to present your head to him within 3 days, which is tomorrow. After that, he may come personally to find you. Luo Qingyu studied Lin Tian, hoping to catch a hint of anxiety on his face. Lin Tian shook his head calmly. Just tell me. What is the cultivation level of the strongest member of the Xiao family? The strongest member of the Xiao family. Luo Qingyu's heart raced with excitement. Lin Tian was not afraid of the Xiao family at all. Was he planning to slaughter them directly? He had bet right. Luo Qingyu concealed his emotions. My lord, based on my estimations, the Xiao family is likely on the verge of becoming a second-tier family. A second-tier family? Lin Tian pondered. This indicated they had at least one gathering Dao realm powerhouse. He fell silent. Currently, he could only contend against those at the initial stage of the breaking law realm. And that would require risking everything. If a member from the temporal Dao realm were to face him, it would be akin to the last encounter with Tian Lao from the Tian family. He would stand no chance. After a moment of silence, Lin Tian spoke again. You should tell me what level this guardian is at. Luo Qingyu's expression shifted slightly, but he did not dwell on it. He had chosen this path. He would walk it even if it meant crawling. If he won, it would lead to immense wealth. If he lost, so be it. Luo Qingyu gazed at Lin Tian. My lord, all 4 of the Xiao family's guardians are at the peak of the breaking law realm. The peak of the breaking law realm? Lin Tian's pupils constricted. What kind of nonsense is this? I can barely handle those at the initial stage of the breaking law realm. Luo Qingyu sensed Lin Tian's emotional shift and added, however, my lord, do not panic. The Xiao family lacks intelligence and is also arrogant. They will likely send only one peak breaking law realm member to confront you. Lin Tian nodded, feeling disheartened. Having offended the Xiao family, he still needed to visit the Qin family in 5 months. I do not want to put in any effort, he thought. Perhaps he should just use the small sword his father gave him. But after some contemplation, he decided against it. Lin Tian turned to Luo Qingyu. Luo Lao, you shall stay by my side. A myriad law realm fighter as a companion was not a bad idea. Luo Qingyu beamed. Thank you, my lord. Lin Tian nodded and gestured with his finger, allowing Luo Qingyu to enter the small tower. Upon entering, Luo Qingyu was met with the sight of Lin Xiaoyao and D Tuesday. Especially D2, who he could not fathom. He felt like an ant before him. Luo Qingyu hurriedly bowed to D2. Senior. D2 glanced at him before turning to Lin Xiaoyao, saying, Little Lin, your taste is quite poor, but he can serve as a training partner. You may spar with him. Luo Qingyu chuckled bitterly. Poor taste was clearly a slight against him. Nevertheless, he did not retort. The aura D2 exuded was that of invincibility. The moment he entertained the slightest intent to harm or dissatisfaction, he felt he would be obliterated without a trace. His conviction that Lin Tian was a talent from a significant power solidified. The Xiao family was doomed. Just then, Lin Xiaoyao stepped forward and greeted, Hello, old grandpa. Master asked me to spar with you. Luo Qingyu smiled gently. Come on, little girl, I will go easy on you. Truth be told, he was somewhat reluctant to engage in a fight with this seemingly adorable spirit. Winning would be meaningless. Upon hearing Luo Qingyu's words, Lin Xiaoyao blinked, leapt up, and swung a powerful punch. Luo Qingyu's expression changed dramatically. Before he could react, he was already struck by her punch. Pfft. Luo Qingyu spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly dazed. His chest caved in. What just happened? Luo Qingyu stared wide-eyed at Lin Xiaoyao in disbelief. Lin Xiaoyao clapped her hands and walked over to D2, saying, Master, I want to go out and help brother. D2 hesitated for a moment and agreed, Very well. Only through battle can one grow stronger. Be careful, little girl. Lin Xiaoyao nodded and exited the tower. Outside the tower, just as Lin Tian was about to close his eyes to rest, Lin Xiaoyao suddenly appeared before him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Lin Tian gazed at her and asked, Little girl, why have you come out? Lin Xiaoyao clung to Lin Tian's hand, expressing her longing for him. Lin Tian smiled faintly and replied, I missed you too. At that moment, Lin Tian furrowed his brow and directed his gaze toward the door, leading Lin Xiaoyao outside. An elderly man stood waiting outside. Lin Tian, displeased, exclaimed, How long do you intend to persist? I give you 3 breaths to leave, or face death. The old man was taken aback, immediately surmising that the Xiao family had likely come looking for Lin Tian. The fact that Lin Tian was still alive indicated something significant. Surely, he was a practitioner of Taoism. The old man believed that if the Taoist had not intervened, Lin Tian must have perished. The old man looked at Lin Tian and introduced himself. I am from the Qin family. Hearing this, Lin Tian frowned slightly. He had anticipated that due to his connection with Xingyao, the Qin family might come after him, but he did not expect them to arrive so swiftly. The old man continued. Little one, I advise you to keep your distance from Xingyao. Lin Tian retorted. What if I choose not to? The old man shook his head, stating, this is for your own good, as well as for the benefit of the Taoist sect. You Wuden Ti want the Taoist lineage to be extinguished due to your obstinacy, would you? Lin Tian nodded. Suddenly, a beam of sword light appeared in Lin Tian's hand, and he raised it to strike at the old man. The old man's eyes widened in shock, and before he could react, the sword light struck. Boom. The old man was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, his right arm bearing a deep gash. Exposing white bone. The old man cried out in pain. Lin Tian, you. He never expected Lin Tian to attack so suddenly, and he was utterly astonished, for he was a practitioner of the Wanfa realm. When Lin Tian had arrived in Zhongzhou, he had only been at the intra-level, and now, just a few days later, he had broken through to the Yufa realm. Moreover, how could his combat prowess be so terrifying? The old man stared intently at Lin Tian. Lin Tian approached him and coldly stated, out of respect for Xingyao, I will spare your life. The old man, looking at Lin Tian, felt too intimidated to respond. For Lin Tian indeed possessed the power to kill him. He had initially thought that the practitioners from the Xiao family had been killed by the Taoist divine souls, but now it seemed Lin Tian himself had that capability. Chapter 58. Tiandu Mountain Range. Lin Tian regarded the old man, saying, if your Qin family wishes to come after me, then so be it. However, should you harm even a single member of the Taoist sect, I, Lin Tian, will ensure that your Qin family is utterly annihilated. The old man was taken aback. Miss Xingyao will be harmed as well? Upon hearing this, the old man realized Lin Tian had misunderstood his intentions and hurried to clarify. Young Master Lin, you are mistaken. I merely came to offer you a piece of advice. My Qin family harbors no intentions against you or the Taoist sect. Lin Tian shook his head. I understand your fear of death, but I have made myself very clear. Whoever dares to threaten the Taoist sect, I shall eradicate without mercy. Though Lin Tian, it was evident that the old man's words stemmed purely from his fear of death. Hearing this, the old man's expression stiffened. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed and decided to share the matter concerning Miss Xingyao with Lin Tian. He now believed Lin Tian had the potential to contend with that second-tier family. However, with only 5 months remaining, could Lin Tian grow strong enough to challenge a second-tier family? The old man shook his head and said to Lin Tian, young master, to be frank, Miss Xingyao is to be wed to the heir of a second-tier family in 5 months. The family head fears you will be implicated, which is why he advised you to keep your distance from her. Lin Tian felt a jolt. Xingyao is to be married. Why? No, that's not right. Brother Chen had mentioned that he must go to the Chen family after May. What for? To abduct the bride. Lin Tian turned to the old man and asked, Xingyao is not doing this willingly, is she? The old man helplessly nodded. Suddenly, Lin Tian crouched beside the old man, grinning broadly. Elder, my apologies for the misunderstanding. The old man could only stare in disbelief. Lin Tian's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. He smiled and gestured for Lin Xiaoyao to help heal the old man's injury. Lin Xiaoyao nodded, pushed her small hand forward, and a stream of spiritual energy surged into the old man's body. The wound on the old man's arm began to heal at a visible rate. The old man gazed at Lin Xiaoyao in a daze, exclaiming, how can a spirit heal someone? He recognized Lin Xiaoyao for what she was. Lin Xiaoyao, however, did not respond and merely walked behind Lin Tian. The old man glanced at Lin Xiaoyao and then turned to Lin Tian, saying, young friend, I originally had no intention of sharing this with you, but now that you are aware, it is up to you to decide what to do. Lin Tian nodded and helped the old man to his feet. With a serious expression, Lin Tian stated, Elder, I will come after May. The old man hesitated, knowing that the second-tier family had practitioners at the Gathering Tao realm. Lin Tian smiled and replied, it's fine. If Xingyao is not willing, and if the Xintian sword master intends to marry her, I will still act. The old man, surprised, nodded slowly. Young friend, you are indeed extraordinary. I believe in you. Miss Xingyao has grown up before my eyes. I do not wish for her to become a mere tool for marriage. After finishing his words, the old man took his leave. Lin Tian remained stationary, pondering again the gathering Tao realm. The Xiao family issue was unresolved, and now a second-tier family had emerged. He felt inadequate. Lin Tian sighed and turned to Lin Xiaoyao. Little girl, how can I rapidly increase my strength in such a short time? Lin Xiaoyao blinked her eyes and replied, brother, if you were to absorb me, you could at least reach the limiting Tao realm. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoyao pointed to herself. Lin Tian paused, then laughed and scolded. How could I possibly absorb you? Lin Xiaoyao giggled and said, brother, I can take you to find treasures. Find treasures? Lin Tian asked, puzzled. How do we do that? Lin Xiaoyao blinked again. I have an innate sensitivity to spiritual items. With that, she pointed towards a certain area of the Taoist realm, indicating a powerful flower. Brother, if you absorb that, you could at least break through to the Wanfa realm. The possibility of breaking through to the Wanfa realm stirred Lin Tian's interest. But he still shook his head. I have already drained their Dao pool clean. We should leave them something. Lin Xiaoyao nodded in confusion. Tioher, the Taoist sect had already submitted to her brother's family. Thus, whatever belonged to the Taoist sect was inherently her brother's. She couldn't understand. Lin Tian took Lin Xiaoyao to find Dao Tianyi. Lin Tian looked at Dao Tianyi and asked, Elder brother Tianyi, is there any way to quickly break through my realm? Dao Tianyi smiled faintly and replied, young master, you have just broken through to the Yufa realm. You should focus on refining your realm and solidifying your foundation. Rushing the process may yield adverse results. Lin Tian shook his head. Just tell me what to do. Refine your realm and solidify your foundation? He remembered how those two massive hands had crushed his bones, leaving him shattered for 2 full days. Wasn't his foundation already perfect? Now he felt overwhelmingly powerful, capable of crushing enemies of the same realm with ease. Dao Tianyi smiled helplessly. If the young master wishes to rapidly enhance his strength, you could venture into the Tiandu mountain range. Lin Tian nodded. Where is it? Dao Tianyi pointed lightly, and the location of the Tiandu mountain range appeared in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian nodded, ready to leave. Dao Tianyi called out, young master, the Tiandu mountain range is exceedingly perilous. The demonic beasts are formidable, and certain areas contain terrifying restrictions. Exercise caution. Lin Tian smiled slightly, understood. He then turned to Lin Xiaoyao, little girl, let's go. The two departed. Dao Tianyi watched Lin Xiaoyao's figure fade away, murmuring, not simple at all. This spirit born of spiritual veins has made me sense danger. With a slight smile, he added, my brother is truly fortunate. Before a range of towering mountains, Lin Tian held Lin Xiaoyao's hand. This is the Tiandu mountain range. Xiaoyao, sense where the treasures lie? Lin Xiaoyao shook her head. I can't sense anything until we enter the mountains. Lin Tian nodded. Just then, a figure approached Lin Tian and Lin Xiaoyao. Look, that person is accompanied by a spirit. One exclaimed, I told you, coming to the Tiandu mountain range would bring great opportunities. An excited individual rushed toward Lin Tian, with others following closely behind. Lin Tian glanced at Xiaoyao, smiling, Tower brother, let's merge. The small tower responded, no need to merge. I can absorb others' cultivation through you. Lin Tian replied, why didn't you say so earlier? The small tower replied, I only just figured it out. Lin Tian was left speechless. As the two conversed, the group had already surrounded Lin Tian. The leader glared at Lin Tian, saying, kid, hand over the spirit, and you can leave. Lin Tian surveyed them and asked, which family do you belong to? Does your family have a practitioner at the Gathering Tao realm? Gathering Tao realm? The group was momentarily taken aback, obediently shaking their heads. No way. Why does this kid have the audacity to question them? Once they regained their senses, their anger surged. Just as a few were about to speak, Lin Tian swiftly struck with his sword. Slash! One person's head flew off, landing neatly in front of him. Lin Tian felt a slight increase in his power, but it was negligible. How dare a few mere entry-level practitioners come here to make threats? Lin Tian muttered, if their family had a practitioner at the Gathering Tao realm, perhaps Lin Tian might have shown them mercy. But that possibility was virtually non-existent, unless Lin Xiaoyao spoke up on their behalf. Lin Tian truly did not wish to provoke families with Gathering Tao realm practitioners, especially with the Xiao family still unresolved, and now another unknown second-tier family looming. His head felt heavy. Lin Tian grasped Lin Xiaoyao's hand and ascended the Tiandu mountain range, observing the surroundings with a furrowed brow. A sense of danger lingered in the air. Chapter 59. Tree Spirit. At that moment, the trees around Lin Tian and Lin Xiaoyao began to stir, with dozens of large trees encircling them. I never expected to encounter a spirit today. It seems fate has conspired for my strength to increase. A voice echoed around them. The trees had formed an impenetrable barrier. Lin Tian looked around. A tree demon? The voice continued, humans, I am the innate tree spirit. Innate tree spirit? Lin Tian questioned, confused. He turned to Lin Xiaoyao for clarification. She explained, brother, an innate tree spirit is a spirit that is born after a tree becomes sentient. Lin Tian responded, isn't that just a tree demon? Lin Xiaoyao blinked. So, I'm a spirit born from the spiritual veins. And thus, am I also a demon? Lin Tian shook his head, you are not. You are my little sister. Lin Xiaoyao chuckled. I am still a primordial spirit. Primordial spirit? A naturally born spirit. Lin Tian understood. As he listened to their exchange, the tree spirit became furious. Human, it seems you have underestimated me. Can you take a moment to assess your current predicament? Lin Tian smiled faintly. The aura of danger emanating from you suggests you are not ordinary. The tree spirit smirked. Of course, I am extraordinary. It seems you possess some discernment. Hand over this spirit, and I shall allow you to leave. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Lin Tian slashed at the surrounding trees. Interrupting the tree spirit's words, Lin Tian examined the sword energy in his hand, surprised to find that this strike left no mark on the tree. The tree spirit coldly remarked, it appears you are seeking death. Lin Tian remained silent, swinging his sword again. With a sharp sound, the same result occurred. The tree spirit scoffed, you are merely in the Law Master realm, yet you foolishly believe you can harm me with mere sword energy. How naive! Prepare to die. With that, the surrounding trees closed in on Lin Tian and Lin Xiaoyao, attempting to crush them to death. Lin Tian declared, I offer you one chance. Allow my sister and me to depart. The tree spirit laughed, human, you are truly foolish. Once I devour this spirit, I shall ascend to a higher realm. Here in the Tiandu mountain range, I will be the supreme being, ha 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 ha. The tree spirit's voice brimmed with excitement, as if it could already envision its ascension. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted the tree spirit. A tree fell before Lin Tian, and in his hand, the sword transformed into the Yao Tian sword. The tree spirit gazed at Lin Tian in disbelief. How is it possible? How can you breach my corporeal form? Lin Tian stroked the sword's edge. It still serves you well. The Yao Tian sword trembled, as if in agreement. The tree spirit recognized the significance, realizing it was that sword. Gritting its teeth, the tree spirit demanded, what manner of sword is this? Even ordinary transcendent weapons cannot breach my corporeal form. What rank is your sword? Lin Tian smiled slightly. What do you think? He sensed that the tree spirit's intellect was underdeveloped, akin to that of a child, prompting such a naive question. Lin Tian raised his hand and struck at another tree. With a resounding crash, the massive tree toppled. The tree spirit, enraged, shouted, human, if you have the guts, do not use external objects. Let us engage in a duel to the death. Lin Tian smiled gently. Very well. As he spoke, he summoned the Yao Tian sword, which floated before him. The tree spirit, feeling triumphant, chuckled. Humans are indeed brainless. Suddenly, Lin Tian pressed down with his hand, sealed. The Yao Tian sword plummeted fiercely. With a thunderous boom, dust clouds erupted around the sword's center, and a wave of sword energy radiated outwards. Trees around them fell to the ground, leaving only a bleeding ancient tree. Blood continuously oozed from the ancient tree's trunk. Lin Tian regarded the ancient tree, recognizing it as the true form. The tree spirit's voice emerged from within. Human, you are not keeping your word. Its voice was hoarse, clearly wounded. Lin Tian glanced at Lin Xiaoyao. Can I devour it? Lin Xiaoyao nodded, extending her small hand towards the ancient tree. What do you intend to do? The tree spirit stammered in fear. In the next moment, a green mist flew from the ancient tree into Lin Xiaoyao's hand, which was the essence of the tree spirit. The tree spirit panicked. Spirit, you are playing possum. How can you be so powerful? The tree spirit was utterly defenseless against Lin Xiaoyao, who simply grasped it. She handed it to Lin Tian. Brother, you should consume it. The tree spirit hurriedly pleaded. No, please, spirit, spare me. Human, grant me mercy. As it spoke, tears welled up. I have existed in this Tiandu mountain range for 1,000 years, and only became a spirit a century ago, oppressed by other spirits. I have never harmed a soul. Lin Tian maintained a stern expression. You are speaking nonsense. I shall consume you now. The tree spirit choked. I have not harmed anyone. Lin Tian retorted coldly. You have not harmed anyone. You intended to crush my sister and me to death. The tree spirit paused for a moment. You cannot blame me. The allure of a primordial spirit is too great. Devouring it would bring immense benefits to us acquired spirits. Lin Tian inquired, so you are blaming my sister? The tree spirit hurriedly responded, No, no, I was wrong. Can you spare me, human? I wish to live. Lin Tian shook his head. No, if he did not possess the Yao Tian sword, he would be the one to perish. Lin Tian pointed, enveloping the tree spirit in a forceful grip. The tree spirit panicked, Human, do not consume me. The Tiandu mountain range is fraught with danger. I can assist you. Lin Tian halted his actions. The tree spirit quickly added, I can guide you to find other spirits and avoid perilous places. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Had you said so earlier, we would not be in this predicament. The tree spirit was taken aback. You do not intend to consume me? Lin Tian remained silent. He had heard the tree spirit mention. Once I ascend, I will be the supreme being in the outer realms. The realm of ascension could only operate within the periphery of the Tiandu mountain range. The depths must harbor formidable entities. He was but a law master and indeed required a guide. Lin Tian pointed, sending a beam of sword light into the tree spirit. The tree spirit dared not utter a word. Lin Tian smiled gently. Do not play tricks. Once I depart, I will release you. The tree spirit did not hesitate. Very well. Now devoid of its corporeal form, one strike from Lin Tian would spell its doom. A spirit must recognize the time to yield. The tree spirit led the two siblings in a specific direction. I and the Chen family. A middle-aged man sat in the main seat, listening intently as the elder who had gone to find Lin Tian reported back. After a moment, the middle-aged man was astonished. He has broken through to the law master realm in such a short time. The elder nodded, hesitating before saying, Family head. I believe the forces behind that young man are not of the Taoist sect. The middle-aged man nodded. I am already aware. The Taoist sect recently released a proclamation. The elder looked surprised. I was unaware of that. The middle-aged man continued. The Taoist sect has announced its submission to a force known as the Imperial Clan. Imperial Clan? The elder frowned, recalling the names of various forces in the central region. After a moment, he asked, Family head, is this Imperial Clan a newly risen family? The middle-aged man shook his head. I have never heard of it. The elder pondered. Is it possible that the Taoist sect fabricated this? The middle-aged man dismissed the idea. No way. The Taoist sect has never backed down against any major forces. How could they fabricate a family? The elder considered. Do you mean to say that this Imperial Clan is stronger than a first-rate family? The middle-aged man nodded. The Taoist sect originally represented a first-rate family. Thus, only a force stronger than a first-rate family could compel them to submit. Stronger than a first-rate family? The elder hesitated. Do you believe it? The middle-aged man smiled wryly. I do not believe it. Yet the Taoist sect directly recognizes Lin Tian as a young master. The path he points to is the battlefield of the Taoist sect. The elder fell silent. Such a jest could not be taken lightly, nor could it be fabricated. The entire Taoist sect would have to acknowledge Lin Tian as the young master. This implies that the force behind Lin Tian is the Imperial Clan. But why would he appear in such a small place as Tsangyun Prefecture? The elder was perplexed, as was the middle-aged man. Lin Tian was shrouded in mystery. At that moment, Chen Xingyuan entered the room. Father, Mu Lao, Lin brother is no ordinary person. Chen Xingyuan gazed earnestly at the two. The middle-aged man nodded. Indeed, Lin Tian is far from ordinary. Tio slay a law master with ease and compel the Taoist sect to bow in submission. How could he be an ordinary individual? Chen Xingyuan chuckled ruefully, realizing his father misunderstood his words. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Xingyuan spoke, Father, I will not hide it from you any longer. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Xingyuan, Your Honor. Chen Xingyuan continued, Lin brother passed the Taoist inheritance to me, the inheritance of the Xintian sword master. The mention of the Taoist inheritance caused the middle-aged man and elder to widen their eyes in shock, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Chen Xingyuan added, The inheritance states that the Taoist experts of first-rate families are but pseudo-Taoists, while the true Taoist realm is invincible in the Xintian realm, referred to as the extreme Tao realm. The middle-aged man and elder remained in a state of shock, speechless. It is no wonder, for anyone who cultivates to the Tao realm becomes an invincible entity in the Xintian realm. Invincible. Who would not desire invincibility? Chen Xingyuan observed the two. This means Lin brother has bestowed upon me the inheritance that grants invincibility in the Xintian realm. Oh, understand? Pausing, he added, when he gave it to me, he did not even blink. He clearly does not value it. The middle-aged man and elder felt their heads buzzing with overwhelming information. The nonchalance towards the Taoist inheritance meant that Lin Tian did not regard invincibility in the Xintian realm as significant. They simultaneously thought of the term free range. This explained why Lin Tian was so extraordinary and why he would appear in Songyun Prefecture while having the Taoist sect submit to him. The Taoist sect had encountered the force behind Lin Tian. After the shock, the middle-aged man laughed heartily at Chen Xingyuan. Bring me the resources of the Chen family. Soon, someone arrived with a storage ring. Hesitantly asking the middle-aged man, family head, may I ask what these resources are for? The middle-aged man took the storage ring. Looking at Chen Xingyuan, you honor, half of these resources are for your cultivation, and the other half shall be sent to my son-in-law. Son-in-law? Chen Xingyuan's mouth twitched. The elder looked at the middle-aged man, family head. These are the entire resources of the Chen family. The elders may object. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. Object? Whoever dares to oppose shall face my wrath. Yuan'er now possesses the Taoist inheritance. If he cultivates diligently, in due time, he will surely elevate our Qin family to new heights. Lin Tian and my beloved Yao'er share a deep connection. It is only reasonable for me, as her father, to grant my son-in-law a modicum of resources. The middle-aged man's tone was authoritative and left no room for dispute. The individual who delivered the storage ring was taken aback. He was well aware of Lin Tian's reputation. He was renowned throughout Zhongzhou, revered by all in the Taoist community. However, when did he become the son-in-law of their family? The man hesitated, looking at the middle-aged man. Family head, young Master Lin is my Qin family's son-in-law. What should we do about the Yi family? The middle-aged man replied sternly, this matter must not be disclosed. If anyone lets slip a word and the Yi family comes after my son-in-law, I will ensure they meet a most gruesome fate. As he spoke, the middle-aged man's gaze fixed on the individual, who trembled and quickly assured, rest assured, family head, I shall keep my lips sealed. The middle-aged man glanced at him before directing his attention outside the hall. It was time to take a gamble, wagering on the imperial clan behind Lin Tian as a formidable force, betting on the happiness of his daughter and the future of the Chen family. Truthfully, the middle-aged man himself felt uncertain. Although theoretically, Lin Tian's status was formidable, what if he were merely a prodigy without any backing? After all, geniuses often disdain following the paths of others, in the Tiandu mountain range. Lin Tian and his sister followed the guidance of the tree spirit. Along the way, they encountered numerous skeletons, accompanied by the occasional cawing of crows. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. The ominous atmosphere caused Lin Xiaoya to grip Lin Tian's hand tightly. She looked up at him and timidly asked, Brother, do you think there are ghosts? Lin Tian cleared his throat and replied, Don't ask. Even I am fearful. During the 12 years of living in the Lin family, Lin Tian's greatest fear was the night. Every evening, he would bury his head beneath his thin blanket, afraid to let his feet dangle outside. Terrified that a hand might suddenly grasp his foot, Lin Tian turned to the tree spirit and inquired, Where are you leading us? The tree spirit responded, To find the bone spirit. If you devour him, it will greatly enhance your soul. His strength surpasses mine by a slight margin. A slight margin? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? The tree spirit quickly insisted, Indeed, just a slight margin. Lin Tian fell silent, observing the tree spirit with suspicion. There was something untrustworthy about it. Soon, the trio arrived at a desolate area, suffused with a sense of death. As far as the eye could see, countless skeletons lay strewn about. A veritable sea of bones. Lin Tian frowned as he gazed upon a towering skeleton, which appeared to be the monarch among its subjects. Suddenly, the white bones stirred. Caw! In an instant, the crows took flight, and a wave of decay washed over Lin Tian, filling him with revulsion. The tree spirit called out to the skeleton, Wretched spirit, Come forth and meet your demise. The skeleton moved, its hollow eyes glowing with a sinister red light. Tree spirit, are you seeking death? It taunted, its gaze sweeping over Lin Tian and Lin Xiaoyao. Upon noticing Lin Xiaoyao, its skeletal frame trembled, a congenital spirit. Ha ha ha, tree spirit, you brought me a congenital spirit. I might just spare your life. The skeleton's tone was exuberant, albeit chilling. The tree spirit ignored the skeleton, turning to Lin Tian, human. This is the bone spirit, formed from the remains of these powerful human beings. Devour him, and your strength and soul will be significantly enhanced. Lin Tian was perplexed. If he is formed from bones, how can he enhance my soul? The tree spirit replied, when humans die, they leave behind grievances. With so many souls lost here, their lingering resentments have nurtured this bone spirit. Chapter 61. The powerful Lin Xiaoyao Lin Tian grasped only a fraction of this, but he was willing to proceed if it meant enhancing his strength. The bone spirit, overhearing their conversation, scoffed, Tree spirit, are you a fool? You think you can bring a mere ant from the UFA realm to devour me? It then cast a disdainful glance at Lin Tian. Do you know that most of the skeletons beneath your feet are from the UFA realm? Lin Tian remained silent. The tree spirit urged him, go on. He is merely slightly stronger than I am. You can defeat him with that sword.it, then turn to Lin Xiaoyao, or you could let the congenital spirit take action. Lin Tian glanced at Lin Xiaoyao but said nothing. Summoning the Yao Tian sword to his hand, the bone spirit glared at him, its tone menacing. So, you seek death. With that, the bone spirit gathered its energy, summoning countless skeletons that swiftly formed a massive skeletal giant. Dead domain, arise! In the next moment, a wave of decay enveloped Lin Tian. He furrowed his brow as the power began to erode his physical form, even encroaching upon his spiritual energy. This bone spirit was formidable. Lin Tian drew his sword and charged at the bone spirit, executing a straightforward yet power-laden strike. With a dismissive blow, the bone spirit countered, die, crack. Upon contact, the bone spirit's fist shattered. Lin Tian pressed on, unleashing another strike, boom. This blow cleaved the giant skeleton in two. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Was it really that easy? At that moment, the tree spirit called out from a distance, shattering the skeleton is futile. You must sever its essence. As soon as the words left the tree spirit's mouth, the bone spirit retorted, Tree spirit, if you speak again, I will devour you first. The skeleton that Lin Tian had just split apart began to reassemble. Lin Tian was stunned. The bone spirit laughed mockingly, you cannot kill me. The decay will consume your body and turn you into bones. Indeed, Lin Tian glanced at his own body, watching it gradually fade away, revealing the white bones beneath. How do I sever its essence? He asked urgently. The tree spirit replied, I have no idea. I am merely a tree spirit. Lin Tian cursed inwardly, realizing he had been led astray. He fiercely drew his sword again, thinking, didn't you say he was only slightly stronger than you? Boom. The sword struck the bone spirit, forcing it back 100 meters. The bone spirit steadied itself, grinning instead of fuming. As it regarded Lin Tian with amusement, Lin Tian's expression soured. Tower brother, do you have any solutions? The small tower responded, yes, use overwhelming strength to completely obliterate it. Lin Tian replied, do you think I can accomplish that? Just then, he spat out a mouthful of blood, the decay permeating his organs. He quickly turned to Lin Xiaoyao. Are you all right? Lin Xiaoyao shook her head, concern etched on her face. Brother, why don't I take over? Lin Tian hesitated but ultimately conceded, go ahead. Lin Xiaoyao grinned and confidently approached the bone spirit. Lin Tian was taken aback to notice that Lin Xiaoyao seemed unaffected by the decay. The tree spirit patted Lin Tian on the shoulder, saying, watch the innate spirit perform. Lin Tian retorted, this is not a performance. He turned to the tree spirit, you'd best keep quiet, or I will consume you. The tree spirit swiftly flew aside, avoiding Lin Tian's gaze. Lin Tian shot at a glance, feeling a surge of frustration. Once this was over, he would certainly give the tree spirit a good thrashing. Not far away, Lin Xiaoyao stood before the bone spirit, declaring, we are both spirits. I do not wish to harm you, but you threaten my brother. The bone spirit looked at her, an inexplicable sense of panic rising within. It instinctively replied, it is your brother who seeks to devour me. Lin Xiaoyao frowned. Then let him devour you. The bone spirit was taken aback. What did you just say? Lin Xiaoyao replied coldly. I do not wish to waste words with you. With that, she clenched her tiny fist, and a shadowy figure materialized behind her, exuding an aura that soared to the heavens. Lin Tian watched in disbelief as the figure loomed over them. Facing this overwhelming presence, the bone spirit felt a pang of fear, despite its lack of eyelids. This innate spirit is unusual, it thought, unwilling to underestimate her. It launched a fierce punch at Lin Xiaoyao. With a swift kick, she leapt into the air, delivering a punch that shook the heavens. The phantom behind her struck the bone spirit, sending it soaring 100 meters into the air, crashing down like a cannonball. A massive crater formed upon impact. The bone spirit struggled to rise, incredulous as it gazed at Lin Xiaoyao. You doubt you can injure my essence? Lin Xiaoyao remained silent, extending her hand as a fragment of bone separated from the giant skeleton, which she grasped tightly. Simultaneously, the giant skeleton disintegrated into countless smaller ones, and the decay dissipated. Holding the bone fragment, Lin Xiaoyao approached Lin Tian. Brother, here? Lin Tian looked at her in astonishment. Are you really that strong? Lin Xiaoyao chuckled. Not really. I can just lock onto its essence, making it easier to strike. Lin Tian nodded, acknowledging that as a spirit, she could indeed pinpoint the bone spirit's essence. He had initially thought she was employing the technique of overwhelming strength as the small tower had suggested. This girl had truly inherited the skills of her master. Lin Tian turned to the bone spirit, whose demeanor shifted to desperation. Do not devour me. I can assist you. I will lead you to other spirits. Lin Tian's expression darkened. You think you can bargain? Let me devour one first. The bone spirit protested. No. Why is the tree spirit still alive? Lin Tian replied. Because it plays its role well. The tree spirit was left speechless. Lin Tian wasted no time in conversation. He pointed a finger, enveloping the bone spirit in a force that caused a small sword within its abdomen to spin violently. The bone spirit let out a wail as the power began to refine it. In the Taoist temple, at that moment, the three ancient ancestors of the Dao family moved in unison, facing four individuals before them. Dao Tian waved his sleeve, declaring, Is the Shao family seeking war with us? The four were the guardians of the Shao family, led by Yin Xiong. Yin Xiong met Dao Tian's gaze fearlessly, stating, The Shao family has no intent to oppose the Dao family. Simply hand over Lin Tian, for he has slain a member of my Shao family. Hand over Lin Tian, Dao Tianlin spoke. Do the members of the Shao family have excrement in their brains? Do you truly think you can demand the surrender of our clan's young master? You might as well declare war outright. He gazed at Yin Xiong, a long whip now appearing in his hand. Yin Xiong's complexion darkened. You are, after all, an ancestor of your clan. Could you not speak with a modicum of civility? Dao Tianlin retorted, Mind your own business. Should war be your intention, the Taoist sect stands ready to engage at any moment. Upon hearing this, the other three guardians of the Shao family were immediately consumed by fury. In the past, when the Dao sect was still a prominent family, such arrogance might have been tolerated. But how dare they behave so brazenly now? One guardian clad in purple robes remarked coldly, Is the Dao sect truly seeking to annihilate us? Dao Tianlin scoffed. Well said. As he spoke, an object materialized in his hand. By my way, I shall sever heaven and earth. He hurled the object into the air. In an instant, a blood-red hue enveloped the skies above the Dao sect, as a character for Dao began to rapidly coalesce. Yin Xiong's face paled, and he wished to speak, but saw that Dao Tianyi and Dao Tianjia had also produced objects in their hands. Their gazes fixated on the four guardians of the Shao family, their intent unmistakable. Yin Xiong's expression turned grim. How could the Taoists be so resolute? The purple-robed guardian looked at Yin Xiong and urged, Do not hesitate, let us engage. Yin Xiong replied solemnly, Then you take the lead. The purple-robed guardian hesitated, caught off guard by Yin Xiong's response. Yin Xiong cast a bewildered glance at him, his confusion palpable. Could he not think critically? This was the territory of the Dao sect, which was once a first-rate family and had produced powerful beings in the realm of Dao. Surely, even a dying camel is larger than a horse? Dao Tianlin regarded Yin Xiong. I grant you 3 breaths of time. If you do not depart, you shall remain. His tone was so forceful it sent shivers down the spine. Yin Xiong retorted coldly, Is the Dao sect truly prepared to protect Lin Tian with such fervor? Dao Tianlin offered no further words, raising his hand as the character for Dao descended with great force. Yin Qiong was enraged. "Old fool, I have shown you courtesy with that." He leaped into the air, brandishing a long spear. Shatter! He swung the spear, aiming at the descending character. Clang! A resounding clash echoed through the sky as Yin Qiong held his ground against the character. Dao Tianlin snorted disdainfully, raising his hand once more. The character erupted in blinding light, its power threatening to rend space itself. Subsequently, Dao Tianlin pressed downward with great force. Boom! Yin Qiong was sent crashing to the ground like a cannonball. The Taoists witnessed this spectacle, each one invigorated. "Ancestor, lead us. Let us flatten the Shao family." "Indeed, Ancestor, we must show the Shao family the might of our Tao sect. Flatten the Shao family. Flatten the Shao family." The chorus echoed to the heavens. The three guardians of the Shao family felt a surge of murderous intent. When had their family ever been so openly challenged by another? Yet, to engage in battle on the territory of the Taoists was an act only a fool would undertake. Suddenly, the purple-robed guardian shouted angrily, "If the Tao sect desires war, then let it be so." With that, he stepped forward, unleashing the aura of a peak practitioner. The other two guardians stood frozen, gazing at the purple-robed guardian in confusion. "Are you out of your mind?" At that moment, Yin Qiong, still on the ground, declared, "We are leaving." With that, he vanished from sight. The other two guardians exchanged incredulous glances at the purple-robed guardian, their expressions akin to that of someone observing a fool. They promptly turned to depart. Witnessing this, the purple-robed guardian's expression soured, secretly cursing, "Cowards!" He turned to the three Tao ancestors. "You shall remember this, Tao sect." With that, he hastily fled the Tao territory. It was no joke. He was alone now, and should the Tao sect disregard the rules of engagement, he would be in dire straits. Once the four departed, Dao Tianyi shook his head. "If we kill those four, the Shao family will undoubtedly declare war against our Tao sect. And then it will be a matter of severed ties. Given our current strength, we may find it hard to resist." Dao Tianlin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, whether we can kill them is uncertain, especially since they are peak practitioners, and there are four of them." Dao Tianji sighed. "We can only wait for Elder Brother to break through to the realm of Diaodai in the Tiandu mountain range." Lin Tian emanated a formidable aura, while the skeletal remains lay discarded nearby. Lin Tian opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. His spirit had indeed strengthened significantly, and his realm had advanced to the mid-stage of the Law Master realm. The tree spirit chuckled. "See, human? I did not deceive you." Lin Tian looked at the tree spirit and nodded. "Can you transform into a little demon like this?" The tree spirit paused, a hint of wariness in its eyes. "What do you mean?" It sensed that Lin Tian might have ulterior motives. Lin Tian scoffed dismissively. "Nothing much, just that I believe your transformation is lacking. My little demon can take on a human form." Upon hearing this, the tree spirit was immediately indignant. "Who says I cannot? The innate spirits are merely blessed by nature. We acquired spirits are not inferior," Lin Tian replied. "I don't believe it." The tree spirit stared at Lin Tian, asserting, "Trust me, I will show you right now." With that, the tree spirit transformed into a young boy clad in green garments. "See, I can transform too," it insisted. Lin Tian smiled faintly. "I see." As he spoke, he suddenly swung a punch toward the tree spirit. The tree spirit's face changed dramatically. "Human, what are you doing?" Before it could finish, it was sent flying. Lin Tian chased after it. "I will make you regret trying to fool me. I won't stop until you are unrecognizable." For an entire hour, the outer perimeter of the Tiandu mountain range echoed with the tree spirit's anguished cries. As night fell, by the campfire, the tree spirit cradled its swollen face, sobbing. Humans are truly unreasonable. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and Lin Xiaoyao snuggled together, warming themselves by the fire. Suddenly, Lin Tian recalled something and asked, "Tower brother, what does the Tao of the Tao realm refer to?" The little tower replied, "What are you planning?" Lin Tian said, "Do you think I can skip cultivating my realm and focus directly on my essence?" The little tower was taken aback. Lin Tian continued, "Just like in the Myriad Paths realm, I could directly cultivate my own law without needing to advance my realm, getting to the essence without being defined by the realm." After a moment of silence, the little tower replied, "You could attempt this, but you lack the knowledge of how to cultivate essence since you have never encountered it." Lin Tian responded, "What nonsense! If I knew, would I be asking you?" He gazed into the campfire and asked, Tower brother, you also don't know what the Tao of the Tao realm refers to, do you? The little tower replied with a hint of sorrow, I do not know. I am merely a tower. Ask someone else. Lin Tian fell silent, waiting for more. The Emperor Slaughter spoke up. This Tao is too rudimentary. I do not practice it. Lin Tian queried, too rudimentary? Does that mean your Tao differs from that of the Xin Tian realm? Or perhaps the Tao of the Xin Tian realm is merely a minor path, whereas your Tao is the true great path. Lin Tian pondered in confusion. At that moment, Emperor Slaughter added, Little one. The realm is merely a standard to measure one's strength. If you wish to ask me what the Tao is, I can only tell you that you possess the Tao already. It is simply a matter of strength and weakness. Lin Tian hesitated. Sword Tao? Emperor Slaughter confirmed, yes, you must contemplate the essence of the Sword Tao, not the essence of the realm. As for the Tao of the Tao realm, it merely signifies that they have elevated their own Tao to a certain height. Lin Tian inquired then, Emperor brother, what is your strength? Emperor Slaughter hesitated. You will know in due time. Lin Tian chuckled bitterly. You are afraid of discouraging me. Lin Tian then asked, what about the shadow the girl exhibited? Is it the martial Tao you mentioned, or the law of heaven and earth? Emperor Slaughter replied, it is the law of heaven and earth. The martial Tao is far beyond your current understanding. Lin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. A night passed without incident. The next day, Lin Tian was accompanied by a small boy and a small girl, both spirits resembling little wealth-bringers. As they approached the depths of the Tiandu mountain range, the tree spirit quickly blocked their path. We cannot proceed. It is too dangerous inside. Lin Tian queried in confusion, are there super strong beings within? The tree spirit shook its head. I do not know, but I sense danger. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the innate spirits, or else you will just beat me again. Lin Tian turned to Lin Xiaoyao. Is it really dangerous? In Chapter 63, Sword South, Lin Xiaoyao blinked. It's okay, just a little. Not as strong as Master. Lin Tian was taken aback. Not as strong as your Master? In the entire Xian Tian realm, who is stronger than your Master? The tree spirit looked at Lin Xiaoyao, cautioning, innate spirit, you must not mislead him. The aura within is something even powerful human beings would hesitate to confront. Lin Xiaoyao smiled slightly, but really, Master is not stronger. With one punch, he could level this mountain. Within the tower, Emperor Slaughter smiled, lovingly watching Lin Xiaoyao. The little tower scolded, Emperor brother, must you smile so lewdly? Emperor Slaughter raised a middle finger. What's wrong with me smiling at my little cotton jacket? The little tower sighed in exasperation. Outside the tower, upon hearing Lin Xiaoyao's words, the tree spirit rolled its eyes. Innate spirit, do you really have to imitate humans and boast? Deep within the Tiandu mountain range, even some powerful humans would not dare to enter. You claim your master could level this place with a single punch. I am the first to disbelieve you. As soon as those words left its mouth, the tree spirit involuntarily shivered. It paused, glancing at Lin Tian, who showed no reaction. The tree spirit was momentarily perplexed, sensing an inexplicable force locking onto it. Lin Xiaoyao glared at the tree spirit, her small face displeased. Just as she was about to retort that moment, from the depths of the Tiandu mountain range, a commotion arose. A young boy clad in white was flying towards Lin Tian and the others. Followed by a group of over 10 individuals, Lin Tian squinted. Jiannan? Indeed, the white-clad youth was none other than Jiannan. Jiannan spotted Lin Tian and called out, Lin brother. As Jiannan flew to Lin Tian's side, he noticed the blood trickling from Lin Tian's mouth and the wounds adorning his body, appearing somewhat disheveled. Lin Tian regarded him. What brings you to Zhongzhou? Jiannan's icy expression softened slightly as he replied. It's a long story. How many can you fight, Lin brother? As he spoke, Jiannan turned his gaze towards the dozen or so individuals flying towards them. Lin Tian glanced over, his expression shifting. Nan brother, have you disturbed someone's ancestral grave? Jiannan shook his head. It's a long story. Lin Tian responded. Soon, the group of individuals landed before the toot. The leader looked at Jiannan. Kid, hand over the treasure sword, or face death. He then shifted his gaze to Lin Tian, and upon seeing the tree spirit and Lin Xiaoyao, his eyes widened in astonishment. Two spirits, brothers, we hit the jackpot. The man gazed at Lin Xiaoyao, excitement evident on his face. The others also looked at Lin Xiaoyao with fervor. Lin Tian smiled faintly at Lin Xiaoyao. Little girl, you have quite the charm. Lin Xiaoyao replied, they are bad people. Wanting to devour me. Lin Tian's smile faded as he turned to Jian Nan. Nan, brother, how many can you take on? Jian Nan's icy demeanor remained unchanged. 2. Lin Tian was slightly taken aback. Just 2? Jian Nan looked at Lin Tian. Brother Lin, the weakest among them is at the UFA realm, and there are 5 at the Wan Fa realm. Lin Tian nodded and inquired, what realm are you at now? Jian Nan replied, late UFA. Lin Tian stared at Jian Nan in disbelief. How did you manage that? It was known that Jian Nan had completely drained the Dao pool and had consumed a spirit to reach the mid-UFA realm. How had Jian Nan advanced to the late stage? A genius indeed. Jian Nan shook his head. Brother Lin, it's a long story. Let us deal with the present first, and then we can discuss it. Lin Tian nodded. Luo Lao, step in and show your skills. With that, Luo Qingyu appeared before them. Young master. Lin Tian nodded. Go ahead. While he was not afraid of the Wan Fa realm, it was only right for Luo Qingyu to contribute while accompanying him. Luo Qingyu understood Lin Tian's intention, turned to the dozen individuals, and without further ado, charged forth, confronting 2 of the Wan Fa realm. Jian Nan, wielding his long sword, also surged forward. Lin Tian smiled slightly, stepping up to confront one of them. His presence imposing. With a swift motion, Lin Tian unleashed a punch. Bang! The UFA realm expert was obliterated into a mist of blood. The onlookers momentarily stood in stunned silence, unable to believe what they had witnessed. Jian Nan observed Lin Tian without surprise, a sense of competitive spirit rising within him as he too dispatched a UFA realm opponent with a single strike. Soon, only the 5 Wan Fa realm individuals remained. The 5 exchanged glances with the 3, involuntarily taking a step back. One of them stammered, who are you? We are from the Lei family. Panic seeped into his tone. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Does your family have a gathering Dao realm expert? The 5 fell silent, realizing they had provoked someone they should not have. Tio inquire about a gathering Dao realm expert. Was this young man from a prestigious family? The leader, with a face full of flattery, spoke. It's a misunderstanding, young master. It's all a misunderstanding. Lin Tian nodded. Well, if it's a misunderstanding, then good. In your next life, be reborn into a family with a gathering Dao realm expert. Sword domain. Unleash. Instantly, Lin Tian's sword domain enveloped the 5, suppressing their realms to that of UFA. The 5, along with Luo Qingyu, were left dumbfounded. What kind of heaven-defying sword domain could suppress others' realms? Jian Nan's expression remained unchanged. After all, he had witnessed it before in Songyun Prefecture. He could not help but marvel at Lin Tian's prowess. Among the younger generation, Lin Tian was undoubtedly his strongest rival and confidant. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's complexion paled slightly. With a faint smile, he declared, a sword strikes forth. Sword light shot out rapidly, tearing apart all in its path. The 5 widened their eyes as their heads flew off. Lin Tian retracted his sword domain, experiencing a breakthrough in his own realm. Luo Qingyu felt a tumult of emotions. Killing to enhance one's cultivation was unprecedented at his age. He had initially thought Lin Tian was a super genius, surely backed by a formidable power. Clearly, the figure in the black robe within the tower was Lin Tian's benefactor. Yet he had not anticipated Lin Tian's extraordinary abilities. He felt he had placed the right bet, a surefire win. Luo Qingyu shook off his thoughts and bowed to Lin Tian. Young master, I shall return to the tower. Lin Tian nodded. Very well. Luo Qingyu entered the small tower. Lin Tian turned his gaze to Jian Nan. Nan, brother, how did you end up being pursued? Jian Nan produced a long sword. I was recognized by a sword within. Lin Tian understood the concept of killing for treasures. Curiously, he asked, is there a terrifying presence inside? Jian Nan shook his head. I haven't encountered anything like that. There is a sect's relic. A sect's relic. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Let us go take a look. Jian Nan nodded. A sect's relic was bound to hold treasures. The 2, along with the 2 spirits, ventured deeper into the Tiandu mountain range. Although the tree spirit was reluctant, it had no choice, for it still bore a trace of human sword energy within. If I die, I died out on the way. Lin Tian asked Jian Nan, Nan brother, how did you cultivate? Jian Nan replied, I simply cultivated diligently. Lin Tian. Jian Nan continued, Brother Lin, cultivation is determined by one's heart. If the mind is free of distractions, the intent flows freely, and with a calm Dao heart, cultivation will naturally progress. Lin Tian nodded, aware that a chaotic mind hindered cultivation, yet Jian Nan's progress seemed excessive. To reach the late UFA realm in such a short span through normal cultivation? Lin Tian hesitated. Nan brother, do you have no trivial matters weighing on your mind? Seeking reviews, dear brothers, please give feedback. Both good and bad. Chapter 64. Tianguan Sect Jian Nan stated, my heart is solely focused on the sword. Perfecting the sword path to its utmost is my only concern. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Nan brother, don't you wish to find a Dao partner? Jian Nan shook his head. Women only hinder my speed in drawing the sword. Lin Tian chuckled softly. To be honest, he found Jian Nan somewhat admirable. For cultivators, their lifespans were exceedingly long. This path was solitary and loneliness. Lin Tian dreaded solitude. He did not want to be without anyone by his side, nor did he wish to be the only one standing atop the peak in the end. The taste of loneliness was bitter. Remembering the 12 years at the Lin family, when he was all alone, a wave of bitterness rose within him. In response to this thought, he instinctively tightened his grip on Lin Xiaoyao's hand. As if sensing Lin Tian's thoughts, Lin Xiaoyao lifted her little head. Brother, I will always be here. Lin Tian smiled faintly. I will always be here too. Jian Nan observed the two siblings and smiled faintly. On the path of the sword, having brother Lin perhaps meant he would not be alone. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated hall, enveloped in silence. The tree spirit unconsciously inched closer to Lin Tian. Human, there's danger inside. Danger? Lin Tian replied. Is there danger from bone spirits? The tree spirit weakly responded. Bone spirits are only dangerous if you don't sever their source, but I didn't expect you wouldn't. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and waved his hand, sending the tree spirit flying out. The tree spirit shouted, Human, you rogue! Bang! The tree spirit crashed into the drafty hall. Bouncing twice, it looked around, its body trembling, and hurried back to Lin Tian's side. The tree spirit looked at Lin Tian with a pitiful expression. Human, can you stop targeting me all the time? Lin Tian retorted. If I were targeting you, I would have swallowed you whole. The tree spirit dared not respond, scurrying over to Lin Xiaoyao, grasping her small hand. Lin Xiaoyao blinked at it, but did not let go. Lin Tian fixed a fierce gaze on the tree spirit, as if he were ready to devour it. The tree spirit quickly shuffled behind Lin Xiaoyao. Innate spirit, can you protect me? Your brother is a bit abnormal. Lin Tian erupted in anger. How dare you hold my sister's hand in front of me and call me abnormal? Come here for a beating. Lin Xiaoyao looked at Lin Tian. Brother, just let it go. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoyao's words, Lin Tian relented, casting a fierce glare at the tree spirit before shifting his gaze to the crumbling hall. Lin Tian spoke. Nan brother, let us go inside. Jian Nan nodded. Lin Tian held Lin Xiaoyao's hand as they entered the hall. It was an ordinary hall, albeit somewhat drafty. Lin Tian pondered for a moment, then released Lin Xiaoyao's hand and stepped forward to bow. Predecessor, please come forth for a meeting. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle breeze swept through. A figure appeared before Lin Tian. An elder, a fragment of spirit. The tree spirit stepped back, realizing this was the great terror of the Tiandu mountain range. The elder scrutinized Lin Tian, smiling. You are quite clever. Lin Tian slightly bowed. Greetings, predecessor. Are you seeking a successor? What do you think of me? As he spoke, Lin Tian pointed to himself. The elder assessed Lin Tian, 18 years old, UFA realm, not bad, but rather thick-skinned. Over the past few centuries, many had visited this place, yet none had been as straightforward as Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled slightly, choosing not to speak. The elder's gaze shifted to Lin Xiaoyao and the two spirits before finally resting on Jian Nan. Jian Nan bowed to the elder, his expression still cold. The elder smiled faintly and turned to Lin Tian. Young one, we seek a successor to become the sect master of my Tianhuan sect. Lin Tian replied, Can I? The elder glanced at Jian Nan. Originally, we intended for that young friend to take the position, as the Tianhuan sword chose him, but you seem more fitting, yet also not quite fitting. More fitting, yet not quite fitting. Lin Tian was perplexed. Predecessor, what do you mean? The elder gazed at Lin Tian. I see a layer of karma surrounding you. There is a terrifying force behind you, and if I dare harbor thoughts of killing you, I would meet my demise. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned into silence. The elder continued, If I were to hand over the sect to you, it could very well become a wedding dress for you. Lin Tian nodded. Then give it to my brother. The elder nodded and turned to Jian Nan. Young man, would you be willing to become the sect master of my Tianhuan sect? Jian Nan did not hesitate. I am unwilling. The elder was taken aback. Lin Tian also looked at Jian Nan. Jian Nan bowed to the elder, predecessor. My heart is solely devoted to the sword path, and I have no time to lead a sect. The elder, unwilling to concede, remarked, Young one, I hail from the Tianhuan sect, which once stood shoulder to shoulder with the Guardian Alliance, leaving behind resources of terrifying magnitude. The term Guardian Alliance had only re-emerged in Lin Tian's ears for the second time since the Qingxing sect. Lin Tian inquired, Senior, is the Guardian Alliance truly formidable? The elder smiled faintly. The Guardian Alliance boasts 10 Dao realm experts and 100 pseudo-Dao realm practitioners. Would you not consider that strong? Lin Tian fell silent. The pseudo-Dao realm likely equated to the Dao realm of first-rate noble clans. This implied that the Guardian Alliance possessed the strength of 100 first-rate noble clans, with its true Dao realm might possibly being even more fearsome. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Tian asked, Senior, are there others remaining in your sect? The elder nodded. There are still 10 pseudo-Dao remnants, but I am the only one in the Dao realm. Lin Tian was taken aback. How were you destroyed? He had not focused on the elder's Dao realm status. It seemed meaningless, for even the strongest Dao realm would be at the mercy of the likes of Tu Gu. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, a flicker of unwillingness flashed in the elder's eyes as he mentioned the Guardian Alliance. Lin Tian, puzzled, questioned, Isn't your strength on par with the Guardian Alliance? The elder gazed at Lin Tian and asked, Young friend, do you wish to remain stagnant within the Xintian realm? Lin Tian shook his head. Naturally, he desired to venture forth. He had heard from Ta Gu that there existed even stronger martial civilizations outside. The elder regarded Lin Tian. If you do not wish to remain in the Xintian realm, you will eventually find yourselves at odds with the Guardian Alliance. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Why is that? The elder shook his head. I can only tell you that the Xintian realm is akin to a prison. You will understand more in the future. A prison. Lin Tian fell into contemplative silence. The elder returned to the main topic. Looking at Jian Nan, young friend, to be the leader of my sect, you need only to oversee it in the future. The elder's offer was quite modest. Hearing this, Jian Nan hesitated for a moment before nodding. The elder smiled slightly, snapping his fingers, causing a storage ring to appear before Jian Nan. The accumulated heritage of my sect over thousands of years resides within. I entrust the Tianhuan sect to you, young friend. Jian Nan nodded and accepted it. Lin Tian hesitated, then asked the elder, Senior, can you leave this place? The elder shook his head. We cannot. The Tiandu mountain range conceals the ultimate secret. Should we emerge, the Guardian Alliance would not spare us. Lin Tian sighed. He had initially hoped to leverage his relationship with Jian Nan to bring these individuals along to the Chen family for support, especially considering a potential marriage snatch point. One could only imagine the spectacle of bringing 10 pseudo-Dao realm and Dao realm experts to the Chen family. Even if they were remnants, it would be quite an impressive display. What a pity. At that moment, the elder glanced at Lin Tian and spread his hands. 10 storage rings flew into the elder's hands, and he also retrieved a storage ring, pushing a total of 11 rings towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian, without hesitation, quickly accepted them. The elder remarked, For goodness sake, could you not be a bit more courteous? The elder looked at Lin Tian. Young friend, these storage rings contain the lifetime savings of my 11 companions. I hope you will look after my sect in the future. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Rest assured, Brother Nan is my comrade. I shall certainly assist his sect. The elder smiled and nodded. For the Tianhuan sect? Lin Tian's words were more than sufficient at this juncture. Lin Tian turned to the elder. Senior, is there a way to rapidly enhance one's strength? The elder pondered for a moment. There is, but it comes with a perilous risk. Lin Tian regarded the elder, patiently awaiting further elaboration. The elder continued, Our Tianhuan sect possesses a purgatory that has suppressed countless powerful beasts, the weakest being at the 10,000 laws realm, and there are even beasts at the Dao realm level. The weakest at the 10,000 laws realm. Lin Tian's excitement grew. How many are there? The elder shook his head. I cannot count them. They are merely vile creatures. Lin Tian turned to the small tower. Tower brother, does slaying these beasts enhance cultivation? The small tower responded. Theoretically, any cultivation can be augmented. Feeling reassured, Lin Tian quickly turned back to the elder. Senior, I wish to enter. The elder hesitated for a moment. Young friend, this purgatory was manageable when our sect was at its peak. Now, we can only suppress it. If you enter, unless you eliminate all those beasts, you may not return. After a pause, he added, "Unless those beasts do not attack you." To not eliminate means not to exit. In other words, it was either death within or survival upon exit. Lin Tian felt a pang of uncertainty. To be honest, he felt a bit apprehensive. Who would not be daunted by the prospect of being besieged by countless beasts at the 10,000 Laws realm? Lin Tian asked the elder, "Senior, are the Dao realm and 10,000 Laws realm beasts housed together?" The elder shook his head. "They are separated for suppression." After a moment of silence, Lin Tian declared, "I shall go in." At that moment, Jian Nan interjected, "I shall enter as well." Seeing that neither seemed to be jesting, the elder could only nod. He then led the two to a stone door. The elder regarded them. "You two young friends must be certain. Upon entering, you will face an uncountable number of beasts at the 10,000 Laws realm, and we cannot come to your aid." Speaking earnestly, the elder feared for Jian Nan's safety. After all these years, the Tianhuan sect had finally encountered a promising leader. If he were to perish, who knows how long they would have to wait again. Moreover, he had already entrusted the sect's heritage to Jian Nan. If he were to die, would they simply go in to retrieve it? As for Lin Tian, he felt no worry. He could clearly discern Lin Tian's extraordinary nature. That bloodline was certainly not of ordinary origin. Lin Tian was undoubtedly of noble lineage, and the forces backing him were likely unmatched throughout the Xintian realm. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Tian turned to Jian Nan. "Brother Nan, what do you think?" Jian Nan nodded. "Let us proceed." Lin Tian smiled slightly, "Then let us enter." He then turned his gaze to Lin Xiaoyao. "Little girl, go into the tower." Lin Xiaoyao shook her head. "I want to help brother." This moment, the tree spirit interjected. "Where are you going?" "Let me go. I promise to behave." Lin Tian shot an admonishing glance at the tree spirit. The tree spirit, clutching Lin Tian, pleaded, "Human, please let me go. Entering this purgatory, even the 10,000 Laws realm beasts could crush me. I do not wish to perish." Lin Tian remained silent, addressing Lin Xiaoyao. "Little girl, wait until brother is unable to handle it. Then come out to assist." He had not forgotten how Lin Xiaoyao's punch had devastated the bone spirit. Even if he were to take on that blow, he would likely have to exert a tenth of his strength. The small tower. Lin Xiaoyao hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Brother, do not overexert yourself. I will protect you." With that, Lin Xiaoyao entered the tower, along with the tree spirit. Clearly, Lin Tian had shown great mercy. Inside the tower, the tree spirit surveyed its surroundings, noticing Emperor Tu staring intently at him. The tree spirit was momentarily stunned. "Senior, is this our first meeting?" Emperor Tu replied, "I am the girl's master. Do you doubt her words?" The tree spirit trembled all over, recalling Lin Xiaoyao's words. "My master can flatten this mountain with a single punch." No wonder he had felt a lock on himself at that moment. The tree spirit looked at Emperor Tu, swallowing hard. It was over, it was over. He could not fathom this human. Emperor Tu took a step toward him. In the next moment, the tree spirit found himself kneeling involuntarily. Not of his own volition, but pressed down by an overwhelming force. The tree spirit quickly stammered, "Senior, I believe. Please do not strike me." Lin Xiaoyao rushed towards Emperor Tu. "Master, spare him this once. He was badly beaten by brother." The tree spirit looked at Lin Xiaoyao, tears streaming down his face. He was fortunate to have such a good spirit. Hearing Lin Xiaoyao's words, Emperor Tu affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right, master will heed your words." Emperor Tu was not so petty. He merely wished to frighten the spirit a little. Of course, there was another reason. His little Xiaoyao was beyond question. The oppressive force on the tree spirit dissipated, and he breathed a sigh of relief. That black-robed human was truly terrifying. No one could comprehend the feelings he experienced facing Emperor Tu. It was a sensation that completely extinguished any spirit of resistance. It was akin to an ant, compelled to live or die at the whim of another. The tree spirit turned his gaze to Lin Xiaoyao, and he made a decision. From now on, Lin Xiaoyao would be his elder sister. Her brother would be his brother, and her master would be his master. With this thought, the tree spirit approached Lin Xiaoyao. Under her puzzled gaze, the tree spirit bowed deeply. "Elder sister, from now on, I shall be your younger brother." Lin Xiaoyao. Nearby, Luo Chengyu observed this scene and could not help but nod in approval. The spirit was quite astute. However, a question arose. If he were to also recognize Miss Xiaoyao as his elder sister, Would that be somewhat hasty? After some thought, Luo Qingyu ultimately dismissed this notion, as he was a few years older than Miss Xiaoyao and feared it might create a rift. Outside the tower, the elder watched the two with a shake of his head and a smile. If you are so resolute, then I can only wish you good fortune. With that, the elder waved his hands, and Lin Tian and Jian Nan entered the door. Inside lay countless beasts at the 10,000 Laws realm. As Lin Tian and Jian Nan steadied themselves, they surveyed their surroundings, which were dim and eerie. A series of low growls reached their ears. The white tiger came into view, and both Lin Tian and Jian Nan furrowed their brows tightly. This white tiger exuded immense strength. The white tiger regarded them. Speaking in human tongue, Tianhuan's sect, you truly deserve to die. His tone was laced with fury, and even from a distance, Lin Tian and Jian Nan could feel the intensity of his rage, as if he wished to swallow them whole. In the next moment, a horde of beasts appeared behind the white tiger, their numbers indiscernible in the dark space. Densely packed, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged toward Lin Tian and Jian Nan. Lin Tian cleared his throat. Brother Nan, let us be serious. How many can you handle? Jian Nan drew a long sword. I will do my utmost. The long sword. As the sword appeared, the beasts, led by the white tiger, surged forth toward Lin Tian and Jian Nan. With a roar, the white tiger commanded, first, slay the wielder of the Tianhuan sword. Jian Nan cast a fleeting glance at Lin Tian, a spark igniting within him as he activated the sword domain. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. Absolute slaughter, forget emotion, Jian Nan shouted, unleashing a brilliant sword light that cleaved toward the oncoming beast. A resounding crash echoed as the icy radiance flashed, forcing the approaching monster to retreat violently. The leading white tiger, now bearing a ghastly wound upon its chest, fixed its incredulous gaze upon Jian Nan. How could a mere practitioner of the law realm inflict harm upon him? He was, after all, a beast of formidable strength, nearly invincible among its peers. Jian Nan's expression remained icy and unyielding as he clenched his right hand tightly, summoning forth, within the sword domain, a blade of ice and snow coalesced, towering above the heads of the myriad beasts, while a blizzard began to swirl within the domain. The sight of the suspended sword compelled the creatures to instinctively step back, their initial fury extinguished, replaced by palpable fear. This aura was utterly outrageous. This human was no ordinary being, and no wonder he dared to enter with a companion. Unbeknownst to Jian Nan, the thoughts of the beasts were far from his mind as he pressed his hand downwards. The sword descended with unerring precision. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted as the beasts yet to enter the sword domain halted in their tracks. Within the domain, dozens of beast cores floated in the air, remnants of the slain creatures. At that moment, Jian Nan coughed up a mouthful of blood, suffering the backlash of his own power. Witnessing this, the surrounding beasts surged forth, a terrifying swarm closing in on Jian Nan. His complexion shifted slightly as he raised his hand, turning to flee towards Lin Tian. Over by Lin Tian, a similar scene of fallen beasts lay strewn about. Lin, I can't hold on much longer, Jian Nan exclaimed. Lin Tian, momentarily taken aback, had previously thought Jian Nan to be a simpleton. Soon enough, however, the relentless swarm of beasts encircled the two. Lin, activate the sword domain, Jian Nan urged. Lin Tian stared at Jian Nan in disbelief. I considered you a brother, yet you wish for my demise. With so many beasts at the law realm, if I suppress their levels, can I withstand the backlash? Lin Tian gazed at Jian Nan. Speechless, Jian Nan paused. So, do we stand a chance? After a moment's contemplation, he added, my trump card can only be utilized once. Lin Tian took a step back. You go first. I shall observe. Jian Nan. What? Huh? His cold demeanor shifted, filled with a sense of grievance as he looked at Lin Tian. Brother Lin, can we not strike together? Lin Tian shook his head. Faced with such a multitude of law realm beasts, I must unleash my bloodline. Once activated, I fear I may inadvertently slay you. Jian Nan paused before nodding. This reasoning was sound. He had witnessed Lin Tian's bloodline ability before. When unleashed, it rendered the user indiscriminate, and he would find himself beset on all sides. With this thought in mind, Jian Nan stepped forward, preparing to unsheath his sword. Lin Tian called out, leave some for me. I hope to use these beasts to elevate my realm. Having tested it previously, He knew that slaying these beasts would enhance his cultivation. Lin Tian was filled with excitement. By the heavens, so many Law Realm beasts. What a bounty! Jian Nan looked at Lin Tian. Brother Lin, do you perceive my prowess as formidable? Lin Tian nodded earnestly. Jian Nan shook his head, choosing silence. Leave some for you? Can I truly slay them all? I am merely at the late stage of the Law Realm. Perhaps I am overestimating my capabilities. Shaking off these thoughts, Jian Nan gripped the Tian Huan sword, positioning it at his brow. His frigid countenance was a perfect match for the sword. Boom. Suddenly, a wave of icy energy radiated from Jian Nan, causing Lin Tian, who stood closest, to shiver involuntarily. The beasts recoiled, hesitating to advance, yet they bared their fangs. Jian Nan's eyes glimmered with an icy light as he declared, "Emotionless path. My sword shall sweep away the ages." With those words, a powerful aura erupted from him, a colossal phantom appearing behind him, a Dharma form. No, it bore an intent, a ruthless Tao. Lin Tian observed Jian Nan with a slight smile, his own battle spirit ignited. Though he was puzzled, why, with such strength, was Jian Nan seeking to flee from 5 Law Realm beasts and several practitioners of the Law Realm? This was a question for later, at that moment. Jian Nan swung his sword fiercely, the chilling phantom behind him slicing toward the swarm of beasts. The strongest strike, and the final one. Whoosh. The giant figure wielded the sword, and as it passed, the beasts fled in terror. Those too slow were cleaved into a mist of blood, leaving only cores in their wake. Lin Tian watched this spectacle, inhaling sharply. Tower brother, Dao Ming and Jian Nan are both comprehending the Dharma form at the Law Realm. Do you think I could? The little tower replied, of course, it is not difficult. That a faint smile crept onto Lin Tian's face. Indeed, with his talent, how could he fail to comprehend it? Suddenly, Jian Nan coughed up blood, and the phantom behind him shattered. His aura diminished significantly. Lin Tian rushed forward to catch him, transporting him to the tower. Little girl, tend to brother Nan's wounds. As he spoke, Lin Tian surveyed the surroundings. Over 20 beast cores lay scattered about, along with a dozen more not far away, glimmering like stars in the dim space. Soon, the surrounding beasts, witnessing the disappearance of the anomaly, began to converge upon Lin Tian again. Their numbers were not as overwhelming as before, yet they still seemed innumerable. Lin Tian regarded the horde of beasts. Can we negotiate? The beasts were momentarily stunned. Humans truly possessed no shame. After slaying so many of their kin, they now sought to negotiate. It was a ludicrous dream. The beasts lunged at Lin Tian, intent on devouring this audacious human. Lin Tian smiled faintly, realizing that there was no room for negotiation. Just as he uttered those words, his expression changed drastically as the mass of beasts bore down upon him, pinning him down like a ball. Lin Tian's furious voice erupted from within the throng. Damn it, that much just bit my chest. Imperial blood, activate. A crimson light burst forth from within the ball. Boom. The beasts atop Lin Tian were flung away. He emerged into view, his eyes bloodshot, his robes torn, blood-red lines tracing his body, and a series of bite marks marred his chest, exposing ghastly bone beneath. His once black hair had turned white dye in that moment. He resembled a god of slaughter. Lin Tian touched his chest, feeling the lingering saliva. He coldly remarked, "You bastard, what a peculiar taste. Die." With a reckless swing of his sword, Lin Tian charged at the beasts, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he moved with blinding speed. The beasts, sensing the aura radiating from Lin Tian, changed countenance, yet their eyes burned with fervor. Bloodline. Such a potent bloodline. If they could devour him, their strength would surely surge. Lin Tian's sword struck, bang. As he passed, the heads of the beasts fell. However, unlike their reaction to Jian Nan, the beasts did not flee. Instead, they pressed forward. At that moment, they were consumed by a singular thought: to devour Lin Tian. The relentless swarm of beasts continued their assault, with more rushing in from the distance. Soon, they enveloped Lin Tian entirely. Lin Tian bellowed, "Sword body, activate!" Boom! The sound of the sword rang out, shaking countless beasts loose. He knelt upon the ground as numerous beasts fixed their predatory gazes upon him. At that moment, he was gravely injured. A chunk of flesh torn from his chest, revealing terrifying white bone beneath. Chapter 67. I still have a trump card. The beasts showed no mercy, surging toward Lin Tian once more, an overwhelming tide. Lin Tian swung his sword, declaring, I am one with my sword. A fierce wave of sword energy erupted, halting the beasts in their tracks as Lin Tian's eyes shifted in hue. One eye gleamed clear, while the other blazed crimson. The bloodline willingly relinquished half of its dominance. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, clutching at his exposed bone. Damn it, how could they bite my chest? Just as he finished speaking, the horde of beasts charged at him anew. With a sweep of his hand, a massive surge of sword energy shot forth, cleaving through the beasts as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. In the dimly lit space, the anguished cries of the beasts echoed. Yet, ultimately, 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. Beasts from other angles lunged at Lin Tian, heedless of their own lives. Soon, Lin Tian found himself once more buried beneath the swarm. Why did you flee from Jin Nan and yet swarm me? What? Have I desecrated your ancestral graves? Die. A sword light exploded forth, disintegrating the beasts that had pounced upon Lin Tian into blood mist. He re-emerged into view. Pooh! Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson mist swirling around him, the metallic scent overwhelming in no time. Yet more beasts surrounded Lin Tian, filling the dark space with an atmosphere thick with the stench of death and decay. The beasts gazed at Lin Tian, fear creeping into their hearts. This human was even more outrageous and terrifying than the previous one. They hesitated to act, uncertain of whether Lin Tian possessed any remaining trump cards. Each time they cornered him, he had unleashed even greater strength. The beasts began to deliberate amongst themselves. After a brief moment, a wolf demon spoke. Human, you may leave. Lin Tian offered a sinister smile. After putting me through such agony, now you wish for my departure? The wolf demon fell silent. The little tower could no longer restrain itself. Little Lin, there are still so many beasts. If you use one sword, one life to slay them all. Even if you survive, you will be heavily injured. You've already slain many. It's enough to break through to the law realm. Just go. Lin Tian remained silent. The little tower continued. As long as there are green mountains, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Lin Tian replied quietly, I still have a trump card. The little tower paused. What? A trump card? You still have one? I was unaware of this. Lin Tian's lips curled slightly. Tower brother, heal me with that. He turned his gaze toward the wolf demon. Grant me a quarter of an hour to contemplate. After a brief pause, he added, of course, you may also choose to come forward and test me. Lin Tian planted his blood-red Yao Tian sword before the wolf demon. The wolf demon hesitated before taking a step back. The other beasts followed suit, retreating a step. Although they suspected Lin Tian might be plotting something, they dared not gamble. They were afraid. This mid-stage practitioner of the law realm was slaughtering their law realm beasts as if they were mere vegetables. Observing the horde, Lin Tian smiled, feeling the healing power of the little tower surging within him. This group of foolish demons, granting him a mere quarter of an hour to recover is more than sufficient. Lin Xiaoyao's voice resonated, brother. Allow me to assist you. Lin Tian shook his head. I still have hidden cards. Lin Xiaoyao hesitated momentarily. Is that true? Lin Tian smiled faintly. When have I ever deceived you? Lin Xiaoyao ceased to respond, pondering Lin Tian's concealed trump cards in her mind. Only the soul separation technique seemed futile. Yet, is it feasible to separate such a multitude of demon beasts? Utterly impossible. Suddenly, the demons began to murmur amongst themselves, gazing at Lin Tian, as they witnessed his injuries mending at a visibly astonishing pace. How outrageous! One exclaimed, we cannot allow this human to continue his recovery. The wolf demon coldly remarked, human, you have 3 breaths time to depart, or face death. Lin Tian remained silent, exerting every ounce of effort to absorb the power from the small tower. 3 breaths had passed. The demons lunged towards Lin Tian in unison. With a swift motion, Lin Tian unleashed a fierce sword strike, sending the swarm of demons retreating. Within the tower, several individuals observed Lin Tian, eager to discern his hidden cards. This young man truly harbored profound secrets, having been in their presence all along while concealing his capabilities. At that moment, Lin Tian flung his sword aside. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Lin Tian leaped into the air, his white hair billowing in the wind, resembling a celestial deity. However, The sight of the white bones on his chest and the other side appeared somewhat incongruous. Adorned only by a solitary nail, the demons fixated on Lin Tian, a sense of foreboding rising within them. An instinctive warning told them that this human was about to unleash something monumental. Lin Tian spoke, his lips parting slightly, refining heaven and earth, subduing the cosmos, suppressing heaven, earth, and all demons. Origin Tower, arise. The small tower responded. So it turned out that I was the final trump card. The tower materialized in the dim space, gradually enlarging, its entire form radiating a dark golden hue, exuding an imposing aura. Lin Tian gazed at the tower. Tower brother, after being a mere bystander for so long, it is time for you to showcase your might. The small tower. The demons trembled at the sudden emergence of the colossal tower, an aura of death surrounding them. Without further ado, they turned and fled. Damn it, had we known, we would have acted sooner. Had they confronted him directly earlier, they might have had a chance to slay this human. Now, what hope remained? That scoundrel had commanded them to let this human go, the wolf demon. Lin Tian's dual-colored eyes, one black and the other red, regarded the fleeing demons. Now you wish to escape. Do you truly think you can? Lin Tian's voice reverberated within the hearts of the demons, compelling them to hasten their flight. With a mere thought, Lin Tian enveloped the demons with the small tower. Suppression. A cough of blood escaped Lin Tian's lips. The backlash was excruciating, at the same time. A surge of power from the tower firmly restrained the demons, who struggled fiercely against it. Lin Tian's aura grew increasingly chaotic, refined. A torrent of energy surged towards the demons, their bodies gradually eroding, disappearing piece by piece. This bore a resemblance to the corrosive power of the bone spirit. Yet the force from the small tower was swifter and more destructive. One by one, the demons transformed into shifting sands, vanishing from existence. Lin Tian stood atop the tower, his features contorted in agony. Unrecognizable, the demons, witnessing their companion's disappearance, struggled with renewed fervor, yet the outcome had already been sealed. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian coughed up another mouthful of blood and fainted. Within the tower, all the demons lay slain, rendering the dim space devoid of any creature. Only the small tower and the unconscious white-haired youth remained. Lin Xiaoyao appeared on the scene, hastily channeling spiritual energy into Lin Tian. Jian Nan emerged from the tower, his complexion still pale, gazing at Lin Tian with a burgeoning sense of helplessness. Brother Lin is so powerful. Will I ever be able to catch up to him? Jian Nan, feeling inferior, murmured, Brother Lin, I will stand by your side and walk alongside you. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of energy enveloped him, propelling him to a peak in the art of control. Lin Tian. In the Xiao family, for guardians stood before a middle-aged man, scarcely daring to breathe. The middle-aged man spoke sternly, Are you all fools? How dare you provoke the Taoist sect? Yin Xiong hesitated. Family head. Lin Tian has slain a member of the Xiao family. The middle-aged man regarded him. Let us discuss this matter later. First, ascertain the identity of this Lin Tian and the Imperial clan. The Imperial clan. Chapter 68. Was the realm of all laws consumed? The four nodded. They were aware of the Taoist sect's allegiance to the Imperial clan before approaching it. However, they had been skeptical, believing the Taoists merely concocted a formidable facade for self-preservation. Now, they were convinced that the Imperial clan likely existed, and Lin Tian could very well be a member of it. Otherwise, how could the Taoists exhibit such a firm stance? Yin Xiong hesitated again. Family head. Could the Imperial clan be a first-rate family? The middle-aged man shook his head. Anything is possible. Currently, all major factions are investigating this Imperial clan. Until we have clarity, the Xiao family must not act. The four hesitated before nodding. Truth be told, they did not believe the Imperial clan to be a first-rate family. After all, how could the heir of a first-rate family venture into such a remote place? Even if the Imperial clan were a first-rate family, Lin Tian could not possibly be its heir. The middle-aged man gazed outside the hall, murmuring, Imperial clan. Taoist sect. A faint smile crept onto his face. The Xiao family remained unperturbed. It seemed that those who once suppressed the Taoist sect were already beginning their investigations into the Imperial clan. Should this Imperial clan prove non-existent, he would personally annihilate the Taoist sect. How dare a mere destitute family protect one who has slain a member of the Xiao family? They were courting death. 6 hours passed. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the concerned face of Lin Xiaoyao. She pressed against his chest. Brother, I told you not to push yourself. I can fight too. Lin Tian smiled. If I do not strive, how shall I grow stronger? Lin Xiaoyao replied earnestly. I will protect you. Lin Tian smiled faintly, turning his gaze to Jian Nan. Brother Nan, forgive my jest. Jian Nan's lips twitched. Brother Lin, do you possess any more hidden cards? Lin Tian pondered briefly and shook his head. Jian Nan fell silent. Sensing Lin Tian still harbored secrets, Lin Tian looked at Jian Nan and voiced his curiosity. Brother Nan, why were you pursued by those 5 realm of all laws beasts when you could dispatch them as easily as if they were chickens? Jian Nan shook his head. At that time, I was deep within this area. With too many uncertainties, I was alone, so I had to flee. After a pause, he added, I feared someone might ambush me, so I lured them out to the periphery before striking. I never anticipated encountering you. Lin Tian paused. Aren't you rather single-minded? Jian Nan. What do you mean? Lin Tian thought for a moment and chuckled. Were he in Jian Nan's position, he would have simply slain them first. Lin Tian's gaze shifted to the demon cores floating in the space around them, all of which Jian Nan had dispatched. He had not obtained any demon cores himself, as his cultivation had been absorbed by the small tower. Thus, no cores remained for him. Lin Tian looked at Jian Nan. Brother Nan, please take these demon cores. Once I break through further, we can venture out together. Jian Nan did not hesitate and nodded. Subsequently, the cultivation absorbed by the small tower began to flow gently into Lin Tian's body. Jian Nan, without further ado, seized a demon core and began to absorb iti in the Taoist sect. Dao Ming observed a youth with a fringe falling over his forehead and said, Brother Chun, the young master has departed and may not return for some time. Indeed, this youth was Chen Xing'o. Chen Xing'o nodded with a faint smile. Brother Dao, I plan to stay in your Taoist sect for a few days. Would that be acceptable? Dao Ming shook his head with a smile. Not at all. You are the young master's friend, making you a friend of the Taoist sect. The two had heard of each other's renown and engaged in conversation without formality. Chen Xing placed an arm around Dao Ming's shoulder. Buddy, have you truly uncovered the forces behind Brother Lin? Dao Ming stared at the overly familiar Chen Xingyuan, momentarily taken aback. I do not know. You are the young master's friend. Have you not seen his backing? Chen Xingyuan shook his head. Not only have I not seen it, but even my younger sister has not. As he spoke, Chen Xingyuan chuckled. Brother Dao, let me let you in on a secret. In the future, your young master may become my brother-in-law. What should I call you then? Dao Ming. 5 days later, within the dim space, Lin Tian's aura surged explosively. The overwhelming energy caused Lin Xiaoyao to stagger backward. Jian Nan observed Lin Tian, his previously cold expression shifting. He questioned his own existence. At that moment, Lin Tian opened his eyes wide, laughing heartily. Ahahaha, splendid. I have broken through the realm of law. Indeed, Lin Tian had ascended from the realm of control to the realm of law within 5 days, surpassing the realm of all laws. An astonishing feat. Jian Nan sighed lightly. Brother Lin, with such a breakthrough, could you not allow others some opportunities? Lin Tian replied earnestly. Brother Nan, you cannot fathom my predicament. Were it not for my deliberate suppression, I could have easily broken through to the path of ascension. Jian Nan. Jian Nan inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to strike Lin Tian. Is that even a human statement? In truth, Lin Tian was not lying. He had indeed suppressed his advancement, as a rapid breakthrough was not always beneficial. However, he had boasted. The number of realm of all laws beasts he had slain was substantial, yet allowing his cultivation to advance unchecked would not lead him to the path of ascension. The path of ascension, the path of touching. These were not trivial thresholds to cross casually. The realm of law. Lin Tian smiled slightly, now possessing an even stronger perception of the myriad things in the world. It seemed as though ethereal laws drifted throughout the universe. Through his battles against the numerous realm of all laws beasts, he could clearly sense that his sword had grown stronger. With newfound confidence, he declared, within the same realm, I am invincible. With a slight exertion, I can slay those in the path of ascension. With all my methods combined, I can contend against those in the gathering of paths. Of course, this was merely Lin Tian's assessment based on past experiences. The actual circumstances remained uncertain. After all, those in the path of ascension possessed terrifying strength. He could not afford to underestimate them. Only through conflict would he truly understand. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, Even those merely in the path of ascension could easily overpower him, especially one who had previously been defeated by him. Lin Tian and Jian Nan exited the area. The elderly man gazed in astonishment at Lin Tian and his companion. Young friend, you got to be honest. Lin Tian and his companion had not emerged for nearly 6 days, and he had begun to believe that the two youths had perished within. This thought had even caused him a moment of sorrow, lamenting the squandered potential of his Tianhuan sect. Lin Tian smiled faintly at the elder, saying, "Thank you, senior." The elder returned the smile softly. "It is of no concern. I assume you have gained much." However, the elder's smile abruptly faded, replaced by shock. Though he was merely a remnant soul, he was still a powerful figure in the Tao realm. How could he not discern Lin Tian's cultivation? He had broken through to the breaking law realm. In less than 6 days, he had ascended from the law master realm to the breaking law realm. What of the myriad laws? Had they been devoured? In all his thousands of years, he had never encountered such absurdity. He quickly directed his gaze towards his sect leader, who was at the mid-stage of the myriad laws realm. The elder nodded. Though Lin Tian was slightly inferior, he was still impressive. Lin Tian observed the elder's peculiar expression, wondering if he was unwell. The elder turned to Jian Nan, saying, "Sect leader, within the resources of our Tianhuan sect, there exists a superlative cultivation sanctuary." Jian Nan raised a finger to his ring, inquiring, "Is it within here?" The elder nodded, "Indeed. Once the sect leader opens it, you shall understand. Cultivating within, breaking through to the Tao realm is not a difficult feat." Jian Nan acknowledged with a nod, his expression remaining cold. Chapter 69. The innate spirit is my elder sister. Lin Tian addressed the elder, "Senior, I must return to the Taoist sect. There are matters I must attend to." With that, he turned to Jian Nan, "Brother Nan, will you accompany me?" As if recalling something, Lin Tian added, "There will be a fight." Jian Nan, who had intended to decline, nodded instead. Truth be told, he was reluctant to follow Lin Tian, as being in his presence made him question his own existence. His stable Tao heart, though unbroken, would tremble. Lin Tian was too monstrous, to the point where Jian Nan felt he could not walk alongside him. Yet, within his icy heart, a competitive spirit ignited, one that yearned to surpass Lin Tian. The elder looked at Lin Tian, "Young friend, we cannot leave the Tiandu mountain range and cannot assist you further. I hope you understand." Lin Tian smiled gently, "It is of no consequence. You have already rendered me great assistance." The elder smiled, glancing at Jian Nan, "Sect leader, we shall await your return here." Return home. Jian Nan felt a ripple in his heart. Momentarily startled, before nodding, it had been a long time since he had heard that phrase. Perhaps, he thought, he would never again hear it from a loved one. Even if there were, he would not wish to return home. Lin Tian led Jian Nan back to the Taoist sect. Upon reaching his mountain peak, he released the tree spirit. The tree spirit looked at Lin Tian and said, "Brother, the innate spirit is now my elder sister." "Elder sister?" Lin Tian paused, then smiled slightly. "Very well, little brother." The tree spirit thought, humans are indeed capricious. As expected, having a connection with the spirit makes a difference. The tree spirit truly understood the phrase to love the house and its crow. It then turned its gaze to Jian Nan. "Greetings, second brother. I am the tree spirit." Lin Tian thought, "Isn't this just you trying to establish connections with relatives?" Jian Nan nodded in acknowledgement of the tree spirit. At that moment, Dao Ming arrived with Chen Xingyuan. Dao Ming bowed to Lin Tian, "Young master." Lin Tian, upon seeing Chen Xingyuan, paused. "Brother Chen?" Chen Xingyuan smiled gently. "Brother Lin, it has been a long time." His gaze swept over to Jian Nan. "Senior brother Jian Nan, what brings you to Zhongzhou?" Jian Nan nodded in response. "It's a long story." Lin Tian remained silent. Meanwhile, Dao Ming regarded Lin Tian with astonishment. The young master becomes increasingly inscrutable. Lin Tian turned to Dao Ming. Smiling, "Dao Ming, you need not call me young master from now on. If you do not mind, just call me brother." Dao Ming was taken aback for a moment. "All right, brother." The little tower chimed in. "Little Lin? This little fellow calls you brother, and you call his ancestor brother. How does he refer to his own ancestor?" Lin Tian replied, "Each to their own." The little tower responded with silence. As night fell, the four sat at a table by the cliff's edge, under the bright moon and surrounded by peach blossoms. An enchanting sight. Meanwhile, the tree spirit had entered the tower, busily tinkering with something alongside Lin Xiaoyao. Lin Tian turned to Chen Xingyuan. "Brother Chen, how is Xingyao?" Chen Xingyuan shook his head. She is under house arrest by her family and is not allowed to go out. Lin Tian's brow furrowed. What does your father intend? His tone revealed a hint of menace. Chen Xingyuan hastily shook his head. No, no, it is the elders of the clan. Lin Tian fell silent. Chen Xingyuan looked at Lin Tian, hesitating before saying, Brother Chen, I will speak frankly. Less than 5 months from now, Xingyao will be compelled into an arranged marriage. He gazed into the distance. I am aware of your feelings for Xingyao. Let us make a bold move. Let's abduct her. Would you dare? Abduct her. Dao Ming and Jian Nan were taken aback. Jian Nan understood. So it was about an abduction. This was indeed thrilling. Lin Tian did not hesitate. Nodding, let's do it. Chen Xingyuan looked at Lin Tian, asking, What is your current realm? Lin Tian replied, Breaking Law Realm. Upon hearing this, Dao Ming and Chen Xingyuan were stunned. Especially Dao Ming, who was utterly bewildered. It had only been a few days. And Lin Tian had directly surged from the Law Master realm to the Breaking Law realm. What treasures lay within the Tiandu mountain range? Chen Xingyuan regarded Lin Tian. Is that sufficient? With less than 5 months remaining? Are you confident in dealing with those at the Gathering Dao realm? Lin Tian shook his head. I have not encountered them, so I do not know their strength. Chen Xingyuan sighed. They are formidable. Those at the threshold of Dao realm are indeed powerful. He continued. The pressure from the Dao is 100-fold. The Breaking Law realm cannot withstand a single strike from the threshold of Dao realm. The gap between the Breaking Law realm and the threshold of Dao realm is not merely a chasm. It is a qualitative change, a transformation in power. Chen Xingyuan looked at Lin Tian earnestly. Brother Lin, you must break through to the threshold of Dao realm within the remaining time. Otherwise, you will have to seek external assistance. External assistance? Lin Tian shook his head. Where would I find such aid? Brother too? Or perhaps my father? Or should I resort to using the little sword? No, I, Lin Tian, must rely on myself. I wish to stand before my father and declare that I do not wish to be coddled. Chen Xingyuan added, Brother Lin, the one who seeks to marry my sister is from the Yi family. Yi Xian. Lin Tian nodded, turning to Jian Nan, Brother Nan, a second-tier family. Are you afraid? Jian Nan shook his head. If you are not afraid, then neither am I. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Then for the next few months, I shall depend on you. Jian Nan, confused, asked, What do you mean? Lin Tian replied, Does your sect not possess a cultivation sanctuary? The elder mentioned that cultivating within it, breaking through to the Dao realm is not a difficult task. Jian Nan, without hesitation, presented his storage ring to Lin Tian, which bore the inscription Tian Huan. The elder, Lin Tian, did not accept it. After all, being shameless requires context and appropriateness. Lin Tian smiled gently. Brother Nan, it seems a bit inappropriate for you to give me everything. Jian Nan shook his head. It matters not. You are free to take it for your cultivation. Chen Xingyuan looked at Lin Tian's reluctance to accept, puzzled. Was a mere storage ring truly worth such politeness? If he were to offer half of the Chen family's wealth, would Brother Lin not be moved to tears? Chen Xingyuan was unaware that this storage ring represented a once mighty force from a millennium ago. Lin Tian ultimately declined the storage ring, preferring to utilize the cultivation sanctuary instead. An hour later, the four began to drink, courtesy of Chen Xingyuan, who, it appeared, was the most enthusiastic drinker. The other three, having seldom drunk before, had flushed cheeks. Chen Xingyuan, holding up his cup, swayed slightly. Brother Lin, in a few months, you shall become my sister's husband. But fear not, we shall keep things separate. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. With that, Chen Xingyuan suddenly knelt before Lin Tian. Lin Tian, with blurred vision, said, Brother Chen, please rise. He attempted to pull Chen Xingyuan up. However, Chen Xingyuan pushed him away, raising his cup high. Today, the four of us shall bind ourselves as brothers. He turned to Jian Nan and Dao Ming. Senior brother Jian Nan, Dao brother, come, kneel down. We shall acknowledge our elder brother. Jian Nan's icy demeanor flushed slightly, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Chen Xingyuan. Dao Ming, standing nearby, shook his head, staggered over to Chen Xingyuan, and knelt beside him. I have met my elder brother. Jian Nan, witnessing this, felt his body move involuntarily, and he too knelt before Lin Tian, elder brother. Chen Xingyuan chuckled, and the three simultaneously proclaimed, elder brother. Lin Tian lifted the three of them, saying, Get up, we are all brothers. Chapter 70. Battle against the threshold of Dao. The following day, at a certain location within the Daoist sect, an immense aura suddenly surged forth, soaring into the heavens and darkening the sky. The four were instantly awakened, directing their gazes toward the source of the powerful aura. Lin Tian murmured, "Such a formidable presence." Dao Ming responded, "It must be that an ancestor from the world has broken through to the threshold of Dao." Threshold of Dao, the four exchanged glances, recalling the events of the previous night, feeling a hint of embarrassment. Lin Tian smiled slightly. "A gentleman's word is his bond. Call me elder brother." The three fell silent momentarily, then echoed, "Elder brother." Lin Tian laughed heartily. "Come, let us witness the threshold of Dao." The three nodded. Having never encountered a being of such caliber, Dao Ming, upon birth, had seen all the threshold of Dao experts in his family parish. As for Qin Xingyuan, belonging to a third-tier family, he had little to say. Jian Nan might have seen such figures, possibly even those above the Dao realm. Perhaps only he truly understood. Soon, the four arrived at a mountain peak. The aura had yet to dissipate, and Lin Tian carefully sensed it, his brow furrowing. Unmatchable. Just the aura alone instilled within him a sense of danger. The threshold of Dao realm was indeed worlds apart from the breaking law realm. Lin Tian began to question his own life choices. Throughout his journey thus far, he had been defeating opponents of higher ranks due to a lack of qualitative change in power. But could he contend against this threshold of Dao realm with all his might? At that moment, three venerable ancestors of the Daoist sect descended gracefully before the four. The three bowed in unison to Lin Tian, "Young master." Lin Tian offered a faint smile, saying, "There is no need for excessive formality. My three elder brothers." Beside him, the three young men exchanged peculiar glances. Three elder brothers. Dao Ming was particularly bewildered, pondering what he should call the ancestors. Elder brother? Huh? My status has inexplicably risen. The three ancestors turned their gazes toward the trio of youths. Their eyes settling on Jian Nan, Lin Tian introduced, "This is my brother, Jian Nan." Dao Tianyi smiled and bowed, addressing him as young master. Jian Nan, a friend of the young master, must certainly be an extraordinary talent. Jian Nan returned the greeting, saying, "Elder brother. Senior, greetings." Jian Nan felt odd, unable to address someone who was undoubtedly much older than him as elder brother. Unlike Lin Tian, who spoke without hesitation, it was a strange feeling indeed. Dao Tianyi glanced at the mountain peak, exclaiming, "Elder brother has finally broken through to the Ling Dao stage." His tone was filled with excitement and a hint of unnoticeable melancholy. Lin Tian inquired, "Elder brother Tianyi, is it difficult to break through to the Ling Dao realm?" Dao Tianyi solemnly nodded. "Yes, it is challenging." Elder brother sacrificed his physical form and relinquished the shackles in his heart. It has only been today, after a century, that he has achieved the Ling Dao. A century. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Is there no quicker way? In 100 years, it is likely that Xing Yao's child will be running around." What a nuisance! Hearing Lin Tian's words, Dao Tianyi shook his head. "I am uncertain. If someone could offer guidance, perhaps it could be expedited." Lin Tian fell silent. Should he seek guidance from Brother Tu? After some contemplation, he decided against it. Brother Tu would only assist him in honing his physical form. That moment, a laughter rang out as Dao Tianxia's figure appeared before everyone. They collectively congratulated. "Congratulations, senior, elder brother, ancestor." The three youths were taken aback upon hearing Lin Tian address someone as brother. Lin Tian turned to Dao Tianxia, asking, "Brother Dao, how does it feel to be in the Ling Dao realm?" Dao Tianxia chuckled. "It feels exhilarating. The sensation of invincibility has returned." Invincibility? Lin Tian hesitated, suggesting, "How about you spar with Brother Tu in the tower?" Dao Tianxia's expression froze. "Fight with Emperor Tu? Forget it. Although I have broken through to the Ling Dao, I am not so arrogant. Just thinking of Emperor Tu and Swordmaster makes me feel like an ant. Dao Jintu, one must remain humble and not let power cloud one's judgment." Lin Tian gazed at Dao Tianxia, declaring, "Brother Dao, I wish to spar with you." Dao Tianxia was momentarily stunned, as were the three ancestors. He smiled gently, "Young master, though you have reached the breaking law realm, I must speak frankly. Even if you unleash all your abilities, you would not be my match." The three ancestors nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Ling Dao realm is not to be underestimated. How could the young master? No, wait. The breaking law realm. The three suddenly realized, turning their astonished gazes toward Lin Tian. Dao Tianyi could hardly believe it, exclaiming, "Young master, have you broken through to the breaking law realm?" Lin Tian blinked. "Is that surprising?" Dao Tianyi's hand trembled as he forced a smile. Young master, you have only been away for a few days, yet you have advanced from the controlling law realm to the breaking law realm. You truly are not of this world. Lin Tian responded, what do you mean by that? If I am not human, then what am I? Lin Tian smiled faintly. Breaking through to the breaking law realm is not that difficult. A stroll around the Tiandu Mountains would surely suffice. The three shared a wry smile, wishing it were as effortless as Lin Tian suggested. Forcing resources into one's body, even the slightest misstep could destabilize one's foundation. The state of one's heart is even more crucial. If one's Dao heart is not firm, it could lead to stagnation or even regression during cultivation. They sighed, admitting, we do not know how geniuses and prodigies cultivate. Lin Tian turned his attention back to Dao Tianxia, insisting, Brother Dao, let us spar. I wish to comprehend the difference between myself and the Ling Dao realm. Dao Tianxia hesitated. All right, but if I accidentally injure you, you must not hold it against me afterward. Everyone fell silent. Lin Tian smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, I will not. Dao Tianxia nodded. Indeed, Lin Tian would not seek petty revenge. He would only retaliate. The group stepped back, creating space for the two. The clash between the breaking law and Ling Dao realms commenced. Both were the elder brothers of their respective groups, representing the confrontation between the younger and older generations. Lin Tian looked at Dao Tianxia, urging, Brother Dao, do not hold back. Dao Tianxia shook his head. Young master, you truly are not my opponent, I assure you. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Only after the fight will I truly know. Sword domain, activate. Emperor blood, unleash. Sword body, engage. Facing Dao Tianxia, Lin Tian unleashed all his abilities, sparing no effort, amplifying his power to the maximum. But that was not all. The Yao Tian sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. Little tower, merge. The little tower transformed into a layer of armor, enveloping Lin Tian. The little tower did not mind that Lin Tian did not address it as tower brother, for the bloodline had already awakened. And it was simply glad to not be attacked by him at that moment. Lin Tian's long hair fluttered as he gazed at Dao Tianxia with blood-red eyes, declaring, suppress, within the sword domain. A powerful force directly diminished Dao Tianxia's strength by 10%. Dao Tianxia was unperturbed. Such occurrences were merely the norm for his young master. Lin Tian grinned, prepare to meet your end? As soon as he spoke, he charged at Dao Tianxia with great force. Dao Tianxia's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand to deliver a punch. With that single punch, the space around them twisted. Lin Tian met the strike with a punch of his own. Invoking the soul separation technique, bang! The two fists collided, sending Lin Tian flying backward for thousands of meters. When he finally stopped, his punching hand was already cracked. Lin Tian, with his blood-red eyes, was momentarily stunned as he looked at Dao Tianxia. In contrast, Dao Tianxia remained unscathed. The soul separation technique had no effect on him. Lin Tian was even more bewildered. Dao Tianxia looked at Lin Tian, smiling slightly, as if basking in springtime glory. He slowly raised his right hand and suddenly extended his middle finger. Seeking reviews, Chapter 71. Opportunities in the Ling Dao. Somewhat lacking. Lin Tian said nothing more. He drew his sword again and charged at Dao Tianxia with incredible speed. Dao Tianxia smiled slightly and waved his hand. Before Lin Tian could close the distance of 100 meters, he was sent flying once more. Pfft. Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, as if his physical form were being torn apart. Dao Tianxia shook his head. Young master, this realm is different from the breaking law and below. You cannot achieve breaking law against Ling Dao. Breaking law against Ling Dao is akin to cotton against iron. Your current strength must undergo a qualitative transformation to kill a gathering Dao with Ling Dao. Dao Tianxia elaborated. Lin Tian's blood-red eyes flickered with clarity. Indeed, at this moment, his strength was like cotton, while Ling Dao was akin to iron. They were of different qualities. Could he stack quantity to overcome it? Lin Tian fell into contemplation. What if he unleashed the 10,000 paths one sword simultaneously? Could he pierce through iron with cotton? After some thought, he decided against it. Even if he could execute it, the backlash might very well lead to his demise. Lin Tian turned to Dao Tianxia, stating, let me deliver one final strike. Dao Tianxia nodded. Lin Tian drew his sword, declaring, one strike, illusory birth. A streak of crimson light shot forth, causing the space to boil in its wake. This was Lin Tian's most powerful strike. Observing the magnitude of this sword strike, The three peak-breaking law experts were left slack-jawed. Had they been the ones to receive this attack, they would undoubtedly be obliterated, reduced to nothing. Dao Tianxiao watched the incoming crimson light with an unchanging expression. He took a step forward and raised his hand. Bang! The red light shattered in an instant. Lin Tian fell silent. This was the first time he remained so calm. While unleashing his bloodline in the past, he would recklessly charge in like a mad dog, disregarding the strength of his opponent. But this time, he had no chance of victory. If he fought with them, they could easily send his soul scattering with a single move. At that moment, the bloodline instinctively retracted. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. This bloodline. His heart was as tranquil as water, and indeed, he could control the bloodline. Ignoring Dao Tianxia, Lin Tian knew he was destined to lose this match. He steadied his heart, focusing his mind to summon the bloodline. But not in its entirety. Instantly, his eyes turned crimson, yet his consciousness remained clear. He had only activated 1/3 of it. Lin Tian smiled faintly, retracting his bloodline. This match marked the first time since his entry into cultivation that he felt utterly powerless. Of course, excluding Emperor Tuesday, although there are always greater beings beyond, he remained confident that he would one day achieve invincibility through his path of cultivation. Lin Tian collected his thoughts, looking toward Dao Tianxia, asking Brother Dao, how can one break through to the Ling Dao? He did not believe that this realm could be ascended solely through resources. Dao Tianxia regarded Lin Tian, stating, one must reflect, diligently observe the path one has taken, fill in the gaps in understanding, or comprehend the great Tao within the heavens and earth. However, it is exceedingly difficult. Lin Tian pondered for a moment and nodded. At that moment, Qian Xingyun flew to Lin Tian's side. Producing a storage ring, Lin Tian looked at him in confusion. Brother Yuan, I do not lack for money at the moment. He was joking, as he currently possessed 11 storage rings given by the seniors of the Tianhuan sect. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Chen Xingyuan felt somewhat awkward. Brother Yuan has already come out. Chen Xingyuan smiled. This is what my father asked me to give you. Lin Tian was taken aback. Is this for my future father-in-law? Chen Xingyuan continued. Inside is half of the Chen family's resources. Lin Tian felt embarrassed. He had only met his future father-in-law once in Sangyin Prefecture, yet he was willing to entrust half of the Chen family's foundation to him. He had even harbored thoughts of killing him. It was truly shameful. Please thank uncle for me, Lin Tian said as he accepted the ring. Qian Xuan nodded. I am returning to the Chen family now. Elder brother. Lin Tian shook his head. No rush, I will take you to a place where there is an opportunity to break through to the Ling Dao. Chen Xingyuan smiled slightly. No need. Have you forgotten? I possess the inheritance of the Xintian Swordmaster. Given time, I can break through to the Dao realm. The Xintian Swordmaster. Lin Tian nodded. Then you may return. We will meet again in a few months. Chen Xingyuan departed. Lin Tian called the others over. Brother Nan, let us proceed inside. Where to? The 4 Taoist ancestors looked puzzled, eager to inquire. At that moment, Jian Nan produced a storage ring and beckoned. A sealed grand hall appeared before everyone. Lin Tian addressed Dao Tianxia, saying, Dao Guo, summon our kin to guard this place. Although Dao Tianxia was perplexed, he complied without hesitation. Soon after, a group from the Taoist sect arrived at the location. Lin Tian nodded and said, Enter. 7 individuals stepped into the grand hall within. The spiritual energy was thick, infused with the essence of 3,000 pathways. Dao Tianxia's hands trembled. 3,000 pathways, indeed. Dao Tian inquired, Elder brother, what is this? Dao Tianxia embraced him. Second brother, this moment is truly a convergence of the 3,000 pathways. You are indeed fortunate. Dao Tian was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, a figure materialized in the hall. The group quickly stood at attention as the figure's gaze swept across. Finally resting upon Jian Nan, he bowed to Jian Nan, addressing him as sect master. Jian Nan nodded, his expression icy. The figure hesitated for a moment, but then continued. This place is the training ground of our Tianhuan sect. Embedded with the 3,000 pathways, a culmination of countless strong practitioners' imprints. Jian Nan nodded in acknowledgement. In the coming months, we shall cultivate here. The figure cast a glance at Dao Tianxia and the others. Pausing his gaze on Lin Tian for a few seconds, seemingly perplexed, is it not? Did Lao Deng choose the wrong sect master? Lin Tian slightly bowed to the figure. Greetings, senior. We may disturb you for a few days. I hope you do not mind. The figure smiled faintly. Not at all. He then turned to Jian Nan, Sect Master. I shall take my leave. Jian Nan nodded, and the figure withdrew. The 5 Taoists bowed to Lin Tian. Thank you, young master, elder brother. The 4 were momentarily stunned to hear Dao Ming refer to Lin Tian as elder brother. Dao Tian exclaimed, Ming, you. Dao Ming hesitated for a moment. Last night, I swore brotherhood with the young master. Swearing brotherhood? Dao Tian was taken aback, then chuckled. To become the young master's brother is indeed your fortune. They were all exhilarated by Dao Ming's bond with Lin Tian, for Lin Tian was the scion of an imperial family, which meant Dao Ming would be part of the royal faction in the future. Lin Tian smiled and looked at them. Let us cultivate. A few months hence, we shall accompany me to the Qin family. The group found tranquil spots to meditate. Lin Tian, sensing the essence of the 3,000 pathways, asked D2, Brother 2, which path do you follow? D2 replied, the path of strength. Lin Tian nodded. D2 continued, what you are sensing is somewhat inferior. Inferior? Lin Tian was momentarily puzzled. How so? D2 explained. The grand pathways of this world emanate from the 3,000 path leaders, and they are derived and derived again. What lies before you is merely an imitation by others. Is it truly inferior? After reflecting on D2's words, Lin Tian inquired, how many derivations are there? D2 paused for a moment before answering obliquely. In one grand world, there are 3,000 path leaders. Within each grand world, there are countless smaller worlds, and within those, more smaller worlds. Do you understand? Lin Tian nodded, I see. The grand world spawns smaller worlds. The smallest worlds exhibit the weakest martial civilization, while the higher ones become increasingly powerful. Is that correct? Lin Tian deduced. D2 affirmed, roughly speaking. Lin Tian hesitated, Brother 2, is the path you comprehend aligned with the 3,000 path leaders? Chapter 72. The Essence of Swordsmanship. D2 replied, indeed. Lin Tian nodded. Could you show me? As soon as he uttered those words, Lin Tian entered the tower. D2 pointed to Lin Xiaoyao, who was sitting nearby. Go observe with her. Lin Tian looked over. Before Lin Xiaoyao was an aura of terrifying energy. The pathway it was incomparably stronger than those outside, and this was merely the manifestation of D2's own path. How fearsome must the true path of strength be? Lin Tian sat beside Lin Xiaoyao, feeling a twinge of envy. Brother 2 truly harbors deep affection for her. Without further ado, he began to observe. After a day and a night, Lin Tian emanated an overwhelming aura. He had attained understanding. The so-called convergence of the path is the act of capturing the essence of a path, learning, and comprehending a pathway to achieve a transformation of one's own strength. What then is the gathering of paths? Lin Tian fell into contemplation. Soon after, he smiled gently, realizing that by channeling the pathways of heaven and earth, one could attain even greater strength. How enlightening! Suddenly, Lin Tian fell silent. Recalling D2's words about the essence of swordsmanship. What is the essence of his swordsmanship? Why does he practice the sword? Initially, it was to protect his family. Now, it is to avoid being bullied and to safeguard those dear to him. Such as Xing Yao. Back in Songyan Prefecture, that sword, which was meant solely to eradicate the Lin family, had returned to its original intent. To protect those he loves, with invincibility as the intent and unyieldingness as the edge. This is the essence of Lin Tian's swordsmanship, an invincible sword path, yet also a heartfelt sword path. However, invincibility is not true invincibility. To reach the pinnacle of his swordsmanship, he must attain genuine invincibility. Defeat his father, the little tower. Upon this realization, Lin Tian's conviction in his sword path strengthened. He would rise and deliver a resounding slap across his father's face, then tell him, you let your grandma's legs run wild. A month passed swiftly, and Lin Tian exited the little tower. As he emerged, D2 gazed at him in disbelief. In just a month, he comprehended his own path of strength. What kind of prodigy is this? Lin Tian entered the hall, exuding a faint aura, embodying the convergence of the path. Indeed, it felt exhilarating. He glanced at the others, who were seated with their eyes closed. The path of strength, breaking through myriad laws with unparalleled force, was quite suitable for his sword. Yet it was not enough. If his sword is immensely destructive, what of speed? No, speed would not suffice either. He wanted to manipulate space. Imagine, his sword suddenly appearing before the enemy. It would surely leave them bewildered. With determination, Lin Tian began to observe the two pathways that permeated the hall. Soon, he discovered that these two pathways were quite challenging, far more so than the path of strength. Another month flew by, and Lin Tian ceased his comprehension. No one knew whether he had succeeded in his understanding. He then began to explore other matters. The Dharma avatar, after breaking through to the convergence of the path. The concept of the Dharma avatar became trivial. The Dharma avatar is formed from the condensation of the pathways one cultivates. However, to Lin Tian, it seemed overly simplistic. After a moment of silence, Lin Tian asked, "Tower brother, do you think my blood can condense into a Dharma avatar?" The little tower paused. "Why do you entertain such shameless thoughts?" Lin Tian replied, "Entertain." The little tower remarked, "Your elder brother has done just that. Is it that all of you share the same thought process?" Lin Tian was taken aback. Indeed, they were brothers, and their minds were alike. Lin Tian smiled slightly. "I shall merge my bloodline with my sword path, along with the path of strength and the path of destruction, ultimately condensing it into a Dharma avatar." His bloodline was exceedingly powerful. It would be a waste not to put it to good use. If he succeeded, his Dharma avatar would undoubtedly be extraordinarily formidable. Just the thought of it thrilled him. With resolve, he began. Soon, only 3 days remained until Chen Xingyao's wedding. At the Chen family residence, a middle-aged man gazed silently at the betrothal gifts from the Yi family. After a moment, he sighed. "Lin Tian, there are only 3 days left. Will you come?" As he spoke, he caught sight of Chen Xingyao, who was in tears. His heart ached, and tears welled in the middle-aged man's eyes. As a father, how could he not feel pain for his daughter? Alas, such is the world. At the Taoist sect, the 3 venerable ancestors opened their eyes, the aura of the convergence of the path enveloping them. Dao Tian was filled with excitement. "So it is, so it is." He then turned his gaze to Dao Tianxia, who had already opened his eyes. "Elder brother, if only you had met the young master earlier, you could have avoided a century of suffering." Dao Tianxia chuckled wryly. Indeed, to break through to the convergence of the path, one must comprehend the ethereal pathways of heaven and earth or complete one's own path. Now, with the 3,000 pathways laid before us for comprehension, even a pig could break through, right? They could not help but be curious about Jian Nan's identity. This training ground seemed to belong to the young man, who also appeared to be the master of a sect. What kind of sect possesses the ability to replicate the 3,000 pathways? The young master's friend is indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Jian Nan and Dao Ming opened their eyes. Jian Nan had broken through to the law-breaking realm, while Dao Ming had reached the pinnacle of myriad laws. Jian Nan's progress was somewhat astonishing. He emanated an almost imperceptible aura of the pathway. Lin Tian looked at Jian Nan and smiled slightly. "Did you gain anything?" Jian Nan hesitated. "Did you break through to the convergence of the path?" Lin Tian blinked. "Do you think I'm foolish?" Jian Nan's cold face bore too monstrous. Given Lin Tian sufficient resources, breaking through realms is as easy as drinking water. Jian Nan hesitated again, then said, "Brother Lin, perhaps I should take my leave. I have just reached the law-breaking realm and cannot be of much assistance." From the moment Jian Nan witnessed Dao Tianxia's strength, he had already resolved to depart. The chasm between the law-breaking realm and the convergence of the path is insurmountable. Lin Tian regarded Jian Nan, fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "Very well." Jian Nan looked at Lin Tian. "Next time you are in trouble, I will definitely come to your aid." Lin Tian smiled slightly. "Could you not say something more pleasant?" Upon seeing Lin Tian, Jian Nan's icy demeanor softened into a hint of a smile. He then bid farewell to each of the Taoist 4 and exited the Grand Hall. Lin Tian watched his retreating figure with a faint smile. What Jian Nan did not know was that when they next met, Lin Tian would face great peril, with nearly all the prominent families of Zhongzhou as his adversaries. Lin Tian turned his gaze to Dao Tianxia. "Dao Gu, shall we go to the Chen family together in 3 days?" Dao Tianxia shook his head. "Young master, no need for further words. Whoever you wish to contend with, we Taoists shall confront." The other 3 venerable ancestors and Dao Ming nodded in agreement. Back then, when their Taoist sect faced oppression from so many families, they never flinched. As for mere second-rate families, why should they cower? Seeing this, Lin Tian felt warmth in his heart and gazed into the distance. In 3 days, he would surely arrive. The qualitative transformation of his strength would enable him to confront the convergence of the path strong men head-on. He intends to seize the bride with the grandeur of a king. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Qin family was adorned with festive decorations and amidst the jubilant atmosphere. A hint of desolation lingered. Chen Xingyuan stood beside Qin Xingyao, saying, "Xingyao, I have informed Brother Lin about your situation." Dressed in a red gown, Chen Xingyao, usually the epitome of joy, wore no smile today. Upon hearing Lin Tian's name, her heart skipped a beat. In Chapter 73, the wedding of Chen Xingyao commenced. A faint smile graced her lips as she pondered, "Will Lin Tian come?" Yet, as if struck by a thought, her expression darkened again. "Brother, tell him not to come. How could Lin Tian possibly contend with someone at the Gathering Dao realm? She would rather sacrifice herself than see him harmed." Chen Yuan shook his head, saying, "Xingyao, Brother Lin will come. He will seize the bride." As he spoke, he moved towards the door. "Brother will assist him. If he can fight, then let him annihilate the Yi family. If he cannot, you two should elope, the farther the better. I will bear the weight for you first." With that, Chen Xingyuan departed. Inside, Chen Xingyao lifted her red cloak, revealing a small wooden figurine in her palm. As she gazed at it, a smile broke through, tears rolling down her cheeks. The Chen family courtyard had set up long tables, with various powerful factions arriving in a steady stream, most of whom were associated with the Yi family. The entire Qin family was bustling with activity, and the sounds of congratulations filled the air. Chen Jiming, the head of the Qin family and father to Qin Xingyao, stood in a corner alongside Elder Mu, observing the clan elders responsible for receiving the various factions. Chen Jiming's eyes turned icy, and murderous intent surged within him. "These old fools," he muttered. "If the betrothed is their offspring, can they still wear smiles?" His cold words sent shivers down spines. Elder Mu glanced towards the entrance. "Head, will young Master Lin arrive?" Chen Jiming shook his head. "I do not know. Let us take a gamble on whether Lin Tian would come with the Imperial clan, a formidable force." Elder Mu was momentarily taken aback and then fell silent. According to his investigations, Lin Tian's character was commendable, and more importantly, he had willingly passed down the Dao inheritance to Xingyue. Lin Tian would undoubtedly come. As the sun reached its zenith, a procession of sounds filled the air at the entrance of the Chen family. A man sat astride a horse, clad in a red robe, his handsome features emanating authority, while the smile on his lips captivated countless maidens. This man was Yi Xian, the young master of the Yi family. Beside him stood an elder, followed by a dozen individuals, each bearing large boxes as bridal gifts. Among them were 5 from the Breaking Law realm, while the rest were from the 10,000 Law realm. Such was the foundation of a second-rate family. If a third-rate family possessed 5 from the Breaking Law realm, they would rank among the top. Yet the Yi family could effortlessly dispatch 5, showcasing their immense power. Dismounting, Yi Xian turned to the elder beside him. "Elder Yi Yin, shall we proceed inside?" Elder Yi Yin smiled slightly. "Indeed, young master. Today, it is a joyous occasion as you take a beautiful bride." Yi Xian smiled back, remaining silent, yet his heart swelled with excitement. Though the Chen family's strength was lacking, they had a daughter, Chen Xingyao, whose beauty was unparalleled in Zhongzhou. He had once been fortunate enough to witness her smile, a memory that lingered delightfully in his mind. Gathering his thoughts, Yi Xian prepared to enter the Chen family when suddenly, the Chen family and various factions surged forward to greet the young master of the Yi family. The sounds of congratulations rang out. The Lei family congratulates the Chen family on their union with the Yi family. The Ning family congratulates young Master Yi and Miss Chun on their everlasting happiness. The Sun family, the Wang family. Hearing the accolades, Yi Xian bowed with a smile. "Thank you, everyone." Laughter and nods followed. A match made in heaven. Young Master Yi and Miss Chun are indeed a perfect pair. Indeed, young Master Yi is exceptionally talented. Yi Xian surveyed the crowd, noting the increasing number of compliments, each trying to leave a favorable impression. Yet, his brow furrowed slightly as he noticed the absence of his father-in-law and brother-in-law. What could this mean? Did they not regard him highly? As he pondered, a smile returned to his lips. Perhaps they were simply reluctant to part with Xingyao. With that thought, Yi Xian stepped forward to meet his father-in-law and brother-in-law. As he advanced, the crowd parted to create a path. At that moment, Chen Jiming, Elder Mu, and the siblings Chen Xingyuan and Chen Xingyao emerged from the Chen family. Seeing Chen Xingyao in her crimson gown, Yi Xian paused and the crowd fell silent. Why had the bride come out? Yi Xian smiled at Chen Xingyao, saying gently, "Xingyao, you need not come out to greet me. I shall come to see you." Chen Xingyao glanced at him but offered no reply. her gaze drifting into the distance as if searching for someone. Wei Xian felt a shadow of gloom cross his features. What did this mean? Was she ignoring him? Did she not wish to acknowledge him in front of so many? He calmed his emotions, thinking, well, during the wedding night, we shall see if she still refuses to acknowledge me. He then bowed to Qin Jiming and Chan Xingyuan, father-in-law, brother-in-law. Similarly, they merely glanced at him before turning their eyes back to the distance. Wei Xian's face darkened. The onlookers were bewildered by this scene. One elder from the Qin family approached Chen Jiming. Head, what is going on? Qin Jiming responded coldly. What is it to you? The elder, unsettled by Chen Jiming's icy gaze, stammered, Head, has something occurred? Chen Jiming turned away, offering no response. The elder's eyes flashed with confusion, but he had no time to ponder. Provoking the young master of the Yi family would spell disaster for the Chen family. He hurried towards Yi Xian. Young master, the head and the young master are experiencing some inconveniences today. It was not aimed at you. His demeanor was obsequious, almost servile. Wei Xian remained silent, his expression still dark. Father-in-law, if I have committed any offense or breached etiquette, why do you treat me with such disdain? Qin Jiming regarded him coolly. Are you questioning me, esteemed nephew? Then he added, you and Xingyao are not yet wed. How can you call me father-in-law? Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. What was the Chun family playing at? The one set to marry their daughter was none other than Yi Xian, the future head of the Yi family. Such blatant disrespect would surely make future interactions strained. Even if Qin Jiming was indeed his father and law. Wei Xian's expression grew colder by the moment. At his side, Elder Yi Yin glared at Qin Jiming. What do you mean, head Qin? Qin Jiming met Yi Yan's gaze directly, stating plainly, your Yi family is powerful. My Qin family cannot aspire to that. The crowd erupted in discontent. Head, what nonsense are you speaking? Head, this concerns our Qin family's future. You cannot speak so recklessly, head. Qin Jiming interrupted forcefully. Silence! Anyone who dares to speak further shall face my wrath. The Qin family members turned pale, quickly falling silent. Witnessing this, Elder Yi Yin scoffed. Such arrogance, head Qin. Are you suggesting that you will not marry your daughter today? Just to humiliate my Yi family in front of all these factions? As his words fell, a voice resounded from the heavens. It is indeed an affront to your Yi family. What is the Yi family to me? Do you think I cannot extinguish your flames? Daring to marry my young master's bride, you are courting death. In Chapter 74, the resolve to uproot the imperial clan was unwavering. The three statements echoed across the skies, rendering the crowd speechless. They stared, bewildered, at Chan Xingyao. Whose woman was she? A first-rate family? Only a first-rate family would dare to challenge the Yi family so brazenly. No, this was no mere challenge. It seemed they aimed to abduct the bride from the Yi family. The Yi family members furrowed their brows in concern. Wei Xian fixed his gaze on Chan Xingyao, his face darkening ominously. At this moment, all eyes turned towards the horizon. A grand banner flew swiftly, firmly planted before the crowd, emblazoned with the character for Dao. The Dao family? The crowd froze in disbelief. Soon, a procession came into view. From a distance, Chun Xingyao spotted the man she yearned for, Lin Tian. A smile lit her face. Tian Go. This scene did not escape Yi Xian's notice, and his expression grew ever colder. Friends who have donned hats know well the feeling of jealousy when their spouse addresses another as husband before their eyes. Yi Xian now felt that sting acutely. The Dao family, a mere fallen clan, dared to vie for his woman. They were courting death. As the Dao family landed, they stood firmly among the crowd. Lin Tian looked at Chen Xingyao. Xingyao, I hope I am not late. Chen Xingyao's tears flowed freely as she vigorously shook her head. Lin Tian truly had come. He held her in his heart, and that was more than enough for her. Elder Yi Yin turned to Dao Tian. What is the meaning of this, Dao family? What do you intend? Dao Tian snorted. Did my three brothers' words not make things clear enough? Yi Yan's face darkened. When did the young master of the Dao family claim Chen family's daughter as his own? Dao Tian replied, our young master Lin Tian shares a deep bond with Miss Chen. Do you have an issue with that? The audacious words ignited fury within the Yi family. What? You think that because you are under the imperial clan, you are invincible? A Yi family member pointed at Dao Tian. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, the elite of the Yi family will surely flatten your Dao family. As he spoke, the Yi family members advanced, their powerful auras radiating. accompanied by a palpable murderous intent. Dao Tianlin gazed at the individual before him and offered a faint smile. You seek an explanation? I am a man who forges his own path. I owe no one an account. With that, Dao Tianlin raised his hand and struck the person across the face. Smack! The individual was sent hurtling backward, his visage reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh. This act resonated deeply within the hearts of the onlookers, leaving them bewildered. How could the Taoist sect display such audacity? They had once been a prestigious family, but now they were relegated to a mere third-tier status. How dared they treat the Yi clan with such disdain? Had they lost their minds? Qin Jiming, momentarily dazed, became increasingly convinced of the imperial clan's formidable presence. Otherwise, how could the Taoists act with such brazen resolve? The Yi family, regaining their senses, was engulfed in fury, entirely forgetting how Dao Tianlin had effortlessly dispatched a formidable practitioner with a single strike. Wai Yixian spoke up, Taoists, do you truly wish to wage war against my Yi clan? Upon hearing a junior dare to flaunt his bravado, Dao Tianlin instinctively raised his hand to strike again. At that moment, Lin Tian interjected, Brother Tianlin, allow me. Recognizing the words of his clan's young master, Dao Tianlin halted his movement, offering a respectful bow before stepping aside. Lin Tian turned to Yixian with a slight smile. Can we not discuss this? Yixian fixed his gaze on Lin Tian, coldly retorting, So you are the young master of the Taoists, a member of the imperial clan? Lin Tian nodded. Do I not appear as such? Yixian replied icily. Do you believe negotiation is possible? Dare to harm a member of my Yi clan, and my family shall annihilate the Taoists and uproot the imperial clan from existence. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Engaging with the imperial clan? If he unleashed his brother, they would surely be unable to withstand it. Disregarding Yixian, Lin Tian turned to Qin Xingyao, his voice gentle. Xingyao, will you marry me? The crowd fell into stunned silence. Before the young master of the Yi clan, to propose to his betrothed was sheer madness. Had the Taoists truly lost their wits? Qin Xingyao did not hesitate and nodded affirmatively. Yes. At this proclamation, the Chun family members immediately urged, Miss, you mustn't. If you agree to this, it will be a slap in the face to the Yi clan, and they will not spare our Qin family. Before they could finish, bang! A head flew from a body, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Tian calmly declared, If anyone utters another word, I will kill them. Indeed, it was Lin Tian who had struck. His speed was such that it left the audience in shock. All eyes were riveted on Lin Tian. Astonished, except for those of the Taoists, they sensed a dangerous aura emanating from this young man. He was indeed at the realm of Tao. Such youth at this level. What kind of family was the imperial clan? Uncertainty filled the crowd, yet none dared to speak, fearful that Lin Tian might unleash his blade upon them. For merely advising against his actions, he had killed without hesitation. Such decisiveness was far from merciful. Yi Yin glared at Lin Tian, saying, Young man, do you think that reaching the realm of Tao allows you to contend with my Yi clan? Lin Tian remained silent as he unleashed a powerful punch towards Yi Yin. The force of his strike twisted the very fabric of space. Wai Yan's expression shifted dramatically. You dare? Bang! Before he could finish, he was reduced to a mist of blood. This act left the other Yi clan members trembling. It was now confirmed. The youth was indeed reckless. The Yi clan stood frozen, unable to act. The strongest among them was merely at the realm of breaking the law, yet who could stand against one at the realm of Tao? Yixian glared at Lin Tian, his face darkening with fury. Send the order. My Yi clan shall harbor an everlasting enmity with the Taoists, and the Chen clan shall face the same fate. The Yi clan members were left in shock. What? They fell into deep self-doubt. Was their young master's mind muddled? The young man had dared to kill Yi Yin, and yet he still threatened him? Could he not think clearly? One member hastily approached Lin Tian, bowing, Young master, our Yi clan will not proceed with this marriage. My young master spoke inebriated, and we hope for your understanding. Lin Tian regarded him silently. However, hearing this, Yixian became utterly enraged, glaring at the Yi clan member. I am quite clear-headed. Repeat that. My Yi clan shall not rest until we are at war with the Taoists. The man's face turned ashen as he addressed several Yi clan members. The young master has had too much to drink. We must escort him home. They nodded, aware that lingering here would only invite disaster. As they approached Yixian, he bellowed, Are you plotting rebellion? The others turned pale. Glancing at the one who spoke, awaiting instructions, the man froze, realizing how foolish their young master was. He quickly declared, "Bind the young master. I will bear any consequences." The others agreed, advancing toward Yixin, at that moment. Lin Tian turned to Yixin, smiling. "Did you think I would hesitate to kill you?" Yixin, furious yet mocking, replied, "I stand here, begging you to kill me." His expression turned cold as he continued, "Dare to slay me, and the entire Daoist sect and Chen clan shall pay the price. I implore you to kill." Lin Tian interrupted. "Very well." As he spoke, Lin Tian swept his sleeve, and a blade of light shot forth. Yixin's head was severed, rolling away as his eyes widened in disbelief at Lin Tian. Chapter 75. The Imperial clan declares war. Silence enveloped the crowd, all staring in shock at Lin Tian. Even the Taoist expressions shifted slightly. Their young master was not one to show mercy. Lin Tian then turned his gaze upon the Yi clan members. Feeling his stare, they gulped and quickly bowed. "Young master, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave." With that, the Yi clan members fled, not even sparing a glance at Yixin's corpse. Had it not been for this reckless young master, they would not be in such a predicament. Now, their sole thought was to escape, to return to the Yi clan and call for reinforcements. Lin Tian remained unmoved, waving his hand as another blade of light shot out. Slice! The sword energy pierced through the foreheads of the Yi clan members, extinguishing their lives. Those from the Chen clan who had come with the Yi clan met the same fate. Observing the remnants of their foreheads revealed an aura of destruction. The crowd gaped in disbelief at Lin Tian, fear palpable in their expressions. What kind of ruthless family was the Imperial clan? The Yi clan's young master had been killed without a blink. The Chen clan members, except for Chan Jiming and his children, crumpled in despair, their faces ashen. It was over. The Chen clan was doomed. Sighs of resignation filled the air as various factions hastily departed, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Lin Tian turned his attention to Qin Xingyao, smiling. "Xingyao, when you said you would marry me, was it sincere?" Qin Xingyao rushed toward Lin Tian, embracing him tightly as she choked back tears. "In this life, I will marry no one but you. We shall live and die together." With that, she kissed Lin Tian. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, a white mountain tea flower drifting toward them. Chun Jiming watched the two, smiling, filled with joy as a father, happy for his daughter's happiness. They released each other, and Lin Tian looked at Chun Xingyao softly. "We shall not perish." Chun Xingyao's eyes flickered with worry. "As long as I am with you, that is enough." At this moment, the Chen clan members emerged from their sorrow, glaring at Lin Tian with malice. One pointed at Lin Tian, exclaiming, "This is all you're doing. If you had not slain young Master Yi, our Chun clan would not face such calamity. If we kill you, the Yi clan will surely relent." As he spoke, he knelt before Qin Jiming. "Patriarch, we implore you to slay this man, so we may quell the Yi clan's wrath." At this, the Chen clan members dropped to their knees, pleading, "We beseech you, Patriarch." Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian's expression grew cold, yet upon seeing Xingyao before him, his heart softened. "Enough!" Suddenly, Chen Jiming struck out with a palm, instantly turning the kneeling Chen clan member into a mist of blood. Lin Tian stared at his future father-in-law, momentarily stunned. Chen Jiming wiped his hands, declaring, "From this moment forth, you are no longer members of the Chen clan. To suggest that I slay my own son-in-law? You truly dare to think that?" His tone was unwavering, icy cold. He had long harbored disdain for these ingrates. Furthermore, to speak of having a mere practitioner of the breaking law realm kill Lin Tian, who was at the realm of Dao, how could he even consider it? The Chen clan members exchanged glances with Chen Jiming, hastily rising to flee. Remaining any longer would only invite the unrelenting wrath of the Yi clan. Disregarding the fleeing Chen clan members, Lin Tian bowed to Chen Jiming, hesitating before saying, "Father-in-law." Chen Jiming approached Lin Tian, helping him to his feet. "Child, take Xingyao and leave. As far away as you can." He then scrutinized Lin Tian, gauging his resolve. Lin Tian shook his head. "I will not flee. What will happen to the Taoists?" He could not abandon them to their fate. Chen Jiming nodded, affirming Lin Tian's stance. If Lin Tian could slay Yixin, yet lacked the courage to stand firm, he would be sealing his daughter's fate alongside his own. Qin Xingyao. Lin Tian gazed at the Taoists, declaring, "I, of the Imperial clan, declare war against the Yi clan. The imperial clan, Lin Tian did not mention the Taoists. The Taoists exchanged satisfied glances, pleased that Lin Tian truly regarded them as kin. Dao Tianlin offered a slight bow to Lin Tian, yes, young master. Simultaneously, within the Yi clan's ancestral tomb, a coffin lid trembled violently, unable to be contained. Bang! The lid was forcefully flung open, revealing an aged hand. Who dares disrupt the fortune of the Yi clan? An elder emerged from the coffin, his voice filled with fury. Quickly, a young man rushed to him, asking, Ancestor, what has transpired to cause you to abandon your concealed vitality? One must understand that even the mightiest of cultivators have a limited lifespan. Without further advancement, death awaited them. Concealing vitality was the most effective means to slow the loss of life. The young man frowned as he observed his ancestor rising from the coffin. If not for the dire circumstances of life and death, the ancestor would certainly not have awakened. What on earth has transpired? At this moment, the elder waved his hand, and a 10-zhonglong stone of fortune materialized before the two. Upon gazing at the stone, the youth's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Who has tampered with the fortunes of the Yi family? The hue of the stone had turned to a deep black, and cracks had already begun to mar its surface, indicating that the fortunes of the Yi family had plummeted to an abysmal low. The elder stared at the stone and spoke gravely. It is not yet shattered. There remains a slender chance for reversal. Investigate. Something significant has occurred within the clan, he added. If it is due to a clan member offending a formidable entity, then without exception, execute them on the spot to quell the wrath. The youth did not hesitate and hurried away. Matters concerning the rise and fall of the clan must not be taken lightly. Meanwhile, the elder's countenance darkened. He was no longer of this era. A once prosperous clan was bound to decline. Perhaps this old frame of mind must step forth to safeguard the Yi family this time. At the Chen family residence, Lin Tian looked at Chen Jiming. His father-in-law, since the Chen family has already disbanded, shall we not seek refuge in the Taoist sect? Chen Jiming nodded, though hesitated. Son-in-law, do you possess the confidence to contend with the Yi family and the imperial clan behind you? The imperial clan. Lin Tian shook his head, offering a bitter smile. I shall not deceive you. I have been raised in seclusion and can only rely on myself. Chen Jiming was momentarily taken aback. Relying solely on oneself? He had suspected Lin Tian was sheltered, but how could he face the Yi family alone? Even if Lin Tian were at the pinnacle of the Dao realm, alongside the entire Taoist sect, it would still be implausible to contend with the Yi family. After all, a second-tier clan possesses those at the gathering Dao realm. Chen Jiming shook his head helplessly. It seemed an impossible task. Little did he know the true extent of Lin Tian's combat prowess. Otherwise, he would not harbor such doubts. Hearing Chen Jiming's words, Lin Tian smiled gently. Relying on oneself is not without its opportunities. Chen Jiming shook his head with a smile. No matter, even if it leads to certain death, what is there to fear? Indeed, what is there to fear? The path chosen must be traversed to the end. Even if on one's knees. For Xingyao's sake, as her father, he must stand firm. Lin Tian smiled faintly, appreciating his father-in-law's spirit. As the group returned to the Taoist sect, the news of the unceasing conflict between the imperial clan and the Yi family spread throughout Zhengzhou, inciting further curiosity among the major powers, particularly those first-tier families that had once suppressed the Taoist sect. Chapter 76. Cannon fodder in the grand hall of the Shao family, the upper echelons convened, and the atmosphere was heavy, as though mourning a death. The family head, Shao Zhaoshi, spoke in a somber tone. Let us discuss how to address the Taoist sect and this imperial clan. Yin Xiong hesitated before responding. Family head. The imperial clan dares to declare war on the Yi family. They are likely not something we can provoke. The other high-ranking members nodded in agreement. After all, the Yi family is a second-tier clan, fully capable of crushing the Shao family. How could the Taoist sect dare to engage them in battle? Are they truly so reckless or simply unafraid? Upon hearing Yin Xiong's remarks, Shao Zhaoshi's face turned ashen, and he struck Yin Xiong with a resounding slap. The sound echoed throughout the hall, and the force of the blow caused two of Yin Xiong's teeth to fly out. Faced with this unprovoked assault, Yin Xiong covered his reddened face, bowing his head as he dared not meet Shao Zhaoshi's gaze. He could not muster any indignation. After all, their family head was at the Dao realm. The upper echelons of the Shao family exchanged glances. Swallowing hard, afraid to speak. Xiao Zhaoshi glared at Yin Xiong. It was you who wished to eliminate Lin Tian. Now you tell me that the Imperial clan is beyond our reach. Are you seeking to provoke me into silencing you to appease the Imperial clan's fury? A murderous intent flickered in Xiao Zhaoshi's eyes. Yin Xiong quickly knelt, pleading for mercy. Family head, I have no merits to my name in the Xiao family, yet I have also contributed my efforts. Xiao Zhaoshi remained silent, and Yin Xiong trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, another guardian beside Yin Xiong hesitated before stepping forward. Gazing at the grim-faced Xiao Zhaoshi, he proposed, Family head, since we have already offended them, why not unite with the Yi family and strike against the Taoist sect? Pausing for a moment, he added, Family head, this Imperial clan cannot possibly be a first-tier family. If they were, those forces that once suppressed the Taoist sect would not remain idle. Hearing this, Xiao Zhaoshi's expression softened considerably. Indeed, back then, so many first-tier forces suppressed the Taoist sect. If a first-tier clan were to assist the Taoist sect, once they regained their strength, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. The major powers would not sit idly by. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Xiao Zhaoshi, and his expression shifted. So that is how it is. The conflict between the Taoist sect and the Yi family is a pivotal moment. Should the strength of the Imperial clan be revealed, the major powers would surely emerge to obliterate the Taoist sect. With this thought, Xiao Zhaoshi smiled faintly. The Xiao family need only watch the tigers fight from the mountain. If all the first-tier forces unite to eradicate the Taoist sect, the latter is doomed. Suddenly, his expression darkened once more. No, something is terribly amiss. If the major powers once suppressed the Taoist sect, why did they not annihilate them? Were they simply being benevolent? Xiao Zhaoshi was the first to doubt this. There is but one possibility. The Taoist sect possesses a hidden trump card that instills fear into the first-tier families, preventing them from destroying it. Now, with the emergence of the Imperial clan, the major powers can no longer remain passive. They require a scapegoat to test the Imperial clan and the Taoist sect's hidden strengths. It is evident that the Yi family is well suited to serve as cannon fodder. Yet, if there were no incident involving the Yi family, which clan would take on the role of scapegoat? Xiao Zhaoshi's expression was peculiar. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the Xiao family hall. The Zhang family, Zhang Zid, has come to pay a visit to the Xiao family. We request the family head to step forth for a meeting. This unexpected voice jolted the Xiao family's upper echelons. The Zhang family, a first-tier clan. The members of the Xiao family began to murmur among themselves. Our Xiao family has no prior connections with the Zhang family. What could they want? The term visit has even been employed. What merit does our Xiao family possess? A first-tier family visiting a third-tier family. It is simply unbelievable. Although the Xiao family is on the verge of becoming a second-tier clan. Do they truly think they are worthy? No, they are still self-aware. A heavy look crossed Xiao Zhaoshi's eyes as he rose to step outside. The high-ranking members hurriedly followed. Upon seeing the visitors, Xiao Zhaoshi smiled slightly. Ah, it is Brother Zid. Your personal visit to my Xiao family truly brings honor to our humble abode. Zhang Zid returned the smile. Family head Xiao, you are overly courteous. Xiao Zhaoshi laughed heartily, gesturing towards the hall. Please, do come inside. Zhang Zid shook his head. There is no need. I have come to the Xiao family for a minor matter. It is sufficient to discuss it here. Xiao Zhaoshi nodded, tentatively inquiring. May I ask what brings you to my Xiao family? Zhang Zid smiled slightly. I have heard that Lin Tian of the Imperial clan has slain members of the Xiao family. Does the Xiao family seek revenge for this? A shadow flickered in Xiao Zhaoshi's eyes, but it quickly vanished. He shook his head at Zhang Zid. The family has encountered a few disreputable individuals. Their demise is inconsequential. It is better to have one more friend than foe. My Xiao family harbors no ill will towards Lin Tian. Rather, we are grateful. The members of the Xiao family were taken aback, exchanging confused glances towards their family head. Inconsequential. Has the family head lost his mind? How could the Xiao family possibly let Lin Tian go? The purple-robed guardian addressed Xiao Zhaoshi. Family head, how can our Xiao family? Before he could finish, Xiao Zhaoshi shot him a cold glare, a murderous intent. The purple-robed guardian trembled. The family head wishes to kill him. Why? He quickly fell silent, retreating into the crowd. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Zid laughed heartily. The family head of the Xiao family is truly astute. Seeing the facade drop, Xiao Zhaoshi retracted his smile. Brother Zid, my Xiao family will not make a move against anyone. We simply wish to live in peace. You may seek out the Yi family instead. What the hell? Just as I contemplated which major powers would seek a scapegoat, the Jiang family sends someone. What a coincidence. Jiang Zid's smile faded, and he released an aura that pressed down on the members of the Shao family. Pinnacle of gathering Dao, the crowd gasped in shock. Jiang Zid looked at Xiao Zhaoshi with a half-smile. Family head Xiao, I present you with two choices. 1. Your entire clan attacks the Daoist sect. 2. I will slaughter your Shao family. Xiao Zhaoshi's expression darkened. The members of the Shao family stood in a daze, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Why would the Jiang family compel them to attack the Daoist sect? They were certainly capable of fighting. Why the need for coercion? Jiang Zid continued. Family head Xiao, as long as you attack the Daoist sect, my Jiang family will provide assistance. Xiao Zhaoshi replied coldly. The Yi family will attack the Daoist sect. Why should they rope in my Shao family? Jiang Zid shook his head. It is not enough. The imperial clan has yet to investigate. Your Shao family requires support. Xiao Zhaoshi remained silent, cursing the Jiang family 1,000 times over in his heart. The Shao family seeks to probe the Daoist sect's trump cards, while the Yi family aims to unveil the imperial clan behind Lin Tian. This plan is quite audacious. Jiang Zid pressed on. Your Shao family has no choice. Do you? In 3 breaths, if no decision is made, I shall immediately slaughter the Shao family. The members of the Shao family were left in stunned silence, racking their brains to recall when their family had ever offended the Jiang family. Xiao Zhaoshi looked at Jiang Zid, nodding helplessly. Very well, I shall comply. Their Shao family had no choice but to comply, and they could not help but chuckle bitterly. Such is the world where the big fish eat the small fish, and the small fish devour the shrimp. Had the Shao family possessed sufficient strength, how could the Jiang family dare to act thus? Jiang Zid smiled faintly. Go await my arrival near the Daoist sect. The Yi family will be making a move shortly. I will remain in the shadows and offer assistance if necessary. As he spoke, he glanced towards the depths of the Shao family. Remember to bring along your ancestor. With that, he vanished without a trace. The members of the Shao family quickly surrounded Xiao Zhaoshi. Family head, what is the meaning of this? Why is the Jiang family compelling us to attack the Daoist sect? Xiao Zhaoshi turned around, exclaiming in anger. Silence! You fools! My Shao family is being dragged into becoming cannon fodder. Do you understand? The Daoists dare to take my son's life. Where is the ancestor? Summon him forth. We shall trample the Daoists and avenge Xin'er. As he spoke, his voice trembled with emotion. Xin'er, my dear Xin'er, today was to be your wedding day. Yet I never anticipated a white-haired man sending off a black-haired one. The Chen family, the Daoists, the imperial clan. My Yi family shares no common ground with you. Pfft. Yi Shaotian spat a mouthful of old blood onto the grand hall. Patriarch, you. The members of the Yi family rushed forward to support him, their eyes ablaze with fury. The wrath of the entire Yi clan was ignited. How could they endure the audacity of a mere fallen Daoist sect and a hollow imperial clan daring to slay their young master? One individual immediately shouted in anger, Bring me my unparalleled war spear. I shall surely eradicate the Chen family and the Daoists, uprooting the imperial clan entirely, to honor my nephew's spirit in heaven. Yi Shaotian wiped the blood from his mouth and raised a hand, saying, Calm yourself, second brother. Call for the old ancestor, Yi Windud. And no sooner had he spoken than a voice rang out from outside. The old man is coming. How dare the Daoists kill Xin'er? I shall annihilate their entire lineage. An elder, filled with murderous intent, strode into the hall. He was none other than the ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Wenda. Yi Shaotian gazed at the elder, imploring, Ancestor, you must avenge Xin'er. Yi Wenda roared, This enmity cannot remain unpunished. Listen well. We shall march against the Daoists, erasing their entire lineage and uprooting the imperial clan. That Lin Tian shall be subjected to 1,000 cuts. Buried alongside Xin'er, the crowd immediately erupted in a roar. Annihilate the Daoists! Annihilate the Daoists! The 3 words echoed through the heavens. Subsequently, Yi Wenda led the throng of warriors marching resolutely towards the exit of the hall. Targeting the Daoists. Return to me. At that moment, an aged voice resonated, and an elderly figure, supported by a youth, appeared before everyone. Upon seeing the elder, the crowd froze momentarily. Ancestor, you? Yi Wenda stared at the elder, bewildered. Uncle, how did you emerge from the ancestral tomb? The elder coldly replied, Do not worry. One descendant is sufficient for the Taoists. You may return to your slumber. The elder, named Yi Liangchen, was indeed the ancestral figure of the Yi family, and even Yi Wenda had to refer to him as uncle. The Taoists must not be pursued. The members of the Yi family exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the elder's words. Why Yi Xiaotian, growing more agitated, exclaimed, Uncle Yangchen, Lin Tian has slain my son. How can we not seek revenge? Yi Wenda looked at the elder, initially believing that his uncle had risen from the grave due to Xian'er's death, only to find that he was attempting to prevent them from confronting the Taoists. Yi Liangchen shook his head at Yi Xiaotian, saying, In my day, the Taoists were considered the foremost family. Yet due to the Tao pool, they were collectively suppressed and annihilated by the major powers. Reduced to a third-rate clan. The crowd listened to Yi Liangchen's words, perplexed. Why was he recounting such well-known history? They only knew that the Taoist young master, Lin Tian, had murdered their young master, Yeshuan, seized his bride, and severed his head. They were determined to flatten the Taoists. This thought crossed their minds. Their fury intensified. One man wielding a long spear shouted, Elder Liangchen, the Taoists must perish today. Why do you obstruct us? He was Yi Xiaoyan's second brother, Yi Xiaowu. The elder regarded the crowd with a sigh. You all understand that the Taoists have fallen, yet have you considered that they still thrive in Zhengzhou? Having not been exterminated? With that, he scolded, Do you truly believe that the other powers are kind-hearted? The crowd paused momentarily. Why Yi Xiaowu retorted coldly, If the other powers do not eliminate the Taoists, then my Yi family shall take it upon ourselves to seek vengeance for our nephew. As he spoke, his murderous intent surged forth. The members of the Yi family shared the same sentiment. They could not tolerate being insulted as a second-rate clan. Yi Liangchen's expression darkened. What fools you are to have such descendants. Especially that imbecile wielding the spear. Hasn't your father spoken? Is Yeshuan not your son? Yi Wenda, unable to bear it any longer, addressed Yi Liangchen, Uncle, please do not obstruct us. Today, we shall surely annihilate the Taoists. Yi Liangchen's face chilled instantly. As long as I am here, you are not permitted to go to the Taoists. I cannot stand by and watch the Yi clan be destroyed. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their eyes towards Yi Liangchen, confusion etched on their faces, some even harboring discontent. Could a mere Taoist sect truly bring destruction upon the Yi family? It was laughable. Was this elder truly afraid? Yi Wenda's expression also turned icy. Uncle, how could the Taoists possibly destroy my Yi family? Could it be that this elder was aligned with the Taoists? Their young master had been slain, yet he continued to hinder them. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangchen struggled to contain his anger. Do you know why I arose from my coffin? The fortunes of the Yi family have turned dark, reaching a nadir. Fortunes? Yi Wenda exclaimed in fury. Uncle, you are muddled. At his words, everyone, including Yi Liangchen, fell silent. Why Yi Wenda continued. My Yi family achieved the status of a second-rate clan through talent and the efforts of our ancestors, not through this ephemeral concept of fortune. He then addressed the members of the Yi family. Today, our young master has been slain, and we do not take action. What will become of our future talents, if we cannot avenge our own? How can the Yi family grow stronger? Yi Wenda's words resonated deeply within the hearts of the Yi family members. They all roared, Flatten the Taoists! Flatten the Taoists! Yi Liangchen stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. He spat out a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed by rage. Aside from the youth beside him, no one offered support. They were no longer of one mind with the Yi family. This ancestor, perhaps it was better this way. Yi Wenda bowed to Yi Liangchen, saying, Uncle, you are no longer a person of this era. Return to the ancestral tomb. With that, Yi Wenda turned to the crowd behind him and declared, Yi family men, follow me as we trample the Taoists. The members of the Yi family surged forward, filled with overwhelming killing intent, heading towards the Taoists. Left behind were Yi Liangchen and the youth. The youth asked, Ancestor, what shall we do now? Yi Liangchen sighed towards the heavens. Alas, the fate of the Yi family is sealed. From prosperity to decline, the heavens are just. He then gazed towards the Yi ancestral tomb, declaring, from this moment on, I, Yi Liangchen, am no longer a member of the Yi family. As soon as the words left his lips, the Tinzhonglong black fortune stone in the ancestral tomb shattered completely. The youth hesitated not, stating, from this moment on, I, Yi Ling, am no longer a member of the Yi family. Why Yi Liangshan looked at Yi Ling and smiled faintly. Linger, you have accompanied me for over a decade. Yet I never expected that in the end, there would be no refuge for you. Why Yi Ling shook his head, replying, wherever the ancestor goes, I shall follow. Chapter 78. Can the young master prevail? Hearing Yi Ling's words, Yi Liangshan replied helplessly, alas, my lifespan is limited. I cannot accompany you for long. Why Yi Ling quickly responded, Ancestor, cannot you break through to the Dao realm? If you do, your lifespan could be extended. Yi Liangshan shook his head with a smile. My talents are limited. I have spent my life at the cusp of the pseudo-Dao realm. Why Yi Ling fell silent for a moment, then said, Ancestor, even if that you were to perish, I would find a way to resurrect you. Yi Liangshan patted Yi Ling's shoulder. Foolish child, how can a dead person come back to life? Yi Ling did not respond, yet his eyes sparkled with determination. Who says one cannot return from death? Yi Liangshan glanced at the Yi family and softly said, Linger, let us depart. Why Yi Ling inquired, where shall we go? Yi Liangshan replied, to the Taoists. This moment, the entire Taoist sect was on high alert, with its members fully armed, aware that the Yi family would soon arrive. Yet, they stood resolute, ready to fight to the death. Lin Tian stood at the edge of a cliff overlooking the Taoist sect. Accompanied by Chen Xingyao, Lin Tian gazed at her and gently asked, Are you afraid? Chen Xingyao calmly replied, I am not afraid. Whether in life or death, being with you is enough. Lin Tian smiled faintly. It has been a long time since I have seen you smile. Give me another one. Chen Xingyao's lips curled into a gentle smile, radiant in its beauty. Lin Tian leaned in to kiss her forehead. The falling peach blossoms seemed to freeze in midair at that moment. In the distance, a figure approached at an astonishing speed. The Yi family was coming. The Taoist members stood ready. A long spear flew in from the horizon, crashing down into the Taoist plaza, causing the ground to crack like a spider's web. Taoists, Lin Tian has dared to slay my nephew. Come forth to meet your death. A colossal manifestation appeared above the Taoist sect, blocking out the sun. The Yi family stood firm upon the walls of the Taoist sect. Yi Xiaotian bellowed, Taoists, today, I shall surely slay you all in honor of my son's burial. With that, he raised his hand, summoning celestial manifestations. Two massive manifestations enveloped the Taoist sect. The four old ancestors of the Taoists floated in from the sky. Dao Tianlin coldly remarked, Yi family, who grants you the audacity to invade my Taoist sect? No sooner had he finished speaking than another wave of figures arrived at the Taoist sect. Both sides turned their gazes towards them. It was the members of the Shao family. Yi Xiaotian furrowed his brow. The Shao family dares to meddle? Seeking death. Xiao Zhaoshi quickly interjected, Brother Yi, misunderstandings abound. We have come to assist the Yi family. Lin Tian has grievances with my Shao family as well. Yi Xiaotian scoffed. A mere third-rate clan dares claim to aid my second-rate clan? Begone. The aura of Yi Xiaotian's celestial manifestation pressed down on Xiao Zhaoshi. Bang. Xiao Zhaoshi and the members of the Shao family were forcefully pushed back 100 meters. The gathering of Taoists was terrifyingly powerful. Xiao Zhaoshi's expression turned grim as he muttered under his breath, You arrogant bastard. Yi Xiaotian turned his attention back to Dao Tianlin, demanding, Let Lin Tian come forth. He has slain my son and must be prepared to die. Dao Tianlin snorted coldly, Do you think my Taoist sect fears you? As he spoke, the four brothers' celestial manifestations rose together, all at the Dao realm. The onlookers were astounded. Had the Taoists not been reduced to mere remnants of the law realm? This was clearly the Dao realm. At the side, the four guardians of the Shao family furrowed their brows, utterly astonished. The last time they visited, those three old men were merely at the breaking law stage. How had they, upon this encounter, ascended to the transcendental stage? Subtly, Zhang Zidao confirmed the auras of the four, his expression shifting slightly, and with a subtle movement of his lips, a streak of light shot towards a certain direction. Yi Xiaotian gazed at the four and coldly remarked, Do you think that by breaking through to the transcendental stage, you can slay my son? Today, I shall lay waste to the Taoist sect. With that, three more members of the Yi family soared into the air, their forms embodying the law's semblance. A total of 5 individuals at the gathering Dao stage now stood ready. They still had their elder, Yi Wenda, who had yet to make an appearance. Dao Tianling cast a glance at the 5 and solemnly asked, Brother, can the young master defeat them? Dao Tian hesitated. Theoretically, as long as the young master underwent a qualitative change in power. He could activate various enhancements to contend with the gathering Dao stage. Theoretically, Dao Tianling exclaimed in astonishment, "Is theory really sufficient?" Dao Tian replied, "It matters not. Even if the young master cannot win, we shall risk our lives to protect him." The four nodded in agreement. Without further ado, they raised their hands and struck towards the 5 Yi family members. The 5, seeing this, scoffed disdainfully. How dare mere transcendental beings strike first? They were courting death. In unison, the 5 unleashed their fists. The 9 manifestations of the law collided with one another. Boom! Deafening roar echoed through the arena, the immense residual force reducing nearby structures to rubble, and those too close were instantly transformed into blood mist. The 4 Taoist ancestors were sent tumbling back 1,000 meters, having clearly lost ground. There existed a chasm between their realms. They were not like their own young master, a peculiar anomaly. Dao Tianling directed his gaze towards the cliff's edge, only to find it utterly empty. He muttered in confusion, "Where is the young master? Wasn't he just over there kissing?" Lin Tian. The 3. Yi Xiaowu watched the 4, drawing a long spear to his hand. He charged at them fiercely, shouting, "Return my nephew's life." The overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Xiaowu ignited sparks and lightning in his wake. "Elders, be cautious." The Taoist members felt their hearts leap into their throats. Dao Tian pushed the 3 behind him, saying, "Brothers, watch closely. This is a new technique I've learned." With that, he lunged towards Yi Xiaowu, invoking the soul separation technique. The 3 ancestors stared blankly at their elder brother's back. When had he become so audacious? As Dao Tian charged, Yi Xiaowu sneered dismissively, "Come to die." He swung his spear fiercely towards Dao Tian's head. Simultaneously, Dao Tian's fist struck forth. Bang! Dao Tian was sent reeling backward. A fissure extending from his head, blood flowing profusely. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaowu's soul was expelled from his body. Everyone was left in a daze. Yi Xiaowu stared in disbelief at his own physical form. Dao Tian hurriedly shouted to the 3. "What are you standing there for? Attack him!" The 3 snapped back to reality and surged towards Yi Xiaowu. Naturally, the 4 from the Yi family would not allow the 3 to succeed, but their hearts remained gripped by terror. To be capable of separating a person's soul from their body, what an unfathomable feat. The 4 struck back with their fists, pushing the 3 away once more. Yi Xiaotian glanced at the soul form of Yi Xiaowu and remarked to the 4. "Truly, it is no wonder you were once a first-rate family. Such techniques are indeed extraordinary. Alas, today, your Taoist sect must perish." With that, he raised his hand, and a massive golden palm began to take shape slowly. Even from a distance, the 4 could feel the terrifying aura. It was likely they would survive the blow, but the entire Taoist sect would surely be annihilated. Dao Tian quickly urged, "Brother, strike." Dao Tian nodded. "All right." The 4 summoned an object into their hands, just as they were about to use it when a familiar voice resonated through the air. A sword, born of madness. A long sword shot forth from the horizon, aimed directly at Yi Xiaotian. His expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly directed the golden palm to intercept the sword. Crack! The palm shattered the sword into fragments. The Taoist ancestors were left speechless. Yi Xiaotian's countenance darkened. This sword was far too deceptive. Dao Tian murmured, "How could this be? That was the young master's Yaotian sword. How could it be shattered by a mere slap?" Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "No, I understand now. The young master, he was playing tricks, indeed." A long sword appeared before the soul form of Yi Xiaowu. His face paled significantly as he cried, "Brother, save me!" Yi Xiaotian, upon seeing the sword, rushed forward. But it was too late. The sword pierced through Yi Xiaowu's soul, hurtling straight towards Yi Xiaotian. Yi Xiaotian narrowly dodged as the sword soared into the clouds, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaowu's soul began to dissipate rapidly. Yi Xiaotian panicked. "Second brother?" He quickly summoned his strength to envelop Yi Xiaowu's soul, but it was of no avail. 3 breaths later, Yi Xiaowu's soul vanished entirely, his existence extinguished. The crowd was left in shock. A being of the gathering Dao stage had just perished like that. Yi Xiaotian stared at Yi Xiaowu's lifeless body, his eyes ablaze with rage as he bellowed, "Who? Show yourself!" With that, he raised his hand and commanded, "Kill! Annihilate the Taoist sect, leave not a single one alive. His son was dead, and now his brother had also fallen. How could he not be furious? Today, he would ensure the extinction of the Daoist sect. Hearing Yi Xiaoyan's command, the three gathering Dao beings stepped forward, uniting their strength to strike down upon Dao Tian and the others. The three formidable manifestations of the law descended, aiming to crush the four. Dao Tianling and the others paled, preparing to defend themselves. However, Dao Tian held them back, saying, "Wait for the young master." The three gasped, "No, brother, we are going to die. Are we waiting for the young master to come collect our bodies?" Just at that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared before the four. It was Lin Tian. Having overheard Dao Tian's words in the shadows, he wore a dark expression. Without uttering a word, Lin Tian grasped the Yao Tian sword and met the three massive palms head-on, striking out with a single, pure sword strike that twisted the very fabric of space. Boom! The three manifestations of the law were forced back, with Lin Tian and the four being propelled 1,000 meters away. The three stared at Lin Tian, their brows furrowed. The four Daoist ancestors could withstand a strike from them only after activating their manifestations. Yet, Lin Tian had not even activated his manifestation, with just a single sword strike. He had pushed them back. What would happen if he were to activate his manifestation? Yi Xiaotian glared at Lin Tian. "You are Lin Tian. You killed my son and now my brother. I shall dine upon your flesh and wear your skin." With that, he stepped forward, and a great palm of the Dao materialized, emanating an overwhelming aura. Dao Tian glanced at the enormous palm and asked, "Young master, can you defeat it?" Lin Tian nodded. "Let us find out." As he spoke, a surge of ferocity erupted from within him, his eyes turning blood red. Dao Tian quickly urged, "Young master, you've activated your bloodline. Retreat." The four Daoists hurriedly retreated 1,000 meters. Lin Tian, with his blood-red eyes, gazed at the four in silence. Dao Tian hastily added, "Young master, we are on the same side." Lin Tian shook his head, directing his gaze towards Yi Xiaotian. "Law of heaven, manifestation of earth." Boom! A blood-colored manifestation arose. The four Daoist ancestors were momentarily stunned. Dao Tian remarked, "Brother, it seems the young master is not under the control of his bloodline." Dao Tian nodded. "Let us watch the young master perform." The three nodded in agreement. The might of the blood-colored manifestation pressed down upon the gathering Dao stage. The four from the Yi family furrowed their brows, feeling a sense of dread. Lin Tian wasted no words, declaring, "My body is like a sword." An overwhelming intent surged forth, and behind him, the blood-colored manifestation unleashed an endless torrent of sword energy, bearing down upon the four. The four were struck with terror. This aura was utterly formidable, without hesitation. Yi Xiaotian raised his hand, destruction palm. A golden palm swung violently towards Lin Tian. Unfazed, Lin Tian waved his hand, and the manifestation behind him swung its sword to meet the attack. Boom! The sword shattered the golden palm, its momentum unyielding as it sliced toward the four. Their expressions turned incredulous as they simultaneously activated their manifestations to defend. The sword approached. Boom! The four were sent tumbling back 1,000 meters. And when they came to a halt, their manifestations bore cracks. The onlookers from the Yi family gaped in disbelief. Wei Wenda glared at Lin Tian with a grim expression. Xiao Zhaoshi looked troubled. Casting a glance at Yin Xiong quickly knelt, pleading for mercy from the head of the family. Xiao Zhaoshi coldly stated, "Pray that Lin Tian cannot contend with the Yi family. Otherwise, you shall have to pay with your life to quell Lin Tian's wrath." Yin Xiong lowered his head, his face pale. Who could have anticipated that a mere entry-level practitioner could, in such a short time, ascend to the transcendental stage and even wield a sword capable of injuring those at the gathering Dao stage? Such terrifying combat prowess. What sort of family was this imperial lineage to possess such a genius? Yi Xiaotian stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. "How is this possible? You are merely at the transcendental stage." "How can you harm me?" Lin Tian replied. "The gathering Dao stage can borrow the Dao to enhance their strength. Now, strike. You have but one chance." Lin Tian had initially intended to refrain from idle chatter, but he was genuinely curious about how the gathering Dao stage could borrow the Dao. What if he were to borrow the Dao himself? The Dao of strength he comprehended was not of the Xintian realm. Yi Xiaotian had long since abandoned his underestimation. He turned to the three, "Go all out. This Lin Tian is no ordinary person. If he survives, My Yi family is doomed. The three nodded in agreement. Then, for terrifying auras surged from the heavens and earth into the 3.4 laws emerged. Yi Xiaowu shouted, "Come to die." The four charged ferociously at Lin Tian. The Taoist members fixated their gazes on their young master, prepared to sacrifice their lives should any misfortune befall him. Lin Tian smiled slightly, raising his hand, "Enter my sword domain. All Tao shall be suppressed by one level." As he spoke, a blood-colored domain enveloped the four. The laws of destruction and strength rising, a force pressed down upon the four, forcibly reducing their cultivation to the pinnacle of the transcendental stage. The four halted their movements, utterly bewildered. Lin Tian's complexion paled slightly. Until today, he had realized he had already borrowed the Tao back in Songyun Prefecture. The Tao of imperial slaughter. Lin Tian grinned, "Come to die." A sword, born of madness. In an instant, the skies darkened, and a violent aura stirred the winds and clouds. The manifestation behind him wielded a blood sword, slashing down towards the four. The four's expressions shifted dramatically, all of them in shock. How could this be possible? Such strength is hardly something that can be wielded by one at the threshold realm. "Who on earth are you?" Yi Xiaotian roared, yet his hands did not cease their movements. The four of them simultaneously formed hand seals, and a barrier emerged. The sword struck. Crack! The barrier instantly shattered into a butterfly shape. The manifestations behind the four were obliterated, and they were sent flying, their fates unknown. Spit! Lin Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood. The backlash was rather severe. The higher he ascended, the lesser the chances of defeating enemies beyond his rank. In the past, when he was at the Law Master realm, he could unleash all his trump cards and defeat those at the 10,000 Laws realm as if they were mere children. And he could also contend with those at the Breaking Law realm. But now, that was no longer feasible. He could at most deal with those at the Gathering realm, and facing a formidable master would surely mean his demise. Lin Tian took a step forward, heading towards the four. This was indeed a Gathering realm, a significant resource at that moment. An elder blocked Yi Tian's path. It was Yi Wenda. He looked at Lin Tian. Proposing a negotiation? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Usually, it was he who negotiated with others. It was a first for someone to negotiate with him. Lin Tian gazed at Yi Wenda, smiling as he asked, "What do you wish to negotiate?" Yi Wenda replied, "My Yi family will no longer seek revenge. Henceforth, we shall keep our waters separate." Chapter 80. Gathering Realm Self-Detonation. Yi Wenda was genuinely frightened. The imperial clan had managed to cultivate a prodigy like Lin Tian. The power within that clan must be terrifying. Moreover, Lin Tian's bloodline was exceedingly abnormal. Yi Wenda was certain that among the younger generation in the Xintian realm, none could rival Lin Tian. He could not help but recall his uncle's words. Regretting not heeding the warnings, the Taoist sect lacked the strength to annihilate the Yi family, but Lin Tian possessed that capability. Ignoring the council of elders had led to dire consequences. Lin Tian looked at Yi Wenda, a smile playing on his lips. "I have killed your family's young master." Yi Wenda responded, "It matters not. The family head is still young and can father another." Lin Tian paused, shaking his head. "Then you may father another to take his place." "Another?" Yi Wenda's expression stiffened. "Must we resort to violence?" He coldly declared, "Even if you are powerful, can your Taoist sect withstand the combined might of my Yi family?" Lin Tian nodded, "It cannot." With a flick of his hand, the Yaotian sword shot forth, aiming at Yi Xiaotian and the others. Yi Wenda's face changed drastically. "You." He lunged towards Yi Xiaotian and the others, attempting to intercept the Yaotian sword. Suddenly, Lin Tian unleashed a punch, soul separation technique. Bang! Yi Wenda's soul was separated from his body. Witnessing this, the members of the Yi family were consumed by rage. What kind of skill is this sneak attack? Lin Tian, would you dare to fight my family's ancestor in an honorable duel? Lin Tian glanced at the enraged members of the Yi family, and with a wave of his sleeve, a sword aura descended directly. The faces of the onlookers changed dramatically. "Wait, can't we just exchange insults?" Yi Wenda was furious. "Lin Tian, how dare you?" The sword aura fell, boom. The entire Yi family was obliterated into a mist of blood. With none surviving at that moment, the Yaotian sword returned, and Yi Xiaotian and the others were left decapitated. The entirety of the Yi family, save for Yi Wenda, was dead. A pungent scent of blood wafted into Yi Wenda's nostrils, and his aura completely chilled. They were gone. The Yi family, except for himself, had perished. A flame ignited within him, igniting his soul. His spirit ablaze, Yi Wenda bellowed, "Lin Tian, I will fight you to the death." As he spoke, he formed hand seals, unleashing a formidable aura. It was not borrowing power. Lin Tian was taken aback. The small tower quickly warned, "Little Lin, retreat. This old man is about to self-detonate. A gathering realm self-detonation can obliterate you completely." Self-detonation? Lin Tian quickly retreated. Yi Wenda laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, run. Today, I shall perish along with your Taoist sect." In an instant, a blinding white light erupted from his soul. Dao Tianxia hastily exclaimed, "Young master, flee. A gathering realm expert as self-detonation can injure even those at the Dao realm." Lin Tian glanced at the Taoist sect, who were in a state of chaos, and shook his head. "I may leave, but can my kin escape?" As he spoke, a small tower appeared in his hand, and he forcefully covered Yi Wenda with it. The small tower exclaimed, "What the hell, little Lin? What are you doing?" As Yi Wenda prepared to explode, the small tower shouted, "Hurry up, act now." Within the tower, a massive hand reached out towards Yi Wenda. Yi Wenda was horrified, roaring, "Die!" The sound akin to flatulence echoed from the massive hand. "Why, Yi Wenda?" There were no waves of chaos, no casualties. The hand opened, and a wisp of ash scattered with the wind. The small tower returned to Lin Tian's hand. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, all gazing at Lin Tian, except for Dao Tianxia. What had they just witnessed? A gathering realm expert's self-detonation was effortlessly resolved by a small tower? Not even a sound was heard. What manner of tower was this? In the shadows, Zhang Zidao's expression also changed dramatically. Just moments ago, he had been ready to flee from Yi Wenda's self-detonation. Yet he now witnessed this astonishing turn of events. Lin Tian, the imperial clan, was indeed not to be underestimated. The entirety of the Yi family had been wiped out without forcing out the imperial clans or Taoist sects' hidden cards. His expression hardened as he glanced in a certain direction, where he spotted Chan Xiao. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. Moments later, the Taoist sect erupted in ecstatic cheers. "Young master is amazing. Young master is invincible. Young master." That moment, Lin Tian's prestige among the Taoist sect soared to unprecedented heights, surpassing that of the four ancestors. High above, Lin Tian looked down at the Taoist sect. Retracting his manifestation and bloodline, he smiled slightly, then turned his gaze towards the Xiao family. Upon meeting Lin Tian's eyes, the members of the Xiao family could not conceal their fear and trepidation. Having witnessed Lin Tian's annihilation of the Yi family, how could they not be afraid? Especially that one sword strike, which had utterly obliterated the Yi family members. Just one sword. A formidable second-tier clan had been eradicated. Xiao Zhaoshi glanced at Yin Xiong beside him and suddenly struck out, releasing an aura of the threshold realm. Yin Xiong's expression changed drastically. "Family head, spare me." Bang! Before he could finish, Yin Xiong was dead. His path extinguished. He was merely at the breaking law realm. How could he withstand such power? Lin Tian's eyes flashed with surprise as he quickly deduced that this man was one of the four guardians of the Xiao family. One who had plotted against him. Xiao Zhaoshi knelt before Lin Tian. "Young Master Lin, this scoundrel Yin Xiong dared to act against you. Today, I have slain him and come to seek your forgiveness." Faced with death, the members of the Xiao family quickly came to their senses and collectively knelt, pleading for Lin Tian's mercy. They were genuinely terrified. It was no wonder that the Zhang family had coerced them into confronting the Taoist sect. Lin Tian spoke. "Lao Luo, step forward." Luo Chengyu from within the tower appeared in the midst. Witnessing the obliteration of the Yi family, he was filled with excitement. He turned his gaze towards the members of the Xiao family, realizing he had made the right bet. The Xiao family members looked at Luo Chengyu with pale faces, fully aware of his allegiance to Lin Tian. Not long ago, they had vowed to hunt him down. Yet here he stood, looking down upon them. Lin Tian smiled at Luo Chengyu. "You are quite astute. Stay with the Taoist sect from now on and serve as their strategist." Luo Chengyu bowed. "Yes, young master." This was an unexpected delight for Luo Chengyu. He had anticipated Lin Tian would dismiss him, considering him merely a burden at the Law Master realm. Luo Chengyu approached the Taoist sect, and naturally, no one opposed. The young master's words were law. Lin Tian turned his attention back to the Shao family members and raised his hand, bringing down a sword strike. These were all cultivation resources that could not be squandered. The faces of the Shao family members changed dramatically. Before they could react, their heads flew from their bodies. An elderly figure remained, the ancestor of the Shao family. He looked around at the scattered bodies. His composure utterly shattered. Lin Tian smiled at him, half a step into the gathering realm. No wonder you have survived. The elder hurriedly bowed. Young master, spare my life. He was terrified. Though he was half a step into the gathering realm, Lin Tian had easily killed those who were genuine gathering realm experts. How could he possibly be a match? Lin Tian shook his head, preparing to strike. At that moment, a voice rang out, Lin Tian. Chapter 81. Half-step pseudo-Dao. Lin Tian turned to look, his expression shifting dramatically. A man was gripping Chen Xingyao's neck, appearing not far from Lin Tian. The man was indeed Zhang Zidao. Chen Xingyao looked at Lin Tian, struggling to say, Brother Tian, don't worry about me. Lin Tian's expression turned icy. Let her go. He did not dwell on the man's identity. It was of no consequence. In Lin Tian's eyes, the man was already as good as dead. Zhang Zidao laughed heartily. In a fit of rage for a beauty, Lin Tian, you truly are a prodigy. The imperial clan behind you remains a mystery to us. Can you disclose its strength? Lin Tian remained silent. At that moment, Dao Tianxia and the others arrived beside Lin Tian. Dao Tianxia looked at Zhang Zidao and said solemnly, Young master, this man belongs to a first-tier clan. The Zhang family. Zhang Zidao. A first-tier clan? Lin Tian fixed his gaze on Zhang Zidao. Release Xingyao, and I will tell you about the imperial clan. Zhang Zidao tightened his grip on Chen Xingyao, applying more pressure as he smiled. Do you truly believe you are in a position to make demands? Observing Chen Xingyao's struggles, Lin Tian hastily said, The imperial clan is not a family from this world. Not a family from this world? Zhang Zidao was taken aback, then coldly retorted, Lin Tian, do you really wish to see your beloved perish before your eyes? He felt as though Lin Tian was rubbing his intelligence into the dirt. Not a family from this world. Why not say the Guardian Alliance is the force behind you? Lin Tian gazed at Zhang Zidao, his voice icy as he declared, If you dare to kill, I assure you, the entire Zhang family will be eradicated. Zhang Zidao scoffed contemptuously, Then I shall kill for you to witness. As he prepared to exert force, he halted abruptly, for he beheld a small tower materializing in Lin Tian's grasp. Zhang Zidao coldly remarked, Do you truly believe you can slay me? Lin Tian remained silent. Zhang Zidao's complexion darkened. Truth be told, he feared that small tower, capable of withstanding a self-detonation at the gathering path level. After a moment of silence, he glanced at the struggling Chen Xingyao in his hands and proposed, Give me the tower, and I shall return this young lady to you. Without hesitation, Lin Tian sent the small tower flying towards Zhang Zidao. The small tower seemed to sigh, Am I truly so insignificant? Zhang Zidao was momentarily taken aback by Lin Tian's decisiveness. Indeed, women merely distract one from drawing swords. For formidable beings like them, women are but ephemeral specters. Although Lin Tian was extraordinary, he was, in this regard, foolishly naive. Without a second thought, Zhang Zidao hurled Chen Xingyao towards Lin Tian, stowed the tower away, and fled with blinding speed, leaving only an afterimage behind. Lin Tian promptly caught Chen Xingyao and entrusted her to the four from Dao Tianxia. His eyes turned a deep crimson. An overwhelming intent to kill surged forth, his bloodline fully awakened. And with the blood-red Yaotian sword in hand, he pursued Zhang Zidao. The dragon possesses its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. Soon, Lin Tian caught up with Zhang Zidao. Zhang Zidao, sensing the aura radiating from Lin Tian, was bewildered. How could Lin Tian be even stronger than when he confronted the Yi family, this bloodline? Suddenly, Lin Tian lunged at him with his sword raised. Zhang Zidao's expression shifted dramatically as he punched out. A dull thud echoed. Zhang Zidao was sent flying 1,000 meters away, a bloody line marring his chest. Waves of shock surged within him, though he had seen Lin Tian's prowess from the shadows. Experiencing it firsthand was nothing short of terrifying. Lin Tian charged at him once more. Zhang Zidao's expression hardened. Lin Tian, do you think yourself invincible? With that, he formed a seal with his hands and shouted, Rise, boom! In an instant, a terrifying force erupted forth, forcing the advancing Lin Tian to retreat. Lin Tian, with blood-red eyes, momentarily dazed, stared at Zhang Zidao. The gathering path cannot kill you, but what of the half-step Dao level? As he spoke, he waved his hand, unleashing a fearsome power towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian braced his sword against it. Bang! Lin Tian was propelled back a myriad of meters, and upon halting, he coughed up blood. His sword-wielding hand trembling uncontrollably, a flicker of clarity appeared in Lin Tian's eyes as he focused on Zhang Zidao. Half-step Dao level. No. It was half-step pseudo-Dao. Yet how could the strength be so formidable? Zhang Zidao stepped before Lin Tian, declaring, "I will make you chase." He unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Lin Tian plummeted to the ground like a missile. Boom! Dust and debris erupted as Lin Tian landed firmly in a pit. Golden light emanating from his body, revealing his bones. The bone-shattering refinement technique was in effect. Had he not endured 2 days and nights of this technique, Zhang Zidao's punch would have shattered his bones entirely. Zhang Zidao, witnessing Lin Tian's lack of severe injury, felt a flicker of dread. Without further contemplation, he turned to flee. Lin Tian paused, as if struck by a thought, then rose to pursue. Given the opponent's strength, why had he chosen to run instead of kill? The only explanation was that this power had a time limit. It was a secret technique. Enraged at Lin Tian's pursuit, Zhang Zidao pivoted and charged at him. "You are truly relentless." He swung another punch. Lin Tian met it with the Yaotian sword, declaring, "Sword body, I am as one with the sword." The sound of sword resonance echoed through the air. Lin Tian advanced, warping the very fabric of space around him. Zhang Zidao raised his hand, conjuring a pathway, and a force of law enveloped him. He swung a powerful punch. The two forces collided, sending Lin Tian reeling back a myriad of meters. Where he staggered, gasping for breath, his chest crushed from the impact. This scene was witnessed by the approaching four from Dao Tianxia. "Protect the young master," they shouted, rushing to Lin Tian's side as Chen Xingyao trailed behind. Zhang Zidao glared at his own fist, his expression growing darker. His middle finger had been severed by Lin Tian's sword. What if it had been his head? He was currently at half-step pseudo-Dao. Such an extraordinary genius aiding the Daoist faction would undoubtedly lead to a confrontation with the Jiang family in the future. Contemplating this, he raised his hand once more, condensing a massive fist. Observing this, Dao Tianxia bellowed, "Reveal your trump cards." The four produced an item, proclaiming, "With our souls, we shall annihilate the heavens and earth." At that moment, a voice rang out, "Young friends, do not rush," as the words fell. 2 figures materialized before the four, an elder and a youth. The four were momentarily stunned. Dao Tianxia exclaimed, "You are not dead, brothers, take him down with that." The four prepared to unleash their trump cards. The elder interjected, "I am no longer a member of the Yi family. I come to assist young friend Lin." The elder was Yi Liangshan. Upon hearing this, the four paused, taken aback. Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. "Tower brother, heal." His voice faltered. The small tower seemed to be in Zhang Zidao's possession. Yi Ling observed Lin Tian with curiosity. Meanwhile, Yi Liangshan stepped forward to confront Zhang Zidao. Naturally, Zhang Zidao recognized Yi Liangshan, and with cold disdain, he remarked, "Elder Yi, Lin Tian has slain your kin. Yet you do not take vengeance upon him, but instead come for me?" Yi Liangshan shook his head. "I have intervened with the Yi family. They would not heed my words, and thus were annihilated by young friend Lin.It is the will of heaven. They brought this upon themselves." As he spoke, his aura expanded, revealing that he too was at half-step pseudo-Dao. He continued, "Zhang family, have you ever considered the consequences of attacking young friend Yi?" "Consequences?" Zhang Zidao laughed heartily. "It is not just my Zhang family at play. The Daoist faction bows to the imperial clan, and even the imperial clan must be eradicated. There was no alternative. If the Daoist faction were to rise again, the forces that had once suppressed them would find themselves facing annihilation." Yi Liangshan shook his head. "Every cause has its effect. In the past, you could not extinguish the Daoist faction, which signifies their fate has not yet run its course. Today, the Daoist faction is already on the rise. If you continue to target them, you shall only provoke their wrath. I stand here today. You shall not harm young friend Yi, and you may leave." Yi Liangshan fixed his gaze on Zhang Zidao, awaiting his response. Zhang Zidao's expression was frigid, his own energy steadily depleting. Moreover, this elder was indeed a true half-step pseudo-Dao. He was not a match for him. After a moment of silence, he retracted the massive fist he had conjured, declaring coldly, "The mountains may change, but the waters will flow. Yi Liangchen, my Jiang family will remember this day." He then turned his gaze towards Yiling, his meaning unspoken. Why? Yi Liangchen furrowed his brow, originally intending to grant him a path to survival. But Jiang Zidao's threat had sealed his fate. With a swift motion, Yi Liangchen struck Jiang Zidao with a resounding slap. The terrifying force caused Jiang Zidao's expression to shift dramatically as he hastily tried to defend himself. Bang! The strike landed on Jiang Zidao, sending him flying a myriad of meters. When he finally came to a stop, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The power of Yi Liangchen's half-step pseudo-Dao was not something Jiang Zidao, who had relied on secret techniques to reach his current level, could match. Witnessing this, all present wore expressions of concern. If half-step pseudo-Dao was this formidable, what of true Dao level? Only the Lord would be capable of subduing such power with a single hand. Yet it was not over. Yi Liangchen stepped forward, closing the distance to Jiang Zidao. Jiang Zidao clutched his chest and took a step back. Yi Liangchen, do you truly wish to eradicate me? Yi Liangchen shook his head. I have already given you a chance, yet you chose to threaten me. Your fate is sealed. My slaying of you is in accordance with the will of heaven. Upon hearing Yi Liangchen's words, Lin Tian and the others were momentarily stunned. The phrase "in accordance with the will of heaven" carried a weight of righteousness. Jiang Zidao glared fiercely at Yi Liangchen. What does it mean to bully a mere junior? If you have the courage, go and challenge my family's ancestor, junior. In the presence of Yi Liangchen, Jiang Zidao was indeed a junior. It was almost laughable. After all, Yi Liangchen was of the same generation as their ancestor. Yi Liangchen shook his head. In my lifetime, nothing irks me more than double standards. If you dare, let your ancestor come. Should he be able to slay young friend Lin, I shall believe him. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Lin Tian gazed incredulously at Yi Liangchen. Wait, can this elder really predict the future? Jiang Zidao, however, laughed boisterously. Nonsense. My ancestor is a true pseudo-Dao level being. He then turned to Lin Tian. With a single slap from my ancestor, this brat would die 100 deaths. Yi Liangchen sighed softly. To debate with a piece of rotting wood, you are exceptionally foolish. Death is your destiny. Why? Yi Liangchen suddenly slapped Jiang Zidao, the terrifying force tearing through space itself. Before he could react, Jiang Zidao was sent flying a myriad of meters away. When he finally stopped, his body was cracked, his aura plummeting. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his entire being deflated. At this moment, Lin Tian hastily brandished the Yaotian sword. Regardless of anything else, he needed to claim the sword. It was a resource, a significant boon. After killing so many at the Gathering Path level, he could scarcely imagine what realm he might break through to. The Yaotian sword flew swiftly towards Jiang Zidao. Swish! Jiang Zidao's head sailed through the air. As the Yaotian sword returned, a small tower perched upon its blade. Yi Liangchen gazed at the two objects, shaking his head in resignation. How could he, Yi Liangchen, have such foolish juniors? If only he had known earlier, he would have cast them against the wall. The small tower found its way back into Lin Tian's hands. Lin Tian said, "Tower brother." The small tower choked up. Xiao Linzi, am I truly so insignificant to you? After all this time together, when you need me, you call me tower brother, but when you do not, you cast me aside without hesitation. You are not human. Lin Tian paused momentarily, then replied earnestly, "Tower brother, you are very important to me." He shook his head. Have you considered why I decisively handed you over? The small tower fell silent for a moment, hesitating. Was it not to save your beloved? Lin Tian's expression dimmed. You only know one side of the story, unaware of the other. The small tower remained silent, waiting for further explanation. Lin Tian continued. If Jiang Zidao brings you back to the Jiang family, you could infiltrate them from within. At that time, as brothers, we will work together to capture them all. The small tower was taken aback. Then why do you pursue me relentlessly? Lin Tian's heart ached. Tower brother, am I merely a person devoid of any loyalty in your eyes? Acknowledging the dangers ahead, though it is a plan, I still cannot bear to abandon you. Alas, you do not understand me, and I harbor no resentment. As he spoke, a tear slipped from the corner of Lin Tian's eye. Inside the tower, Emperor Tu's lips twitched. Was he really meant to be an actor? Why pursue the path of immortality? Emperor Tu was certain that if Lin Tian employed such tactics on his sister, she would take him home in an instant, even if their father arrived. The small tower, however, was now utterly in tears. Brother, I have wronged you. Let me heal your wounds. Die in an instant. A surge of power flowed into Lin Tian's body, visibly mending his injuries. Wai Liangchen and Yi Ling were stunned. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Tian rose. His injuries were too severe to heal completely in such a short time, as they were lethal. He grasped the hand of Qin Xingyao beside him and bowed to Yi Liangchen. Thank you, senior, for your timely assistance. Through the conversation between Yi Liangchen and Zhang Zidao, Lin Tian had learned of Yi Liangchen's identity. He felt perplexed in his heart. Having slaughtered his entire family, why would he still wish to assist him? As if sensing Lin Tian's confusion, Yi Liangchen said, Young friend, there is no need for thanks. I have already intervened with the Yi family, but they refuse to listen. I have come to transform our ill fate into a favorable one. He added, I am no longer associated with the Yi family. Nor is this child Yi Ling. Everyone present exchanged strange glances. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Thank you, senior. I will remember this. Matters are matters. Lin Tian still distinguished between gratitude and grievance. Wai Liangchen looked at Lin Tian, hesitating for a moment. Young friend, could you assist this old man with a favor? Lin Tian pondered briefly. If it is within my capabilities, I shall not decline. Wai Liangchen nodded and turned his gaze to Yi Ling. Linger, kneel and greet your elder brother, Lin Tian. Everyone. Seeing that Yi Liangchen was not jesting, Yi Ling did not hesitate and knelt before Lin Tian. Elder brother. Lin Tian hurried to support him. There is no need for such formality. Yet Yi Ling did not rise. Wai Liangchen addressed Lin Tian. Young friend, Linger has been by my side since childhood. Now that my lifespan is drawing to a close, I wish to secure a protector for him. Lin Tian replied, Senior, my enemies are from a first-rate family. Wai Liangchen shook his head. That is of no concern. Lin Tian smiled. Could you tell me why it is necessary for him to follow me? Yi Liangchen blurted out, because you have a strong fate, Lin Tian. Observing Lin Tian's expression, Yi Liangchen quickly added, Linger is exceptionally gifted, but he bears a layer of karmic ties. I have discerned this for many years. I can only use my life to shield him, and only you, young friend, can break it. Karmic ties? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. What karmic ties? Yi Liangchen shook his head. I do not know either. He continued, in any case, for you, young friend, and the forces behind you, it is not a significant matter. Lin Tian felt a wave of frustration. It seemed he had attracted the attention of those behind him. Lin Tian inquired, Senior, can you predict fate? Yi Liangchen looked into the distance. I cannot predict fate, but I can follow the will of heaven and discern the trajectories of all things. Lin Tian asked. Then how can you be certain that even if the Zhang family's ancestor comes, they cannot kill me? Yi Liangchen responded. I can still boast. Lin Tian. Yi Liangchen smiled faintly. There are some things you may know, but cannot speak of. He turned to Lin Tian. Young friend, will you accept Linger? Lin Tian, with a hint of melancholy, replied, You save me just for this request? Yi Liangchen nodded. Indeed. Being direct is essential when speaking with someone like Lin Tian. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Tian nodded. Point, one cannot refuse a favor after receiving help. If he could not fulfill this small request, he would be unworthy of his humanity. Lin Tian helped Yi Ling to his feet. And this time, Yi Ling stood up. Lin Tian looked at him and smiled faintly. Senior says you are exceptionally gifted. What realm have you reached? Yi Ling released his aura, hesitating for a moment. Elder brother, I am not as impressive as you. I am merely at the half-step gathering Dao staged. Half-step gathering Dao? Lin Tian was taken aback. The four venerable ancestors of the Dao family were astonished. Their young master had taken in a subordinate who was clearly the weakest, Dao Ming. This won't do. Mingzi is one of their own, a half-imperial family member, and in the future, he would belong to the royal faction. When they returned, they must ensure he trains diligently. If he does not reach the Dao realm, how could he be considered a brother to the young master? The four venerable ancestors could not afford to lose face. Lin Tian patted Yi Ling's shoulder. You are still capable. It seems I will need to exert some effort to deal with you. Train well. Everyone. To handle a half-step gathering Dao with just a layer of effort? How could their young master be so boastful? Yi Ling's expression was peculiar. Previously, he had witnessed Lin Tian slay a gathering Dao practitioner. He had clearly seen him spit blood. Would he truly only need to use a layer of effort against him? Shaking off his thoughts, Yiling nodded. All right. Having received a satisfactory answer, Yangshan smiled slightly and said to Lin Tian, young friend, my lifespan is limited, but I can still assist you in some ways. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, nodding. From Jiang Zidao's words, it was evident that the major forces would not let the Dao family off easily. The first-rate forces had the presence of pseudo-Dao realms. Lin Tian's expression darkened. Why did it feel as though his path was preordained? Every time he broke through to a higher realm, stronger foes emerged to confront him. It was either fighting or preparing for a fight. Exhausting. Upon returning to the Dao family, the four venerable ancestors surrounded Dao Ming, delivering a stern lecture. Dao Ming was left in a state of dismay. Dao Tianlin grasped Dao Ming's ear. Listen here, kneel before Dao Hua. And until you break through to the Dao realm, if you dare to come out, I will break your legs. Dao Ming hurriedly nodded. I will go. I will go. Ancestor, please let go. My ear is about to fall off. Dao Tianlin kicked Dao Ming away towards a certain direction, toward the cliff's edge. The tree spirit accompanied Chen Xingyao inside the house. Meanwhile, Chen Xingyuan and Chen Jiming were stationed on a nearby mountain peak. Yi Liangqin, the half-step pseudo-Dao expert, was in a similar situation. Outside the house, Yiling looked at Lin Tian, hesitating. Elder brother, can a person truly be resurrected after death? Lin Tian was taken aback. Can a person be resurrected after death? Yiling's expression fell. The ancestor's lifespan is nearing its end, and I do not wish for him to die. Lin Tian hesitated. But, once a person dies, it seems they cannot return. Tears welled in the corners of Yiling's eyes. It's all my fault. If it weren't for this layer of karmic ties on me, the ancestor would surely break through to the pseudo-Dao realm and would not have to die. Seeing Yiling's sorrowful expression, Lin Tian decided to weave a kind-hearted lie. He looked earnestly at Yiling. With my current perspective, I cannot fathom life and death. Perhaps it is indeed possible for a person to be resurrected. As he spoke, Lin Tian raised his hand. Is there not a path of life and death in this world? If you comprehend it, there may be opportunities. As he concluded, Lin Tian felt somewhat uneasy. Some opportunities? He himself did not believe in. How could a person possibly be resurrected? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Yiling's eyes lit up. Elder brother, do you also believe that the path of life and death can resurrect the dead? Upon finishing, Yiling exuded an aura of life and death, half gentle, half cold, mastering the path of life and death. Lin Tian stood in shocked. Why? Yiling added. However, I feel it is insufficient. I also want to cultivate the path of reincarnation. Elder brother, what do you think? Lin Tian, astonished, nodded. You should strive for it. Why? Yiling smiled faintly. As night fell, Yiling sought out his ancestor. Lin Tian watched Yiling's retreating figure and sighed softly before entering the house. Tossing the tree spirit into the tower. Under Chen Xingyao's puzzled gaze, Lin Tian forcefully hurled the small tower toward the horizon, transforming it into a myriad of stars. The small tower. Lin Tian turned to Chen Xingyao, gently saying, Xingyao. An hour later, Lin Tian kissed Chen Xingyao. I must cultivate. My enemies are formidable. Chen Xingyao opened her mouth to speak. All right, I will cultivate as well. Her voice was hoarse, and her neck ached. Lin Tian produced 11 storage rings and handed them to Chen Xingyao. She did not refuse. Using her man's possessions was not shameful. Moreover, her man was currently overflowing with wealth. With the resources of the entire Yi family, Xiao family, and Dao family at his disposal, Lin Tian entered the tower. The tree spirit looked at him and blinked. Elder brother, was it enjoyable? Lin Tian. The tower echoed with the tree spirit's wails. An hour passed. Lin Xiaoyao was still immersed in her cultivation, her body emanating an ethereal aura that felt both present and elusive. Lin Tian smiled wryly. He believed himself to be quite extraordinary, yet his younger sister surpassed him in that regard. That very aura instilled within him a sense of danger. Once Xiaoyao completed her training, she would undoubtedly present him with a grand surprise. Sitting on the ground, Lin Tian smiled and said, Tower brother, come forth. As the words left his lips, a surge of power flooded into Lin Tian's being. After having slain so many at the gathering Dao realm, he was exhilarated. The Jiang family estate. An elder hesitated before addressing the middle-aged man before him. Patriarch, Zidao has perished. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. How did he die? Was it the Taoist hidden cards, or did the imperial clan intervene? The elder shook his head, indicating that the specifics were unknown and required further investigation. The middle-aged man pondered. Have we not yet uncovered the details surrounding this imperial clan? The elder nodded, explaining that the family seemed to have appeared out of nowhere in the Xintian realm, or perhaps it had never existed at all, leaving no trace behind. Does the Taoists truly fabricate a family to protect themselves? The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before deciding to continue the investigation, focusing first on how Zidao met his demise. The elder nodded and withdrew. 3 days later, within the tower, Lin Tian rose to his feet. Extending his hand, 4 paths of Tao manifested before him. Power, destruction, space, and fate. The path of power had solidified further. However, he understood that such a state was not sufficient to be deemed a true Tao. One must integrate these 4 principles to a significant degree to be worthy of such a title. As for the additional fate principle, the small tower had guided Lin Tian in comprehending it. Controlling destinies, where words became laws. What a spectacle that would be! Lin Tian smiled faintly, dismissing the gathering Tao as trivial. The small tower interjected, "Little Lin, while reaching the gathering Tao may seem simple, attaining the Tao realm is a different matter entirely." Lin Tian furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. The small tower continued, "You must cultivate the 4 principles to perfection and harmonize them with your own essence to enter the Tao." Merging with the sword Tao, Lin Tian fell into contemplation. He was beginning to grasp the difficulty, particularly with the principles of space and fate. Time held authority, space commanded dominion, power reigned supreme, and fate stood exalted. It seemed he was running out of time. If Zhang Zidao had indeed perished, the Zhang family would surely seek the Taoist assistance in a short span. This time, he resolved, I do not wish to fight recklessly. I need to wield absolute strength to instill fear within all factions. An idea struck him, and he hesitated before asking, Tower Brother, who decreed that only by following one's own path and merging with the heavenly Tao can one attain the Tao? The small tower paused. That is a convention established by others. Indeed, various cultivation systems were the products of other studies. The gathering Tao realm allowed one to temporarily borrow the principles of the cosmos to enhance their power. The Tao realm, on the other hand, involved directly assimilating the principles of the universe into one's own cultivated path for personal use. Borrowing versus merging, one was clearly superior to the other. Moreover, the principles must undergo transformation into the Tao. Only after this fusion could one claim to have reached the Tao realm. As for the pseudo-Tao realm, they did not transform the principles into the Tao but merely merged them, which constituted a false Tao. Lin Tian suddenly understood. However, given the limited time remaining, how could he possibly achieve the transformation of these 4 principles? He needed to explore alternative methods. He hesitated again. Tower Brother, do you think it's possible for me to actively merge with the principles? Upon hearing this, the small tower fell silent, while Emperor Tu looked taken aback. Merging oneself with the principles and embodying them. Subverting the very essence. What floated within the cosmos was not merely principles but the Tao itself, the culmination of 3,000 derivations of the Tao. Emperor Tu spoke up, Little Lin, although the 3,000 Taos of this realm may be somewhat inferior, they are not something you can easily merge with. The moment you make contact, you would be obliterated. Lin Tian chuckled wryly. Then how am I to enhance my strength in such a short time? Am I truly expected to cultivate the 4 principles into a Tao and merge them with my sword Tao? After a moment's hesitation, Emperor Tu suggested, in truth, you could simply focus on your sword. Once your sword reaches a certain level, a single strike could obliterate the 3,000 Taos of the Xintian realm. Lin Tian remained speechless. Brother Tu, what level do you think my sword Tao must reach to annihilate the 3,000 Taos? Emperor Tu fell silent. Lin Tian continued. Every ascent to the pinnacle of martial arts requires assistance, yet upon reaching the apex, those aids become irrelevant, akin to mere trinkets. Emperor Tu did not respond, for Lin Tian's words bore truth. The enhancement of one's strength indeed required aid, but upon attaining a certain level, such assistance could be cast aside. Yet, his young master possessed something far from foolishness. However, was he not being overly extravagant? To desire to merge with the Tao at such a level was akin to courting death. Emperor Tu inquired, then how do you plan to harmonize with the Tao? Lin Tian smiled faintly. His mind stirring as the four paths of Tao converged before him, he regarded them. Can you allow me to merge with you, or shall I merge with you instead? Otherwise, I shall summon my father to cleave the Shintian realm with a single stroke. The four principals fell silent, as did Emperor Tuesday. The principals trembled slightly, as if to convey, this human is quite audacious. Lin Tian insisted, is it possible or not? If not, I shall call upon my father. Just as he was about to crush the small sword in his hand, the four principals surged toward Lin Tian, causing his aura to swell dramatically. Emperor Tu was momentarily stunned. Lin Tian smiled subtly. Invoking his father's presence proved effective. Clearly, the Tao of the Shintian realm recognized the strength of his father. Aware of this, the principals must possess some sentience, governing the Tao, the heavenly Tao. Lin Tian hesitated briefly before raising his small sword. Heavenly Tao, come forth and discuss. A gentle breeze swept through, yet there was no response. Ha ha ha! The small tower could no longer contain its laughter. Lin Tian felt a pang of frustration. Was his father not deserving of respect? In the next moment, a figure coalesced before Lin Tian, a young man. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 85. Would you like to assume the role of the heavenly Tao? This young man was indeed the heavenly Tao, who gazed at Lin Tian with a hint of melancholy. He then bowed slightly to Emperor Tu, greeting him as senior. Emperor Tu nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Tian turned to the heavenly Tao. Senior, are you truly the heavenly Tao? The heavenly Tao nodded in affirmation. Lin Tian voiced his concern. If I merge with the Tao, what if others cultivate the same path and borrow from it? Would my strength then be diluted? Your strength? How shameless can you be? The corner of the heavenly Tao's mouth twitched, yet he answered honestly, no. What practitioners borrow are merely the shadows of the 3,000 Tao's. He continued. What you merge with is the true Tao of the Shintian realm. A shadow? Lin Tian pondered. Is that akin to the principles? The heavenly Tao nodded. You may interpret it that way. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, then transforming principles into a Tao. The Tao is the true essence. Correct? The heavenly Tao replied. Not quite. It too is a shadow. Lin Tian was taken aback. Another shadow? The heavenly Tao, sensing Lin Tian's confusion, explained. If it were the true Tao, then with 3,000 Tao realms, the Shintian realm would lack any Tao. Fearing Lin Tian might not comprehend, he elaborated, humans are astute. They borrow a fragment of the 3,000 Tao's, a mere shadow. They then integrate this fragment, which you refer to as the Tao, ultimately merging it with their cultivated path to achieve the Tao realm. After hearing the heavenly Tao's explanation, Lin Tian nodded in understanding. It was clear. Practitioners comprehend a fragment of the Tao's shadow to approach the Tao. They utilize this fragment to attain the gathering Tao. Merging a fragment that lacks coherence results in the pseudo-Tao realm, while merging a thoroughly comprehended fragment leads to the true Tao realm. In reality, it is not about merging with the true Tao but with a fragment. Even a fragment holds tremendous power. Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. What he was merging with now was the true Tao. He was soaring. Regaining his composure, he asked, Heavenly Tao brother, can I merge with the Tao at any time? The heavenly Tao responded with a hint of melancholy, you may, but there will be side effects. After 2 hours, you will be utterly depleted. Lin Tian blinked in surprise. Why is that? The heavenly Tao explained. You are too weak. The Tao's merging with you is restrained to a minuscule degree. Without this restraint, you would perish in an instant. Lin Tian felt disheartened. He believed himself to be incredibly powerful. Yet now he felt diminished. Let me prove it, he said, turning to Emperor Tu. Brother Tu, receive my sword. Emperor Tu hesitated, unsure if he had heard correctly. Lin Tian smiled. Do you dare? I feel that I am extraordinarily powerful now. Emperor Tu paused. Very well. Lin Tian summoned the Yaotian sword, unleashing a single strike. In an instant, a wave of destructive energy surged forth. Lin Tian swung his sword toward Emperor Tuesday. Emperor Tu's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, Lin Tian's sword vanished, reappearing at the back of Emperor Tu's head. The latter's expression shifted, and he swiftly turned, throwing a punch. Bang! The Yaotian sword was sent flying. Lin Tian was left dumbfounded. Emperor Tu smiled slightly. Space reigns supreme. You seem to have grasped the concept. What a pity. The Tao is far more profound. As the words fell, D2 unleashed a fierce punch towards Lin Tian. Boom! Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing onto the small tower like a heavy cannonball, causing him to lose consciousness, and the 4 strands of the great Tao within him dissipated. D2 shook his head, finding him too weak. The small tower. D2 turned his gaze towards Tian Dao. Tian Dao shuddered and quickly knelt, saying, "Senior, my physique is fragile. I cannot withstand your strikes." D2. A day and a night passed, and Lin Tian slowly regained consciousness. His entire body ached, feeling utterly drained. Truly, a single punch shattered his heroic dreams. Tian Dao gave Lin Tian a thumbs up, acknowledging his bravery to confront a senior. Lin Tian struggled to rise. Looking at Tian Dao, "Brother Tian Dao, could you let the 4 great Daos manifest once more?" Tian Dao was taken aback. "Did you not hear what I said? In your prime, you could only merge with the Tao for 2 hours. If you attempt to merge now, you will surely perish." Lin Tian shook his head. "I do not wish to merge for now. I want to transform the thread of comprehension I have into a Tao." After a pause, he added, "How about this? Just draw 1/10 of the Tao for me. That's all I require." Tian Dao suppressed the urge to strike him. "The size of that shadow depends entirely on your own comprehension." "Draw 1/10 for you? Why don't you take my place as Tian Dao?" "Size?" Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. "I am unaware of how much I have comprehended." Tian Dao replied, "You can borrow it. Have you not reached the gathering Tao realm? Just borrow it and you will know." Lin Tian nodded. "Tower brother, heal my injuries." Half an hour later, Lin Tian extended his hand, and the 4 strands of the great laws surged towards him, with the law of power being the most abundant, and the laws of space and fate being the least. Witnessing this, Tian Dao was left dumbfounded. Are you not a congenital Tao body?" Lin Tian was puzzled. "What is a congenital Tao body?" Tian Dao concealed his astonishment, explaining, "A congenital Tao body is innately close to the great Tao." He continued, "The laws of space and fate that you comprehend are still immature. If you were to transform these 4 shadows into what you call the great Tao, in the same realm, you would be nearly invincible." Lin Tian smiled slightly. "Generally, I only draw 1 sword in the same realm." Tian Dao. Without further ado, Lin Tian began his comprehension, and Tian Dao, understanding the gravity of the situation, summoned the true 4 great Daos. With such treatment, Lin Tian was indeed the foremost individual in the Xian Tian realm, the Zhang family. Upon hearing the elder's report, the middle-aged man was furious. "That old fool Yu Yangshan seeks death. How dare he kill my Zhang family member?" The middle-aged man coldly commanded, "Fetch ancestor Tai Yi, and tomorrow, you shall bring 10 peak gathering Tao warriors to obliterate the Tao family." The elder hesitated. "Family head, the Tao family still has hidden cards. Should we involve other families?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "Those small towers that can withstand gathering Tao self-detonations, and that sword, must belong to my Zhang family. If we involve another family, my Zhang family will only gain another competitor, especially that young man's sword domain, which could suppress others' cultivation. If my Zhang family obtains this, we would be invincible." As he spoke, the middle-aged man chuckled, seemingly already considering these things as belonging to the Zhang family. The elder nodded. "Indeed, fortune and danger coexist. If the Zhang family acquires these, the Xian Tian realm shall be invincible." The elder took his leave. After the elder departed, the middle-aged man smiled slightly. "Can the imperial clan be stronger than my Zhang family?" The next day, outside the Zhang family, an elegantly adorned elder gazed at the 11 individuals before him. The elder was none other than Zhang Tai, the ancestor of the Zhang family. Zhang Tai spoke, "The Dao family has slain my Zhang family members. The lesson from a century ago has not been enough for them. Today, we shall flatten the Dao family to assert our authority." The 11 individuals before him bowed in unison. "Yes, Ancestor. 1 Pseudo-Dao Realm Warrior and 11 Peak Gathering Dao Warriors marched forth, grandly heading towards the Dao family. Inside the tower, Lin Tian ceased his comprehension. The laws behind him grew increasingly solid and powerful. The 4 true great Daos lay before him, making it difficult not to solidify them. Lin Tian asked Tian Dao, "Brother Tian Dao, is it difficult to merge them into my being?" Tian Dao nodded. "Indeed, it is difficult." He hesitated for a moment. "But for you, it is not." Chapter 86. Grandfather, spare my life not difficult for myself? Lin Tian queried in confusion. "What do you mean?" Tian Dao lamented. "You would threaten them." Lin Tian blinked. "How about you let the 3,000 Dao heads spar with my father? Tian Dao, with a sigh. Tian Dao reflected that after being the Dao for so many years, it was the first time to be threatened. This was the first time encountering such a shameless human. Moreover, this human had a powerful backing, which was truly frustrating. At that moment, the small tower spoke, "Little Lin, someone is looking for you outside." With that, Lin Tian exited the tower. His and Chen Xingyao's room was now surrounded by a crowd, including Qin Xingyuan, Dao Ming, and a host of Dao family members. Lin Tian inquired, "What is the matter?" Chen Xingyuan grabbed Lin Tian's hand, pulling him outside. "The Jiang family has come. You must confront them." Lin Tian was speechless. "Why don't you go?" Qin Xingyuan blinked. "I cannot defeat them." Outside the Dao family, the 12 members of the Jiang family hovered in the sky, facing the 4 elders of the Dao family and Yiliangchun. Dao Tian frowned. Even from a distance, he could sense the terrifying aura emanating from Jiang Tai-yi, a pseudo-Dao realm powerhouse. Jiang Tai-yi called out, "Let the boy Lin Tian come out. I will consider sparing the Dao family." "What a joke!" Dao Tian coldly snorted. "Do you think my Dao family fears you? If you wish to fight, come directly." He added, "Whoever flinches is a coward." Jiang Taiyi's face darkened ominously, as a dignified pseudo-Dao realm being had never been insulted in such a manner. Yet, he did not dare to act recklessly. The Dao family's remaining trump cards could indeed kill him. That useless Yi family has not even forced out their trump cards. "What a waste," Jiang Tai-yi declared. "In 3 breaths, if Lin Tian does not appear, my 11 gathering Dao warriors will slaughter the Dao family." His 11 followers were left with black lines on their foreheads. They wished to ask, "Ancestor, what about you? Are we to be cannon fodder to force out the Dao family's trump cards?" Jiang Taiyi's voice was grave. 1.2. A voice interrupted him. "Your grandson has arrived." Lin Tian and Chen Xingyuan appeared before everyone. The Jiang family's expressions turned pale. The ancestor's grandson. What were they to call him? Jiang Taiyi's fury soared. Without further ado, he struck Lin Tian with a palm, the overwhelming aura causing the very space to tremble. Lin Tian quickly pushed Chen Xingyuan aside. Bang! That palm struck Lin Tian squarely, sending him hurtling back a distance of 10,000 meters. As he came to a halt, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Big brother." Chen Xingyuan, pushed aside, felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. Lin Tian wiped the blood from his mouth, realizing that in battle, one must act decisively and without hesitation. Jiang Tai stared intently at Lin Tian, astonished. Despite not exerting full force, such a strike should not be withstood by someone in the limiting Dao realm. The only possibility was that this boy had broken through to the gathering Dao realm in just a few days. Such a rapid advancement to the gathering Dao realm was simply unfathomable. Jiang Taiyi's expression darkened further, murderous intent rising. A prodigious talent like this must not be allowed to live in the distance. Lin Tian rose, gazing at Jiang Taiyi. Pseudo-Dao realm, nothing extraordinary. As these words left his mouth, everyone was left speechless. The 4 members of Dao Tian sighed in unison. "Young master, this boast is rather grand." Lin Tian. A pseudo-Dao realm being could establish a first-rate family. How could he claim such a person was nothing extraordinary? Jiang Tai-yi, angered to the point of laughter, could not help but mock. "Insect, unaware of your own insignificance." Lin Tian nodded. "Come, let me show you what true strength is." With that, he summoned the Dao. A gentle breeze swept through, and the entire venue fell silent, devoid of any movement. Everyone looked at Lin Tian in confusion. Jiang Tai-yi shook his head, aiming for attention. "Hand over your opportunities and self-destruct your cultivation, and I may consider sparing your life." Ignoring the elder's words, Lin Tian waved his hand. "The Dao comes." This time was different. He held a small sword, a gift from his father. The next moment, the heavens transformed. 4 overwhelming auras surged towards Lin Tian. Realizing this, Jiang Taiyi's face contorted in disbelief. "How is this possible? The great Dao, you are not in the gathering Dao realm. You are a Dao realm powerhouse." With that, Jiang Tai-yi turned to flee. The 11 members of the Jiang family stared at Jiang Tai-yi in shock. Jiang Tai-yi's voice echoed. "What are you standing there for? Run. This boy is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He is a Dao realm powerhouse, not a pseudo-Dao." A Dao realm powerhouse? The 11 turned their gazes towards Lin Tian. He advanced, emanating an aura capable of shattering the void, and struck with a single sword. Swish! The heads of the 11 flew off. Lin Tian glanced in the direction Jiang Tai had fled. Smiling slightly then, with a wave of his hand, the space before him trembled violently, the very fabric of space being forcibly torn apart. Lin Tian stepped through in the place left behind. The members of the Dao family gaped, eyes wide and mouths agape. After a moment, someone finally spoke. Young master, he is a Dao realm powerhouse. Wow! The members of the Dao family erupted in chaos. My heavens! The young master eliminated 11 gathering Dao warriors with a single sword. Is the young master even human? I recall he had just entered the law realm when he came to our family. Now, in just half a year's time, he has broken through to the Dao realm. My goodness, Dao Ming sighed, pondering if he could catch up to his elder brother. 5 months from entering the law realm to breaking through to the Dao realm. Just the thought was despondent. Meanwhile, Yiliangshan looked at Yiling Linger. Do you understand why I wanted you to follow him? Yiling nodded. Big brother is extraordinarily gifted. I cannot compare. Why Yiliangshan patted his shoulder. You are quite gifted too. Being his brother is both a blessing and a curse. Lin Xiaoyu is simply too dazzling. In Yiling's eyes shone a glimmer of brilliance. Ancestor, I cannot resurrect you, but I firmly believe my elder brother can. A pang of bitterness coursed through Yiliangshan's heart. Meanwhile, Lin Tian tore through the fabric of reality, suddenly appearing before Jiang Tai. Jiang Tai gazed at Lin Tian as if he had seen a ghost. You, Lin Tian, who exactly are you? How can you possibly be a Dao realm powerhouse? His words stumbled forth with difficulty. It was no wonder. A Dao realm expert was truly terrifying. He had had the fortune of witnessing one during the siege against the Dao clan years ago. Just a single glance had turned Dao realm experts into nightmares for countless individuals. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Did you not ask me to cripple my own cultivation? His calm words drifted into Jiang Tai's ears, causing him to crumble. Lin Tian, are you truly intent on exterminating me? Saying this, he knelt before Lin Tian. Grandfather, I beseech you, grant me mercy. I was wrong. My Jiang family shall never provoke the Dao clan again. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Rest assured, the Jiang family will soon accompany you, and I shall not allow you to descend into solitude. With that, he raised his hand, and 4 terrifying auras surged forth. But first, you should go down and have a chat with Zhang Zidao. As the words fell, Lin Tian struck Zhang Zidao with a punch. Bang. The latter transformed into a mist of blood. Lin Tian savored his immense strength. Smiling faintly, how exhilarating. Casting his gaze, he soon spotted Qin Xingyao amidst the Dao clan. With a gentle wave of his hand, he tore apart the space and stepped inside. Above the Dao clan, the space trembled as Lin Tian appeared before everyone. In the next moment, the 4 auras dissipated, and he slumped down. Struggling, Lin Tian managed to utter, "Come and help me up." Before he could finish, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. Qin Xingyao rushed forward to catch him. Chapter 87. Son of the Heavenly Dao. Qin Xingyao cradled Lin Tian in her arms, leaping down gracefully. The members of the Dao clan hurriedly approached. Looking at the unconscious Lin Tian, Dao Tianxia exclaimed, "The young master is not of the Dao realm. Not of the Dao realm." Confusion washed over the crowd. If he is not of the Dao realm, how could he have frightened away Jiang Tai? A mere pseudo-Daoist? They fell silent. Why Yiliangshan spoke up to clarify. The young friend is still at the gathering Dao realm, but the Dao he borrowed is far more terrifying than what is typically borrowed at this level. All eyes turned to Yiliangshan in perplexity. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, generally speaking, a cultivator comprehends a strand of the Dao's principle, and what they borrow is that very strand. However, what our young friend has borrowed is a magnitude beyond that strand. He paused hesitantly. It could very well be the essence of the Dao itself. Upon uttering these words, Yiliangshan forced a wry smile, admitting to himself that he found it hard to believe. How could one borrow the essence of 3,000 Daos? The crowd stared in disbelief at Lin Tian. Borrowing the essence of the Dao. How could our young master have achieved this? He cannot possibly be the son of the heavenly Dao. Dao Ming hesitated before asking, Elder Yi, does this mean that my elder brother can reach the level of a Dao realm powerhouse in a short time? Yiliangshan shook his head. Yes and no. Essentially, the young friend remains at the gathering Dao realm. He can indeed slay pseudo-Daoists, but he cannot match a true Dao realm expert. The crowd nodded in agreement. To be able to slay a pseudo-Daoist is already impressive. However, they soon realized their young master had not yet awakened his bloodline. Once he did, what would a Dao realm powerhouse even signify? The Dao clan members were filled with exhilaration. Lin Tian was their deity, their eternal god. They hurried to channel spiritual energy into Lin Tian. Before long, he regained consciousness. Lin Tian cracked a pale smile. "Help me up." Once seated, he felt as though his body had been hollowed out. Devoid of any strength, at this moment, he was akin to an ordinary person. Even a mere mortal could potentially kill him. If they possessed the means to breach his flesh, Dao Ming looked at Lin Tian. "Elder brother, you are still at the Gathering Dao realm, not the Dao realm, correct?" Although Yi Liangshan had stated this earlier, they still wanted to hear it directly from Lin Tian, for it was simply too astonishing. A Gathering Dao realm practitioner intimidating a pseudo-Daoist had never happened in the annals of history within the Xintian realm. Lin Tian smiled, his voice weak. "I am indeed still at the Gathering Dao realm, but the Dao I borrowed differs from yours." Indeed, he had initially sought to merge with the Dao, but he had not anticipated that his father's influence would be so profound, leading the Dao to merge with him willingly. It was crucial to note that merging with the Dao and having the Dao merge with him were two distinct concepts. If he were to merge with the Dao would not be able to restrain its own power. And in an instant, it would tear him apart. The Dao remained oblivious to Lin Tian's thoughts. Otherwise, it would have certainly retorted, "What an unashamed human! Do you think we Dao willingly merged with you?" "We were compelled." Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the crowd fell momentarily silent. Dao Ming inquired, "Elder brother, the Dao you borrowed is at the essence of the 3,000 Dao?" Lin Tian nodded, receiving a definitive answer. The crowd, although somewhat prepared, felt tumultuous waves within their hearts. This was beyond mere prodigiousness. This was devilish. Why Yi Liangshan hesitated before asking, "Young friend, could you enlighten me on how you accomplished this?" Lin Tian blinked. "The Dao is quite accommodating, and they sought me out. After a brief conversation, they were very cooperative." The small tower. Yi Liangshan's lips twitched. He found it hard to believe. The heavenly Dao is ruthless, treating all beings as mere fodder. If it were truly as easy as Lin Tian claims, wouldn't everyone be able to slay pseudo-Daos? This world of geniuses is absurd. Moreover, he suspected that there must have been someone assisting Lin Tian for him to achieve this. The forces behind Lin Tian. Why Yi Liangshan smiled faintly. Making a single move to secure a powerful ally for Linger was worth it in the Zhang family. A soul entity drifted out from the ancestral tomb. An elderly man was taken aback. "Second brother, you." The soul entity, revealing itself to be Zhang Tai, smiled wryly. "Elder brother, our Zhang family is in dire straits." This soul was a fragment Zhang Tai had split off during his lifetime, serving as a cunning means of survival. With this fragment of his soul, given time, he could resurrect, though regaining his full strength would take an indeterminate number of years. The elder before him was his brother, Zhang Taichi. Zhang Taichi furrowed his brow as he gazed at Zhang Tai. "What happened?" Zhang Tai spoke in a grave tone. "The Dao clan has bowed to an imperial terror. An imperial terror." Zhang Taichi was momentarily stunned. Zhang Tai recounted the events in detail. Moments later, Zhang Taichi's expression shifted dramatically. "You mean to say that youth is of the Dao realm?" Zhang Tai bitterly nodded. It is utterly astonishing. A Dao realm expert has not roamed the Xintian realm for many years. Yet today, I encountered one, and he is scarcely 20. Zhang Taichi's voice lowered. "Second brother, are you certain?" Zhang Tai was taken aback. "Is it not obvious?" As he spoke, he spread his hands. Zhang Taichi glanced at him and realized that if he were not a Dao realm expert, he would not have been able to defeat Zhang Tai, let alone kill him. Zhang Tai sighed in resignation. Zhang Taichi's expression grew serious. They had severely underestimated the imperial clan. Such a monstrous talent could only be nurtured by an extraordinary power. Where on earth did this imperial clan emerge from? Suddenly, Zhang Taichi shook his head. "No, that youth cannot possibly be of the Dao realm." Zhang Tai was momentarily taken aback before immediately denying it. "Impossible! His aura far exceeds that of a pseudo-Daoist. Even in my resistance, I could not withstand his 3 strikes." Zhang Taichi frowned. "You did not resist?" Zhang Tai quickly fell silent. "Damn it, I said too much." Zhang Taichi sighed, fully aware of his younger brother's character. This rascal might have begged for mercy from that youth. Not wishing to dwell on this point, Zhang Taichi looked at Zhang Tai. "That youth cannot be of the Dao realm. If he were, he would have already come forth to suppress the Dao clan." Zhang Tai was taken aback. "Then how do we explain that his aura far exceeds that of a pseudo-Daoist?" Jiang Taichi hesitated. Could it be some secret technique or treasure? Jiang Tai fell silent. He had no idea. Feeling that aura had left him terrified. He did not care whether it was a secret technique or a treasure. Jiang Taichi asserted, it must be a secret technique. After all, the Jiang family also possessed secret techniques to forcibly enhance strength, but the backlash was severe. After use, one would be as weak as a mortal for a month. Jiang Tai hesitated. Elder brother, are you suggesting we should retaliate? Jiang Taichi shook his head. Our Jiang family has already suffered losses with you, and with the addition of 11 gathering Dao realm practitioners, we can no longer compete for Lin Tian's fortunes. Jiang Tai nodded. Then what should our next step be? Jiang Taichi replied. Focus on preserving ourselves. This imperial clan is certainly extraordinary. It is beyond what our Jiang family can contend with. Jiang Tai nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Jiang family was merely a weaker presence among the first-rate families. Chapter 88. Turning life and death. A haze flickered in Jiang Taichi's eyes. Though our Jiang family has suffered, we shall not allow other forces to have it easy. With that, he gestured to the side. Come forth, summon Zixing. That a figure appeared, bowing slightly to Jiang Taichi. Yes, ancestor. Upon seeing the sole entity of Jiang Tai, he was momentarily stunned but dared not ask further, hastily departing. Soon, a middle-aged man arrived at the ancestral tomb. It was Jiang Zixing, the head of the Jiang family. Upon seeing Jiang Tai, he was taken aback. Ancestor, you have not gone to the Dao clan. Before he could finish, his expression changed dramatically. How could this be? The Dao clan actually killed you. Jiang Tai snorted coldly. If you go, you will surely meet the same fate. Jiang Zixing's face grew grim. Their ancestor was a pseudo-Daoist. Yet he had been slain by the Dao clan. Jiang Zixing hurriedly inquired, Ancestor, was it the imperial clan that attacked, or did the Dao clan employ some hidden trump card? Jiang Tai replied icily, that Lin Tian possesses strength comparable to a Dao realm expert. Look at the mess you've made. Jiang Tai spread his hands, his meaning clear. You went to confront the Dao clan, claiming there was great fortune, speaking of towers, swords, and methods to suppress their cultivation. However, now there remains but a wisp of soul. The more Jiang Tai contemplated, the more infuriated he became. Raising his hand to strike Jiang Zixing. Slap! The sound echoed through the ancestral tomb. Reddening Jiang Zixing's face, he tightly covered his face, too frightened to speak, while tumultuous waves surged within his heart. Lin Tian possessed strength comparable to that of the Dao realm. He could hardly believe it. Yet the soul of his family's pseudo-Daoist ancestor floated before him, compelling him to accept the truth. Reflecting on his previous words, could the imperial clan be stronger than my Jiang family? Absolutely they could. A single Daoist strongman could sweep through the entirety of the Jiang family. What kind of terrifying existence was this imperial clan? Jiang Taichi gazed at Jiang Zixing, commanding, spread the news. Jiang Zixing was momentarily taken aback. Yes, ancestor. After speaking, he prepared to withdraw. Jiang Taichi called him back. Wait, let me instruct you on how to phrase it. Jiang Zixing halted, looking at Jiang Taichi with confusion. Jiang Taichi continued. You must say that Lin Tian possesses an opportunity to break through to the Dao realm, and his treasures are extraordinary, capable even of slaying pseudo-Daoists. Not yet finished, Jiang Taichi added, he can desperately slay a pseudo-Daoist. Note that it is a desperate effort. Jiang Zixing nodded and retreated. Jiang Tai turned to Jiang Taichi, brother, that lad killed me with a single sword strike. Why must you emphasize desperate? Jiang Taichi glanced at his foolish younger brother. If you don't mention desperation, who would believe it? Who would willingly seek death? Jiang Tai suddenly understood. I see. Some families might dispatch 2 pseudo-Daoists to pursue the opportunity of the Dao realm. Indeed, if you can desperately kill one pseudo-Daoist, I could send 2. Wouldn't I then seize your opportunity for myself? This tactic, a cunning ploy against the major factions, was indeed insidious. Jiang Tai hesitated again. Brother, what if the major factions discover they have been duped? Wouldn't my Jiang family be plunged into peril? Jiang Taichi reassured him. No, the major factions will only become more united. Jiang Tai was taken aback. Why? Jiang Taichi replied with exasperation, with Lin Tian's terrifying prowess. If they do not eliminate him early, he will undoubtedly trample down those who have suppressed the Daoist clan. After a moment of silence, Jiang Tai asked, then why don't those powerful families act now? After all, among those who once suppressed the Daoist clan, the Jiang family was merely a minor player. Some families even had beings of the Tao realm, referred to as transcendent forces, alongside a few hidden families. Though they were scarce, hearing Zhang Tai's words, Zhang Taichi sighed. Without knowledge of the situation, they will naturally refrain from acting rashly. Undoubtedly, these factions are frantically investigating the imperial clan. They do not dare to move without clarity. I shall stoke the flames, compelling them to a CT. No faction will sit idly by while a rival prodigy rises swiftly. The more monstrous Lin Tian becomes, the less they will be able to remain still. As night fell at the Daoist sect, by the cliff's edge, a gentle breeze caressed Lin Tian and Chen Xingyao's faces. Chen Xingyao leaned against Lin Tian's shoulder. Tiangu, you are so strong, I fear. Lin Tian took her hand. Speaking softly, fear what? Chen Xingyao hesitated. You are moving faster and faster. I fear I may not catch up to you. Only able to gaze at your retreating figure. Lin Tian smiled. Then I shall take you along with me. Chen Xingyao beamed, her eyes twinkling. Tiangu, will you have other women? Lin Tian was momentarily startled and quickly shook his head. No, Chen Xingyao remarked. My father said that someone as extraordinary as you will surely have many confidants in the future. Lin Tian's expression turned peculiar. How does your father speak of such things? Chen Xingyao chuckled, shaking her head. Father said that being with you requires mental preparation. After a pause, she added, I do not mind if you have confidants. But I want to be the most significant one. Lin Tian shook his head with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. I will not have any confidants. Having you is enough. Chen Xingyao smiled. Really? Lin Tian nodded seriously. I swear by my swordsmanship, if I ever have any confidants, my swordsmanship shall shatter. Chen Xingyao covered Lin Tian's mouth. I believe you. There's no need to say such things. Lin Tian removed her hand. Speaking earnestly, if my swordsmanship shatters, my cultivation will be destroyed, and I will. Chen Xingyao glared at Lin Tian. You said not to? Though she protested. Her heart felt warm. Lin Tian smiled slightly, pulling her into an embrace. Sometimes others may not require your promises, but you cannot withhold them. He, Lin Tian, truly did not desire any confidants. One person to love for a lifetime was sufficient. That moment, an abrupt voice interrupted the two. They quickly released each other, and Chen Xingyao's face flushed crimson.